Chapter 1, A 5-Year-Old Baby? The cold, heartless mechanical voice echoed simultaneously in the minds of all humans on Blue Star, regardless of language or region. Civilization trial begins. The Advanced Civilization Star Alliance has taken over the authority of Blue Star. The National Fate Arena has been loaded. Each country randomly selects 10 representatives to enter immediately. The lives of the representatives are bound to the fate of their nation. The victorious nation will flourish, while the defeated will perish. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. Panic spread like a plague across the entire world in an instant. Vehicles lost control, crashing into each other in the streets. Crowds screamed in terror. The network was completely paralyzed. Prayers, cries, and desperate screams blended together into a single roar. This was an unprepared trial, and the entire Blue Star had been forcibly dragged into a cruel coliseum, where national fate was at stake. The countdown ended. Hundreds of colorful beams of light shot up into the sky from all over the world, guiding the selected representatives. In a quiet orphanage somewhere in China, a small figure, dressed in a faded bunny onesie, curled up in a small bed, sleeping soundly. Her chubby little face, with long eyelashes, trembled lightly with each breath. She held an old cloth doll in her arms. The next moment, a dazzling golden beam of light suddenly pierced through the roof and precisely enveloped her. Her small body floated up under the gentle but irresistible force, and the cloth doll fell onto the bed. The light flashed and disappeared. National Fate Arena, Central Square. Representatives from each country were teleported to the arena one by one. The air was filled with the strange smell of blood and rust, the cold, dark metal floor beneath their feet, and towering walls carved with unknown, grotesque totems. Above them, several massive floating screens coldly looked down upon all. The representatives mostly looked around in confusion, their faces full of fear and unease. Among them were strong soldiers, sharp-eyed agents, seemingly learned scholars, but more were just ordinary citizens. After a brief silence, sobs, angry questions, and calls to communicate gradually filled the air. Where is this? Let me go back. Oh God. What is happening? I'm the karate champion of the Great Sakura Empire. Who brought me here? F***CK. Where's my gun? In the midst of this chaos, a faint golden light flashed. A particularly short figure appeared in the empty space under the symbol of China. She seemed a little unsteady on her feet, her little head bobbing up and down. She clearly hadn't fully woken up yet. Her soft black hair had a few stray strands sticking up, and her sleepy eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist. Her small hand rubbed her eyes unconsciously, and she murmured indistinctly. The entire noisy square suddenly became silent for a moment. All eyes focused on her. Shock, confusion, absurdity, various emotions appeared on the faces of the representatives from different countries. Is that a child? A child who looks like she's just weaned off milk? Is China out of people? Or is it that the foreign civilization doesn't even bother to disguise itself and just started humiliating them directly? Even the usually calm Chinese military representatives were completely dumbfounded, staring at the small figure, their minds blank. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice once again echoed through the square. Welcome, representatives, to the National Fate Arena. The first trial, Desolate Wasteland, will begin in 10 minutes. Rules, survival. Hunting creatures in the wasteland will earn points. The real-time ranking of points will be displayed on the sky screens. Death during the trial means real death. The trial is now preparing. Most of the representatives immediately turned their attention to the wasteland scenery that began to appear in the sky, nervously memorizing the rules, leaving no room for anything else. Meanwhile, the small Chinese representative seemed to have finally rubbed her eyes open. She looked around at the towering, tense, and grim strangers, her expression still dazed. She lifted her little neck and glanced at the eerie and terrifying dome and screen. The surroundings were unfamiliar and frightening, the foul smell in the air made her wrinkle her nose. There was no familiar aunt, no warm little bed, no doll she was used to hugging. Woo-woo. Her little mouth puckered, her eyes quickly reddened, filled with shiny tears. She sniffled hard, and her babyish cry broke the tense atmosphere around her. Woo-woo. Momo, hungry. Grandma. Her voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached the ears of everyone nearby. Representatives from various countries? The nervous expressions on their faces froze, turning into extreme bewilderment. What kind of act was this? However, what happened next was even more astonishing, occurring in the little girl's mind. Ding. Strong demand from host detected, universal cultivation system binding. Binding successful. Hello, host. This system aims to cultivate you into a well-rounded individual in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor development. A voice, only heard by Momo, began speaking with an effort to sound serious and dignified. But before it could finish, it was interrupted by the little one's even louder and clearer cry. Momo is hungry. Grandma. I want grandma. Momo didn't understand what the system was, but she heard a voice responding to her and stubbornly linked it to something that could solve her hunger. She was feeling extremely wronged, and tears fell like golden drops. The system's voice in her mind clearly stalled for a moment, as if encountering a huge logical shock. Wait. Host. This system is an advanced cultivation system. It's not a bottle supplier. Nor a child raising assistant program. According to Agreement Article 7, Clause 3. Wah! I want grandma. I want sweet grandma. The little one's crying intensified, her little face turning red. The system fell into a brief silence, seemingly undergoing intense internal calculations. In the next moment, a milk bottle suddenly appeared in Momo's little hand out of nowhere. The bottle was warm, filled with nearly half a bottle of fragrant, sweet milk. According to host's emergency demand clause. Temporary exchange. High-quality formula milk. Energy consumption, 1. The weak and lifeless electronic voice sounded in her mind. Momo's crying instantly stopped. She blinked her big eyes, still glistening with tears, curiously looking at the milk bottle that had suddenly appeared in her hand, then without hesitation, she put it in her mouth and began sucking it happily and vigorously. Gulp. Gulp. In the quiet corner, only the sound of the little one sucking on the milk bottle could be heard. The foreign representatives who happened to witness the whole process had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit an egg inside. What had they just seen? Magic tricks? Space equipment? A milk bottle at the start? What kind of absurd development was this? A few representatives from China painfully covered their faces, almost unable to watch anymore. Only Momo, completely ignoring everything outside, tightly held onto the bottle with both hands, drinking with all her heart and soul, completely immersed. In her mind, the system, which had just started a minute ago, seemed to emit a faint sound, something like a short-circuiting buzz. Above the dome, the cold countdown reached its end. Trial begins. All the representatives were instantly teleported away from the central square. The bloody hunt began. Chapter 2, Desolate Wasteland. The dizziness from the teleportation hadn't completely faded when Momo suddenly felt a pain in her little bottom, and she found herself sitting on dry land. The milk bottle was still tightly held in her mouth, but the surroundings had already changed drastically. It was no longer the cold, grand plaza, but a piece of land as desolate as possible. The sky was a depressing yellow, with no sun, but it emitted an uncomfortable light and heat. The air was dry, carrying the smell of dust and some decaying plants. Looking around, the cracked black earth stretched as far as the eye could see, scattered with some withered, twisted strange trees, and clumps of dull-colored, thorny shrubs. In the distance, the outlines of rolling, barren mountains were faintly visible. Farther still, it seemed like a fog had settled, a grayish haze. The place where Ruan Momo was a shelter so rudimentary it made one feel hopeless. A crooked, wobbly wooden fence, which seemed like it could fall apart at any moment, surrounded an area about the size of half a basketball court. In the center of the space, there was a low, conical straw hut made of grass and mud. It looked barely large enough to squeeze 4 or 5 people inside, but the wind blew through the sides, and the roof was so thin that even a light rain couldn't be kept out. This is the so-called temporary shelter? It was more like a joke from the Stone Age. Inside this small shelter, there were exactly 10 people, including Ruan Momo. These were the randomly selected representatives of China. Almost the moment everyone touched the ground and saw their surroundings, a cold, mechanical voice once again forcefully entered everyone's minds. First trial, Desolate Wasteland officially begins. Trial duration, 7 days. Newbie protection period, 3 days. During this time, the likelihood of wild creatures from the wasteland attacking the temporary shelter is very low. Please make full use of this time. Warning, after the protection period ends, the shelter will face active attacks from the wasteland creatures. If the shelter is destroyed, all representatives will be eliminated. Death. Goal, survival. Explore the wasteland, find treasure chests and special materials, strengthen yourself, and upgrade the shelter. Trial begins. The voice disappeared, leaving behind a deathly silence, and 10 faces with expressions varying but all filled with heaviness and unease. Before anyone could speak, in the next moment, a semi-transparent light screen, faintly glowing blue, appeared in front of each person. The light screen floated in the air like a game interface, clearly displaying several lines of text and numbers. Ruan Momo curiously extended her little finger, wanting to poke at the light screen that appeared before her eyes, but found that her finger passed straight through. The screen only rippled slightly, like the surface of water. She saw the screen display, hunger level, 53/100, slightly hungry, along with some other numbers and descriptions she couldn't quite understand. Meanwhile, as these 198 representatives struggled to survive in the desolate wasteland, it seemed that every move they made was being broadcast live in real time, through some unknown method, into the sky of various countries on Blue Star, forming huge, unclosable live broadcast screens. Each country could only see the main viewpoint of their own representative and an occasional leaderboard that switched to show global scores. The global internet exploded. Especially when, in the live broadcast from China, a small girl, holding a milk bottle and appearing to be only 4 or 5 years old, with pitifully low strength and endurance stats on her profile, appeared clearly on screen. The entire international internet was instantly flooded with mockery and schadenfreude. International social media. US netizen A. Ha 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 ha. Look at China's representative. Do they have no one else to pick? They sent a kid who hasn't even been weaned yet. Our representative is a former Navy SEAL and top survival expert. US netizen B. Even though the leaderboard still says 0, the outcome is already decided. I bet China will be the first to be wiped out, right on the night after the newbie protection period ends. I'll bet a case of beer. Sakura country netizen A. It's just like summer countries style, treating matters that decide the fate of the nation so lightly. Our karate champion has already begun exploring the surroundings, so efficient. Sakura country netizen B. That little girl's stats, so pathetic and laughable. Her mental attribute is still a question mark? Can the system not even detect how low it is? Ha ha ha. Curry country netizen A. Our country's representative is a yoga master and ascetic, their mental strength is incredibly powerful. China is definitely going to lose this time, they don't even have a decent adult. John Bull netizen, gentlemen, though it's a bit rude to say this, but China's luck this time really is terrible. A child, an elderly man, and several others who look like ordinary citizens, this combination. May God bless them, laughs. In China, online public opinion was showing two extremes. Damn it. This makes me so angry. These foreign bastards look down on us. No matter what, they are our representatives. They are our people from China. Whoever dares to say bad things about them, I'll spray them to death. That little girl is so pitiful, but she's so strong, still drinking milk. Keep going. Did you see that Lei Zhan? He's definitely a soldier. And that doctor, that teacher. We're not without capable people. Believe in the country, believe in them. Don't care about what outsiders say, let's unite. Give them our support. Collect all live stream information, analyze the wasteland situation, and provide cloud support for our representatives. It's over, how are we going to play with this? A milk baby, an old man, are they going on vacation or to survive? The power gap is too big, look at America, every one of them is a muscle-bound man, well-equipped, even their initial clothes are sturdier than ours. It's not that we don't love our country, it's just that the reality is too cruel. What will happen after 3 days? I think it's hopeless. How did the high-ups choose these people? Why are there a child and an elderly person? Is there some dark secret behind this? The online verbal battle was growing more intense, with various emotions clashing violently. However, in stark contrast to the uproar in society, the high-level officials in China remained unusually silent. In the central command room, the atmosphere was tense yet orderly. The elder looked deeply at the screen, which was split into 10 separate images, focusing particularly on the illogical milk bottle in Ruan Momo's hands, as well as Lei Zhan, Joey, and a few others. The online comments, let them be for now, we will neither guide nor suppress them. The elder slowly spoke, his voice steady, let the emotions have an outlet, but the information department must closely monitor and prevent foreign forces from using this to create further chaos. Understood. Now, our top priority is not to argue. The elder turned to the intelligence department and the person in charge of household registration and security. Have we clarified the identities of these 10 people? Especially that child, Ruan Momo. I want her full profile, from birth to now, including everything about the orphanage she's from, no detail should be overlooked. We are investigating with all our might. Preliminary information shows that these 10 were indeed randomly selected, but it's unclear why such a young representative has appeared. Ruan Momo's file is being retrieved, and we expect a detailed report within an hour. Also, the elder added, organize experts from various fields to form a national movement analysis group, including military, survival, geology, psychology, and even folk customs and metaphysics experts. They will analyze the live stream 24/7, searching for any possible clues or patterns that might help them. We need to be their strongest support. The orders were quickly given. After a brief shock, the national machine began to operate efficiently, attempting to find clues and hope in the fog. And all the investigative focus was inevitably drawn to the most illogical element, the 5-year-old Ruan Momo, and the secrets she might be hiding. In the wasteland, Ruan Momo seemed to sense something. She tilted her little face up, looking at the dim yellow sky, blinking her pure big eyes, and continued to suckle from the milk bottle with all her might. She didn't know that she had already become the focal point of the world, and the center of a huge storm. Chapter 3, System Mission. Under the dim yellow light of the hopeless wasteland, inside the simple shelter, the atmosphere was so tense it felt like it could squeeze out water. 9 adult representatives sat in a circle, guarding Ruan Momo, who was still holding the milk bottle and sipping from it slowly. The presence of the child was like a sharp thorn, reminding everyone of the harshness of reality, and testing the limits of human nature. Lei Zhan's gaze slowly swept over each face, seeing unease and anxiety. But he also saw the still burning sense of responsibility. He took a deep breath, breaking the silence, his voice low but filled with undeniable power. The situation is clear to everyone. The 10 of us are now like grasshoppers on the same rope, united in success and downfall. He specifically emphasized the 10 people, his gaze lingering on Ruan Momo for a moment. We know nothing about what's happening outside, how much danger there is. The 3-day safety period is our only chance. Lei Zhan continued, we must move, work together, and only then do we have a chance to survive. He paused, his tone growing more serious. I know some might think, Momo is too young, in this environment, she's a burden. As soon as these words were spoken, a few people's expressions changed slightly. Especially programmer Li Ming and kindergarten teacher Zhao Qian, whose own attributes were not outstanding, making them more likely to feel a sense of misery loves company. But, Lei Zhan shifted his tone, his eyes sharp, I remind everyone, this is the national trial, not a wilderness survival reality show. We represent all of China. If we abandon someone today because we think they're useless, then tomorrow, when we're injured or holding back the team, should we also be abandoned? Zhang Hai nodded heavily, adding, Lei is right. Our hearts can't scatter. If they do, there's truly no hope left. Who knows how long we'll have to stay in this cursed place? Who can guarantee that they won't be the next weak one? Unity is more important than anything. History professor Joey also adjusted his glasses, speaking softly, from history, we've seen that abandoning the weak in dire situations often leads to faster internal collapse. Protecting Momo is not just about protecting a child, it's about safeguarding our unity and bottom line as a team. Kindergarten teacher Zhao Qian had already pulled Ruan Momo into her arms, firmly saying, I will take responsibility for Momo. Firefighter Wang Meng patted his chest, count me in. Anyone who dares to harm this little girl will have to get through me first. His eyes were full of protectiveness as he looked at Ruan Momo. Su Chan didn't speak, but slightly nodded, showing her stance. After a brief silence, the initial doubts were suppressed. Everyone understood that in this unknown deadlock, trust and unity were their most precious resources. Alright, Lei Zhan saw the consensus had been reached and immediately began to assign tasks, time is tight. We'll split into 2 teams. Exploration team, me, Wang Meng, Su Chan, Li Ming. Wang Meng and I will be in charge of guarding and dealing with dangers. Su Chan will be responsible for recognizing the environment and tracking. Li Ming, you're quick-witted, you'll be in charge of recording the terrain, looking for any system prompts or special markers. Our task is to explore the outside, find water sources, food, and treasure chests, and understand the surrounding situation, but we won't go any farther than the distance where we can still see the shelter. The resting team, Brother Zhang Hai, Professor Joey, Dr. Chen Feng, Nurse Zhou Lan, Teacher Zhao Qian, and Momo. Brother Zhang, you have a lot of experience, see if you can reinforce the fence with available materials. Professor Zhou, you observe the environment, look for any patterns or clues. Dr. Chen and Nurse Zhou, check everyone's health, especially Momo's scrapes, and try to prepare some basic first aid supplies. Teacher Zhao, you're in charge of organizing the shelter, taking care of Momo, and keeping an eye on the surroundings. With clear division of labor, each person began to prepare for their role. The exploration team checked their gear and got ready to leave. The resting team also sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ruan Momo, who was being held in Zhao Qian's arms, didn't fully understand the serious discussions of the adults. In her little head, she was having an intense conversation with the system that called itself Tang Tang. Ding! Daily task issued, warm hug. Task, give the saddest-looking Grandpa Joey a loving hug. Task reward, 10 energy points. Ruan Momo blinked her big eyes, looking at Grandpa Joey not far away, who was frowning as he observed a twisted plant. Gizmo felt like the old man seemed a little unhappy. Tang Tang, hug, is there Tang Tang? Ruan Momo asked in her mind. It's an energy point. It can be exchanged for Tang Tang. The system helplessly simplified the explanation. As soon as Ruan Momo heard she could exchange for Tang Tang, she immediately became energized. She struggled to get down from Zhao Qian's arms, and with her little legs, she hurried over to Joey's legs, stretched out her little arms, and softly called, Grandpa, hug. Joey, lost in thought, froze for a moment. Looking down at the little bundle that was still shorter than his legs, his heart softened instantly. He crouched down and gently smiled, Momo, what's wrong? Ruan Momo didn't speak, she directly threw herself into his arms, rubbing her little face against the wrinkled skin of Joey's face, and in a babyish voice said, Grandpa, smile. Professor Joey felt a warm current flow into his heart. The tension and worries that had plagued him for days seemed to be somewhat dispelled by this innocent hug. He gently patted Momo's back. Alright, Grandpa will smile. Momo is really good. Ding. Task completed. Reward, 10 energy points. Current energy points, 9, 1 point repaid, dot. The system's prompt came with a hint of satisfaction. On the other side, Lei Zhan's team carefully pushed open the useless gate and stepped into the dim, lifeless wasteland. The ground beneath their feet was hard and cracked, and the air was thick with an unsettling atmosphere. Exploration officially began. In this trial ground, the desperate wasteland, every step was filled with unknown dangers. And inside the shelter, because of Ruan Momo's unexpected and warm little moment, the heavy atmosphere seemed to ease a little. Zhang Hai had already started reinforcing the wooden stakes, while Chen Fong and Zhou Lan were checking the limited plants inside the fence to see if they had any medicinal value. Ruan Momo, having completed her task, ran back to Zhao Qian's side, looking up with an expectant face and asked, "Where's Tang Tang?" Zhao Qian couldn't help but smile and sighed, softly coaxing, "Momo, be good. When the older sisters find something good to eat, we'll exchange it for Tang Tang, alright?" Ding. New task released, Angel's Kiss. Task content, give busy, pale-faced sister Zhou Lan a comforting kiss. Task reward, 10 energy points. Ruan Momo's eyes lit up, and she looked toward Zhou Lan, who was squatting on the ground checking the wasteland plants. Chapter 4, Exploring the Wasteland. Lei Zhan, Wang Meng, Su Chan, and Li Ming formed a diamond-shaped formation, cautiously stepping out of the fence area. The cracked land beneath their feet made a faint cracking sound, which was particularly jarring in the stillness of the environment. The air seemed even more stifling and dry than inside the shelter, and breathing it in brought a scorching sensation. Stay alert, watch your steps and surroundings. Lei Zhan lowered his voice, holding a sturdy wooden stick that he had broken off from the edge of a thatched hut as a temporary weapon, leading the way. His gaze swept over the front and flanks like an eagle. Wang Meng followed closely behind. His firefighter's physique gave him an air of strength, but he also tried to move lightly, just like Lei Zhan, gripping another wooden stick tightly in his hand. Su Chan was positioned on the right side of the group, her eyes sharp as she constantly observed the ground for tracks, the twisted shapes of plants, and the distant horizon, like a wild leopard on patrol. Li Ming lagged behind, his face a little pale as he struggled to overcome the fear inside him. Holding a sharp stone shard in his hand, he would occasionally look back to confirm the direction of the shelter, ensuring he could still see its faint outline. Live broadcast rooms of various countries. U.S. live broadcast room, on screen, two former Navy SEALs worked in perfect harmony, one holding a self-made stone spear in the front, the other holding a sharpened wooden stick guarding the rear. Their movements were professional and swift. They had already discovered a small water source, a puddle of murky mud, and began attempting to filter it. U.S. Netizen A, look. This is professionalism. Efficiency. The China team is still stumbling around like headless chickens. U.S. Netizen B, are their kids still drinking milk? Ha ha. Sakura Country live broadcast room. The karate champion leading the team discovered a wooden treasure chest glowing with white light. Sakura Country Netizen A, yo. Our country's representative discovered the treasure chest first. Looks like the goddess of fortune favors our great Sakura Empire. Sakura Country Netizen B, the Chinese team found nothing, just barren land and strange rocks. Curry Country livestream, the yoga master is sitting cross-legged on an open patch of land, seemingly meditating, surrounded by a faint white glow. His attribute panel shows spirits slowly increasing. Curry Country Netizen, look. This is spiritual power. What's the use of barbaric exploration? Inner growth is the key. China livestream. China's Central Command Room. Record, the geology of the wasteland is hard, vegetation is sparse and twisted, preliminary judgment shows a lack of surface runoff. A geologist quickly reported. Air composition analysis, impossible, but based on the representative's physical descriptions and the plant conditions, humidity is extremely low, possibly containing unknown harmful particles. The environmental expert added. Pay attention to Su Chan's observation point, a wilderness survival expert pointed at the screen, she's looking at the shallow pits and scratches on the ground, which don't seem natural. There might be biological activity, so we need to stay highly alert. Lei Zhan's command is on point, the formation is well maintained. Wang Meng is highly obedient. Su Chan's professionalism is showing. Li Ming, although nervous, he hasn't lost control, he's a talent who can be molded. A retired general commented. Other countries are making fast progress, the intelligence analyst reported. The United States found a water source, Sakura Country discovered a treasure chest, and Curry Country, their methods are quite unique. We've fallen behind in our start. The elder was silent for a moment before speaking, don't panic. Survival is a marathon, not a sprint. Record all the details, especially how other countries handle water sources and open treasure chests. Analyze the pros and cons. At the same time, focus on the physical state changes of our representatives. The China team has been exploring the wasteland for about 20 minutes. Stop. Su Chan suddenly raised her hand and whispered. Everyone immediately stopped and huddled together nervously. Suchan crouched down, pointing to a not-so-obvious depression in the ground. Look here, footprints, 3 toes, about the size of an adult's hand, shallow depth, which means it's not a large creature, but it's quick. There are also scattered scales? She carefully used a wooden stick to push aside the dirt, revealing a few dark green, nail-sized, hard fragments. Li Ming leaned in, holding back his discomfort to observe. This doesn't resemble any known animal. Do you need a sample? Not for now, don't touch it directly. Lei Zhan rejected. Remember this feature. Su Chan, can you determine the direction and time? Su Chan observed carefully. The footprints point northeast. The marks are very fresh, possibly within just a few hours, or even shorter. Her tone became grave. This means that this seemingly lifeless wasteland does indeed have unknown creatures, and they may be nearby. A chill ran through the 4 of them. Continue forward, keep the same direction, but be extra cautious. Lei Zhan ordered. After walking for a while, apart from the occasional strange footprints and dry bones, they found nothing. No water, no recognizable plants, and no treasure chest. Li Ming's stamina is dropping the fastest, and he's starting to pant slightly. This isn't working, blindly searching like this is too inefficient. Lei Zhan stopped and looked at the dim yellow sky and the almost unchanged landscape. We need a landmark, or find a high point to observe. At this moment, Wang Meng pointed to the front right and shouted, Zhengu, look over there. Isn't there a bit of reflection? The group followed his finger and looked over. About a few hundred meters away, there seemed to be a faint, unusual dark red glow flashing in a certain area. Let's go check it out. Maintain formation, slow down. Lei Zhan felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. As they got closer, they realized it was a bare rock formation, with a thin layer of dark red substance covering the surface, resembling metal oxide. The reflection was coming from this. And between the cracks in the rocks, several clusters of small, fleshy, purple plants were growing. It looked like the most normal thing they had seen on the wasteland. These plants. I've never seen them before, Su Chan observed cautiously. Li Ming, however, was staring at the dark red rocks, his eyes growing brighter. Wait. This sheen, this color, it looks like low-grade hematite? If so, maybe we can extract iron. His voice trembled with excitement. Iron in the Stone Age meant everything, it was self-evident. This discovery gave the team a burst of energy. However, just as they tried to approach the rock area and prepare to investigate further, a faint yet sharp hissing sound suddenly came from behind the rocks. Stay alert. Lei Zhan growled, and the 4 immediately formed a small circle, back to back, nervously watching the source of the sound. From the shadow of the rocks, several creatures slowly crawled out. They looked like giant lizards, but their skin was dark brown, blending almost perfectly with the wasteland soil. Their eyes were murky yellow, and thick, sticky saliva dripped from their mouths. The end of their tails had a bony spike. These were the creatures that had left the footprints Su Chan had discovered earlier. There were 5 of them in total. They were not large, about the size of a small dog, but they bared their teeth and growled threateningly, slowly surrounding the group in a fan-shaped formation. The global livestream was instantly boiling. Foreign comments, here they come. The first battle. The China team is done for. China's domestic comments, be careful. Central command room, all the experts held their breath, and the military experts quickly took notes. Creatures appeared, aggressive, medium-small size, group behavior. Lei Zhan tightened the wooden stick in his hand, his gaze cold. Wang Meng swallowed but remained determined. Su Chan had already crouched low, like a cheetah ready to pounce. Li Ming's face was pale, but he did not retreat. The battle was about to begin. At this moment, inside the shelter, Ruan Momo had just completed the system task of giving Uncle Zheng Hai, who was busy reinforcing the fence, a small stone and received 10 energy points, bringing her total to 29 energy points. I have 29 energy points now, I can exchange for a lot of candies. Ruan Momo counted on her fingers and smiled happily, her eyes squinting in delight. But Ruan Momo tilted her head and looked at her busy grandpa and uncles and aunts. Grandpa and uncles and aunts have been busy for a while, their mouths are dry, and they haven't had any water, and Sister Jolan's tummy is growling. Ruan Momo looked at the 29 energy points she had accumulated and thought, earlier, a bottle of milk had only cost sugar 1 energy point, so exchanging for other food and water shouldn't cost too much, and I also want some sweet candy. She licked her lips and quietly asked in her mind, sugar, can energy points be exchanged for big steamed buns and water? And sweet candy? Chapter 5, Momo is truly a little lucky star. Ruan Momo quietly asked in her mind, sugar, can energy points be used to exchange for food and water for everyone? Ding. Warning. The system's voice, sugar, immediately became serious. Host, you cannot directly use energy points to exchange for physical food or drinking water. Why? Ruan Momo pouted in a spoiled manner, sugar is so stingy. Not stingy. The system's tone rose, with a hint of helplessness and urgency. Host, all your actions are being broadcast to your home planet by that Star Alliance through some means. if this system directly produces food out of thin air. This high-dimensional material conversion energy fluctuation is very likely to be detected by the Star Alliance monitoring system. Ruan Momo was confused. Tang, will the bad guys find out? Humph. The system seemed a little proud. Of course, my level is much higher than that broken Star Alliance. But, you are too weak now. If they focus on you, it will be very dangerous. I can't take that risk. So, from now on, I absolutely cannot directly exchange physical items for you. But... Ruan Momo tilted her little head, catching the key point. Tang gave Momo milk for grandma before. She was referring to the refilled milk bottle. The system seemed to be stuck for a moment, its electronic voice a bit faint. That was a special situation. A beginner's emergency mechanism. Also, at that time, I had just been bound and didn't pay attention to the livestream. Anyway, it won't happen again. No more from now on. Oh. Ruan Momo didn't really understand, but she understood the words dangerous and no, and her little face drooped. Then, what should Momo do if she's hungry? Uncle and Auntie are hungry too. There is still a way. The system hurried to comfort her. We can disguise. As long as you find the treasure chest in this world, I can secretly place the exchanged items into the treasure chest. It will look like you took them out of the chest. No one will know. Really? Ruan Momo's eyes lit up. Where is the treasure chest? Ding. The system mall is now open. Host, you can spend 20 energy points in the system mall to exchange for its simple resource map, 500 meters radius from the host. The map will mark the locations of treasure chests, water sources, mineral points, and more, and will also show moving objects in real time. Do you want to try it? If you find a treasure chest, I can give you food and water. 20 energy points. Ruan Momo looked at the fortune she had saved up from completing tasks, a little reluctant. But when she thought of the delicious food and the tired faces of Uncle and Auntie, she nodded eagerly. Exchange. Momo wants to exchange for the map. Find treasure chests, find food for everyone. Ding. Consume 20 energy points, successfully exchanged simple resource map, radius 500, x1. Current energy points, 9. The map has been loaded into the host's consciousness and can be viewed at any time by thought. Ruan Momo quickly closed her eyes and indeed saw a small map centered on her. The map was mostly dark, with only a circle around the shelter shining brightly. She curiously looked at it. Tip, found white ordinary treasure chest x1. The system helpfully pointed it out. Location, behind the shelter, about 20 meters away, in the gap at the bottom of an oval-shaped large stone. Ruan Momo immediately opened her eyes, her little face full of excitement. She trotted over to Zhou Lan, who was inspecting plants, tugged at her sleeve, pointed in the direction behind the shelter with her little finger, and excitedly said, Sister. Sister. Under the stone. There's a treasure. A shiny box. Zhou Lan was startled when she heard Ruan Momo's words, and looked in the direction she pointed. Over there was nothing but some scattered stones and withered grass. Ruan Momo was about to say, I saw it on the map, when suddenly the system's urgent warning echoed in her mind, Host. You cannot mention the map. Just say you went over there to play and saw it while picking up pretty stones. Hurry. Although the little one didn't understand why, she still listened to Tang. She blinked her big eyes and changed her words. Momo, just now, went over there, looking for pretty stones, saw, under the big stone, there's a shiny light. She struggled to recall what the system had taught her, speaking a little awkwardly, but her meaning was clear. Zhou Lan was doubtful. She remembered that Momo did indeed jump around near the shelter, but whether she had gone behind that big stone, she hadn't paid much attention. Looking at Ruan Momo's pure and slightly urgent eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse directly. Okay, I'll go take a look, sister. Zhou Lan stood up and said to Zhang Hai and Professor Zhou Yi, who were studying the fence nearby, Uncle Zhang, Professor Zhou, Momo said there seems to be something under the stone over there. I'm going to check it out. Zhang Hai waved his hand, go ahead, be careful, don't go too far. Professor Zhou also nodded, but his gaze lingered thoughtfully on Ruan Momo. Zhou Lan walked over to the large oval stone. The stone was quite large, and it was a bit difficult for her to move alone. She tried to push it, and the stone loosened slightly. Taking a deep breath, she used all her strength to pry open a gap in the stone. The moment the gap appeared, a soft white light shone out from beneath the stone. Zhou Lan was startled and quickly put in more effort. Finally, she managed to move the stone completely. In the hollow beneath the stone lay a wooden chest emitting a faint white glow. The design was ancient, and there were no locks on it. There really is a chest. Zhou Lan exclaimed in both surprise and joy, quickly shouting toward the shelter, Uncle Zhang. Professor Zhou. Come quickly. Momo really found a chest. Her shout immediately caught everyone's attention. The remaining team members all gathered around, their faces showing disbelief and excitement as they looked at the white treasure chest that Zhou Lan had pulled out from under the stone. In the real world. Live stream in China. What the heck? Is this for real? That little girl found the chest just by pointing? I saw it before. Little Momo did play around that area, but the camera didn't zoom in, no one noticed the stone underneath. This luck is unbelievable. Could this be the so-called beginner's luck? Or is it? Who said Momo was a burden before? Come out and take a step. This is called a burden? This is a lucky star. Ha, the slap in the face came too quickly. Momo is amazing. Other countries. Pfft, they just got lucky. Maybe the system felt sorry for them and gave them a gift. A white chest, the lowest level item. Look at the black iron chest we found in Sakura country, it opened into a machete. Now that's what you call resources. Exactly, what can a white chest give? A bottle of water? A piece of bread? Is that enough for anyone? Luck always runs out eventually. Let's wait and see how they die in 3 days. Inside the shelter, everyone surrounded the unexpected find, both excited and a little uneasy. Is this the treasure chest the system mentioned? Chen Jing curiously examined the chest glowing with white light. It should be. I didn't expect the first chest to be found by Momo. Zhang Hai looked at Ruan Momo, his eyes full of affection and wonder. Professor Joey carefully studied the material and patterns of the chest, trying to find some clues, but he found nothing. Zhou placed the chest in the center of the open space and said to everyone, Momo discovered the chest, so logically, it should be her who opens it, or do you think? She didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was clear. Resources were precious, and who opened the first chest might also hold some hidden significance. Everyone hesitated. Although they were happy, they knew how important the first chest was. If a 5-year-old child opened it and the contents were bad. At that moment, however, Ruan Momo raised her little hand, her voice soft but firm as she said, Momo will open it. Momo found it, Momo will open it. She remembered Tang Tang's reminder that she must open it herself. Everyone froze, and looking at the determination in the little one's eyes, they all smiled. The tense atmosphere relaxed considerably. Alright, let's let our lucky star Momo open it. Since Lei Zhan wasn't there, Zhang Hai, as the elder, smiled and made the decision. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ruan Momo walked to the chest. She stretched out her little hand and touched the lid of the chest. The moment her hand made contact, the system, Tang Tang, immediately sprang into action in her mind. Ding! The host has touched the white treasure chest and can now inject items. Original chest contents, pure water 500 ml x1. Please choose an item to inject. Ruan Momo silently muttered in her heart, food. Water. I need a lot. Understood. Consuming 9 remaining energy points, exchanging for 5 packs of standard compressed biscuits, 250g, and 4 bottles of purified water, 500 ml. Injection successful. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. To outsiders, it appeared as though Ruan Momo just paused for a second or two with her hand on the box. Then, with a forceful flick, she opened it. The soft white light dissipated, and the contents of the box were revealed to everyone. 5 neatly packed bags of compressed bread, clearly perfect for satisfying hunger, and 5 bottles of clear mineral water. Wow! So much? 5 packs of compressed biscuits. 5 bottles of water. Excited exclamations rose one after another. This far exceeded their expectations for a white treasure chest. Logically, a white treasure chest would be lucky to contain 2 or 3 basic supplies. Momo! You're truly our little lucky star. Zhou Lan excitedly picked up Ruan Momo and kissed her on the cheek. Zhang Hai was grinning from ear to ear, this is great. At least we won't go hungry today. Even the usually calm Dr. Chen Fong showed a smile on his face, the quality of the food and water looks good, they should effectively replenish our stamina. Ruan Momo, flattered by the praise, shyly buried her little face in Zhou Lan's embrace, but inside, she was secretly pleased, softly whispering to the voice in her mind, Tang Tang is amazing. Oomph, basic operation. The system responded arrogantly, though its electronic voice carried a hint of relief, but host, our energy points are now 0, we must hurry to complete tasks. The success of opening the first treasure chest, especially with the resources far exceeding expectations, greatly boosted the morale of the entire team. Ruan Momo, once the little burden, instantly transformed into the much-loved little lucky star. And at this moment... Warning! Warning! An object is approaching the host from 500 meters outside the shelter. The joy of opening the box had not yet fully faded when Ruan Momo suddenly saw a few fast-moving green dots on the edge of her simple resource map in her mind, steadily closing in from the right front of the shelter. Meanwhile, further away on the map's edge, a prominent red dot was tightly trailing the green ones, seemingly moving even faster. Ah! Momo instinctively cried out, almost dropping the small loaf of bread in her hand. She nervously turned her head, looking in that direction. Beyond the shelter's fence, the dim yellow light seemed to grow even darker. Unbeknownst to her, the previously still gray mist in the distance was silently creeping toward the shelter, as though it were alive. The visibility was rapidly decreasing, and 500 meters away, everything had turned into a blurry haze, with only faint shadows swaying in the distance. Professor Joey, who had been paying close attention to Momo, was the first to notice her unease. He followed her gaze and his heart sank. As a historian, his sharp observational skills regarding environmental changes immediately alerted him to something being wrong. The mist was growing thicker, and it was spreading rapidly. He suppressed his unease, still appearing calm on the surface, even deliberately slowing his speech. He said with a hint of reassurance, "Everyone, pay attention, it looks like Lei Zhan and the others are back." He raised his hand and pointed to the blurry, swaying shadow in the mist. "The direction is correct, it should be the exploration team." His words made the remaining people cheer up, all of them standing up to look around. "Really? That's great. They've returned safely?" Chen Jing's face showed an expression of anticipation. However, Professor Zhou's next words caused the once relaxed atmosphere to tense again. "But the wilderness is strange. Just to be safe, Zhang Hai, Chen Feng, please bring the weapons we made earlier. Everyone else, do not leave the fenced area unless ordered." Zhang Hai and Wang Feng immediately nodded and quickly walked to the corner of the straw hut, retrieving several crude spears. These were made from relatively tough branches they had found, tied with sharp stone shards that Chen Feng and Zhou Lan had crafted. Although rough, they were sturdy enough. At least now they seemed to have some weapons. Real world. China's representative live stream room. Other countries. Ha ha. Look at those people from China. Are they still happy? Their exploration team is almost finished. TSK, look at that leader soldier, his chest is full of blood. He's stumbling. What's that dark shape behind them? It's moving so fast. They must have been targeted by monsters. They thought they found a white treasure chest and their luck changed? Ha ha ha. So what if it's a bronze treasure chest? You'll get it with your life, but you won't have the chance to use it. Waiting for China to be wiped out. The first to go out. Chinese people. Damn it. These foreign dogs can't say anything good. Lei Zhan's injured? How bad is it? It looks like they're running. Something's chasing them. What should we do? The fog is so thick, it's too dangerous to go out and save them. Trust them. They'll make it back. Hang in there. Inside the shelter, as the figures got closer, the looks of joy on everyone's faces gradually gave way to worry and tension. Though it was hard to see through the thickening fog, it was clear that the four people were stumbling and running hurriedly, not at all like they were returning calmly, but more like they were running for their lives. Something's not right, it looks like they're running. Zhao Qian hugged Ruan Momo tightly, her voice trembling. Zhang Hai and Zhou Lan had already handed out their homemade stone spears to a few of the stronger adults, including Professor Zhou himself, who also took one. Everyone anxiously gathered at the fence gate, hesitating whether to rush out and help. At this moment, Ruan Momo's system, Sweetie, gave a clear prompt in her mind. "Host, don't be afraid. The green light dots are Uncle Lei Zhan and the others, the red light is the wild creatures chasing them. They are running toward the shelter, the monster is almost catching up. You must get them inside the shelter as soon as possible. The shelter has a protection mechanism, the monster can't get in. Ding. Mission issued, sweet kiss." Mission description: after the hard-working explorers return from their adventure, quickly open the door to welcome them, and give them sweet kisses to encourage and heal them. Mission reward, 10 energy points. Note, each successful kiss given to a returning member will grant plus 10 energy points. Calculated based on the number of kisses. Though Ruan Momo didn't quite understand what healing meant, she understood open the door, welcome, kiss, and energy points. Especially after seeing Uncle Lei Zhan and the others looking so ragged, and seeing the red light dot getting closer on the map in her mind, Ruan Momo was so anxious. She struggled to get down from Zhao Qian's arms, and with her little legs, she ran straight toward the fence gate, shouting urgently with her little voice, "Open the door! Open the door! Let Uncle and Auntie in! Hurry!" This sudden action and anxious shout from Momo stunned the crowd, who had been hesitating. Professor Zhou looked at Momo's pure and desperate eyes, then glanced at the companions who were getting closer in the fog, where the heavy footsteps and panting could already be faintly heard. He no longer hesitated. "Open the door! Get ready to welcome them!" Professor Zhou roared and, together with Zhang Hai, pulled open the simple fence gate with all their strength. As soon as the door was opened just a crack, Ruan Momo was the first to squeeze through, but she didn't run far. She stood at the door, tiptoeing and looking into the fog. At this moment, the figures of the exploration team finally became clear. Leading the way was Su Chan and Li Ming. Both of them were pale, their bodies covered in dirt and dark red stains. Right behind them was Wang Mang, supporting Lei Zhan, whose left chest was torn, a grotesque wound constantly oozing blood. He looked pale, but his eyes remained sharp. He was almost being half-dragged by Wang Mang as they ran. And less than 20 meters behind them, the fog churned, and a massive, ugly creature resembling an enlarged hyena, with skin covered in pustules and sharp fangs sticking out, let out a low growl and quickened its pace to chase. A foul, pungent smell rushed toward them. "Hurry! Get inside!" Zhang Hai and Professor Zhou, holding spears, shouted urgently. Standing at the door, shouting anxiously, Su Chan and Li Ming were the first to rush into the fence. Wang Mang helped Lei Zhan, stumbling as they also crossed into the fence. Just as the monster was about to pounce on the door. "Close the door quickly!" Lei Zhan, ignoring his injury, shouted hoarsely. Zhang Hai and Professor Zhou struggled to close the fence door, using a wooden stick to hold it tightly. Almost as soon as the door was closed, with a dull bang, the terrifying wasteland hyena slammed into the fence, causing the wooden fence to shake violently, making a sound that made one's teeth ache, but it did not break. The monster paced restlessly outside, roaring, its murky yellow eyes fixed on the people inside, but it seemed to hesitate at the boundaries of the shelter and did not charge again. The terrified group collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. At this moment, Ruan Momo ran to Su Chan's side, tiptoed, and kissed her sweaty and dusty face with a smack. Energy point plus 10. Then it was Li Ming, who was also suddenly kissed by the little bundle of joy. Energy point plus 10. Ruan Momo looked at Lei Zhan's bleeding wound, her little face turning pale with fear, but she still bravely leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, and also kissed Wang Ming's cheek. Energy point plus 10. Energy point plus 10. After completing her series of kissing tasks and gaining 40 energy points, Ruan Momo felt a little more at ease. She looked at the injured Lei Zhan, then at the monster outside, which was gradually moving further away. Her small fist quietly clenched. At this moment, the system's voice, Tang Tang, rang again. "Host did well. Now, maybe you should show some care for the injured uncle. Expressing concern might bring unexpected rewards." Ruan Momo immediately ran to Lei Zhan's side, gently touching his uninjured shoulder with her little hand, her big eyes full of worry. "Uncle, does it hurt?" "Momo will blow on it for you." Chapter 7, Little Treasure Box, Grasping It. The 4 members of the exploration group were slumped on the cold ground, their relief from narrowly escaping the danger quickly overshadowed by Lei Zhan's increasingly severe injury. The edge of the wound on his left chest had started to turn black, emitting an unsettling stench of decay, and the surrounding skin had turned a dark purple. This worsening trend was spreading at a visible speed. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, beads of cold sweat covering his forehead, clearly in immense pain. "We must treat the wound immediately." Dr. Chen crouched beside Lei Zhan, his face unusually serious. "This is not just a normal tear, the monster's teeth or saliva might be poisonous, or carry strong bacteria that cause rot. Immediate surgery is needed to remove all the dead and contaminated tissue, or..." He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood an infection would kill him, and likely very soon. "Surgery? Here?" Nurse Jolan looked at her empty hands and the extremely simple environment, her voice filled with despair. "We have no anesthesia, no surgical tools, no disinfectants, and even clean water is scarce. How is this possible?" The atmosphere dropped to freezing point. The morale that had risen because of the food and water was harshly shattered by this cruel reality. Had they just barely escaped, only to watch their companion die? At that moment, Su Chan suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing across her pale face. "The box. The bronze treasure box we brought back. We haven't opened it." She pointed to the box that Wang Mang had been tightly holding, which was faintly glowing with a bronze hue. Wang Mang also reacted quickly, hurriedly placing the box on the ground. "Right. The treasure box. Maybe it has what we need." But as soon as the thought arose, reality poured cold water on it. What could the box possibly contain? There was a chance it could hold food or tools, but the probability of it containing a complete set of medical supplies exactly what they needed? That probability was as slim as finding a needle in a haystack. Just as a small spark had just ignited in everyone's hearts, only to be almost extinguished, in a moment of despair. "Tang Tang, what's going on with everyone? Why did everyone come back safe?" Momo looked at the heavy atmosphere and asked in confusion in her mind. "Uncle Lei's wound got infected, and if it's not treated, he will die." Tang Tang replied in her mind. Upon hearing Tang Tang's words, tears started to form in Momo's big eyes. "Tang Tang, Momo doesn't want uncle to die." In Momo's mind, the system's voice quickly echoed, "Momo. Momo. That bronze treasure chest, you can open it. This system can put the medical supplies we need inside." Momo's eyes instantly lit up. She remembered the last time when she opened the white treasure chest and found so many delicious things. Tang Tang was the best. Momo will open it. Momo will open it. The little one immediately raised her small hand, hopping and shouting, her face filled with "I can do it." Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on the small figure. Professor Joe's gaze moved slightly, recalling the unexpected gains from the white treasure chest last time, combined with Momo's unusually accurate hunch earlier. His vague guess seemed to become clearer. A gentle smile appeared on his face as he bent down to pick Momo up, walking towards the bronze chest. He said to the crowd, "All right, let our lucky star Momo open it. Who knows, maybe a miracle will really happen." Real world. China live broadcast room. Other countries. But here we go again? Really treating this little brat as a wishing machine? It was just a lucky streak once. If the bronze treasure chest can accurately produce surgical supplies, I'll eat my keyboard while doing a handstand on the live stream. Look at that wound, it's black like charcoal, he's just waiting to die. Nothing's going to help. Chinese people are always into this kind of superstition, it's so laughable. Waiting for a slap in the face. If something comes out, I'll write my name backwards. Chinese netizens. Shut up, foreign devils. Momo, go for it. Believe in metaphysics. Believe in Momo. Professor Joe has spoken, there must be a reason. So nervous. It has to work. Big Brother Lei must hold on. China Central Command Room. The Great Elder looked at the screen where Professor Joe was holding Momo, listening to her crisp Momo will open it, and the subtle touch in his heart surfaced once again. Once could be luck, but twice? Especially at such a critical moment. He said nothing, only his gaze grew deeper as he whispered to the secretary beside him, "Tell the analysis team to focus on recording every detail at the moment the treasure chest opens, especially Momo's actions and the list of items that come out. Also, all relevant information about Momo, including orphanage records, birth certificates, and all social connections, from this moment on, should be classified under the Dragon's Eye plan as top secret, with access rights upgraded to ultra secret." Yes. The order was silently and quickly carried out. The country's attention was now even more focused on the seemingly innocent 5-year-old child. Inside the shelter, under the gaze of people who were either hopeful, skeptical, or praying, Momo, held by Professor Zhou, stretched out her small hand and pressed it on the cold bronze chest lid. Contacting the bronze treasure chest. Items can be injected. Please choose. The system Tang Tang quickly prompted. I need to save Uncle. I need medicine. Momo urgently shouted in her mind. Understood. Based on the emergency medical supply list and the team's defense needs, injecting the following items. 40 energy points consumed. Injection successful. There was still a brief pause, and Momo forcefully opened the chest lid. Brilliant blue light faded, and the items inside the chest were clearly displayed in front of everyone. In the center, there was a set of shining stainless steel surgical instruments, including a sharp scalpel and a pair of tweezers. Next to them were 5 unopened vials of anesthetic. 5 rolls of white bandages and a large bag of sterile cotton. A 1-liter bottle of hydrogen peroxide. A box of fever medicine and a box of anti-inflammatory medicine. On the other side of the chest, there was even a well-crafted. The crossbow bolt shimmered with a metallic cold light, beside it were 20 sharp arrows. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened, looking incredulously at the things in the treasure chest, their breaths held tight. In the next second, immense joy and exclamations burst forth. Scalpel. Anesthesia. Bandages. Medicine. They're all here. All here. Dr. Chen's voice trembled with excitement as he grabbed the scalpel, holding it like a priceless treasure. Hydrogen peroxide. Great. We can disinfect. Nurse Chief Joe almost lunged to grab the hydrogen peroxide and cotton. Crossbow. We have ranged weapons now. Wang Meng and Su Chan looked at the crossbow in delight, which undoubtedly provided huge assurance for their upcoming survival. Momo. You really are our little lucky star. A life-saving lucky star. Zhao Chen cried with joy, tightly hugging Ruan Momo, who had just come down from Professor Zhou's arms. Professor Zhou watched the cheering crowd and then looked down at Ruan Momo, who was being praised and surrounded by everyone, feeling shy yet somewhat proud. A comforting and profound smile spread across his face. Once was a coincidence, twice, especially with such extreme precision in these coincidences, luck could no longer explain it. This child must have a huge secret yet unknown to them. Reality world. Huaxia live broadcast room. Huaxia public. Ah! It really came out. It really came out. A full set of medical supplies. And crossbow bolts. Momo, you are my god. Ha 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 ha. What about those foreigners who said to eat keyboards upside down and write their names backwards? Come out. Nation's fortune is here. Lucky star shining bright. Let's see who still dares say MOMO is a burden. Tears in my eyes. Brother Lejean is saved. Other countries. F***K. This is impossible. Definitely cheating. Conspiracy. This is definitely a conspiracy. We must protest. How can it be so coincidental? They must have some loophole. Damn it. What is wrong with that little girl? Mockery and pessimism were smashed to pieces before ironclad facts, turning into unbelievable gasps and jealous accusations. In the center of Huaxia, the elder looked at the screen where Dr. Chen and Nurse Zhou were urgently preparing for surgery on Lei Zhan, watching Ruan Momo surrounded by everyone, feeling convinced in his heart. He leaned back slowly in his chair, his eyes sharp like an eagle. Dragon Eye Plan, officially launched. Target, Ruan Momo allocate all resources to analyze everything about her, and ensure her survival in the trial. This is the current highest priority. He commanded in a deep voice. At the same time, the External Public Opinion Guidance Department can start acting, to deeply ingrain the concept of Lucky Star in people's hearts. Yes. Chapter 8, The Red Iron Beast. Dr. Chen and Nurse Chief Zhou, using the medical supplies provided by Ruan Momo, performed an emergency wound cleaning surgery on Lei Zhan under the tense gaze of everyone. The process needs no elaboration. In this crude environment, each cut tested the healer's skill and will. The anesthesia's effect was limited. Lei Zhan's clenched teeth and the bulging veins on his forehead silently expressed his agony. When the last piece of black and rotten flesh was cut away, and the hydrogen peroxide rinsed the wound with a sizzling sound, everyone held their breath. Suturing, bandaging, administering anti-inflammatory medicine. After a series of operations were completed, Dr. Chen was almost exhausted, and Nurse Zhou was dripping with sweat. Lei Zhan fell into a deep sleep from blood loss and pain, carefully lifted by everyone into the deeper part of the makeshift thatched hut that barely sheltered them from the wind. Once they settled the injured, the oppressive atmosphere did not dissipate. Professor Joey scanned the 4 explorers who had returned, finally focusing on Su Chan, who seemed to be in the best condition, and asked in a serious tone, Su Chan, what is the situation outside? What did you encounter? Su Chan took a deep breath. Despite her fatigue, her gaze remained sharp as she began to recount their experience outside. After we left the shelter, initially for safety, we conducted a circular exploration around the shelter. She drew a circle on the ground with her hand. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, besides the barren land and those twisted, strange plants, there is almost nothing, and we did not encounter any danger. But Captain Lei quickly pointed out that this wouldn't work. Su Chan's voice carried an agreement with Lei Zhan's judgment. The novice protection period is only 3 days, and we know nothing about the trial content. If we just circle around the periphery, once the 3 days are over, what will we have to defend against the monsters? This shelter. She glanced at the crowded, shabby grass hut and the narrow open space. It can't accommodate even 10 people, nor can it provide effective protection. Besides, we have nothing, and without a stable food source, starvation will kill us. She paused, her tone becoming heavier. Captain Lei said it's fine if we die, but behind us are billions of compatriots. We can't just seek safety, we must take risks to gather enough information and resources. So, we used the shelter as a landmark, roughly planned 4 directions east, south, west, and north, and chose to explore the east. Later, we were lucky. Based on discovered animal footprints and scattered scales, we found a patch of sand containing iron oxide elements. Mentioning iron oxide, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Su Chan's eyes, but was soon replaced by seriousness. Before we could carefully investigate, we were surrounded by 5 beasts that looked like lizards but were much more ferocious. At that moment, we felt cold with fear, thinking we were doomed. But surprisingly, they did not attack immediately, they just hissed threateningly and drove us out of that area. We found it strange, so we took the risk and observed from a distance for over an hour. Professor Zhou interjected, what did you discover? We found that those beasts, they don't eat meat. Su Chan said astonishingly. They dig into the soil containing iron oxide with their claws and directly swallow it. Occasionally, they also nibble on the roots and stems of strange plants. The attack on us was merely because we intruded into their dining hall. Food mining beasts? Professor Zhou pondered. We named it the Iron Beast. Su Chan continued, what's even more astonishing came later. After observing in that area for a long time, we tracked a solitary iron beast that was going to relieve itself and found that its excrement actually contained higher purity iron oxide particles. What? Professor Zhou was genuinely surprised this time. They consume low-grade or and excrete high-grade? This is a form of biological purification? Indeed. Su Chan affirmed, we realized this could be an important resource. But at that time, we lacked tools and could not safely retrieve it. Captain Lei made a decisive decision to kill the solitary iron beast. Her tone carried a subtle tremor. The process was difficult. The iron beast's skin was quite tough. After killing it, a bronze chest formed on its corpse. Because we discovered a resource point and had been out for a while, Captain Lei suggested we first take the chest and iron beast back to the shelter before discussing the next arrangements. On the way back, we sensed something was wrong. What had appeared to be very far away, still and grey fog, began to spread towards the shelter at a rapid pace. Captain Lei immediately ordered everyone to speed back, taking the chest and the iron beast's corpse. Su Chan's voice grew somber, the fog thickened, visibility dropped sharply. Luckily we marked our way with stones and plants, or we would have lost our direction. Just when we thought we could safely return, that hyena-like monster appeared. She described the monster's terrifying appearance and speed. It should have been attracted by the iron beast's corpse. We were no match for it. In order to protect us, Captain Lei was. She glanced at the grass hut, unable to continue. In a critical moment, I told Wang Meng, who was carrying the iron beast's corpse, to throw the body at the hyena. The monster was indeed attracted, stopping to gnaw, allowing us to pull away. But we didn't expect it to eat so quickly. By the time we reached the shelter, it caught up again. The rest is known to everyone. After Su Chan finished her tale, there was a heavy silence in the shelter. The hardships of exploration, the marvel of the red iron beast, the strangeness of the mist, the danger posed by hyenas. The amount of information was immense, leaving those who stayed behind feeling downcast. Fortunately, Su Chan added as her gaze fell on Ruan Momo, filled with a hint of lingering fear and relief, the treasure chest was not opened early. Otherwise, in that situation, no one would know what would come out or if it could even be useful. Mo. She paused, sincerely saying, "You are indeed our little lucky star." Upon hearing this, Professor Zhou's eyes flashed with understanding and contemplation, yet his face remained gentle and approving as he patted Ruan Momo's small head, affirming, "Yes, Momo is our little lucky star from China." After a while, Su Chan's voice carried an imperceptible weariness. "Professor Zhou, the Lei team's not going out again anytime soon. What should we do next?" The grey mist outside. We completely don't understand its nature and patterns. Is it temporary, or will it continue or worsen? The available food, even if everyone eats only half a piece of compressed bread a day, can last at most 2 days. What's more troublesome is that with 5 bottles of water, divided among 10 people, we can barely last 2 days. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the faces of the worried crowd, finally settling on Professor Zhou. "We must quickly find a stable water source and food supply, otherwise." She did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Otherwise, lacking food and water would destroy them before the monsters could even attack. Professor Zhou did not answer immediately. He slowly walked to the fence, his gaze penetrating the gaps between the wooden stakes, looking out at the increasingly thick grey mist that seemed to engulf the entire world. That mist seemed alive, rolling and spreading silently, cutting off vision and hope. The shelter fell into silence, leaving only the heavy and painful breaths of Lei Zhan and the straw shed, along with the suppressed heartbeat of the others. Time passed slowly, the oppressive atmosphere made it nearly hard to breathe. After a long pause, Professor Zhou finally turned around. In the dim light, his face showed little panic, only the tranquility and decisiveness belonging to a scholar after deep thought. "Wait." He uttered a single word, and amidst the confused gazes of others, he continued, "But not to sit and wait passively. First, wait until Lei Zhan's injury stabilizes, wait for the strange grey mist to dissipate, or at least wait until we can see the outside situation clearly. Blindly charging into the unknown thick mist is no different from seeking death. Second, make full use of this time." His gaze sharpened. "Su Chan, Wang Meng, after you rest and recover your strength, draw out in detail the routes you explored, the location of the red iron ore, and the places where you encountered the red iron beast and hyenas. The more detailed, the better. Brother Zhanhai, please take Nurse Zhou and meticulously check the shelter again for any overlooked details or possibilities for further reinforcement. Teacher Zhao, you are responsible for taking good care of Momo and paying attention to the situation with the Lei team. Dr. Chen, I entrust you with the health conditions of the injured and everyone else. Li Ming, you and I will sort out all the information we currently have, including system prompts, attribute panels, treasure chest rules, and monster characteristics, and try to identify any patterns." He scanned the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. "Panic solves nothing. What we need to do now is conserve our strength, digest the information, and formulate a plan. The mist will eventually lift, and the day will break. When the time comes, we must be fully prepared to seize that slim chance of survival." His orderly arrangements activated everyone's roles, as if injecting a backbone into the confused team. Although the road ahead is still shrouded in fog, at least they know what they should do at this moment. Su Chan looked at Professor Zhou, her tense expression slightly relaxed, and nodded. "I understand, Professor." In desperate situations, a calm mind is far more important than blind courage. And next, they will engage in a silent game with time and the unknown in this shelter covered by grey mist. Chapter 9, Main Quest begins. Fatigue washed over her like a tide, and in Zhao Qian's gentle humming and comforting embrace, Ruan Momo clutched the corner of her clothes and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, her consciousness did not completely fade, instead, it was gently drawn into a marvelous space. There was no dim sky, no cracked land, and no cold fences here. Surrounding her was a warm, soft white light, and the ground beneath her feet felt as soft as clouds. Momo. A voice that had an electronic synthesizer feel, yet was incredibly soft and cute, rang out. Ruan Momo curiously turned her head and saw a fluffy pink-white ball floating in front of her. The round ball had shiny little bead-like eyes and a tiny mouth that looked like it was drawn with a pen, so cute that it made her heart melt. Candy? Momo tilted her little head and tentatively called out. She remembered this voice. It's me. It's me. The fluffy pink ball system Candy joyfully flew around Momo, its bead-like eyes curved into crescent moons. This is my system space. Momo looked at the fluffy Candy, which seemed so fun to squeeze, and her big eyes instantly filled with affection. She exclaimed wow, and pounced over, hugging Candy tightly to her chest, burying her little face in the soft fur and rubbing against it. Candy. So soft. So fragrant. So cute. Wah. Host, don't rub. It tickles. Ha ha ha, be serious. We need to be serious. Candy struggled in her arms, its electronic voice wavering, and it barely managed to escape, floating a bit farther away, trying hard to look serious, but unfortunately, its round shape was not very intimidating. Momo, you need to start your main quest now. Candy cleared its non-existent throat and declared. Main quest? Momo blinked in confusion. Wasn't hugging and kissing a quest before? Those aren't even side quests. At most, they are just daily interaction little Easter eggs. Candy flapped its small mouth. The main quest will determine what kind of person you will become in the future. It is the grand blueprint. It is the direction of life. Momo was even more confused, her little face filled with baby doesn't understand. Become what kind of person? Momo doesn't know Momo is still a baby. She stretched out 5 little fingers to show she was really too small. Above Candy's bead-like eyes, 3 black lines seemed to appear, and it wiped the non-existent sweat in frustration. It knew it would be like this. Looks like I need to start your enlightenment education first. Candy said, as the white light in the system space gathered and formed a huge light screen. The light screen began to play images. There were doctors in white coats, focused on performing surgery under the shadowless lamp, pulling patients back from the brink of death. There were teachers standing at the podium, writing knowledge with chalk, as the children's eyes sparkled like stars below. There were researchers in lab coats wearing protective gear, facing precision instruments, exploring the mysteries of the universe. On the stage, singers sang passionately, actors expressed joys and sorrows, and dancers twirled gracefully. Vivid images and exciting life snippets unfolded before Momo like a scroll. Momo watched intently, her little mouth slightly open. She felt these people were incredible, capable of doing so many amazing things. After a long time the images ended, and the light screen dissipated. Momo, do you have a person you want to become now? Candy asked hopefully. Momo nodded her little head vigorously. The eyes sparkled with pure longing. Momo wants to become an all-powerful person. Just like them, able to do anything. Tang tang. It confirmed again, host Ruan Momo, are you sure your main goal is to become an all-powerful person? Momo did not hesitate, her small face full of certainty. Momo wants to become super amazing. To help uncles and aunts fight the bad monster. To save Uncle Leijean. To find lots and lots of food. To do everything. Well, okay. Tang Tang seemed to accept this grand and absurd goal, data streams flashing rapidly in its bean-shaped eyes, based on the host's will, generating main task. Main task activated, all-knowing 1, long-term. Task description, the host will aim to learn and master various knowledge, skills, and abilities across the realms, gradually stepping into omniscience and omnipotence. Stage 1 task opened. 1. Knowledge enlightenment, literacy, 0/1000. 2. Physical foundation, persist in basic physical training, 0/30 days. More tasks will unlock as the host grows. Ding detected that Blue Star is currently in a special state, Star Alliance trial ground, the host is in a special event, system reward and punishment mechanism temporarily changed. Ding detected that the host is in a full domain live broadcast state, new energy point acquisition channels added. In addition to completing tasks to obtain basic energy points, during the live broadcast, recognition value and like value generated by audiences will be automatically collected. Recognition/like value 100:1 ratio can be exchanged for energy points. Please actively perform, strive for more recognition and likes. Main task confirmed, randomly generating initial reward. Drawing successful. Congratulations host for obtaining ability innate divine strength, basic. Effect, the host can easily lift 200 pounds with one arm, greatly enhancing basic physical quality. Strength can continue to grow with age and training. Note, this ability has subtly transformed the host's body, avoiding any awkwardness. A series of prompt sounds rang in Momo's mind, the immense amount of information making her little head feel overwhelmed. Tang Tang? To be all-powerful, do I need to know characters? She only grasped literacy, a point she could somewhat understand. Yes, knowledge is the foundation of power. Tang Tang answered seriously, but its voice started to become a bit intermittent. Host, the system needs to enter a short sleep for upgrades due to the establishment of the main line and update of rules, expected to finish in 3 hours. As soon as the words fell, the pink and white furball Tang Tang, its bean eyes lost their sparkle, as if it had lost power, silently floating in the air, no longer moving. Tang Tang? Momo reached out her small hand and gently touched it. Did Tang Tang fall asleep? Seeing Tang Tang unresponsive, Momo carefully cradled the soft furball back into her arms, like holding her most cherished doll. She pressed her face against Tang Tang's soft fur, feeling that sense of security, murmuring softly, Tang Tang is sleeping. Momo is also sleeping. In this warm and magical system space, holding her system, 5-year-old little Momo, who had just established the grand goal of becoming all-powerful, curled up and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 10, Grey Mist Swirling. Professor Zhou's arrangement had just been finalized, and before he could rest, the changes outside made everyone's hearts race again. The grey mist no longer spread slowly, but surged in like a tide, almost in the blink of an eye, completely swallowing the entire shelter. Beyond the fences, chaos, visibility dropped to less than 1 meter, as if the whole world was filled with this thick grey goo. Even the light inside the shelter dimmed instantly, the yellowish daylight completely cut off, leaving only a suffocating, oppressive grey darkness as if dusk had arrived early. Continuous experiences the terror of teleportation, the bewilderment of arrival, the crisis of exploration, Uncle Lei Zhan's serious injury, the miracle of the treasure box had long exhausted most people's spirits. The 4 members of the exploration team were even more drained of their strength and will. At this moment, relaxed, his face was filled with an unmistakable fatigue. Professor Zhou looked at everyone's pale and haggard faces, knowing that they could no longer hold on. Comrades of the exploration team, hurry and take the time to rest, recovering energy is the most important. The rest of you should also try to rest. Professor Zhou's voice sounded particularly steady in the gray air. Although the system indicates a 3-day safety period, this gray fog is strange, and we cannot fully rely on the so-called probability for our safety. I propose that during the rest period, someone must take turns to stand guard, just in case. At the same time, we need to record the patterns of this gray fog and when it will dissipate. Professor Zhou took out the antique pocket watch that still bravely ticked, glancing at it under the faint light. We were transported here at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon, Blue Star time. The exploration team has been out for about 6.5 hours and will return close to 9 in the evening. It is now 10:15, and the gray fog completely blankets us. After a brief hesitation, Professor Zhou continued to arrange. I will stand guard for 3 hours until 1:15 in the morning. Then Zhang Hai will take over for 3 hours. After that, Teacher Zhao Qian will take over. If Zhao Teacher's shift ends and the gray fog has not dissipated, wake me up. Does anyone have any objections? Everyone shook their heads, having no objections to this arrangement. The tense nerves relaxed slightly, and sleepiness surged like a tide. Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming almost instantly fell into a deep sleep against the fence or the straw shed wall as soon as they were given permission. Chen Jing, Zhao Qian, and others also curled up in relatively dry spots, closing their eyes to rest. The shelter fell into a brief silence, only the heavy breathing sounds and the occasional weak groan from Lei Zhan in the depths of the straw shed due to pain remained. However, this silence did not last long. Just as Professor Zhou found a spot by the door to sit down and began to record the time on the pocket watch and the changes in the environment, that cold, emotionless mechanical voice, like a funeral bell, once again resounded in the minds of all the representatives. Announcement: 3 representatives from beautiful country have died. Announcement: 2 representatives from cherry blossom country have died. Announcement: 2 representatives from stick country have died. Followed by sporadic reports of 1 death from several other countries. As the voice fell, the shelter was dead silent. Everyone who was asleep or awake suddenly opened their eyes at this moment, their pupils revealing an unmistakable horror and chill. Dead? This was only the first day. Wasn't it said there was a 3-day safety period? Beautiful country, a nation regarded as powerful, with former Navy SEALs among its representatives, had suddenly lost 3 people? In the real world, the internet exploded in an instant. The live broadcasts from the countries that had lost representatives were flooded with desperate wails, incredulous cries, and frenzied curses against their own representatives, the Star Alliance, and even against the survivors. A massive panic spread like a plague. Soon, a portion of emotionally unstable foreign netizens, like finding a release valve, frantically flooded into the still full-staffed Huaxia live broadcast room, attacking and cursing with various foul words. Why hasn't a single one of you Huaxia died? Cheating! It must be cheating! You yellow-skinned monkeys should all die! Faced with this sudden online violence, Huaxia netizens, after a brief moment of shock, instantly burst forth with astonishing cohesion and counterattacked. Oh, your own fence wasn't secured, and you blame the neighbors for being too peaceful? As the Analects say, I examine myself 3 times a day. I suggest your country look for reasons within. We should not speak about supernatural forces, but I see that you all have a deep mastery of barbarian essence with your flowery language. Truly, summer insects cannot discuss ice. Do you understand the importance of unity and cooperation? Quoting classics and alluding to deeper meanings, cursing without using filthy words, yet each word struck to the heart. They left those foreign netizens who rushed in feeling dizzy. Those who understood were furious, and those who did not could still feel the strong sarcasm from the elegant arrangement of Chinese characters. The defense line completely collapsed. More detailed information gradually leaked from various live streams, gathering at the center of Huaxia, and slowly became known to the ordinary public. It turned out that all the representatives who died during this safe period had, without exception, failed to return to their shelters in time when the gray mist suddenly accelerated its spread. Either they lost all sense of direction in the thick fog, or they were dragged away and torn apart by terrifying beasts that appeared quietly in the mist, seemingly unaffected by it. On the wasteland, all the surviving representatives, whether in the makeshift shelters or those who miraculously escaped back before the gray mist enveloped them, had their gazes completely changed when they heard the cold death broadcast and then looked outside at the surging, all-consuming gray mist. Fear, regret, relief, a mix of emotions intertwined. No one dared to underestimate this so-called safe period any longer. A rule written in blood was deeply imprinted in every representative's heart: the gray mist is a death zone. Even during the safe period, one must avoid exploring the gray mist. Professor Joe took a deep breath of the damp, decaying air, and the hands of the pocket watch felt unusually heavy. He looked out at the boundless grayness, his expression extremely serious. These 3 days might be longer and more difficult than they had imagined. The injury to Lei Zhan, the interruption of their exploration, and the shortage of food had all become even more pressing due to this sudden death announcement. The 10 people from Huaxia faced their first perilous night on this island shrouded in gray mist. Chapter 11: The Gray Mist Lifts. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence. Professor Joe held on through 3 hours of guard duty, and when he handed the pocket watch to Zhang Hai, the gray mist outside still loomed heavily, like a frozen gray abyss. Zhang Hai took the pocket watch and a crude stone spear, sitting by the door, his ears on alert to catch any unusual movements in the fog. Zhao Qian had hardly slept, her mind occupied with the guard duty. She woke up as Zhang Hai's watch neared its end and walked to the door to prepare for the handover. At that moment, a woo! A deep, rage-filled beast roar suddenly came from deep within the gray mist, seemingly not far away. This roar was like a signal. Immediately after, several other beast roars, sharp and hoarse, filled with aggression, responded in succession, all carrying evident hostility. The sounds grew closer, as if just dozens of meters outside the shelter. Following that were the chilling sounds of tearing, heavy impacts, and dull sounds of flesh being cut. Clearly not just one but multiple beasts were engaged in fierce battles in the thick fog. Not good. Zhang Hai and Zhao Qian's expressions changed drastically, forgetting about the handover. Quick! Everyone wake up! There's movement outside. Zhang Hai lowered his voice but spoke with an undeniable urgency, immediately going to wake the sleeping Su Chan, Wang Meng, and others. Zhao Qian hurried to wake Zhen Fan, Zhou Lan, and the others. Although the system had stated that during the 3-day safe period, the probability of the shelter being attacked was extremely low did not mean absolutely none. In case those bloodthirsty beasts outside broke through the barrier during the fight or the victor found their soft spot, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the face of danger, no one dared to gamble on that slight probability. The shelter was instantly filled with commotion. Everyone was awakened, nervously grabbing their nearby weapons, whether stone spears or sharp sticks, hearts racing, holding their breath. They listened intently to the increasingly fierce sounds of fighting outside. Ruan Momo was also awakened by this sudden chaos. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, her little face still displaying confusion, and instinctively called out in her mind, "Tang Tang?" Nearby, Nurse Zhou Lan heard this and Professor Zhou heard this seemingly nonsensical yet extraordinarily confident statement from Ruan Momo. He raised an eyebrow, curious about her sudden excitement. "What do you mean by many shining boxes?" he asked gently. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, her little face filled with determination. "I saw it on the map. There are 6 treasure chests waiting for us." Professor Zhou exchanged glances with Zhang Hai, both feeling a spark of hope in the midst of the dire situation. "Treasure chests? Are you sure?" Zhang Hai asked, trying to keep his tone light. "Yes." Ruan Momo exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "But we have to be safe first. The fog is just cleared, and we still don't know what dangers lie ahead," Professor Zhou reasoned. "I promise, I checked. There are no big monsters around." Ruan Momo insisted, her tiny fists clenched at her sides. Both adults considered her words seriously, realizing that her newfound ability might actually lead them to hope. "All right, if you're sure, we need to approach this carefully," Professor Zhou said, his voice steady. "Let's gather everyone and prepare to move." Zhang Hai added, feeling the weight of Ruan Momo's belief strengthen his own courage. Ruan Momo felt a rush of excitement as she watched the adults rally together, her heart pounding with anticipation. She was ready to lead them to the treasure, convinced that it would bring joy and hope to everyone. Little footsteps following her lead, she whispered to herself, "We can find it. We can all be happy again." The world outside awaited, filled with the promise of adventure and the glimmering light of treasure. His heart suddenly jumped. He crouched down, looking at Momo's pure big eyes, and spoke in a volume that only the two could hear, with a hint of barely noticeable testing, softly asking, "Momo, did you tell Grandpa Zhou that outside, those fighting monsters, have they really all gone? Is it certain that the area is safe?" Ruan Momo nodded her little head vigorously, mimicking Professor Zhou, cupping her small hands around her mouth, and whispered, They all left. Sugar. Momo knows, within 500 meters, there are no monsters. She almost let it slip and quickly covered her little mouth, her big eyes rolling. Within 500 meters? Professor Zhou felt a huge shock in his heart, but his face remained calm, only a flicker of understanding and indescribable shock passed through his eyes. Being able to accurately detect the range, having autonomous intelligence, able to communicate, make safety judgments, and tamper with treasure chests while avoiding Star Alliance monitoring. Combined with Momo's previous series of unreasonable luck, a concept widely circulated among young people suddenly jumped into his mind: a system. Moreover, it seemed like a system that was at a level higher than the Star Alliance, which currently appeared to have goodwill towards Momo and even their team. Ahem. Professor Zhou lightly cleared his throat, suppressing the waves in his heart. He had a granddaughter who was obsessed with online novels, so she was somewhat familiar with these settings. It was just, being chosen to come here, he didn't know if they could survive and return to Blue Star, worrying even at such an old age. Sigh. The gaze he cast towards Momo contained more complex feelings that were hard to describe and a glimmer of faint hope. Real-world Chinese live broadcast room. Professor Zhou is so gentle, he even crouches down to whisper to Momo. He must be comforting the frightened little treasure, that beast roar was too scary. Did Momo say something? Professor Zhou looks so serious. It must be that the child was scared, the professor is comforting her, this scene is so loving. However, amidst the peaceful scene, a hint of discord arose. Put. What is this old man doing? Comforting a child? Outside, the alien beasts are fighting, and they are not thinking about checking or reinforcing defenses, but are in the mood to play house? Really laughable. Is this the decision-making of China? Relying on a 5-year-old child's intuition? They seem to be close to extinction. Wasting time. With the precious safe period, they are not busy collecting supplies but are playing games with a little kid? Is their brain stuck in the door? It seems they are really out of ideas, starting to do some metaphysical superstition? Relying on a baby to show them the way? Ha ha ha. Disband, there's nothing to see. They are digging their own graves, we just wait for their extinction. These sarcastic and contemptuous comments try to disturb the mindset of the Chinese audience and create anxiety. However, the reaction of Chinese netizens once again made them experience the gap in culture and stable mindset. What's the rush? As the art of war says, plan carefully before you act. It's better to understand the situation before taking action than to be like some headless flies that end up losing their lives. Oh, now they are getting anxious for us? What a worrier. Instead of worrying, they should care about how many representatives are left on their side. How would a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? Our Professor Zhou has deep foresight, how can you all comprehend? Calm down, don't overreact. Follow the lucky star Momo, there will be bread and candy. You can just stay jealous. I remember someone just said that if medical supplies are opened, what was it again? Does it hurt? Now not only have we opened it, but perhaps we will also find more treasure chests, aren't you mad? Hee hee. These responses, which quoted classics, lightly teased, or directly pointed out flaws, accurately hit back, making those foreign netizens trying to mess with the mindset feel like they had hit soft cotton, and instead, they were quite choked, with their mindset somewhat exploding. The online verbal sparring had no effect on the decisions in the wasteland. Professor Zhou stood up, his expression had already returned to calm. He told Suchan, Wang Meng, and others, Momo said the outside is safe now, and it seems there are some discoveries. I plan to take a few people and follow Momo to explore the direction she mentioned. Suchan, Wang Meng, you come with me. Zhang Hai, you and Dr. Chen stay behind to take care of Lei Zhan and the others. Suchan frowned slightly at his words, glancing at the small Ruan Momo with concern. Professor, the outside has just experienced a beast swarm slaughter, and the situation is unclear. Is it really too dangerous to let Momo go with us? It would be safer for her to stay in the shelter. Professor Zhou shook his head, his gaze profound. Suchan, you must understand that since Momo has been chosen to come here, she cannot hide under our shelter forever. She must learn to adapt to this environment and gain the ability to protect herself and even assist the team as soon as possible. Overprotecting her may instead harm her in a critical situation. His words were reasonable, and Su Chan fell silent for a moment before nodding. She looked at Ruan Momo, who was tilting her small face upward, her eyes filled with a mix of anticipation and slight nervousness, and her heart softened. Yes, this child seems always to have luck in turning danger into safety, a little lucky star. I understand, Professor. Su Chan tightened her grip on the crossbow. I will protect her and you. So, after simple preparations, Su Chan led the way with the crossbow, Wang Meng held a reinforced stone spear at the rear, and Professor Zhou held Ruan Momo's small hand, walking in the middle. The four of them cautiously stepped out of the fence and ventured toward the direction where the beast roars had been the fiercest. The ground beneath their feet was still cracked, and the air was filled with a thick, nauseating smell of blood and some corrosive odor. The further they walked, the more shocking the evidence became. Scattered dark purple scales, broken bone blades with barbs, and pools of strange-colored, not yet fully congealed viscous blood all signified the brutality of the recent battle. Watch your step, Su Chan whispered, vigilantly observing their surroundings. After walking dozens of meters and bypassing several massive weathered rocks, the sight ahead made even the well-versed Su Chan and the battle-hardened Wang Meng gasp in awe. In a relatively open area, the remains of various alien beasts were scattered, some torn to shreds, while others bore enormous bite marks and puncture wounds. Dark blood had almost soaked this land. These alien beasts varied in shape but were all terrifying, completely different from the red iron beasts and hyena monsters they had encountered before. And in the center of this bloody battlefield, 6 bronze treasure chests, emitting a soft bronze glow, lay quietly, like mysterious gifts left after a feast of death. They were intact, forming a sharp and eerie contrast with the scattered limbs and severed bodies around them. 6 bronze treasure chests? Wang Meng's eyes widened, his voice trembling with excitement. Su Chan also took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in her heart as she looked at Ruan Momo, who was being led by Professor Zhou, her gaze complex. This child not only knew the location but was also clear about the quantity? Professor Zhou tightly grasped Momo's small hand, his speculation further confirmed. He looked around, ensuring there was no danger before speaking solemnly. Don't delay, gather the treasure chests quickly and return to the shelter. Ruan Momo looked at the 6 shiny boxes, her big eyes crescent-shaped, and silently said to Tang Tang in her heart, Tang Tang, look. There really are so many treasure chests. Aha, Momo is really awesome. Tang Tang's electronic voice carried a hint of excitement. Now, as long as you have enough energy points, we will have more room for action. Chapter 13, Upgrade Scroll. Not having the time to carefully study the various remains of the alien beasts, Professor Zhou made a quick decision. Wang Meng, prioritize moving the treasure chests. Su Chan, you and I will investigate these remains. Which parts look rather tough? Perhaps they can be made into weapons or tools. Try to take some away. Move quickly, this place is not suitable for staying long. Then Professor Zhou seemed to remember something and reminded Momo, observe your surroundings. If you see any animals coming, tell Grandpa Zhou. Momo will watch closely. Momo nodded vigorously, then looked around with a serious expression. Tang Tang, I can't see well, can you help me look at the map? Momo called for help from the system Tang Tang in her mind. Don't worry, Momo. You can count on me. Tang Tang said as she jumped and patted her chest. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Fortunately, the treasure chest was not very large, nor heavy, only 20 cm x 20 cm in size. Wang Meng used the grass vines Zhou Lan gave him to weave a net and carried 6 treasure chests on his shoulder. Su Chan and Professor Zhou quickly rummaged through the wreckage, selecting several of the toughest-looking curved horns, a few heavy scales, and several hard parts suspected to be leg bones. The group returned to the shelter with their heavy haul, moving faster than they came. When the fence gate closed behind them, the few people left were astonished to see the 6 bronze-gloss treasure chests neatly arranged on the ground, not noticing the exotic beast remains that Professor Zhou and Su Chan had brought back. 6 of them? My God! Dr. Chen Fong pushed his glasses up, his face filled with disbelief. Did you bring all of this back from that battlefield? Zhao Qian covered her mouth. Even the calm Zhang Hai was filled with shock as he looked at the treasure chests. After a brief moment of astonishment, an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation spread throughout the shelter. 6 bronze treasure chests. This represented a huge hope for survival. Soon, the focus shifted to how to open these treasure chests. The young people, Li Ming, Su Chan, Zhao Qian, Zhou Lan, all had gleams of desire in their eyes. After all, opening unknown treasure chests carried a strong temptation, especially since it was related to everyone's fate. But they also understood the precious and uncertain nature of resources, and no one dared to speak easily, fearing their luck would be bad, leading to unsatisfactory results that might lower their survival chances. Professor Zhou took in everyone's expressions and smiled gently, saying softly, there are 6 treasure chests, brought back through everyone's hard work. How about this? Let's leave one for our lucky star Momo to open, and the other 5, Li Ming, Suchan, Zhao Qian, Zhou Lan, and Wang Meng, you 5 can each open one. Let's see how everyone's luck is. His suggestion took into account the expectations of the young people and seemed fair and reasonable. Reality World China Live Room. Professor Zhou's arrangement is quite fair. I think it's better to have Momo open them all. She is simply the queen of luck, unbeatable. Upstairs +1, let Momo open the boxes, guaranteed quality. But we can't rely on Momo for everything, right? What if we need to act separately in the future? Someone has to experience the opening process to understand the differences between people opening chests. Exactly, more open flowers, maybe we can get more diverse resources. Support Professor Zhou. Wise and experienced. However, the comments from those foreign trolls in the live room were quite sour. Just got lucky picking up a box, open it, hope they're all empty. At this moment, amidst the surging comments in the Chinese live room, they didn't even make a small splash, instantly drowned by words of get some good luck, hope for good stuff, lucky hands. Yet, no one knew that at this moment, Ruan Momo, who was specifically taken care of by Professor Zhou and assigned only one treasure chest, secretly sighed in relief. Just now, while everyone was moving the treasure chests, she was excitedly discussing in her mind with Tang Tang about what good things to put in each box. Tang Tang, this box puts meat. That box puts vegetables. And there must be sweet water. Okay, host. Calculating the required energy points. Hold on, host, you currently have only 30 energy points. Is 30 points not enough? Momo's little face instantly fell. She counted on her fingers, 6 boxes. Momo only has 30 points. Will it be that the things opened will be very few? She worried about disappointing everyone, her little brows furrowing. Professor Zhou, who had been secretly watching her, keenly caught her moment of hesitation and slight frown. Although he did not know the specific reason, Professor Zhou immediately thought of the system that might exist on Momo, and the risks that any extraordinary behavior might bring. Would frequently and irrationally obtaining resources raise the vigilance of the Star Alliance? Would it burden or backlash on Momo herself? Thoughts racing in his mind, Professor Zhou's face remained calm. He clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Alright, since the treasure boxes are distributed, let's not delay. Li Ming, you all start first. Momo's box, let's leave it to the end for our little lucky star to take the final stage. He cleverly moved Momo's opening order to the back, avoiding any potential awkwardness of comparison, while also giving himself more time to observe and think. Hearing she would go last, Ruan Momo felt even more relaxed and nodded vigorously. Momo opens last. The order for opening the boxes was thus decided. Li Ming, Suchan, Zhao Qian, Zhou Lan, and Wang Meng stood in front of a bronze treasure chest, their hearts filled with excitement and anxiety. All eyes in the shelter, including countless viewers in the real world, focused on them and those 5 treasure chests about to be opened. Li Ming took a deep breath. As the first person to open a box, he was so nervous that he felt sweat on his palms. He reached out his slightly trembling hand and pressed it against the cold bronze lid, silently chanting, "Bring out good things," and then lifted it forcefully. At the moment the lid opened, a soft blue light flashed by, revealing a scroll that emitted a faint glow, neither paper nor silk. Item obtained, Shelter Upgrade Scroll, Bronze, X1. A mechanical prompt echoed in Li Ming's mind, and he instinctively read it out loud, Shelter. Upgrade Scroll? Upgrade Scroll? Everyone was momentarily stunned and curiously gathered around. Li Ming picked up the warm scroll and unfurled it. Clear text and patterns appeared on the scroll, and the information directly entered his mind. He therefore interpreted it for everyone. This scroll provides 3 upgrade directions. First, Basic Upgrade. Directly use the scroll to instantly upgrade the current temporary shelter to a level 2 stonewood mixed shelter, featuring stronger walls and roofs, with significantly improved defense. This is the quickest way. Second, Material Upgrade. If enough timber, 0/100 units, and/or 0/50 units, are provided when using the scroll, the shelter can be upgraded to a level 3 solid stone fortress, possessing stronger defensive capabilities and larger internal space. Third, Rare Upgrade. On the premise of meeting the second material requirement, if additional rare attribute materials, 0/1, any type is acceptable but will affect final attributes, can be added, there is a chance to create a rare shelter with special attributes. The scroll notes, there is a low chance to trigger the creation of a portable miniature shelter. With Li Ming's interpretation, a gasp of astonishment filled the shelter. Not only a simple upgrade but also a chance to obtain a shelter with attributes, or even a portable one? This undoubtedly provided unimaginable convenience and security for future survival and exploration. Or, is the red iron or we discovered usable? Su Chan immediately thought of their previous find. Rare attribute materials, what could they be? The crystal cores of those exotic beasts? Or special plants? Professor Zhou stroked his chin, lost in thought. To carry with us, doesn't that mean we won't be fixed here anymore and can safely explore further? Wang Meng said excitedly. The scroll that Li Ming opened, though not immediately usable for food or weapons, contained potential and strategic value far beyond ordinary supplies. It directly pointed out an important direction for the team to collect resources, and filled everyone with more expectations and plans for the future of the shelter. The start of this first treasure chest brought a huge surprise. Chapter 14, Unable to Contact. In China, Central Strategic Command Center. A huge circular screen was divided into dozens of sections, with the most prominent being the real-time images of the 10 representatives in the wilderness shelter. When Li Ming opened the first bronze treasure chest and interpreted the shelter upgrade scroll, especially the third type of rare upgrade path and the potential creation of a portable shelter, a general with a star on his shoulder and a resolute face suddenly stood up from his seat in the command room. Bang! The chair leg scraped against the floor, making a sharp sound that was particularly jarring in the quiet command room. All the high-ranking officials instantly focused their eyes on him. The general also realized he had lost his composure, and somewhat awkwardly sat back down, coughing lightly to cover it up, but the spark of excitement in his eyes was hard to suppress. He took a deep breath, pointed at the screen, and said with undeniable certainty. Ladies and gentlemen. If our representatives can really complete this third upgrade and obtain a mobile shelter, then their survival rate in this trial could be increased to over 70%. His words drew everyone's attention. The elder nodded slightly, signaling him to continue. The general organized his thoughts and analyzed clearly. Based on all the information we have gathered from live broadcasts worldwide so far, the main threats in this desolate wilderness trial come from two aspects: the exotic beasts and the gray mist. The specific impact of the gray mist is not completely clear, but it can be confirmed that there are currently no cases of death directly caused by the mist itself. Those representatives who died in the mist were all killed by animals moving within it. We can initially judge that the gray mist behaves more like an amplifier or obscuring field. It may greatly increase the chances of being discovered by exotic beasts within it or confuse perception and lead to getting lost. The key lies in the trial structure. 7 days, 3 days of protection, and 4 days facing crisis. This 3-day protection period is a golden window for all representatives to build strength and upgrade the shelter. Once the protection period ends, it is predictable that the attacks from the beasts will become frequent and fierce. The general's finger moved over the virtual sand table, sketching out the topography around the shelter where the Chinese representatives were located. Now let's look at our representatives' current situation. Their shelter is located in a relatively flat open area, lacking natural barriers. Once the protection period ends, facing attacks from exotic beasts from all directions, relying solely on 10 people, the defensive pressure will be immense, and it will be nearly impossible to hold on. He paused, his tone becoming heavier. Moreover, there is a fatal hidden danger with a fixed shelter: aggression targeting. You must know, during the protection period, when the exploration team goes out, they are bound to encounter or even provoke some exotic beasts. If they track the exploration team and find the target hiding in a solid shell, what will they do? Once or twice they might give up, but after multiple times? This fixed coordinate could easily be marked by powerful exotic beasts as a hunting ground or protester den. The consequence is that, as time goes on, the number of exotic beasts gathering around the shelter might increase. The stronger we become. Our people might even be completely trapped inside during the protection period, making it incredibly difficult to explore outside. The command room fell silent, everyone stunned by the general's in-depth analysis. This was not an alarmist warning, but a horrifying yet likely realistic deduction based on existing intelligence about the future situation. However, the general shifted his tone, a gleam reigniting in his eyes. If we can obtain a mobile shelter, everything will be completely different. This means our representatives will have unparalleled strategic mobility. They can boldly explore further during the protection period, searching for safer, more defensible terrain like caves, canyons, or high ground near water sources that is easy to defend. Once found, they can immediately move home there. Advance to attack, retreat to defend. If we can't fight, we can still run. This not only greatly avoids the hatred accumulation risk brought by fixed shelters but also allows us to actively choose the battlegrounds and environments that favor us. This is the confidence that raises our survival probability to over 70%. The analysis is very thorough, another high-ranking officer responsible for intelligence integration praised. What the general said is correct. Fixed bases in this environment are indeed a double-edged sword. Mobility is the true way to survive. The elder listened quietly, his gaze deep. He turned to a nearby officer responsible for technical liaison and asked in a deep voice, "Currently, do we have any progress in communicating with the representatives in the trial ground?" The officer shook his head helplessly and replied firmly, "No breakthroughs. All attempts to establish contact have been completely cut off or interfered with. We cannot send any information or strategies to them." The atmosphere became heavy again. No matter how clever the plans, it is hopeless if they cannot be delivered. Moreover, time waits for no one. 1 day of the 3-day protection period has passed, leaving only 2 days. In this short time, the representatives need to find enough wood, stones, and that elusive rare attribute material. The hope is incredibly slim. Real-world China live room. Unlike the concerns of the high-ranking officials, the ordinary people had already fallen into a frenzy upon seeing Li Ming produce such a strategically valuable scroll. Wow! Shelter upgrade scroll. And 3 options. Carry it with you? Isn't this a mobile base? It's a divine artifact. Ha ha ha. The first chest just broke even. Huge profit. Li Ming is impressive. A great start. Must be touched by the goddess of luck. With the remaining chests, if we just get some food and supplies, we are taking off. We're good. This wave is solid. Excited comments rushed by like a waterfall, and almost no one cared about the slim chance of the rare materials. Everyone was submerged in the joy of such a great start. As for the foreign comments in the live room, filled with jealousy saying lucky bullsh *T, it's just a scroll, who knows if it can be upgraded, they seemed so weak and powerless against the overwhelming joy of Chinese netizens, quickly drowned out by the flood of comments like sharing the joy and China's rise. However, as if to douse this overheated atmosphere with cold water or to remind everyone of the brutality and urgency of this trial, that cold global announcement rang out once more in every live room and in the minds of all representatives. Announcement: as of now, 17 countries have successfully upgraded their shelters. Among them, 13 countries have upgraded their shelter level to level 2. 4 countries have upgraded their shelter level to level 3. The lively China live room fell silent for a moment. Upgraded. And already some countries have reached level 3. Although no one knows how they upgraded, it undoubtedly shows that representatives from other countries are not stagnant. The level of competition is far more intense than imagined. Valuable protection time is slipping away second by second. The global survival competition has quietly entered a heated stage. In the command room, the elder looked at the announcement on the screen, his gaze sharp as a knife. He slowly spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying immense weight, list the general's analysis and the strategic value of the mobile shelter as the highest priority for simulation plans. At the same time, use all available resources and analytical methods to find any clues related to rare attribute materials from all live broadcast images. Even if there is only a shred of possibility, we must seize it. Additionally, we must exhaust all means to contact our 10 heroes in the wasteland. Chapter 15, Unbox. At the central command center of Huaxia, a massive stream of information is converging, sifting, and analyzing through various channels. The intelligence collection work for the desolate wasteland trial ground has been fully launched, with images and information from nearly 200 live broadcast rooms being parsed frame by frame. An intelligence analysis leader is reporting initial discoveries to the elder and the high-ranking officials present. Based on our integration of global live broadcast image analysis, there is a very significant phenomenon. During the first period of gray fog, over 90% of national shelters experienced varying degrees of beast battles. On the virtual sand table, around light points representing different national shelters, a large number of red markers representing combat areas lit up, densely packed, as if it were a silent war erupting around each starting point. This means, the analyst continued, theoretically, almost all shelters should have treasure chests that drop due to beast combat deaths once the gray fog dissipates. This conclusion ignited the spirits of everyone present. If every shelter has treasure chests nearby, it means that representatives would have a greatly increased chance of obtaining resources. However, the analyst's next words poured cold water on the newly ignited hope. However, through comparing the timelines and footage from different live broadcast rooms, we found that the treasure chests do not exist permanently. They will vanish over time. He displayed several comparative images. A representative from a small country was too scared to go out after the gray fog cleared, only mustering the courage to explore several hours later. When he reached the area previously observed with battle traces, the treasure chest that should have existed had disappeared without a trace. On the other hand, a representative from another country dashed out as soon as the gray fog lifted, successfully picking up the treasure chest within the same time limit. According to preliminary calculations based on current data models, the analyst pointed at the constantly jumping data stream. The existence time of white treasure chests is about 2 hours. The bronze chests are approximately 4 hours. Higher-level treasure chests may last longer, but there is no clear data to support this yet. A low murmur of discussion arose in the command room. Time limit. This is a critically important hidden rule. It cruelly selects survivors. Not only must they dare to go out immediately after danger, but they must also have good luck and judgment to find the treasure chest location within a limited time. Therefore, the analyst summarized, the quantity and quality of treasure chests obtained by representatives of various countries show significant differences. Those with good luck and strong initiative, like our Huaxia representative, can obtain multiple treasure chests at once. Meanwhile, more representatives, either due to cowardice, misjudgment, or simply bad luck, arrive only to find the treasure chests refreshed or nearby beasts lingering, leaving them with little to show for it or even coming back empty-handed. This explains why only 17 countries have upgraded their shelters in the global announcement. It's not that there weren't opportunities elsewhere, but many missed that fleeting window. The elder's gaze remained calm as he asked, what about the 4 countries that upgraded to level 3 shelters? What are the specific situations? Analyzing. The intelligence officer quickly retrieved the relevant information. Sakura Country, their representative discovered a stone emitting a faint red glow in an abandoned cave during the first day of exploration. The panel indicated rare fire attribute stone upon touch. Later, when the gray mist lifted on the battlefield, they fortuitously found a heavily injured and dying beast resembling a lava giant lizard, and they worked together to kill it, dropping a bronze treasure chest. Upon opening, they received a shelter upgrade scroll. They chose to invest wood, and that fire attribute stone, successfully upgrading to level 3 flame shelter. The special ability is, generates 50 fireballs daily, which can be stored for attacking beasts. The Sun Never Sets Empire, their representative found a cold blue crystal stone with a feeling like ice while exploring a frozen lowland, and the panel indicated attribute stone, ice. They also received an upgrade scroll afterwards, and chose to use that stone to upgrade to level 3 ice shelter. The ability is, generates 50 ice spikes daily, which can be stored for attacking. Bear Country, their representative found a blue gem containing water vapor at the edge of a damp swamp area. They combined it with the upgrade scroll to build a level 3 spring shelter. The ability is extremely practical. The shelter automatically produces 5 liters of clean drinking water daily. This significantly alleviated their water resource pressure. Pharaoh Country, similar to Sakura Country, they also found a fire attribute stone, suspected to originate from a volcanic rock vein, and upgraded to level 3 flame shelter, with the same ability. Listening to these reports, the expressions of the senior officials varied. Attribute shelters. Daily automatically generated means of attack or lifeline. This undoubtedly gave these countries a significant first-mover advantage in the upcoming survival competition. Especially Bear Country's water generation, which could have strategic value even surpassing attack capability in arid wastelands. It is worth noting, the intelligence officer added, that based on the treasure chests opened in various livestreams starting from the second day, the output probability of shelter upgrade scrolls seems to have significantly increased. Many white and even bronze chests have yielded scrolls of different qualities. However, he paused, his tone carrying a hint of regret. Many representatives, due to the terror of the grey mist and the intimidation of the first death declaration, did not dare to explore during the golden 2 to 4 hours after the grey mist cleared. As a result, a large number of treasure chests disappeared due to timeout. Opportunities only belong to those who are the most prepared and bold. This analysis rendered the command room silent. The cruelty of the rules was fully revealed. One slow step could lead to faltering further and further. Inside the wasteland shelter. While the senior officials were analyzing the global situation, the representatives from China were continuing to open their treasure chests. After Li Ming opened a crucial upgrade scroll, the second treasure chest was opened by Su Chan. The lid opened, and inside was obtained, instant noodles x5, mineral water 500 ml x7, lollipops x3. Food and water. Plus candy. Su Chan breathed a sigh of relief. Although it wasn't particularly surprising, these were solid supplies that could immediately relieve survival pressure, especially the bottles of water. The lollipops made the eyes of several female representatives and Ruan Momo light up. The third treasure chest was opened by Zhao Qian. Obtained, whole wheat bread x3, mineral water 500 ml x4. Again, basic food and water, a slightly lesser quantity than what Su Chan opened, but still precious. The fourth treasure chest was opened by Zhou Lan. Obtained, fine iron axe x1. A bright, sturdy, and sharp-looking axe. This is an extremely practical tool for chopping wood, handling materials, and even self-defense. Zhang Hai immediately took it and swung it a few times, unable to put it down. The fifth treasure chest was opened by Wang Meng. Obtained, 20-liter water storage bucket x1, water ladle x1. A sturdy plastic water bucket and a water ladle. Although it seemed less direct than the previous items, it was still very useful. In the barren land where water resources are scarce, a large water storage container holds great significance. Whether collecting rainwater or transporting and storing water once a source is found, it is indispensable. After opening 5 treasure chests, the rewards were indeed bountiful. An infinitely potential upgrade scroll, several days' worth of food and drinking water, a useful axe, and an important water storage tool. The foundation for the team's survival was greatly solidified. Everyone showed relieved smiles. The real-world Huaxia livestream was also filled with joy and excitement, though not as explosive as when Li Ming opened his scroll. The steady supply of resources was still reassuring. Great! Now we have food and water to last us for a while. The axe and the bucket are so practical. Looks like everyone is quite lucky. Only Momo's final treasure chest left. Can't wait for our little lucky star to shine again. However, Professor Zhou looked at these gains, and a hint of barely detectable worry flickered in his eyes. These supplies were good and timely, but they seemed to only stay at the level of basic survival. Facing those nations that already possessed attribute shelters, with continuous attack or survival abilities, their current advantage was still far from enough. The mobile shelter, which required rare attribute materials to trigger, remained an unreachable dream. And time, only 2 days left. He turned his gaze to the last, bronze treasure chest, which was reserved for Ruan Momo. Pressure, once again, invisibly fell on the 5-year-old child who was gnawing on a lollipop, slightly understanding the tense atmosphere around her. Chapter 16, 2 books. As Su Chan, Zhao Qian, and others successively opened their treasure chests, taking out food, drinking water, and tools, the shelter was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster and the happiness of harvest. Ruan Momo was held by Zhou Lan, licking a lollipop she received in small bites. The sweetness melting on her tongue made her squint with satisfaction. However, most of her thoughts were focused on communicating with the fluffy system in her mind. Tang, Momo quietly asked in her heart, everyone has got so many things, what should I put in my chest when I open it? Should I also put in a lot of food? She remembered the hopeful yet serious expressions on Grandpa Joe and the uncles and aunts when they discussed the mobile shelter before. The system, Tang, with its bright and calculating eyes, analyzed earnestly with an electronic voice, host, based on this system's assessment of the team's current needs priority, investing in rare attribute materials, especially the space stone that can trigger the upgrade of the mobile shelter, will yield far greater benefits than simply putting in food. The dangers of fixed bases are too great, mobility is the key to survival. Then put in the stone that can make the house run. Momo immediately made her decision, her little face full of seriousness. No! Tang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The mobile shelter requires a 4-element space stone, which contains stable energies of earth, fire, wind, and water, perfectly combining to form a stable internal space. This requires 100 energy points to exchange. Currently, your energy point balance is 10 points. 100 points? Momo was shocked by this number. She looked at her only 10 energy points, her little face drooping, and even the lollipop in her mouth didn't seem so sweet anymore. So much more needed, she counted on her fingers but couldn't reach 100 no matter what. Yes, a lot more is still needed. Tang agreed. However, host, don't forget you have a new source of energy. After the system upgrade, it can now collect emotional energy brought by the livestream. Emotional energy? It's the favorability points and recognition points. Tang explained, many people like you, think you are great, and all this positive emotion can be converted into energy. Let me check. Wow. Host, you have accumulated 3,018 favorability points now. That can exchange for 30 energy points. 30 points. Momo's eyes brightened. But it soon withered. 10 plus 30 is 40, but it's still not enough for 100. Yes. Tang also stumbled for a moment, but soon found a new breakthrough. Host, have you forgotten your main task? The first step of the omniscient is to learn to read. This system can issue instant literacy tasks, and for every character you correctly recognize and understand, you will earn 2 energy points. If the host can recognize 30 characters, you will gain an additional 60 energy points. Combined with what you have now, it will just be enough for 100 points. Learning to read, 1 character. 2 points? Momo's little head struggled to understand this complex math problem, to recognize 30 characters. She felt this seemed harder than counting to 100. As she was struggling with how to quickly learn so many characters, Professor Joe's voice came from outside, reminding her it was time to open the last treasure chest. Everyone's gentle gaze fell upon her, filled with encouragement and a subtle, hardly noticeable expectation. After all, her previous luck had been outstanding. Ruan Momo looked at everyone, then thought of the unreachable 100 energy points and 30 characters, and a sudden thought popped up. She slid down from Zhou Lan's arms, took small strides to Professor Zhou, raised her little face, and with her pure, innocent big eyes looked at him, sweetly pleading. Grandpa Zhou, can you teach Momo how to read? She remembered the words of the orphanage head grandma and mimicked. Grandma said, Momo is about to go to kindergarten and should learn to recognize characters in advance. But, Momo can't see Grandma right now. Grandpa Zhou, can you teach Momo, please? This sudden request stunned everyone. In such a tense and dangerous survival environment, a 5-year-old child asking to learn how to read seemed both abrupt and carried a heart-wrenching innocence. Professor Joe looked at the mix of desire and a hint of anxiety, fear of rejection, in Momo's eyes, and the softest part of his heart was touched. He squatted down, lovingly patted Momo's head, and gently said, all right, of course. Grandpa Joe will teach Momo how to read whenever he has time. He paused and looked at the lonely bronze treasure chest, his tone even gentler. Momo, don't feel pressured. You have already done a great job by helping us find these treasure chests. No matter what you open, even if it's an empty box, we are very, very grateful to you. You are our little lucky star, you know? Yes, Momo, don't feel pressured, just open it. Wang Meng waved his fist and grinned. Right, we like whatever Momo opens. Zhao Qian also smiled and encouraged. Su Chan didn't speak but nodded at Momo, her eyes filled with affirmation. Everyone's comforting words warmed Ruan Momo's heart but also strengthened her determination to help find that stone. However, now there weren't enough energy points, so she could only open something else first. Momo knows. She nodded vigorously and then walked to the last bronze treasure chest. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she stretched out her little hand and pressed on the chest lid. In her mind, she urgently asked Tang Tang, 100 points aren't enough, what should I do now? Host, don't worry just yet, let me check what's inside the treasure chest. The Tang system comforted Momo. Scanning treasure chest. Ding Illustrated Guide to Common Flora and Fauna of Lancelot Continent, simplified version. Illustrated guide? Tang, what is this? Momo didn't quite understand. Host, I think this time you don't need to inject anything inside, just this from the treasure chest will do. Tang's fluffy body jumped a couple of times, happily saying, we can save that energy point. Really? Then I'll open it. Momo's little voice carried a hint of doubt but chose to trust Tang anyway. Once again, with a brief touch, Ruan Momo forcefully lifted the chest lid. There was no blinding light, no food or weapons, inside the chest quietly lay two thick, leather-covered books. The covers of the books were made from the leather of some unknown creature. The tentacles were warm and gentle, and on them, the title was written in an elegant yet unfamiliar script, but astonishingly, when people's gazes fell upon it, they could naturally understand its meaning. One was Encyclopedia of Common Animals in Lance Continent, Summary Volume. The other was Encyclopedia of Common Plants in Lance Continent, Summary Volume. Books? Encyclopedias? Lance Continent? Everyone looked at each other, their faces showing astonishment. In the current time of scarce survival resources, to open two books was truly somewhat unexpected. Li Ming curiously picked up the animal encyclopedia, it felt heavy in his hands. He casually flipped open a page, and exquisite colored illustrations came into view, depicting a creature resembling a lizard, but with crystal clusters on its back, accompanied by detailed textual descriptions, including its name, crystal-back lizard, habits, distribution area, danger assessment, low, and its back's primary crystal cluster is a common earth attribute material. He quickly flipped through several more pages and saw detailed information on the hyena-like monster, Corrupt Claw Hyena, that had chased them earlier, including its weaknesses, attack methods, and even mentioned that its heart had a low probability of solidifying into a shadow core, rare material. Su Chan also picked up the plant encyclopedia, and soon, she let out a low gasp, look. The roots of this water-storing fern can hold a large amount of moisture. And this iron thorn wood, its wood is as hard as iron, making it excellent building material. This moonlight moss can actually emit a faint glow at night and weakly gather water elements? This is simply a treasure. In an instant, everyone understood the value of these two books. These are not ordinary books, this is a survival guide for this world, Lance Continent. It is an invaluable treasure for identifying resources, avoiding dangers, and searching for specific materials. Great! With these two books, we can distinguish which plants are edible, what characteristics the strange beasts have, and more importantly, we can actively search for those rare attribute materials needed to upgrade our shelter. Professor Zhou said excitedly, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Ruan Momo. This child actually opened something with such strategic foresight. Is this really just luck? The live broadcast room and the real world quickly erupted. Wow! An encyclopedia? From another world. This is way cooler than getting a pile of bread and bottled water. Knowledge is power. The ancients did not deceive me. Momo's luck is incredible. Does she know what we lack and just opens up what we need? Little Lucky Star confirmed. From now on, we'll call you the Knowledge Lucky Star. Ruan Momo looked at everyone's excited expressions. Although she didn't quite understand how powerful an encyclopedia was, she knew everyone was very happy, so she smiled sweetly in response. She said in her heart to Tang, everyone seems to really like the books. Host, because this world is different from Blue Star, the people of Blue Star know nothing about this world. And with these two encyclopedias, everyone will be able to understand this world better and have a higher chance of survival, so the host should start completing the main mission and quickly gather energy points. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously in her heart, then turned to Professor Zhou, her big eyes sparkling. Grandpa Zhou, can you teach Momo to recognize characters now? Just teach the words in the books. She pointed at the unfamiliar text on the covers of the two encyclopedias, her little face full of eagerness to learn. Professor Zhou looked at the child who had just achieved a great feat but was now eagerly asking to learn, feeling a myriad of emotions in his heart. He smiled and replied, all right. Grandpa Zhou will teach you right away. The hope for survival sometimes lies not only in the bread and weapons in hand but also in the knowledge in the mind and the determination to keep learning. And that long-desired mobile shelter seemed to become less unattainable because of these seemingly unremarkable 2 books. Chapter 17, Second Exploration. After obtaining supplies from 6 treasure chests, especially those 2 crucial encyclopedias, the atmosphere in the shelter became noticeably lighter, but the sense of urgency still remained. Time waits for no one. 1 day of the 3-day protection period had already passed, and they had to race against time. Su-chan counted the axes and some food they had just unpacked and said to Professor Zhou, "Professor, Wang Meng, Li Ming, and I are ready to set out to explore again. This time, our goals are clear: first, to find wood and ore needed to upgrade the shelter, and second, to look for possible attribute materials based on the clues from the books. Brother Zhang Hai and Dr. Chen will stay behind to reinforce the shelter and take care of Lei Zhan." Professor Zhou nodded, agreeing with this arrangement. However, after thinking for a moment, he presented a suggestion that surprised Su-chan a bit. "Su-chan, come with me for a moment." Professor Zhou led Su-chan to a corner of the shelter, away from others, lowering his voice to a near whisper. Su-chan felt a bit puzzled but followed him anyway. Professor Zhou's gaze swept over Ruan Momo, who was being helped by Zhao Qian as she organized her little backpack. His eyes were deep as he quietly said, "This time, take Momo with you." "Take Momo?" Su-chan frowned slightly, instinctively opposing, "Professor, that's too dangerous. The situation outside is uncertain, bringing a child will hinder movement, and..." Her words were left unfinished, but the meaning was clear. Momo was everyone's cherished lucky star and needed protection. Taking her to an unknown, dangerous place could lead to unforeseen accidents, and no one could bear that responsibility. Professor Zhou raised his hand to stop her words, his tone calm and firm. "I understand your concerns. But Su-chan, think carefully. Since Momo appeared, her various performances, she seems to always be able to foresee some things. The location of the treasure chests, whether the surroundings are safe." Su-chan was not a fool. She had previously been driven by the instinct to protect the child, but at this moment, Professor Zhou's words flickered through her mind, moments when Momo accurately pointed out treasure chest locations and confidently stated that there were no monsters within 500 meters outside. An incredible yet completely reasonable assumption surfaced in her mind. Her pupils contracted, and she lowered her voice, infused with disbelief. "Professor, do you mean Momo has some kind of detection ability?" "The range is roughly around 500 meters, Professor Zhou offered a more precise guess, his eyes sharp. "This could greatly enhance the safety and efficiency of your exploration, avoiding insurmountable dangers and accurately finding valuable resource points." Su-chan gasped in realization, instantly understanding the tremendous chemical reaction that would occur by combining these 2 books and Momo's ability. This was practically a survival tool tailor-made for them. "I understand, Professor." Su-chan's attitude shifted immediately, her gaze becoming resolute. "Take Momo with us, her safety will be entirely my responsibility. As long as I breathe, I will never let her come to harm." "Good." Professor Zhou nodded with satisfaction, reiterating, "This matter is between you and me, do not speak of it to others for now. Firstly, to protect Momo, and secondly, we still don't fully understand the source and limitations of this ability. To outsiders, just say you're taking her out to see the world and adapt to the environment." "Understood." Su-chan replied solemnly. This was not only protecting Momo but also guarding the entire team's secret weapon. With the discussion settled, Professor Zhou walked toward Ruan Momo, who was stuffing lollipops into her small backpack. Momo. Professor Zhou squatted down to be on the same level with her. "Grandpa Zhou." Momo lifted her little face. "Momo, this time Su-chan and the others are going out to explore. Will you go with them?" Professor Zhou asked gently. "Momo can go too?" Ruan Momo blinked her big eyes in surprise and slight excitement but soon remembered the promise they had made earlier, her little face falling. "But Momo still has to learn to read with Grandpa Zhou." She was still thinking about how learning 30 characters could earn her 60 energy points. Professor Zhou smiled kindly. "Of course, you should learn to read. So, on the way, let Sister Su-chan teach you some simple characters, like the wood in wood and the stone in stone. When you return, Grandpa Zhou will teach you more, okay? Sister Su-chan will teach me?" Momo looked at Su-chan, who had already walked over, and Su-chan gave her an encouraging smile. Momo thought for a moment, then nodded vigorously, "Okay." Professor Zhou continued to speak in a low voice, his tone carrying an almost imperceptible hint of guidance. "Momo, be good, after you go out, make sure to stay close to Sister Su-chan and listen to her. Also, if you feel something like shiny boxes or scary big monsters nearby, make sure to quietly tell Sister Su-chan first, okay? This will be your little secret." As soon as Momo heard this, she understood. Grandpa Zhou knew about the sugar map. She immediately felt happy to have found an ally, nodding like a little chick pecking at rice. She whispered, Momo knows. If there are shiny boxes or monsters, I'll quietly tell Sister Su-chan. Momo will be obedient." Looking at the child's innocent and serious promise, Professor Zhou and Su Chan exchanged a glance, feeling slightly at ease. Soon, the exploration team was ready to set out. The team was made up of Su Chan, team leader, holding a crossbow, responsible for vigilance and command; Wang Meng, holding the newly acquired iron axe and stone spear, main combatant and path clearer; Li Ming, carrying 2 encyclopedias and simple recording tools, responsible for resource identification and recording; and Momo, whose small hand was tightly held by Su Chan. Though the others had some doubts about bringing Momo, they trusted Professor Zhou and Su Chan, so they said nothing more, only repeatedly reminding them to be safe. "Sister Su Chan, where are we going first?" Momo asked Su Chan as she walked out of the enclosure, her little face full of curiosity about the unknown world, but without much fear. Su Chan, having planned the route in her mind, looked down at Momo again and softly said, "First, we'll go to the rock area where we found the red iron ore yesterday." According to the animal encyclopedia, the armored lizard, red iron beast, often moves in environments like that, and their groups might have mutated crystal-back lizards. The crystal clusters on their backs might be the earth-type material we need. Oh. Momo nodded, half understanding, then immediately spoke to Sugar in her mind. Sugar, if we see any shiny boxes or monsters on the way, tell me." Scanning the path, Sugar's electronic voice rang out, "Path is clear, no treasure box signals found, and no active lifeforms detected. The host can proceed safely." With Sugar's confirmation, Momo felt more at ease. She tugged at Su Chan's hand and whispered, only loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Sister Su Chan, this way, there are no monsters." Su Chan's heart stirred. She looked deeply at Momo, nodded, and made a gesture to Wang Meng and Li Ming. "The direction is correct, stay alert, and move forward." The exploration team stepped once more onto the dim yellow wasteland, but this time, in the center of the group, there was a small figure who seemed weak but might hold crucial information. Real-world live stream room. Why did they bring Momo out? Isn't it too dangerous? They just fought a beast horde outside. What were Professor Zhou and Su Chan thinking? Shouldn't they let the child stay in the shelter? Could it be that Momo insisted on going along? Worried, "Please don't let anything happen. Our little lucky star." Some foreigners sarcastically, has China given up? Now they're taking babies on field trips? Chinese netizens counter, "What do you know? This is about developing survival skills from a young age. It's better than your country hiding in its shell, waiting to die." The online debate did not affect the steps in the wasteland. Su Chan, while vigilantly observing her surroundings, she really started to fulfill her duty as a teacher. She pointed to the distant dark red rock formations and said to Momo, "Look over there, that's where we are going, a place with many stones." She picked up a small stone and wrote the character for stone in her palm. Stone? Momo looked at the unfamiliar stroke with curiosity. Ding! New character encountered, stone. Meaning, a collection of minerals that make up the Earth's crust. Task progress, January 30th. Reward energy points, 2. A system prompt sounded timely. Yes. Stone. Momo happily remembered this character and the energy points it represented. Li Ming flipped open the animal encyclopedia, comparing it with the environment, and said softly, "The book says that mutated crystalback lizards love iron-rich soil, and their waste is higher purity iron ore. It seems our previous assumption was correct. Their crystal clusters are indeed listed as common Earth attribute materials." Wang Meng waved the iron axe in his hand, eager to try. "I hope to run into a lone one." Su Chan remained silent, focusing more on vigilance and watching Momo occasionally. She would also teach Momo a few commonly used characters. At this moment, Momo, something is coming. Chapter 18, Long-Eared Crystal Grass Beast. The exploration team moved cautiously across the wasteland, with Su Chan on guard while fulfilling her role as a temporary teacher, occasionally pointing at stones on the ground or distorted plants in the distance, teaching Ruan Momo a couple of simple characters. Wang Meng wielded his iron axe to clear the way in front, while Li Ming occasionally flipped through the encyclopedia, trying to find more useful clues that matched the surrounding environment. In this relatively calm progress, Ruan Momo's candy system suddenly issued a prompt. Momo, pay attention. Something has entered the 500-meter detection range. Ah! Momo instinctively gasped, stopped, and nervously looked around. Although the surrounding terrain was relatively open and flat, it was still scattered with some low, strangely shaped dark purple bushes and scattered weathered boulders, making visibility not entirely clear. What's wrong, Momo? Su Chan immediately noticed her abnormality, squatting down and asking softly while her sharp eyes swept around. Momo tugged at Su Chan's sleeve, her little face tense, and whispered with a strained voice, "Sister Su Chan, something is coming, within 500 meters. Su Chan's expression tightened instantly, her heart skipping a beat. Sure enough, Momo really had detection abilities. She suppressed the waves in her heart and whispered urgently, "Where? Which direction?" Momo tried hard to see the simple map in her mind, where the light dot representing the unknown object was slowly moving, but she couldn't tell east from west or understand the directions on the map. Candy, where? Momo can't understand. She anxiously asked in her heart. Host, the target is in our west direction. The Candy system promptly indicated. Guided by the direction, Momo raised her small hand and pointed to the west. It's over there. Su-chan immediately looked in the direction she pointed, her gaze sharp as lightning. The west was a relatively open area, but further out was a small patch of sparse dark purple bushes that might obscure the view. With her eyesight, she didn't see anything for now. Can you see what it is? What does it look like? Is it big? Su-chan pressed on, which was key to assessing the threat level. Momo sought help from Candy again. The electronic voice of Candy carried a hint of helplessness. Host, the simple resource map can only show light dots and basic markers, it cannot provide specific images. You need to upgrade to basic reconnaissance map to display specific biological forms and more detailed information, and the detection range can be expanded to 1000 meters. Upgrading requires 20 energy points. More energy points. Momo looked at her only 42 energy points, her little face scrunching up like a bun. After hesitating for a moment, she looked up at Su-chan and said awkwardly, Sister Su-chan. I can't see clearly, what should I do? Su-chan frowned and made a quick decision. If we can't see clearly and don't know the details, we can't take risks. Wang Meng, Li Ming, retreat to my side. We are ready to take a detour. She quickly gave the order, while a hint of doubt flashed through her mind. The visibility in the wilderness seemed worse than yesterday, and a very faint haze lingered in the air, making the distant scenery look a bit blurry. Wang Meng and Li Ming, upon hearing the command, immediately retreated cautiously and gathered around Su-chan and Momo. Hearing they were going to take a detour, Momo felt a little anxious. She knew it was important for everyone to be out looking for things. If they always took detours, they might not find anything at all. She looked at Su-chan's serious profile and thought about what Grandpa Joe had said about helping. Her little fists quietly tightened. Tang Tang, she said in her heart, let's upgrade the map. Confirm to spend 20 energy points to upgrade to basic reconnaissance map? After the upgrade, the remaining energy points will be 22. Tang Tang confirmed. Upgrade. Momo made up her mind. The worst that could happen was, she could pester Grandpa Joe for more characters to learn when they got back. Although learning to read was really hard. Ding. Spent 20 energy points, successfully upgraded to basic reconnaissance map. Current detection range, 1000 meters. Can display the specific outline, basic attribute information, and resource details of biological entities within the range. Current energy points, 22. In an instant, the map in Momo's mind transformed completely. The range doubled, and it became clearer. The moving light point on the west side was quickly zoomed in and enlarged, revealing its specific shape. It was a creature resembling a rabbit, but with exceptionally long ears, and on the tips of its ears, 2 clusters of bright green grass grew, appearing almost crystal clear. It looked a bit cute? At that moment, as Momo was swiftly picked up by Su-chan to be moved, she leaned close to Su-chan's ear and softly said with a hint of surprise in her little voice, Sister Su-chan, Momo saw it. There's a rabbit with grass growing on its ears. A rabbit with grass growing on its ears? Su-chan, preparing to retreat, suddenly paused, a hint of astonishment flashing across her face. Then, as if realizing something, a spark of excitement suddenly lit up in her eyes. Li Ming. Quickly. Check the animal encyclopedia. See if there's a rabbit-like creature with grass growing on its ears. Li Ming was also caught off guard by this sudden description, but he reacted quickly, immediately flipping open the Common Animals of the Lance's Continent encyclopedia, and began to search rapidly. Fortunately, he had a lingering impression of this peculiar creature from his previous brief glance through the pages, and soon found the relevant section. Found it! Li Ming exclaimed softly, reading the description out breathlessly. Long-eared crystal grass beast. It resembles a rabbit, with extremely long ears, and at the tips of its ears, there are symbiotic, parasitic plants called crystal grass. An omnivorous species, relatively gentle in temperament, timid and agile. When lacking food, it can survive for a day on just 1 leaf of crystal grass. Its symbiotic crystal grass is inherently sensitive to water elements and excels at locating sources of water. Excels at locating sources of water? Su-chan and Wang Meng exclaimed simultaneously. This was one of their most scarce resources right now. Li Ming continued reading, his voice filled with disbelief. Even more intriguingly, note, when the long-eared crystal grass beast dies, its symbiotic crystal grass also withers. However, after the crystal grass withers, there is a good chance it will condense into a crystal grass seed and a natural water elemental crystal of varying quality. Upon reaching this point, Li Ming himself paused, raising his head, his face filled with disbelief. A wood attribute parasitic plant, and yet upon death, it doesn't condense into a wood attribute crystal core, but instead produces a water attribute crystal? This is so illogical. Su Chan's eyes sparkled as she instantly analyzed the immense value of the long-eared crystal grass beast. So, when alive, it can help us find water. If it unfortunately dies, it might also provide the water attribute materials we need to upgrade our shelter? Wang Mang licked his lips, tightening his grip on the axe in his hand. Sister Su, are we going for it? This thing sounds worth way more than that crystal-back lizard. Su Chan quickly weighed the options. Long-eared crystal grass beasts are gentle and timid, which means they are not very aggressive. But their ability to find water sources is strategically significant for the team. If they can capture it alive or track it long-term. Don't act rashly for now. Su Chan suppressed her excitement and calmly ordered, Li Ming, continue observing and record its behavior patterns. Wang Mang, stay alert and prevent any other predators from being attracted. Mo, she looked at the child in her arms, her tone especially serious. You keep watching that rabbit, pay attention to which direction it moves, and if any other animals come close to it. Any changes, tell me immediately. Okay. Mo nodded vigorously, staring intently at the long-eared crystal grass beast, which was carefully sniffing the ground at the edge of the bushes, its ears slightly swaying with the crystal grass. Chapter 19, Finding the Water Source. Su Chan made a quick decision to abandon the original plan to go to the iron ore area. Compared to the stable but known ore, this long-eared crystal grass beast, which could lead them to the source of life, was undoubtedly more valuable. Change the plan, prioritize tracking this long-eared crystal grass beast. Su Chan ordered in a low voice, her gaze sharp. Li Ming, record all its behaviors, especially its movement trajectory. Wang Meng, stay on high alert, protect the sides and the rear. Our goal is to find a water source. Understood. Wang Meng and Li Ming replied in unison, fully concentrated. However, a new problem emerged. According to the encyclopedia, the long-eared crystal grass beast is timid and agile, and moves very fast. Momo's previous detection range was 500 meters. In open terrain, this distance seems far, but for a small, alert, and fast creature, tracking it is extremely difficult and can easily lead to losing it or being noticed. Su Chan frowned, weighing whether to take the risk of attempting to capture it, since a live specimen holds the most value, but the uncertainties and potential danger, even death, during the capture process are equally great. Just then, the child in her arms, Ruan Momo, seemed to sense her hesitation, hugged her neck, and leaned her little mouth close to her ear, whispering smugly in a soft voice, Sister Su Chan, Momo can see really far now within 1,000 meters, it's all clear. 1,000 meters? Su Chan's heart shook violently as she looked at Momo in disbelief. This child, her ability has improved again? Did she just level up? Or was she holding back before? Whatever the reason, this is undoubtedly great news. 1,000-meter buffer distance significantly reduces the chance of being spotted and also gives more reaction time for tracking. Good. That's wonderful. Su Chan suppressed her ecstatic heart, tightly holding Momo's small hand, and everything was unspoken. She no longer hesitated and decisively said, abandon the capture plan and switch to remote tracking. Keep our distance, use the terrain for cover, and let's follow it. Thus, a unique chase unfolded on the yellowish wasteland. The exploration team used sparse bushes and giant stones as cover, hanging back far behind the long-eared crystal grass beast. Ruan Momo became the team's eyes, as she closely watched the light dot representing the long-eared crystal grass beast on her basic reconnaissance map in her mind, reporting its movements in real time. It's running to the left. It stopped, and is nibbling on grass. It's moving again, this time straight ahead. It's behind that big rock now. Su Chan adjusted the team's forward route and hiding positions according to Momo's guidance. Li Ming quickly sketched a simple route map on a piece of relatively flat bark using a charcoal pencil, noting the special terrain or plants observed along the way. Wang Meng, like the most loyal guard, held an iron axe and stone spear, vigilantly scanning all areas outside of the target direction. Prevent potential threats that may emerge from other directions. The tracking process was smoother than expected. The long-eared crystal grass beast seemed to have a clear destination. It walked, stopped, and occasionally sniffed the ground, its ear crystals swaying gently with its movements, as if sensing something. After following for more than half an hour and navigating several rugged rocky areas, the terrain ahead began to show subtle changes. The cracked land seemed a bit more moist, and the suffocating dryness in the air seemed to lighten somewhat. Sister Su Chan, it stopped. Right behind that little slope. Momo suddenly reported in a hushed tone, her voice filled with excitement, over there, it seems there is water. Su Chan perked up, signaling Wang Meng and Li Ming to hide in place. Holding Momo, she carefully peeked out from behind a large rock. When she looked over the low dirt mound ahead, a small pond appeared before her. The pond was about the size of half a basketball court, and the water quality looked a bit murky and yellowish, but in this desperate wasteland, this pool of water undoubtedly symbolized life and hope. More surprisingly, several long-eared crystal grass beasts were right by the pond. Some were drinking water, while others were munching on a kind of light blue moss by the shore, their ear crystals glimmering with a faint emerald light under the dim glow. It's their gathering place. Li Ming whispered, barely able to contain his excitement. At that moment, Momo's mind map received new information again. The area representing the pond lit up with a blue droplet symbol, with a note indicating, small amount of freshwater resource. Even more astonishing was that the muddy area at the pond's edge lit up with an orange marker, special pottery clay resource, extremely hard after firing. At the same time, 2 white treasure chest light spots appeared on the map, scattered at the edge of the long-eared crystal grass beast's activity area. Sister Su-chan. Momo quickly whispered to Su-chan, sharing the information she saw, there's water. The mud by the water is special mud that becomes very hard when burned. And there are 2 bright white boxes. Water resource. Special pottery clay. And treasure chests. The rush of good news made Su-chan's heart race. She forced herself to calm down and quickly analyzed the situation. There were many long-eared crystal grass beasts, although they were gentle, approaching them recklessly could startle them, causing them to flee, or even attract other predators. The priority was to obtain those 2 treasure chests that were so close. Wang Meng, Li Ming, pay attention. There are 2 white treasure chests by the pond, positioned at. Su-chan accurately pointed out the location of the chests based on Momo's guidance. Let's sneak over quietly and prioritize getting the chests. Move lightly, and try not to disturb the long-eared crystal grass beasts. The 3 of them crawled forward like cheetahs, using the uneven terrain and grass by the shore for cover, approaching their target carefully. Momo was temporarily settled behind a safe large rock, where she continued to monitor the map for any potential dangers. The process was thrilling but without danger. The long-eared crystal grass beasts seemed to be indifferent to these unexpected guests, or perhaps their attention was entirely focused on drinking and foraging. Wang Meng and Su-chan were swift and agile, quickly dragging the 2 heavy white treasure chests back. Should we open them here? Li Ming hesitated, looking at the chests, worried that opening them in the wild could create noise or attract unwanted attention. At that moment, Momo had already made Tang Tang quietly scan the treasure chests in her mind. Scan complete. Left chest contents, simple unicycle card X1. Right chest contents, fine iron shovel X2. Tang Tang reported swiftly. Sister Su-chan, Momo immediately tugged on Su-chan's sleeve. Momo knows what's inside. One box contains a little cart that can be pushed, and the other box has 2 big shovels for digging. A wheelbarrow? A shovel? Su-chan was first stunned, then overjoyed. This is simply like a timely rain. They were worried about how to transport resources, and with the wheelbarrow and shovels, their efficiency and transport capacity would be greatly enhanced. Moreover, the shovels are also excellent tools for digging and fighting. Let's open it here. Su-chan immediately made a decision. These 2 items are not small, taking them back would occupy more space, and they didn't have any special smell or noise. Once the box lid opened, it was just as Momo said. A sturdy wooden wheelbarrow, though simple, looked very useful, and 2 shovels gleamed coldly. Wonderful. Wang Meng couldn't stop touching the solid wooden handle and sharp blade of the shovel. Host, Tang Tang's voice once again echoed in Momo's mind. The scout map shows no threatening life signals within a radius of 1,000 meters. The special clay by the pond is a good resource. I suggest collecting some to take back. Momo quickly relayed Tang Tang's advice to Su-chan. Sister Su-chan, Tang, Momo thinks we can dig some of that special mud by the water and bring it back. It might be useful. Su-chan looked at the darker colored clay area, then at the new shovels and wheelbarrow, and immediately nodded. That's right. This clay can be baked into hard pottery, whether for making containers, reinforcing shelters, or even making tools in the future. It could be very useful. Wang Meng, Li Ming, let's hurry and dig some clay to load up. Taking advantage of the safe environment, the 3 immediately took action. Wang Meng and Li Ming waved the newly gained shovels and began digging the thick clay. Su-chan was on watch while moving the dug clay pieces onto the wheelbarrow. And during the digging breaks, Li Ming didn't forget his main job. He took out an encyclopedia and carefully compared several plants growing by the pond. Sister Su, I found something. Li Ming suddenly lowered his voice and shouted excitedly, pointing at a plant by the water with umbrella-like leaves and small yellow flowers. This is water orchid. The book says it has the effect of clearing heat and detoxifying, and crushing it can treat wounds. He then pointed to another type of vine lying on the ground with small red berries, and this is earthberry vine. Its roots are rich in starch and can be eaten in small amounts to stave off hunger. Its fruit is slightly sweet but shouldn't be eaten too much. Anti-inflammatory herbs. Plants that can fill hunger. Collect everything. Take all the roots of water orchid and earthberry vine that we can. Su-chan decisively ordered. Chapter 20, Momo is lost. Wang Meng pushed the creaking yet sturdy wheelbarrow. Looking at the piled resources, he grinned and said, tomorrow let's bring water buckets and empty bottles to fill it with a few big buckets of water. We won't be afraid of thirst anymore. Su-chan nodded, already planning for tomorrow's itinerary in her heart. Yes, getting water is the top priority. In addition, we also need to visit the red iron ore zone where the crystal-back lizard is active. I must get the earth attribute materials as soon as possible. The need to upgrade the mobile shelter was like a whip, constantly urging her on. Although the long-ear crystal grass beast might also provide attribute materials, finding more would give her more choices. In fact, the best thing would be to upgrade with materials that could directly improve the mobile shelter, but it seemed nearly impossible. Both encyclopedias had no related information. Li Ming carefully organized the water lily and earth vine root stems that had been collected. These were precious medicines and food supplements. As for Ruan Momo, who was allowed to sit on the edge of the unicycle, buried in the relatively soft clay pile, she was feeling a bit sleepy. The mental concentration all morning and the constant use of her detection abilities were quite a burden for a little child. Her small head was drooping, her long eyelashes hanging down, as though she was about to fall into a deep sleep at any moment. But in her mind, she was still going through her after-class review. Tang Tang, is the character for water written like this? She awkwardly traced it with her finger in her consciousness. That's almost right, host. The vertical stroke in the middle should be a bit straighter. Tang Tang's beady eyes patiently watched. How about the character for car? Is it like our little cart? Yes, yes. Host, you're so smart. You learned 13 characters today, let's reinforce them, the energy points are calling us. Just as this relatively relaxed atmosphere settled in, the alarm from the Tang Tang system suddenly became sharp. Warning! Warning! An abnormal moving lifeform is approaching. Direction, northeast. Speed is extremely fast. It will enter a 500-meter range within 30 seconds. Tang Tang's electronic voice lost its usual calm, now filled with unprecedented urgency. Ah! Ruan Momo was startled by the loud alarm in her mind. She jerked, almost falling off the swaying unicycle. A tremendous fear instantly gripped her small heart, and Grandpa Zhou's advice to quietly tell Sister Suchan was completely forgotten. She suddenly looked up, her little face pale, and in a sharp, trembling voice, she shouted, "There's something! Something's coming! So fast! So fast!" This sudden scream was like thunder out of a clear sky, instantly breaking the calm of the group. Alert! Suchan reacted swiftly, barking the command. At the same time, her crossbow was raised instantly, her sharp gaze scanning the surrounding directions. Wang Mang stopped the unicycle abruptly, grabbed the iron axe from the cart, and took a step forward, positioning himself in front of Momo and Li Ming. Li Ming hurriedly set down the plants in his hands, picked up the stone spear from the ground, and nervously looked around. However, wherever their eyes went, the dim yellow wasteland appeared empty, only sand and dust swirling in the wind, with black shadows of twisted plants, but no moving creatures in sight. Momo! What is it? Did you see what it looks like? Suchan asked urgently, while reaching out to pick Momo off the unicycle and place her within her safest protective range. Just as her fingertips were about to touch Momo's clothing, a sudden change occurred. About 30 to 40 meters to the east of the group, the air seemed to twist strangely, like the surface of water. A terrifying figure suddenly appeared without any warning. It was a humanoid creature, about the height of an adult man, but with unnaturally long limbs, the joints twisted at abnormal angles. Its skin was dark and seemed covered in a slimy layer, gray-black in color. The head was smooth and hairless, with only 3 irregularly arranged holes emitting a faint green light. There were no visible eyes or mouth. One of its forelimbs was extremely developed, with the end resembling a side-like bone blade gleaming with a cold light. It was this bone blade forelimb that was now tightly gripping Ruan Momo, who had just been on the unicycle. The little one didn't even have time to scream before being captured by the monster and pulled up close. Momo! Suchan and Wang Mang's pupils suddenly contracted, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. The monster looked at the rushing Suchan and Wang Mang with its ghostly green hole, its gaze cold and brutal, devoid of any emotion. In the next second, just as Suchan and Wang Mang recklessly rushed forward, the monster and its captive, Ruan Momo, vanished like a ghost into thin air. No! Suchan watched helplessly as Momo disappeared before her eyes, feeling as if her heart were being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand, about to stop beating. The two crazily dashed to the place where the monster vanished, but all that remained were some trampled dry grass and nothing else. Over there! Li Ming, with sharp eyes, pointed in a direction several hundred meters away, crying out with a trembling voice. They saw the monster flicker again, but this time, its terrifying bony forelimbs were empty. Ruan Momo was gone. It seemed to linger for less than half a second, its ghostly gaze sweeping over the pursuing Suchan and Wang Mang with a hint of mockery, then its form blurred again, completely disappearing into the air without a trace. Suchan and Wang Mang's steps froze in place, like two statues instantly robbed of their souls. For the monster capable of teleportation, several hundred meters was like an insurmountable chasm. They couldn't even determine in which direction it had ultimately left. Momo was taken? Or was she, during the second teleportation, A wave of tremendous fear and powerlessness engulfed the three like a cold tide, drowning them instantly. The wasteland was silent, only the wind whispered through the dry grass, as if mourning for the tiny figure that had vanished. Go back. After a long while, Su Chan squeezed out a few words from between her teeth, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. Her fists were tightly clenched, her nails digging deep into her palms, drawing blood without her feeling a thing. Wang Meng's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly slammed his fist down on a nearby rock, his knuckles instantly breaking open, but he felt no pain at all. Li Ming stood there in a daze, his face devoid of color. The unicycle that had once been filled with hope and harvest now seemed unbearably heavy and hollow. The clay, herbs, roots, and even those four stunned long-eared crystal beasts had lost all meaning. They lost their little lucky star, the one who always called out sister and uncle in a soft, glutinous voice, that child with strange abilities but pure innocence. The return journey became unbearably long and oppressive. Every step felt like walking on a blade. No one spoke, the heavy atmosphere nearly suffocating. When the outline of the shelter finally emerged into view, Professor Zhou, Zhonghai, and others who remained seemed to sense something and stood anxiously at the fence, watching intently. When they saw only Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming, along with the undeniable pain and emptiness on their faces, everyone's heart sank. Where's Momo? Zhao Qian's voice trembled. She rushed forward, her eyes searching behind the three for that little figure. Su Chan lifted her head to look at the approaching Professor Zhou, whose usually calm and sharp eyes were now filled with bloodshot anguish and deep remorse. Professor. Her voice was broken and frail. Momo was taken by a monster that can teleport. As the words fell, it was like a thunderclap on a clear day. The entire shelter was instantly plunged into dead silence. In the real world, in the Huaxia live broadcast room, the barrage that had been jubilant over the exploration team's bounty fell completely still at this moment. Immediately after, a tsunami of panic, disbelief, and heart-wrenching cries erupted. Momo! What happened? Am I seeing things? What kind of monster is that? Where did it take Momo? No! My little lucky star! Quick, save her! Hurry and save her! The online world was in chaos, immense sorrow and worry enveloped everyone following the Chinese representative team. And the hope that had just risen, built upon continuous victories, seemed to be doused by a bucket of cold water, flickering and on the verge of extinguishing. The cruelty of the wasteland was presented so directly and ruthlessly before everyone for the first time. It included not only the visible monstrous beasts and grey mist, but also this kind of fearsome existence beyond reason, beyond comprehension. Chapter 21, The Hall of Skulls. The world before her was like a shattered kaleidoscope, with bizarre colors spinning and pulling madly. Yuan Memu felt as if she was caught in a high-speed rotating drum, her little head dizzy, a sensation that came swiftly and left just as fast. In almost just a breath's time, the nauseating dizziness vanished. She blinked her big eyes, looking around in confusion. There were no monsters' bloodthirsty jaws, nor were there dark and terrifying nests. She found herself standing in a very beautiful place. Before her was a small and tranquil pond, the water clear enough to see the bottom, shimmering with a faint glow. Several slender fish, like golden ribbons, swam leisurely in the water, drawing beautiful arcs. And at the center of the pond, the strangest thing was floating in mid-air, a substance that was hard to describe. It resembled a transparent mist changing shapes, yet also seemed like a peculiar glass with sharp edges, flowing with luminous light inside. Upon closer examination, the interior of that substance seemed to wrap many tiny, mirror-like fragments of space, refracting a colorful but gentle sheen. It floated silently, serene and mysterious, emanating a beauty that transcended reality. Tang Tang, where are we? The dreamlike scenery diluted the fear of being kidnapped, Memu quietly asked in her mind, her tone filled with curiosity. Scanning analyzing environmental energy fluctuations, Tang Tang's electronic voice carried a hint of seriousness and wonder. Host, we seem to be in an independent spatial rift. This is not the belly of a monster, it resembles a small subspace, opened up and attached to the main world. Spatial rift? Memu didn't understand such complex words, but knowing that this was not the belly of a monster made her even less afraid. She even thought that the shiny thing in the middle looked quite pretty. However, she was unaware that outside, the fierce teleporting beast was tearing through space at an uncatchable speed, teleporting over long distances again and again. Its goal was clear the deep, thick gray mist that struck fear into the hearts of all representatives. The beast flickered, disappeared, and reappeared further away on the wasteland, like a ghost, unstable yet resolute, charging toward the forbidden zone of death. As it ventured deeper, the surrounding gray mist thickened, visibility sharply declining. Astonishingly, the scene deep within the mist was starkly different from the desolation outside. The barren land with its strange plants and twisted stones gradually gave way to low, cold-resistant shrubs, then sparse, deep-colored trees began to appear. The deeper it went, the more green there was, the vegetation grew denser and taller, until it felt as if one had stepped into another world, a vibrant yet eternally haze-covered primitive forest. Towering ancient trees blocked the sun, thick vines coiling like giant pythons, the air thick with the smell of damp soil and decaying plants, contrasting sharply with the dryness and death on the outside. The teleporting beast finally stopped in a clearing among the trees. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient tree so massive that words could not describe its size. Its trunk is so thick that it would probably take 40 to 50 adults holding hands to embrace it. The bark shows a deep bronze color, covered with the intricate lines of time's wear. The strange beast stops in front of the ancient tree, stretching out its frightening side-like front limb, but it does not attack. Instead, it lightly taps the air about an inch away from the trunk. Buzz. A barely audible soft sound arises, and the air in front of it ripples like a calm water surface being disturbed by a stone, creating clear, visible waves. Then, an oval portal that emits a gentle white light quietly opens, allowing passage. Without hesitation, the strange beast steps forward into it. Beyond the portal is not a tree hole, but an unimaginably vast space. The first thing that catches the eye is a magnificent building that takes one's breath away. It is entirely constructed from countless pure white or radiant skeletal remains, these bones varying in shape and size, obviously from many different creatures. They are cleverly spliced and stacked to form the dome, columns, and walls of the hall. However, this skeletal structure, which should be terrifying, radiates an indescribable, solemn, and sacred aura. Each skeleton is engraved with countless complex and mysterious patterns. These patterns are not lifeless, they pulse with visible, different colored energy halos: fiery red, fire, serene brown, earth, refreshing green, wood, lively cyan, wind, deep blue, water. Various attributes of energy coexist harmoniously within, flickering like breath, illuminating the entire skeletal temple like a divine miracle. At this moment, 6 more figures walk in from different directions of the temple. They also take on humanoid forms but vary in appearance. Some have skin like fine emerald scales and gentle amber eyes. Others have semi-transparent wings like those of a dragonfly sprouting from their backs, some have twisting, softly glowing antlers on their heads, and one seems to be made entirely of flowing clear water, its contours constantly shifting compared to the fierce beast that captured Momo. Their shapes, while still non-human, mostly carry a strange and nearly exquisite beauty. One of the humanoid creatures, formed from translucent light blue crystals, casts its gaze upon the fierce beast, its voice echoing directly in the air, carrying an ethereal resonance. Crackvoid, can this one you brought back be used? We don't have much time left. The fierce beast called Crackvoid nods, its dark green eye holes seem to flicker. It raises its side-like front limb again, lightly tapping in front of it. The space ripples once more. At the edge of a small pond, the curious Ruan Momo, who had tried to catch a golden fish with her hand but caught nothing, felt the scenery in front of her change again in an instant. The beautiful little pond and the nice mist disappeared, replaced by a gigantic big house made of luminous bones that was beyond her imagination, and several strangely shaped beings that didn't seem very scary. The little one felt no sense of being a prisoner at all. She dusted off her little hands that had no dirt, lifted her little head, and looked around with her big, round curious eyes at this new environment, and quietly asked in her mind. Tang Tang, where are we now? This shiny big house is so beautiful. Are these strange beings also beasts? Chapter 22, Awakening. Ruan Momo, tilting her little head, looks at these uniquely shaped people exuding extraordinary auras in front of her, feeling not much fear, but rather filled with curiosity. She quietly asks Tang Tang in her mind, Tang. Are they also exotic beasts? They look different from the monsters before. The Tang Tang system immediately performed a deep scan, and the data stream in Dodo's eyes flashed quickly, scan complete. Host, based on life forms and energy wave analysis, these 7 are not low intelligence exotic beasts, but intelligent life forms like you, with highly developed civilizations and individual consciousness. However, their life forms and appearance differ greatly from those of blue star humans. Like me? Momo seized on the keyword, her small head quickly coming to a conclusion. Like herself, they are smart and can talk, so they certainly wouldn't eat children casually. This realization made her much braver. She took a small step forward, raised her pure and innocent little face, and asked in a somewhat hopeful baby voice, beautiful uncles and aunts, can you take Momo back? Sister Su-chan and Grandfather Joe will be very, very worried about Momo. She still remembered the heartbreaking cries of Sister Su-chan when she was taken away. Several intelligent beings exchanged glances, their eyes conveying an indescribable complexity of emotions. The entity with half-transparent dragonfly wings and a slender, graceful figure gently flapped its wings, producing a crisp and pleasant sound like wind chimes, which resonated directly in Momo's mind. Young traveler, we understand your worries. Sending you back to your companions is not impossible. Momo's eyes lit up, and a smile instantly blossomed on her little face. But what the other party said next made her smile freeze. However, we need your help. Or rather, we need the help of the being beside you. My help? Momo pointed to her tiny nose in confusion, her small brow furrowing, but Momo is still very small, and I can't do anything? I don't even know all the characters. She spoke softer and softer, embarrassed, lowering her head and kicking at the non-existent small stones beneath her feet. No, you can. This time, the being made of light blue crystals spoke, its voice steady and carrying an ancient charm, because you are the ye glimmer of hope in the prophecy of the seer. Seer? Prophecy? Glimmer of hope? These words were too profound for 5-year-old Momo, and she felt lost in clouds and fog. However, the next words from the crystal being shocked both Momo and Tang Tang in her mind. And besides you, there should be a companion from a higher dimension, right? Momo's small mouth instantly formed an O shape, her big eyes filled with shock. The fluffy pink-white ball image of the Tang Tang system almost exploded in the consciousness space, with Dodo's eyes widening. How is this possible? The existence level of this system far exceeds this universe. How could it be perceived by a low-dimensional creature? As if sensing Momo and Tang Tang's shock and vigilance, the being with winding glowing horns and a gentle demeanor slowly extended its palm. Above its palm, the air slightly warped, revealing a clear moving image. In the image, a young black-haired girl squatted on the ground, curiously looking at something, and on her little head, there was a round fluffy pink-white creature with a pair of large eyes and a small mouth. Wasn't it Tang Tang? This image was so vivid, as if it had been captured from a real time-space segment. This is time-crossed information capture? The electronic voice of the Tang Tang system was filled with disbelief and shock. This low-dimensional universe creature can actually glimpse future fragments related to this system? How is this possible? Unless their so-called seer has touched some level of rules concerning the fate of the entire universe that even I cannot comprehend. Momo looked at the scene and then raised her head to look at the several uncles and aunts in front of her, her small head in a tangle. Had Tang Tang been discovered? Would they snatch Tang Tang away? The life form made of clear water seemed to sense her unease, its gentle mental waves soothing. Do not be afraid, little traveler. We are not enemies. The guidance left by the prophet tells us that only when the child carrying the Star of Hope appears together with the guiding spirit from beyond the sky can our world, on the brink of destruction, find a glimmer of hope for continuation. We need your strength. Just as Ruan Momo faced the ancient prophecy and request she could not fully understand in the mysterious bone cathedral, far away in the simple shelter on the edge of the wasteland, the atmosphere was still heavy as a solid block of lead. Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming had painstakingly and in detail recounted the encounter with the teleporting monster and how Momo was taken away. Each word felt like salt on a wound. Zhao Qian was quietly sobbing, while Zhou Lan silently sorted the herbs they had brought back, as if doing so could make her feel a little better. Zhang Hai sighed heavily, and Professor Zhou stood by the fence, looking at the dim sky outside, his back appearing particularly old and desolate. Momo's disappearance not only took away a powerful assistance but also a ray of light that illuminated this despairing environment. However, in this almost suffocating despair, a faint yet clear voice came from deep within the thatched shed. Water. The voice was very soft, hoarse from thirst, yet it exploded like thunder in the silent shelter. Everyone suddenly turned their heads, incredulously looking towards the thatched shed. They saw that the previously unconscious Lei Zhan had somehow opened his eyes. His face was still pale, his lips cracked, but those eyes had regained the sharpness and clarity unique to soldiers, despite still showing weakness and fatigue from severe injury. Team Lei. Old Lei. You've woken up. Brother Lei Zhan. The crowd instantly gathered around, filled with surprise and joy. Dr. Chen rushed forward to check his wounds and vital signs. I'm fine. Lei Zhan struggled to move his lips, his gaze sweeping over each face that surrounded him, keenly sensing the unusually heavy atmosphere, especially the absence of that always vibrant small figure. What happened? Where's Momo? His voice, though weak, carried an undeniable question. The faces of everyone instantly dimmed again. Su Chan took a deep breath, holding back her sorrow, and briefly reported again to Lei Zhan what had happened before. As Su Chan recounted, Lei Zhan's brows knitted tightly, his eyes becoming increasingly sharp, as if two flames were burning in his gaze. When he heard that Momo had been taken away by a monster that could teleport right in front of them, uncertainty loomed, and he clenched his fists, the freshly stitched wound on his arm oozing drops of blood without him caring. This is how it is. After Su Chan finished, she lowered her head, her voice choked. It's my fault. I couldn't protect her well. Lei Zhan was silent for a long time, his chest slightly heaving due to the turbulent emotions. He closed his eyes, seemingly digesting this immense information and sorrow. When he opened his eyes again, the sadness had been replaced by a steely resolve. It's not your fault, that kind of monster is beyond our understanding. His voice remained hoarse but carried a reassuring strength. Now is not the time to dwell in sorrow and self-blame. He struggled to sit up, but Chen Feng quickly pressed him down. You must not move your injuries. I won't die. Lei Zhan gritted his teeth, using his own strength to sit up halfway, leaning against the cold wall of the thatched shed, his gaze like a torch sweeping over everyone. Momo's abduction is our greatest loss. But because of this, we cannot fall. First, we are still alive, and we must continue our mission and survive. This is for Momo and for the responsibility towards over 1 billion people in Huaxia. Second, that monster didn't kill Momo on the spot but took her away. which means Momo might still be alive. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we cannot give up searching and rescuing. Third, his gaze fell on Professor Zhou and Li Ming. We need information. Li Ming, do those two encyclopedias have any records about these teleporting monsters? Professor Zhou, what do you think? Li Ming immediately picked up the Encyclopedia of Common Animals of the Rance continent and quickly flipped through the relevant chapters and index carefully again, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter. After a while, he raised his head, a hint of frustration on his face. There is none. Team leader Lei, Professor, I checked carefully, whether by searching for physical features or by keywords like space or teleportation, there's no record of such a monster in the book. It seems it doesn't exist in this record. This result once again weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. The fact that even the encyclopedia didn't have a record meant they knew nothing about this enemy. At this moment, Kam Su Chan, recalling every detail before and after the monster appeared, suddenly spoke up. There is one more situation now. Thinking back, the monster's behavior was very unusual. It appeared extremely abruptly, with a clear target, directly abducting Momo, and its attack intentions towards us seemed not very strong. It can even be said that it seemed to come specifically for Momo. Specifically coming for Momo? This sentence left everyone stunned. Professor Zhou, who had been silent and thinking, suddenly had a spark of realization in his eyes at Su Chan's words. He slowly lifted his head and looked at everyone, his tone carrying a strange certainty. If that's the case, then Momo likely is not in life-threatening danger right now. No danger? Professor, how do you know? Wang Mang asked urgently, confusion written all over his face. Zhao Qian and the others also cast questioning glances. Facing everyone's doubts, Professor Zhou slowly shook his head, gazing deeply into the endless dim yellow outside the shelter, offering no further explanation. Chapter 23 Rance Continent. The being behind her with semi-transparent dragonfly wings and graceful form, Winged Spirit. With her bell-like, melodious mental language, she began to tell Momo a long and sad story. Little traveler, the land you have set foot on is called the Rance Continent. The Winged Spirit's voice carried an ancient rhythm, as if singing an epic. It is different from your hometown Blue Star, not a round globe, but a vast, boundless giant land floating in the cosmic dust. Momo's little mouth opened in an O shape, a continent floating in the universe? This completely exceeded her little mind's comprehension. Tang timely supplemented her knowledge in her mind. Host, theoretically, under specific gravitational balance and cosmic rules, forming a stable continental shape is not absolutely impossible, but it requires extremely harsh conditions. The physical rules of this universe seem to be somewhat unique. The Winged Spirit continued, in our world, there are no suns and moons to divide day and night. The light and dark maintaining and nurturing all things is the elemental mist that permeates the entire continent. Her voice revealed a deep nostalgia. When the elemental mist is peacefully asleep, light is self-born, which is called daytime, and during that time, the world is clear and bright. When the elemental mist actively dances, although the light is slightly dim, the air flows with dreamy, colorful auroras, countless light element spirits frolicking and playing, making the night even more splendid and charming than the day. Her words painted a picture that made Momo yearn. What a beautiful night it must be. But that is all in the past. The life form made of pale blue crystals, Jing-yi, spoke in a deep voice, its tone like ice crystals clashing, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. The long ordeal, we failed. The luck that supports the world has scattered, and the laws are beginning to collapse. The first to perish were the elemental mists. They lost their vitality and transformed into the ominous gray dust that engulfs everything, now only draining life. The beautiful night is forever gone. Ordeal? Failed? Momo caught these words, her little face full of confusion. The Horned Lord, with glowing horns on its head, gently explained. Its mental waves carried a comforting power but could not hide the deep fatigue within. The universe has its rules, civilizations must endure trials to survive. We failed to pass. The cost of failure is harsh, the source of the world's fortune has collapsed, and the laws are regressing. The wise beings on the continent, including our compatriots, gradually lost their wisdom and devolved into mere instinct-driven, monstrous beasts after fortune dissipated. Momo was stunned. She recalled the terrifying monsters that attacked the sanctuary before. Could they have been like these uncles and aunts before, wise beings capable of speech and civilization? This realization made her heart ache, and she felt like crying. The Winged Spirit nodded sadly. Most of the beasts you have seen are the descendants of our once kin, now devolved. We few, along with the prophets who created and guard this temple of bones, are the last sparks of wisdom on the lands of Lance. Before falling into a complete slumber, the prophet exhausted its final strength, combining the knowledge we learned from trials in other worlds, burning the last bit of the world's fortune to create this independent space, isolating the external gray mist's erosion, and imprinting a prophecy about a glimmer of hope in our souls. Her gaze fell upon Momo, filled with hope. The prophecy states that when the young child carrying the star of hope and the guiding spirit from beyond descend upon this forsaken land, it will be the chance for the continuation of Lance's civilization. We have waited here for endless years. Liakong, the companion who brought you here, bears the long task of searching in the outside world, frequently traveling through dangerous spaces assimilated by the grey mist. It has already suffered serious erosion and has begun to devolve. Momo thought of that silver-grey, teleporting monster. So it was called Liakong, and it had changed because it had been searching for her all along? Her heart was suddenly filled with sadness, along with a bit of guilt. If I had come earlier, would it not have devolved like the others? We do not have much time left. The crystal lifeform Jingyi's voice pulled Momo back from her thoughts. The energy of the temple is about to be exhausted, and our awareness will soon vanish. Little traveler, we ask you to take away the seed of life from our world, Wuxian. As it spoke, 6 guardians simultaneously infused a faint but pure energy into the center. A beam of light shone from the temple's dome, and within the beam, a crystal egg about the size of a fist, transparent and shimmering, slowly floated towards Momo. It radiated a soft glow and a warm life force. This is Wuxian. The Horned Lord's voice was filled with immense solemnity and reverence. It is the shell transformed from the remains of the dead prophet, and within the shell is a collection of the last spirit, soul imprint, and gene, life chain, from each wise race of the lands of Lance. It is the entirety of our civilization. The winged spirit recited an ancient legend in a sung tone. Legend has it that at the very beginning of time, all life on the Rance continent originated from a mysterious origin egg. The life within the egg hatched, its shell turned into the first prophet, guarding the world, and the life within the egg grew, using its supreme life force to reproduce itself, evolving into countless species on the Rance continent, forming various brilliant civilizations. The formless is the last spark of civilization that we left behind, imitating the origin. Momo looked at the beautiful and holy crystal egg in front of her. She could feel the sadness, hope, and heavy entrustment contained within it. Although she could not fully understand those complex terms, she understood that this egg was very important and was the last treasure of those seemingly pitiful uncles and aunts. What should Momo do? She lifted her small face and asked seriously. Ding! Detecting high concentration, high purity world source life aggregate formless. This item contains rule-level information and needs special environment for preservation. It is recommended to use system space for containment. Redeeming exclusive life preservation space will consume points, 45 points. Current points of the host, 48 points. Should the redemption proceed? The prompt sound of tang tang rang in time. But I still want to exchange for the 4-symbol space stone. Momo felt a bit troubled in her heart. But thinking about how pitiful this world was, exchange. Tang tang, let's exchange. Momo gritted her teeth. At worst, she'd go back to ask Grandpa Zhou what to do. Grandpa is the smartest. Points deduction successful. Exclusive life preservation space has been activated. With Tang Tang's voice, Momo felt that in her originally empty system space, a small compartment emitting a soft white light had appeared. She tried to follow Tang Tang's guidance, reached out her small hand, and gently touched the formless. With a flash of light, the crystal egg carrying the last hope of a world instantly disappeared from the beam and safely entered Momo's system space. Seeing that the formless was successfully received, the 6 guardians seemed to relax a little, their forms becoming a bit more transparent. They exchanged glances, revealing a sense of relief and resolution in their eyes. Chapter 24, The Gift of Life. Having sent away the formless, the seed that relates to the continuity of civilization, the 6 guardians seemed to have completed a heavy mission that had weighed on their hearts, like a massive stone. Their originally illusory forms seemed to become even more transparent, as if they would merge into the air at any moment, but a sense of relief and peace replaced the previous heaviness. At this moment, the water spirit, whose entire body was composed of flowing clear water and whose silhouette constantly changed slightly, emitted a soft voice like a babbling brook, directly echoing in Momo's mind. Little traveler, you have accepted the hope of our world and carry the future of formless. The cause and gratitude will be remembered by all beings on the Rance continent. We can do no more for you, but please accept this last gift. It does not signify repayment but is our most sincere blessing to you, the Star of Hope. Gift? Momo blinked her big eyes, looking curiously at the beautiful water creature. She didn't quite understand what these seemingly very tired uncles and aunts wanted to give her. The water spirit's spiritual fluctuation was filled with immense gentleness and a hint of determination. We do not wish to exhaust our final power in waiting, degenerating into beasts of mere instincts, ignorant and muddled. That would be a desecration of the meaning of our existence. We choose to give the last us to you. As soon as the words fell, before Momo could react, the 6 guardians, the winged spirit, the crystal spirit, the horned sovereign, the water spirit, and the 2 who had been silent, one like an unbreakable rock and the other like an intangible shadow, stepped forward together. Their silhouettes were no longer merely becoming transparent, they began to ignite a pure and dazzling light from the edges. This was not a flame of destruction, but the most extreme burning of life and will. It is the essential sublimation of their existence. Remember, Lance, traveler. May its brilliance endure in your memory. The voice of the winged spirit sounded like a song in the wind. May your path ahead be free of shadows, filled with wisdom and light. The form of the crystal body shimmered like shattered crystal, refracting countless rainbow lights. Carry our hopes, and walk forward with determination, child. The low roar of the horned majesty was heavy as a mountain, filled with care and trust. Goodbye. May you witness the future we could not see. Streams of light, containing all their life marks, sparks of wisdom, and pure soul energy, surged like a flood of stars, like moths flying toward ultimate warmth, gently yet firmly, without hesitation, rushing toward the petite body of Ruan Momo. Uncle! Auntie! What are you doing? Ruan Momo cried out. Even though she was young, she felt the farewell and finality contained in that brilliance. She wanted to retreat, to hide, but that light was so warm it left her with no power to resist, only immense sadness and unease instantly gripping her heart. The light enveloped her completely in an instant. The anticipated shock or pain did not descend. Instead, there was an indescribable warmth and peace, as if returning to the source of life. This warmth seeped into every inch of her skin, every strand of flesh and blood, ultimately, like rivers flowing into the sea, gently and majestically merging into the depths of her mind, merging into the core of her consciousness. Momo felt as if she was floating in an endless sea of warm light. An unprecedented clarity was astonishingly dispersing the fog that once existed in her mind, even things she had not clearly perceived herself. It felt as if an old, slow-running computer had suddenly been upgraded with the latest processors and infinite memory. Her thinking speed surged exponentially, and the scenes, sounds, and details from past memories suddenly became as clear as if they had just happened. The subtle energy flows in the surrounding environment, which she had never been able to perceive before, now rippled in her heart like stones thrown into a calm lake. This was not merely an acceleration of thought, but a leap in the essence of life, a strengthening and sublimation of the roots of the soul. Warning! Detected ultra-high purity primordial spiritual quality infusion. The host's soul essence is undergoing structural sublimation. Thinking efficiency and information processing ability have been greatly enhanced, energy perception affinity significantly increased. Rule interference confirmed. The guardian's essence has merged into the original spirit and has been bound with the host. Conditions for talent awakening have been met. In her mind, the shocked voice of the system, Tang Tang, echoed. As the light gradually faded away, in the center of the bone temple, only Ruan Momo stood there dazed. The 6 varied beings, who had guarded this place for endless years, had completely disappeared, transforming into the spirit that nurtured and changed her foundation. Feeling the unprecedented clarity and brightness in her mind, recalling the 6 kind yet resolute figures, tears instantly filled Momo's big eyes, rolling down like pearls on a broken string. Woo! Tang Tang! Uncle and aunties are gone, for Momo. Tang Tang's fluffy form circled gently in her consciousness, transmitting waves of comfort. Host, do not cry. They chose the most dignified end and infused the hope of civilization and blessings for the future into your life. This is their choice, but also your opportunity. Carry it, then bravely move forward. Just then, the temple trembled slightly again, more noticeably than before. A silver-gray figure, Crackspace, quietly appeared beside Momo. Its state was extremely poor, the silver luster on its body had nearly completely dimmed. Covered with gray, worn patches, like rocks, every movement carried a sense of sluggishness. It looked deeply at the empty temple, its eyes flowing with an unshakable sorrow and farewell, then gently rubbed its head against the crying Momo, emitting a low and urgent hiss, full of impatience. Crack Sky opened its mouth, and a weaker, but still stable, spatial force wrapped around Momo. The space began to twist, and the scene blurred. Just as the space power completely pulled her away, in the last instant, Momo instinctively turned her head, casting a glance at the enormous bone hall and the giant tree behind it. She saw the spreading gray mist, like a living creature, winding around the giant tree's green branches. Wherever it passed, the forms symbolizing past glory silently collapsed, turning to dust. The magnificent bone hall, under the corrosion of the gray mist, began to crumble from the edges, like a weathered sandcastle, slowly collapsing and dissipating. In the next moment, a strong sense of spatial displacement struck, and the scene in front of her completely changed. After a brief dizziness, Momo found herself already out of the soon-to-be-erased otherworldly space, back in the familiar wasteland. In the distance, the simple outline of the shelter was clearly visible. And now it was the afternoon of the 3rd day, and the oppressive gray mist was slowly and steadily spreading across the sky and earth. Crack Sky gently placed Momo down. It looked back at the shelter's direction, then lowered its head to gaze at Momo, its once sharp vertical pupils now filled with endless fatigue and a sense of release, as if finally freed. It gave a final low, deep hiss, as if gathering all its strength and emotion, like a final farewell. Then, like the 6 guardians before it, its body suddenly burst with intense silver-gray light. But this light did not enter Momo's body, instead, it wildly gathered and compressed in front of it. Crack Sky's form quickly blurred and vanished in the light, as if forcing out the last essence of its existence. Finally, when the dazzling light faded, only a fist-sized, chaotic silver-gray crystal stone, resembling a strange ore, remained, quietly floating half a meter above the ground. The stone emanated a stable and mysterious spatial fluctuation, and the surrounding gray mist seemed to be subtly repelled by this invisible force, forming a small safe zone. Alert! The high-dimensional spatial being Huaxia has burned itself out, completed the reconstruction of matter and rules, and transformed into 4 symbols space stone. Tang Tang's scan result carried a sense of solemnity and awe. I didn't expect that this world could condense 4 symbol space stones like this. Momo looked at the beautiful and heavy stone created by Huaxia's life, thinking of how it had taken her through space, thinking of how it had guarded the temple until the very last moment. The little girl could no longer hold back, and large, hot tears began to roll down her face again. She reached out her small hand and gently touched the stone, feeling the lingering warmth of life within, sensing the resolute sacrifice made for hope. Thank you, Uncle Huaxia, thank you all. She choked, using all her strength to carefully place the 4 symbol space stone, which carried so much sacrifice and hope, into her clothing pocket. Then, she wiped the tears from her face and turned toward the shelter. Sister Su-chan, Grandpa Zhou, Uncle Leijean, they must be so worried. She was back, bringing the last blessing of the Lance continent and heavy hope, along with the special upgrade material for the shelter that everyone needed, the 4 symbol space stone. Chapter 25, Bang. Bang bang. The third day of the safe period, afternoon. The air inside the shelter was heavier than ever. The hourglass of time seemed to be nearing its end, with an unsettling gray mist slowly and steadily gathering and spreading on the horizon, like the cloak of death gradually closing in. Leijean leaned against the grass shed, his face still pale from blood loss, but his eyes had regained their usual sharpness. This morning, when Su-chan's team went out to explore, they fortunately found a bottle of effective recovery potion from a bronze treasure chest, allowing his broken bones and torn muscles to heal quickly. Although his vitality had not fully recovered, he at least had basic mobility and combat ability. Thanks to this recovery, he disregarded Dr. Chen Fang's advice and insisted on following Su-chan and Wang Meng back to the place where Momo had been kidnapped. They held a faint hope, trying to find any clues. However, reality was cruel. They found only the chaotic traces left by the unicycle and the barely discernible footprints of the teleporting beast from its last appearance. All signs pointed toward the depths of the now dense gray mist, which seemed capable of swallowing everything. Standing at the edge of the gray mist, feeling the heart-stopping silence and unknown danger seeping from it, Leijean's clenched fists turned white, his inner struggle and guilt nearly drowning him. As a soldier, protecting the weak was his duty, but now he could only stand at the edge of the gray mist. In the end, reason surpassed impulse. He understood that with their current state and equipment, charging into the gray mist would be tantamount to suicide, which would only cause greater losses. Go back, he squeezed out these 2 words through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse, filled with endless pain and reluctance. Real World Live Stream Room. A commenter from another country, look. The representatives from Huaxia are still dragging their feet. It's the afternoon of the 3rd day, and the gray mist is almost here, yet their shelter is still that broken grass shed. Another commenter, ha ha ha. This is just too funny. What does it matter that they found so many treasure chests? They don't even have a decent home. Once the safe period is over, let's see what they use to fend off the beasts. A third commenter, is this the decision-making efficiency of a so-called civilized ancient nation? Indecisive, they deserve to be wiped out. A Huaxia commenter, shut up. Our representatives have their own considerations. Another Huaxia commenter, as Sun Tzu said, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Blindly upgrading without understanding the situation is just asking for death. Yet another Huaxia commenter, what a bunch of noisy barking. If you have the ability, let your representatives take a stroll in the gray mist. A final Huaxia commenter, truly the frog in the well cannot speak of the sea, it is confined by its shallowness, the summer insect cannot speak of ice, it is constrained by its time. The online argument intensified, with foreign commenters mocking Huaxia for not upgrading their shelter, while Huaxia commenters fought back fiercely with references, both sides arguing fiercely. Inside the shelter, the atmosphere was oppressive. Everyone sat together, in the middle laid out all the materials they had collected that could possibly be used to upgrade the shelter, a small piece of brown crystal cluster obtained from the back of a crystal lizard, earth attribute, a blue gemstone exuding moist vapor, water attribute, from earlier exploration, and a freshly acquired vibrant green wood core, wood attribute. Professor Zhou, team leader Lei, the announcement shows that the countries that have completed upgrades are primarily using materials focused on the 5 basic elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Li Ning flipped through his notes, frowning deeply, there are no records of space or other special attributes. Perhaps, there really is no such thing as space attribute ores? This was a cruel possibility. If there were no space stones, the upgrade of the mobile shelter has always been a false proposition from the start. Professor Zhou sighed, his gaze sweeping over everyone, time waits for no one, we have to make a choice now. Among the existing materials, I believe using earth attribute crystals is the safest option. The earth attribute symbolizes stability and defense, and the upgraded shelter is very likely to gain the maximum improvement in sturdiness, which is crucial for facing the impact after the protection period ends. Wang Meng scratched his head and said in a deep voice, I agree with the professor, making the house stronger first is never wrong. Otherwise, when the monsters come, if the house collapses, everything is for nothing. Su Chan also nodded, although there was still a hint of yearning for the mobile shelter in her eyes. Reality forced her to compromise. The Earth attribute is indeed the most practical choice. At least it can give us a relatively safe foothold. Zhao Qian, Zhang Hai, and others echoed one after another. This seemed to be the only reasonable way out under the current predicament. Real-world live room. Huaxia netizen si, although it's a pity, Professor Zhou's choice is right, survival must be guaranteed first. Huaxia netizen b, Earth attribute reinforcement, after all, there are only 4 days left in the trial, the foundation must be stable. Huaxia netizen c, what a pity, if only there were space attributes, that would increase the chance of survival a lot. Huaxia netizen d, if only little lucky star Momo were here, maybe she could really find or invent space attribute materials. This comment was filled with nostalgia and sadness. As this comment appeared, it instantly resonated with countless Huaxia netizens, and it also attracted the rampant ridicule of foreign netizens who had been lurking for a long time. Still dreaming? That little girl was eaten by a monster long ago. It's truly laughable, placing hope on a dead child? Huaxia people just dream fantastically. Wake up to reality. Just as the heavy atmosphere interlaced with online bickering reached a small climax. Knock, knock, knock. A faint but clear knocking sound suddenly rang out outside the silent shelter. The sound was gentle, with a hint of hesitation, as if afraid to disturb something. But in this pin-drop silence, the knocking was like a thunderclap. Everyone froze in an instant. The conversation stopped abruptly. Lei Zhan suddenly looked up, his eyes bursting with unbelievable brilliance. Su Chan instantly grabbed the crossbow bolt beside her, Wang Meng tightened his grip on the iron axe, and everyone seemed to be paralyzed, staring fixedly at the simple, seemingly falling apart fence door with sheer shock and unspeakable anticipation. Who is it? On the evening when the safety period was about to end, with fog swirling, who knocked on their door in the desolate wilderness? Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Only the gentle knocking sound, and the faint, timid, familiar baby voice from outside, penetrated through the gaps of the wooden planks and weakly drifted in. Grandpa Zhou. Sister Su Chan. Please open the door, it's Momo. Momo is back. Chapter 26 Upgrade of the Shelter. Grandpa Zhou. Sister Su Chan. Please open the door, it's Momo. Momo is back. That familiar baby voice, deeply engraved in their bones, was like a ray of sunlight piercing through the heavy haze, instantly striking every person's heart in the shelter. A moment of silence enveloped the shelter, even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish. Everyone's eyes widened to the limit, their pupils sharply contracted, their faces filled with intense shock and an almost disbelieving joy. Is it an illusion? Is it a delusion born from excessive longing and guilt? Mo. Zhao Qian was the first to tremble and speak, her voice tinged with tears. The next second. Open the door. Lei Zhan let out a low roar, his body, which had originally leaned against the wall due to weakness, exploded with astonishing strength, suddenly springing up and almost staggering towards the fence door. Su Chan's movements were faster than his. She was like a strong leopard, instantly rushing to the door, her hand slightly trembling with excitement as she suddenly pulled open the simple wooden door. The door opened. In the dim yellow light, a small figure stood timidly outside the door, wearing a faded bunny pajamas, her hair a bit messy, with dirt and tear marks on her little face. She looked up, her big, shiny eyes sparkling with fear, grievance, but more importantly, the reliance and comfort of returning to her loved ones. It wasn't an illusion. It was really Momo. She was alive and had come back. Momo. Su Chan could no longer hold back, tightly hugging the little one, as if wanting to merge her into her own flesh and blood, her voice choked, unable to speak a complete sentence. Zhao Qian rushed over too, tears streaming down her face. Wang Meng, the tough guy, also had reddened eyes at this moment, wiping his face forcefully. Professor Zhou quickly stepped forward, his usually steady fingers trembling slightly. Lei Zhan stood at the door, watching the small figure that had been lost and found, his chest rising and falling violently, his tightly clenched fist slowly relaxing, a mixed emotion of immense relief and gratitude swelling in his heart, making even this iron-blooded soldier's throat feel tight. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back, Professor Zhou murmured, 1,000 words turning into these 4. However, amidst this huge surprise and emotional outpouring, Ruan Momo, who was tightly embraced by Su Chan, struggled to raise her little head, seemingly remembering something extremely important. Her small hand laboriously pulled out from Su Chan's embrace, reaching into the small pocket of her pajamas, carefully digging for something. Grandpa Zhou, Sister Su Chan, don't cry. Momo said urgently with her nasal voice, as if presenting a treasure, raising her tightly clenched fist in front of Professor Zhou, her small hand slowly opening. A crystal about the size of a fist, entirely a chaotic silver-gray color, with what seemed like countless tiny spaces being born and extinguished within, quietly lay in her palm. It emitted stable and mysterious spatial fluctuations, causing the surrounding air to seem slightly distorted due to the presence of this crystal. Look! We have a spatial stone. Momo's voice was clear and loud, carrying a sense of pride from completing an important task and a bit of triumph. Spatial stone? These three words, like magic, instantly pulled everyone back from the joy of reunion into reality. Everyone's gaze, like magnetized, fixated tightly on the mysterious glowing crystal in Momo's small hand. Professor Zhou's breath suddenly halted, his eyes behind his glasses bursting forth with unprecedented brilliance. Lei Zhan's pupils contracted sharply. Su Chan unconsciously tightened her arms around Momo. Li Ming's mouth gaped wide, enough to fit in an egg. Just moments ago, they had been regretting and struggling due to the lack of spatial attribute materials, having to settle for Earth attribute materials instead. But in the blink of an eye, this child who had been missing for a day, causing them worry and guilt to the point of almost despair, had not only returned safely but also brought back what they had longed for, something even thought to possibly not exist, the spatial stone? This massive twist, this unbelievable surprise, rendered everyone momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the crystal, and the little girl who held it, her smile pure and bright. Reality World Central Command Room. Good. The general carrying the star suddenly slammed the table, stood up abruptly, his face flushed with extreme excitement, his mouth unable to stop grinning. Good child. Well done. The other higher-ups nearby, while not as outwardly expressive as him, also couldn't hide their excitement. But every face was brimming with unmistakable excitement and joy. The great elder looked at the child on the screen, holding the space stone and smiling innocently, his eyes flickered with a trace of relief and gratitude. Real-world Huaxia live room. After a brief silence, a tidal wave of scrolling comments erupted like a volcano. Momo. It's Momo. She's back. The space stone. It's really the space stone. I'm not dreaming, am I? Whoa. Little lucky star. I knew it. She must have gone to find us treasures. Where are those foreign trolls who mocked us before? Come out and see. What is this? Ha. The face slapping came too fast. I ask you, does it hurt? And those foreign netizens who had previously mocked were now collectively silent. Occasionally, a few bitter comments like lucky dog poop or who knows if that stone is real drifted by, instantly drowned in the ocean of joy from Huaxia netizens, not even making a splash. Inside the shelter, Professor Zhou was the first to snap back from the massive shock. He suppressed his inner excitement and carefully took the space stone from Momo's hands, as if holding a priceless treasure. The smooth touch, combined with the overwhelming and stable spatial energy it contained, shook him to his core. He didn't even have time to ask Momo what she had gone through that day and how she obtained the stone. Because, time was really running out. The gray mist in the sky was getting thicker, as if it was about to swallow everything in the next moment. Li Ming. Upgrade scroll. Professor Zhou's voice was urgent, filled with an undeniable determination. Here it is. Li Ming immediately handed over the precious shelter upgrade scroll. Without hesitation, Professor Zhou chose the third upgrade path. Holding the scroll in one hand, he pointed to the materials piled nearby. Invest 100 units of wood, 50 units of ore. Zhang Hai and Wang Meng immediately moved the pre-prepared materials to the designated area. Finally, Professor Zhou solemnly placed the chaotic silver-gray space stone on top of the materials. As soon as the space stone touched the other materials, the upgrade scroll spontaneously ignited, transforming into a brilliant stream of blue light, completely enveloping all the materials, especially that space stone. Buzz. A wave of energy far more magnificent and mysterious than any previous upgrade radiated violently from the center of the shelter. The entire rudimentary shelter was engulfed in blinding blue-silver light, making it impossible to look directly. The light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually subsiding. When everyone's vision returned, the scene before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The once humble shelter, only the size of half a basketball court, surrounded by a crooked fence, and topped with a shabby thatched hut, had completely vanished. In its place was a magnificent small manor. The first thing that caught the eye was a sturdy wall 5 meters high, built from an unknown silver-gray stone, with faint spatial ripples flowing over its surface, giving an unbreakable feeling. Inside the wall, the space was vastly expanded, almost the total area of 2 standard basketball courts. A single-story building, also made of silver-gray stone, sat on one side of the yard, with a style that was ancient and solid, occupying an area about the size of a basketball court, equipped with doors and windows, looking exceptionally sturdy. Even more surprisingly, beside the building stood a well built of blue stone, the wellhead exuding coolness and moisture. And what was most reassuring was that the entire courtyard was not exposed to the open sky, but was covered by an invisible, gently rippling spatial barrier. This meant they would no longer have to worry about attacks from above. Announcement: the representative of the Huaxia country has successfully upgraded the shelter. Current shelter level, level 6. The cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out, confirming this result that far exceeded everyone's expectations. Level 6. Everyone gasped in shock. Currently, the highest level shelter appearing in global announcements was only level 3. They had directly crossed several levels to reach an unprecedented level 6. The space stone brought back by Momo, its value and role, far exceeded their imagination. Is this the level 6 shelter? Wang Mang looked at the luxurious new home in front of him, murmuring to himself. Su-chan tightly hugged Momo in her arms, looking at this miraculous change, her heart filled with indescribable excitement. She knew that all of this was brought by the little figure she held tightly. Ruan Momo looked at everyone's shocked and happy faces, smiling sweetly, her little head resting on Su-chan's shoulder, softly saying, "Sister Su-chan, Momo didn't disappoint everyone, right?" "No. Momo is the best." Su-chan's voice choked up again, but this time, it was because of joy. Chapter 27, Water Droplet Pendant. After the huge surprise, there was an unprecedented sense of security and urgency. Level 6 shelter, this solid fortress built from silvery gray strange stone, stood like a silent and reliable giant, isolating the yellowish hues and the gradually spreading ominous gray mist from the outside world. Inside the courtyard, the newly appeared bluestone well glimmered with a faint water light, bringing a refreshing coolness. Above, an invisible spatial barrier rippled like water waves, dividing the sky into distorted yet safe views. "Hurry up!" Lei Zhan's voice, though still carrying a hint of weakness, was filled with undeniable decisiveness. "Su-chan, Wang Mang, Li Ming, check the walls and gates again, ensure there are no defense blind spots. Brother Zhang, Dr. Chen, inventory all our supplies, there are only 4 days left in the trial period, see what needs to be prioritized during the trial. Teacher Zhao, Nurse Zhou, organize the internal affairs, plan out resting areas, storage areas, and alert areas in the house." The orders were clearly given, and no one questioned them. Momo's safe return and the completion of the level 6 shelter seemed to inject the team with double doses of adrenaline, dispelling the gloom caused by loss and igniting their fighting spirit to face unknown challenges. Everyone quickly sprang into action, like gears in a precision instrument, beginning to prepare for the impending storm. Su-chan and Wang Mang held weapons, carefully patrolling along the inner side of the tall walls. Wang Mang even used his newly acquired iron axe to strike the wall forcefully, leaving only a shallow white mark. The recoil made his arm tingle, and he couldn't help but click his tongue. "This stone is really hard." Su-chan paid more attention to the layer of invisible spatial barrier. She tried to lightly throw an arrow towards the barrier, and at the moment of contact, the arrow seemed to sink into a thick liquid, its speed rapidly decreasing, then diverted by a gentle force, slowly falling to the ground. It can not only defend against physical impacts, but it seems to also have the effect of energy diversion and cushioning. She concluded, feeling slightly relieved. Li Ming held charcoal and tree bark paper, quickly sketching a simple structure of the shelter, marking the identified special features, the well, the spatial barrier, and the walls of the main building that fit perfectly, as if shaped from one piece. Inside the house, Zhao Qian and Zhou Lan spread out the collected hay and the few pieces of cloth, marking off a relatively comfortable resting area. Dr. Chen categorized the collected herbs, crushed the water lily for use, washed the roots of the marsh vine clean, and placed them together with the medicines from the earlier treasure chest in the most accessible position. Zhang Hai was counting the supplies. Compressed bread, instant noodles, bottled water, and weapons were being carefully tallied. Zhang Hai looked at the list. He frowned slightly. "If it's only 4 days, we have enough food and water." He looked towards the well and then glanced down at the list, but there weren't many weapons and medicines. Ruan Momo was also assigned a task to sit obediently by the well platform and rest with Professor Zhou. But in reality, Professor Zhou's gaze was often on Momo, filled with inquiry and contemplation. "Momo," Professor Zhou's voice was very gentle, trying not to scare the child, "can you tell Grandpa Zhou how you found this stone? Also, the creature you took with you, did it not harm you?" Momo hugged her knees, tilting her little head. She remembered Uncle Liakong taking her through space, the beautiful pond in the shimmering mist, the bone shrine, and the 6 uncles and aunts who burned themselves to send her their spirit, along with Uncle Liakong turning into stone at the end. These memories were vast and heavy, mixed with many words and concepts she couldn't understand. But the candy system in her mind told Momo not to say anything because what those humanoid beings gave her was very special. Once discovered by the Star Alliance, the consequences were unpredictable. So Ruan Momo thought for a moment and said, "Everyone is fine, they didn't hurt Momo. That stone was turned into by the uncle who took me away that day." Just when Professor Zhou wanted to ask more, Momo suddenly leaned towards his ear, pointed at the sky, and whispered, "Can't say." "You have to go out to say it." Professor Zhou instinctively looked up at the sky, a chill running through his heart, realizing the special things Momo might have encountered during her disappearance, and that this could not be revealed to the Star Alliance. So when Su-chan came over to ask Momo, she interrupted Momo and subtly told everyone not to inquire about what happened during Momo's disappearance. As everyone sat together discussing what to do next, Momo felt as if something was establishing a connection with her, so she curiously poked at it. In the next moment, a strange sight occurred. The entire gigantic shelter, along with the well inside and all supplies, instantly twisted and shrank, turning into a drop of chaotic silver gray, with what seemed like a swirling nebula inside, a droplet-shaped pendant that gently fell around Momo's neck, held by a thin string of unknown material. And the 10 of them were suddenly exposed at the edge of the thickening gray mist that had originally been isolated by walls. This. Everyone was taken aback. Momo touched the warm pendant around her neck and explained in her baby voice, "Candy said the house turned into a necklace? But we can't go in now, we have to wait for the house to turn back out." She then poked the pendant, and with a flash of silver light, the solid shelter reappeared out of thin air, containing them within. Mobile fortress. Li Ming exclaimed in excitement, "Although we can't enter during the movement, this strategic value is too great." This meant they could find safer places to station, or at critical moments retract the shelter and move, although they would be exposed during the move, but at least their base would be preserved. Just then, the light outside quickly dimmed, and the dense gray mist surged in like a living creature, marking the official start of the third day of the gray mist spreading period. Everyone immediately retreated to the stone house, closing the heavy stone door. Inside, there was only the dim gray light coming through the observation window. Unlike before, this time the sound brought by the gray mist was denser and more eerie, as if countless unknown beings were stirring in the fog. However, Ruan Momo, held in Professor Zhou's arms, quietly looked at her reconnaissance map in her mind. On the map, the green light point representing the shelter was like a lighthouse in the darkness, and around it, countless red light points were swimming and fighting in the gray mist. But strangely, all these red points, no matter how big or small, it seemed to deliberately avoid encountering anything, circling around about 100 meters away from the shelter. Not a single red dot intruded into this invisible circle, let alone attack the shelter. "Tang Tang, they seem to be afraid to come over?" Momo whispered in her heart. Detected the unique spatial fluctuations and rules-based deterrence emitted by the shelter. The shelter, combining the 4-element space stones and the last spirit of this world, has a natural dispelling and concealment effect against the degraded beasts. Tang Tang analyzed, as long as we don't actively expose ourselves or attack, theoretically, the shelter is relatively safe in the gray mist. The system's reply eased Momo's mind quite a bit. Chapter 28, Kill Rankings. After discovering that the beasts seemed to hold the shelter in reverence, the clouds that had overshadowed everyone's hearts were slightly dispelled, but the tense nerves were not completely relaxed. During the gray mist period, although the beasts do not approach, we must not let our guard down. Professor Zhou scanned everyone, thought for a moment, looked down at his pocket watch, and then arranged, "It is now 7 p.m. of Blue Star. I, Li Ming, Zhou Lan, and Dr. Chen Fong will now take turns to watch, monitoring the activity outside. Everyone else should take the time to rest, recover their spirit and strength. Each person will stand guard for 3 hours, the pocket watch will be kept by the guard, strictly timed. The others, immediately rest." Each guard perked up, vigilantly watching the dead and eerie thick gray fog. Outside the shelter, all kinds of chilling sounds echoed, as if there was an eternal symphony of death, but those sounds remained 100 meters away. This strange safe zone gave the guards a rare sense of safety and reassurance. The others were in a relatively comfortable resting area, forcing themselves to sleep. Lei Zhan leaned against the wall, closed his eyes to adjust his breath, trying to quickly recover his combat power. Professor Zhou looked at the already sleeping Momo, his eyes glimmering with contemplative light in the darkness. Zhao Qian, Zhou Lan, and others huddled together, sinking into shallow sleep amid unease and fatigue. Time flowed slowly in the oppressive silence and the faint uproar in the distance. The pocket watch reached Dr. Chen Fong, who was at the last watch duty. He carefully recorded the time, watching the hands move incrementally, hoping for the moment when dawn would disperse the gray mist. When the hour hand finally pointed to the Roman numeral 6, and the minute hand accurately stopped at 12 according to Blue Star time and the pattern of the past 3 days, it should be 6 in the morning, and the gray mist should be gradually dissipating. Chen Fong held his breath, leaned in at the observation window, watching the gray mist outside the shelter. However, outside the window was still a suffocating thick gray that could not be cleared away. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed. The gray mist showed no signs of weakening, still like a solidified gray beast, firmly occupying the entire wasteland, swallowing all light and hope. Chen Fong's heart sank little by little. He rubbed his eyes, reconfirmed the pocket watch. It was 6:15 in the morning. An ominous premonition coiled around his heart like a cold vine. He did not dare to slack off and quickly whispered to wake up the dozing Professor Zhou and Lei Zhan beside him. "Professor, Team Lei, something is wrong." Chen Fong's voice trembled slightly. It should be 6:15 in the morning, but the gray mist outside shows no signs of dispersing. Professor Zhou and Lei Zhan instantly woke up and crowded in front of the observation window. Looking at the lifeless gray, both their faces grew serious. Soon, everyone was awakened. Hearing the gray mist had not dissipated, everyone's sleepiness instantly vanished, and an invisible pressure enveloped their hearts. "Is there something wrong with the pocket watch?" Wang Mang asked hopefully. Li Ming took the pocket watch, carefully checked the movement of the mainspring in the hands. He shook his head. The pocket watch keeps time accurately, no problem. Could it be that the duration of the gray mist has been extended? Su-chan speculated, but her tone was not certain. No one could provide an answer. Unexpected changes often signified greater danger. Everyone waited silently. The ticking of the pocket watch sounded particularly clear in the silent stonehouse. Time seemed to stretch, each minute and each second a torment. The group simply shared some compressed bread and water, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. When the hour hand pointed to 8 in the morning, and the outside was still boundless gray, the last glimmer of hope was shattered. The gray mist had not dissipated, instead, it seemed even thicker than during the night. It seems that the rules of the trial, or rather, the weather of the wasteland, are not constant, Professor Joe said solemnly, breaking the suffocating silence. We must prepare for the gray mist to last longer, or even not disperse at all. This meant their range of activities would be greatly restricted, making it more difficult to search for resources and respond to dangers. Just as everyone was heavily discussing how to utilize the mobile shelter's features during the limited safe window if the gray mist persisted. The cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang out in all the representatives' minds, the content strikingly different from before. Announcement: the trial in the desperate wasteland, Phase 1 survival has ended. Announcement: the beast kill ranking is now open. Rules: from this announcement onward, killing wasteland beasts will earn points based on their strength. Points will be updated in real time. Global ranking. Ranking rewards: after the trial ends, rewards based on final rankings will be distributed, including national fortune rewards and special items. Warning: the gray mist normal state has been activated. Dissipation of the gray mist will now become a random event. Wishing everyone happy hunting. A series of announcements detonated in everyone's minds like heavy bombs. The first phase has ended? The gray mist has become normal? The kill ranking? The amount of information was overwhelming, and each piece sent a chill down their spines. The gray mist has become the norm? Zhao Qian's voice trembled with fear. Doesn't that mean we will have to stay in this damn thing forever? The kill ranking: this is forcing us to fight those monsters desperately. Wang Mang clenched his fists, his eyes filled with both fighting spirit and worry. Li Ming quickly analyzed. The points ranking relates to national fortune rewards. This forces all representatives to take the initiative, no longer able to remain in safety as before. Competition has become fierce. Lei Zhan's gaze was sharp as a knife. Moreover, the dissipation of the gray mist will become a random event, which means we can no longer rely on a fixed safety period for exploration and rest. Every outing could mean facing the gray mist and countless beasts. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. Just moments ago, they were still delighted about the mobile shelter. Now they faced the cruel reality of needing to actively step into peril. At this moment, Ruan Momo seemed to sense something. She tugged at Professor Zhou's sleeve, pointed outside the observation window with her small finger, and reminded Grandpa Zhou, the red dots outside seem to be moving faster. Professor Zhou's heart sank, signaling everyone to be quiet. They focused intently and listened. Sure enough, the once orderly roars and running sounds of beasts outside the shelter had become more dense and frantic, as if the entire wasteland's hunting had been accelerated by the announcement's release. Chapter 29, Targeted. The cold announcement echoed in every representative's mind, as if it had rung the bell for brutal competition. Inside the shelter, the hue from the faces of the Huaxia delegation seemed to fade several shades. The gray mist normal state, the kill ranking. Li Ming's voice was dry. He unconsciously glanced at the sparse supplies, counted out only a few melee weapons, Su-chan's crossbow and 20 arrows. There are still a few medicines left, mainly used for treatment. These are their entire fighting capital. Wang Mang restlessly ran his fingers through his hair. How the hell are we supposed to fight? Aside from me and Su-chan, who still has some fighting strength, Lei's injury hasn't fully healed, and the others. His gaze swept over Zhang Hai, Chen Feng, Zhou Lan, Zhao Qian, Chen Jing, and the young Momo. The words he didn't say were clear enough. Their team was essentially a group gathered for survival, consisting of doctors, teachers, scholars, workers, and children, but lacking in professional soldiers. Lei Zhan tightly pressed his lips together, a dull pain blossoming in his chest from his emotions. He loathed his current weakness, being the strongest visible fighting force in the team yet unable to stand tall at a critical moment. He tried to move his arm, but the tearing pain caused cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Professor Zhou remained silent, his brow furrowed. His earlier judgments seemed to have been flawed. He had thought that acquiring a mobile shelter would provide great strategic mobility, significantly increasing their survival chances. Yet he hadn't anticipated that the second phase of the trials would shift directly to a raw, combat-centered elimination round. This was nothing less than a blow to the head for the underpowered Huaxia team. Reality World Central Strategic Command Center. In front of the massive circular screen, the atmosphere was also heavy. The general, who had previously excitedly slammed the table upon obtaining the space stone, now wore a grim expression, his fists clenched. Damn it, he growled, this trial rule is simply targeting us. An analyst next to him quickly pulled up data, speaking heavily. General, the data shows that among the representatives of other major countries, the proportion with combat backgrounds, soldiers, bodyguards, fighters, etc., is much higher than ours. During the 3-day safety period, they hunted low-tier alien beasts and obtained combat-related treasure boxes more frequently than we did. The countries at the top of the leaderboard, although their shelters are not high-level, just as seen in the live broadcast, they utilized the automatic attacks of attribute shelters to weaken beast enemies, allowing their representatives to get the final blows, forming an effective hunting loop. Another high-ranking official side, our representatives focused more on exploring, collecting survival supplies and intelligence during the safety period, and were severely underprepared for combat. Lei Zhan's injury is just adding insult to injury. Right now the situation looks quite grim. The elder's gaze was deep as he looked at the serious faces of the Huaxia representatives on the screen, slowly opening his mouth. Trust them. Only in dire situations can the greatest wisdom and potential be unleashed. Reality World Huaxia livestream. After the announcement, the Chinese netizens who were previously thrilled by Momo's return in the level 6 shelter suddenly fell into despair. In contrast, the foreign netizens, who had been holding their breath, exploded with excitement, and the screen was instantly flooded with various taunts. Ha ha ha. You're killing me. What's a level 6 turtle shell going to do? Isn't it just going to have to crawl out to fight? Look at their weapons. A broken crossbow and a few axes? What are they going to do with those? Scratch the alien beasts? This is the outcome of focusing on survival. Now they're stunned, right? They can only hide in their shell and watch others rack up points. Still talking about a mobile fortress? You mean to go out and die? The alien beasts are avoiding you all, there's no chance to pick up leftovers. Too clever by half. Huaxia people, let's see how you play this time. These piercing comments made the Huaxia netizens tremble with rage, wanting to refute, only to find that what the others said was the harsh reality. Compared to the efficient final blows and steadily rising points of representatives in other countries' livestreams, the stillness and seriousness in the Huaxia livestream formed a stark contrast, a sense of powerlessness and anxiety spreading among countless Huaxia viewers. In the wasteland, inside the shelter. We cannot sit and wait. Su Chan was the first to break the silence, her eyes sharp. Like a mother leopard about to hunt, the points concern the destiny of the nation and must be fought for. But we cannot clash head-on. How do we fight for it? Wang Meng asked in a low voice. Those guys outside are crazier now. With our few people, going out would just be delivering food. Professor Zhou frowned, glancing at Ruan Momo a few times. His lips moved slightly, but in the end, it turned into a barely audible sigh, swallowing back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Directly asking Momo about her abilities would undoubtedly expose her uniqueness, and in unclear situations, this was not a wise move. Yet, the current predicament weighed heavily on his heart like a huge stone. Just at that moment, Ruan Momo raised her small face. Her big eyes, which had become clearer after a spiritual upgrade, keenly captured the unshakable worry and struggle on Grandpa Zhou's brow. An unprecedented clarity rose in her little head, and she almost instantly understood Grandpa Zhou's predicament. He needed her map to help everyone but didn't want to put her in danger or attract too much attention. Grandpa Zhou, Momo whispered, breaking the somewhat heavy atmosphere. Do you want to ask about Momo's small map? Professor Zhou was slightly taken aback, not expecting the child to be so perceptive. Momo did not wait for a response and immediately called out urgently in her mind to Tang Tang. Tang 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 Tang. Can you show my map to Sister Su Chan and the others? Like transmitting the image to them. Ding. Detection of host request. The Team Tactical Goggles, temporary sharing, function can be activated. Tang Tang's electronic voice quickly replied, this function can temporarily share the host's basic reconnaissance map information with designated team members through mental linkage, allowing them to obtain a synchronized local battlefield vision in target markings. It really can. How many energy points does it need? Momo asked excitedly. To start and maintain this function for 3 days, it requires energy points, 500 points. Tang Tang stated the price, then added with a hint of excitement, additionally, I have good news for you. Because you brought back the 4-symbol space stone, upgraded to a level 6 shelter, and returned safely, you have received a massive amount of recognition and affection from the people of Huaxia on Blue Star. Converted by the system, your current total energy points are 11,000 points. 11,000? Momo was a bit dizzy from this huge number. Although her mind had become clearer, she still didn't have a clear concept of this scale. She counted on her fingers, her little brows furrowing together as she tried to count accurately. Yes, host, you are now a little rich girl. Tang Tang metaphorically explained in a way she could understand, you can buy so many candies or do so many things. Wow! Momo's eyes instantly lit up, as if seeing mountains of candy, her little face involuntarily revealing a greedy smile. The first thing she thought of was, then can I exchange for very powerful weapons for Sister Su Chan and the others? In theory, yes, but it's not recommended. Tang Tang rationally analyzed. First, directly exchanging for high-power weapons may attract attention at the regulatory level. Secondly, host, did you forget? Your gifted ability is about to awaken. The system has detected the optimal catalytic window and strongly recommends that you invest energy to accelerate the awakening process immediately. This will fundamentally enhance your own survival and combat abilities, which is a more reliable capital than any external item. My ability? Momo was taken aback for a moment, then remembered she seemed to have some kind of strong talent. She instinctively followed Tang Tang's guidance and opened the system panel in her mind that only she could see, finding the ability section. Ability, innate strength, beginner upgraded to intermediate. The words behind flickered with a faint glow, seemingly reminding her. Oh yes. Momo's strength seems to have increased a bit. She recalled the feeling of easily moving things she used to think were heavy. Host, not just a bit. After upgrading to intermediate level, your strength, constitution, and control over power have undergone a qualitative change. Tang Tang emphasized, this allows you, in the future, to have some self-defense and even assist in combat abilities, even without weapons. Momo's little head quickly thought, although she didn't fully understand what qualitative change meant, she understood that this could make her stronger, no longer just someone who needed protection. She decisively asked, then, how many energy points are needed to accelerate awakening? What abilities will awaken? Energy points needed, 5,000 points. Ability unknown. The awakening process takes about 3 days, during which a relatively safe environment and sufficient rest must be ensured. Tang Tang replied. 5,000 points. Momo looked at her over 10,000 fortune. Although it hurt her heart, thinking about gaining another ability, becoming stronger and helping everyone more, she still nodded firmly, Momo wants to awaken. Confirming the investment of 5,000 energy points to accelerate talent awakening. Energy deduction successful. Awakening process initiated, expected to complete in 71 hours and 59 minutes. Tang Tang immediately executed it, while reminding again, additionally, regarding the map sharing feature, the host please note that this temporary sharing permission is valid for 3 days. After 3 days, even if energy points are paid, the same level of team sharing cannot be opened again. Do you confirm to pay 500 energy points to activate the 3-day team tactical scope sharing? Confirm. Momo no longer hesitated. 3 days was enough. Plus, Tang Tang said that after 3 days, she might become stronger. Energy points deducted successfully. Team tactical scope, temporary, activated. Please host specify sharing objects. Momo immediately raised her head, looking at Professor Zhou and Su Chan, her little face showing seriousness after making a significant decision. Grandpa Zhou, Sister Su Chan, Momo can help everyone see the situation outside now. But, only for 3 days. Under Professor Zhou's astonished gaze, Momo extended her little finger and lightly pointed at everyone. In the next moment, everyone froze simultaneously, showing extreme shock on their faces. A clear, dynamic partial map unfolded in their minds. The gray fog was no longer an absolute barrier, the terrain outline within 100 meters, along with the red dots of different shades representing bizarre beasts and their movements, were all clearly presented before their eyes. Even a dark red dot representing the best initial hunting target was specially marked, and a relatively safe approach path was flickering with faint light. This is... Wang Mang widened his eyes, incredulously feeling this unimaginable vision in his mind. Li Ming's voice trembled with excitement. God's perspective, this is the true God's perspective. It's incredible. Su Chan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves in her heart. Her eyes towards Momo were filled with complex emotions, gratitude, shock, and a firm belief. She turned to Professor Zhou and Lei Zhan, nodding heavily. Professor, Captain Lei, with this, we can try going out. Professor Zhou looked at Momo, whose eyes were tired but determined, feeling mixed emotions in his heart, finally turning into a heavy admonition, be careful. Safety first. Su Chan, Wang Mang, and Li Ming exchanged glances, no longer saying anything. They turned and resolutely pushed open the heavy stone door, their figures quickly disappearing into the thick gray fog. Inside the shelter, after Ruan Momo completed all this, a trace of fatigue appeared on her small face. Professor Zhou lovingly hugged her. And everyone's hearts hung along with the 3 teammates who merged into the fog, and that precious map in their minds. Chapter 30. The gray mist traces. The stone door closed behind them, completely cutting off the weak light and sense of security within the shelter. Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming stepped into the thick gray fog, visibility dropping to less than 5 meters. The damp and cold air, carrying a decaying smell, enveloped them instantly, making each breath feel as if the gray particles were invading their lungs with coldness and heaviness. Unknown dangers lurked in every blind spot of their vision, causing their nerves to tighten to the limit involuntarily. 15 meters to the left front, 2 low-level corrupted paw wolves, moving slowly, deviating from our direction. Su Chan's low voice sounded in the silence of the fog, carrying an absolute calmness. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, the magical dynamic map in Wang Mang and Li Ming's minds clearly marked those two slowly moving red light spots, even indicating their general direction of movement with faint trajectory lines. Received. Wang Mang licked his slightly dry lips, gripping the fire axe in his hand tightly. The irritation and unease caused by the environment were largely dispelled by the clear god's view in his mind, replaced by a sense of calm with clear guidance. He turned to the side, signaling Li Ming to follow. The three of them moved like a taciturn stealthy team, silently bypassing the two wandering beasts using the terrain features shown on the map, a few rugged boulders and a shallow depression. Li Ming gripped a steel pry bar he had found in the tool room, his palms slightly sweating with tension. As a current doctoral student, he was more accustomed to research rather than killing. But at this moment, the fate of the nation rested upon him. He had to force himself to adapt to this role of a hunter. The map in his mind gave him an unprecedented sense of security, allowing him to foresee dangers and avoid most unnecessary conflicts. Turn right, proceed along this path for about 40 meters. Attention, there is a small group, about 5, of high-speed moving red dots 30 meters on the right. Their trajectory is unstable, temporarily assessed as having aggressive tendencies. Suchan continued giving orders, her figure faintly visible in the fog, moving lightly like a cat, with her crossbow arrow already loaded, her sharp gaze scanning the overlapping areas of the map and the real world. The three moved cautiously. The gray fog not only obscured their sight but also seemed to absorb most of the sound. The surrounding silence was terrifying, with only their heavy breaths and heartbeats amplified in their ears. On the map, the green light dot representing them slowly and steadily advanced along the marked relatively safe path, surrounded by scattered red light dots, both bright and dim, like stars under the night sky, yet filled with deadly threats. I found it! Wang Mang suddenly perked up. In his mind's map, a solitary, darker red light point compared to the surrounding red dots was stationary in a concave area not far ahead. It's the marked best hunting target. Suchan noticed too, she gestured, and the three immediately slowed their steps, quietly approaching using the cover of the terrain and the fog. As they got closer, the outline of the strange beast gradually became clear in real vision. It was a creature about the size of an adult leopard, shaped like a lizard, but its skin was not scales, rather it was a dark brown thick skin, seemingly corroded by acid, covered in bumps and slime. One of its hind legs twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly an old injury, and along its waist and abdomen there was a massive tear, deep enough to see the bone, dark green blood oozing continuously, dripping to the ground with a hissing sound, carrying strong corrosiveness. It lay on the ground. The head hung low, emitting a suppressed and painful hiss, looking extremely weak. It's the corrosive lizard. Look at the wound, it seems to be caused by a more powerful predator or a fight with its own kind, Suchan quickly assessed, her eyes cold. Condition is very poor, mobility greatly reduced, but be cautious of its blood and the acid it might spit, she continued. Damn, just looking at it is disgusting, Wang Mang spat, but his eyes sparkled with excitement like a hunter spotting prey. Let's take it down. Wang Mang and I will attack head-on. Li Ming, you focus on keeping watch around us. The map shows no other red dots within 50 meters, but anything could happen in this gray mist. Suchan quickly assigned tasks. Li Ming nodded heavily, gripping the crowbar tightly, nervously watching the mental map and the swirling gray mist around him. Suchan and Wang Mang exchanged a glance and moved in unison. Suchan was the first to strike. She sidestepped, aimed, and pulled the trigger in one smooth motion. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt tore through the mist, accurately hitting the relative weakness of the lizard's eye. Though the lizard was heavily injured, the instinct of a beast was still there. At the moment the bolt approached, it suddenly turned its head. Thud! The bolt missed its eye and instead sunk deep into the thick skin where its neck met its head, embedding itself 3 inches deep. Hiss! The corrosive lizard let out a sharp, painful hiss, raising its head abruptly, a pair of violent and pained yellow vertical pupils locking onto Suchan's direction. It struggled to stand, but injured back legs and severe belly wounds made it stagger. Now's the time. Wang Mang leapt out like a tiger breaking free, letting out a low roar as he charged from the side. He raised the fire axe high, channeling all his strength into his arms, and with the momentum, he struck hard at the lizard's injured waist and belly. Crack! A dull thud echoed as the axe blade embedded itself deeply into the lizard's wound, nearly splitting its body in half. Dark green blood and chunks of innards splattered out, and Wang Mang couldn't dodge in time. His sleeve was splattered, immediately rising with white smoke, accompanied by a burning pain. Watch out! Li Ming couldn't help but shout. The corrosive lizard, heavily wounded, fell into a final frenzy. It twisted its body fiercely, its mouth full of sharp teeth opening wide, spitting a foul-smelling, strongly acidic slime toward Wang Mang, who was at close range. Wang Mang was out of strength from the previous strike, and with new strength yet to come, he was about to be hit. In a split second. Another whoosh. Suchan's second crossbow bolt arrived. This arrow shot unerringly into the lizard's wide-open mouth, piercing straight through its throat. The lizard's spitting ceased abruptly, its body twitched violently a few times before finally crashing to the ground, no longer moving. Representatives of Huaxia, Suchan and Wang Mang successfully killed the heavily wounded corrosive lizard, LV1, earning points, 2. Inside the shelter, the crowd, who had been tense and focused on the dynamic map in their minds, breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the dark red dot representing the beast extinguish completely. Lei Zhan's clenched fist loosened slightly, and Professor Zhou's furrowed brows relaxed for a moment. In Professor Zhou's embrace, Momo revealed a tiny smile on her face, though more than anything, fatigue lingered. She let out a small yawn, her eyelids beginning to droop. "We did it!" Wang Meng panted, shaking off the pain from the corrosive blood on his arm, his face beaming with victory. "Quick, collect valuable materials, then leave immediately. The noise here might attract something else." Su Chan remained vigilant, quickly giving orders while scanning the surroundings. Li Ming hurried forward, using prepared tools to carefully collect potentially valuable parts from the lizard, mainly the post-kill treasure chest and a few relatively intact sharp teeth and untainted claws. As for the corrosive blood and tissues, they could only helplessly give up. The entire process took less than 2 minutes, and the three dared not linger, quickly evacuating the scene along a relatively safe route indicated by the map in their minds. The success of their first hunt greatly boosted their morale. With the tactical goggles provided by Momo, they seemed to possess night vision and radar in the dark forest, gaining a massive information advantage. In the following time, the trio moved like ghosts through the mist-covered wasteland. They strictly adhered to the tactics set by Su Chan, using the map's vision to actively avoid all groups of well-conditioned strange beasts, patiently searching for those alone, especially the injured or weak targets. The process was not smooth sailing. Once, they locked onto a seemingly slow burrowing worm on the map and prepared to approach, but the red dot representing the worm suddenly deepened, and several small red dots indicating its rapidly moving larvae appeared nearby. It had summoned its young. If it weren't for the early warning from the map, they might have fallen into a trap. Another time, they attempted to ambush an injured wind pattern leopard. The leopard was lightning fast, even injured. Its counterattack was perilous. Its sharp claws grazed Wang Meng's forehead, taking a few strands of hair and leaving him drenched in cold sweat. In the gray mist, danger lurked everywhere. The map could provide information but could not completely eliminate the risks of battle itself. Each hunt was a test of courage, skill, and teamwork. The trio's stamina was rapidly depleting, and the number of crossbow bolts they carried was decreasing as well. Time quietly slipped away amidst tense battles and cautious movements. When the familiar universal prompt from the trial space echoed in their minds again, announcing, "Survival Trial Phase 2, first day ended," Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming all paused. They were hiding in a narrow stone crevice, seizing this rare moment to treat their wounds and restore their nearly exhausted stamina. Su Chan, Wang Meng, Li Ming. At that moment, Professor Zhou's steady voice, tinged with a hint of unnoticed concern, rang directly in their minds through the link of the team tactical goggles. "You have been active outside for nearly 8 hours, and your stamina must be greatly depleted. There is no need to push too hard on the first day. After checking your gains, return to the shelter for rest immediately. Safety first." Upon hearing this, the three instinctively glanced at each other and saw deep fatigue in one another's eyes. Professor Zhou's reminder was like an alarm bell, pulling them slightly back from their heightened state of tension. "Understood, Professor Zhou. We'll tidy up and head back." Su Chan responded through thought. Chapter 31, Enchantment. The three did not dare to delay for a moment, carefully returning toward the shelter along the relatively safe path marked on the map in their minds. Despite their bodies being exhausted, their spirits did not dare to relax at all. The way back also had dangers. Red dots representing strange beasts occasionally wandered nearby on the map, forcing them to change routes several times to avoid those they could not defeat. The gray mist remained thick, showing no signs of dissipating. When the familiar outline of the shelter finally appeared faintly in the gray mist, all three felt a sense of relief. The stone door was pushed open a crack from the inside, and only after Lei Zhan and Professor Zhou confirmed it was them did they quickly welcome the trio inside. Bang! The stone door closed tightly again, isolating all external dangers and gray mist. The dim yet stable light and the relatively fresh air inside the shelter finally allowed Su Chan and the others, whose nerves had been tightly strung, to slightly relax, followed by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. "You've worked hard." Professor Zhou looked at the trio's disheveled appearance, clothes stained and corroded. Wang Meng's arm was wrapped in a simple bandage, and their faces showed an obvious fatigue, their tone heavy. "First, treat the wounds and replenish water and food." Lei Zhan, despite his own injuries not healed, stepped forward to help immediately. Zheng Hai, Chen Feng, and others quickly handed over clean water and the food they had saved. Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming almost collapsed on the ground, taking food and water, gulping it down to regain their energy. Momo obediently moved closer, her small face full of worry, looking at the wound on Wang Meng's arm. "Uncle Wang Meng, does it hurt?" "Hey, it's just a little injury, not a big deal." Wang Meng forced a smile and ruffled Momo's hair. After a brief rest, Professor Zhou looked at the package brought back by the three. "What did you find?" Su Chan opened the package, revealing 6 uniquely shaped treasure chests, glowing weakly, which were the spoils they gained from hunting beasts today. In addition, there were some collected beast materials, such as sharp teeth, claws, and shells. 6 treasure chests and some materials, Suchan reported, and then, like everyone else, her attention was drawn to the point leaderboard floating in their minds. Second stage kill points leaderboard, real-time. 1. United States, 49 points. 2. Russia, 47 points. 3. European Union, 45 points. 4. Sakura country, 41 points. 5. Britain, 37 points. 31. Curry country, 19 points. 37. China, 8 points. 37th place. Li Ming looked at the glaring ranking and the mere 8 points, his voice dry. Although he had anticipated it, seeing their team's name in such a low position filled him with a mix of bitterness and unwillingness. They fought hard all day, yet the rewards were so meager. Wang Mang slammed his fist on the ground, the muffled sound echoing clearly in the quiet shelter. He gritted his teeth and didn't speak, but his expression said it all. Suchan remained silent, her gaze swept over the 6 treasure chests, and with a hint of hope, she said, "I hope these chests hold some decent weapons. Our equipment is severely worn out, and against those tough beasts, our current weapons lack power." Everyone's attention focused on the treasure chests. This was their key hope for improving their combat capability and narrowing the gap. At that moment, Momo, who had been quietly standing by Professor Zhou, suddenly spoke softly, "Grandpa Zhou, Sister Suchan, Momo, can Momo take a look at these chests?" Everyone looked at her, and a glimmer of understanding appeared in Professor Zhou's eyes. He nodded, "Okay, Momo, go ahead and take a look." Momo stepped forward, squatting in front of the treasure chests, stretching out her little hand and seemingly curiously touching each of the 6 chests. Meanwhile, she was urgently communicating with Tang Tang in her mind. "Tang Tang Tang Tang. Hurry and help Momo see what's inside these chests. Sister Suchan and the others want powerful weapons." Ding. Scanning the contents of the treasure chests for the host. Scan complete. Tang Tang's electronic voice quickly replied. Treasure chest 1, spear times 1. Treasure chest 2, spear times 1. Treasure chest 3, two-handed hammer times 1. Treasure chest 4, crossbow times 1, with 10 bolts. Treasure chest 5, fine quality dagger times 1. Treasure chest 6, or times 1. Wow! There are really a lot of weapons. Momo cheered in her mind, but then hesitated. Tang Tang, should we use energy points to add something to what's in the chests? Sister Suchan seems to really need powerful weapons. Host, based on scanning results, this haul includes melee and ranged weapons and ammo replenishment, basically covering the team's current needs. Tang Tang analyzed, the system suggests no additional energy points should be spent on enhancing weapons, you can open all treasure chests directly. It would be more cost-effective to use energy points on more critical areas, such as your talent awakening process. Momo tilted her little head, thought for a moment, and felt that Tang Tang made sense. She now understood that energy points were precious and should be spent wisely. Plus, the chests already had weapons, it seemed sufficient. Momo will listen to Tang Tang, no adding, let's open the chests directly. After making a decision, Momo raised her head and said to Professor Zhou and Sister Suchan, Grandpa Zhou, Sister Suchan, these boxes seem to contain weapons inside. Shall we open them and take a look? Professor Zhou looked deeply at Momo and nodded, alright, let's open them. Under everyone's watchful eyes, 6 treasure chests were opened one after another. As the light flickered, items appeared. 2 shimmering spears, a heavy-looking metal hammer, a crossbow that was similar but structurally different from the one Suchan used, 10 brand new arrows, a sharp dagger, and finally, a seemingly unremarkable piece of dark gray ore with tiny holes on its surface. Spear, hammer, crossbow, arrows, dagger, awesome. Wang Mang looked at these weapons, especially the hammer, his eyes brightened, and his fatigue faded somewhat. Although they were not magical weapons, they were enough to replace the severely worn weapons in their hands and allowed Zheng Hai, Chen Feng, and others who previously lacked suitable weapons to have a chance to fight. However, when Momo's small hand touched the last piece of dark gray ore, a strange change suddenly occurred. A light, brighter than when opening the other treasure chests and carrying an unusual rhythm, burst forth from the ore. At the same time, a mechanical prompt echoed in Momo's mind. Obtained item, special or fusion forging stone. This ore can serve as a base and can be infused with attribute ores, such as flame crystals, frost cores, lightning fragments, etc., for a one-time enchantment of a designated weapon, granting it corresponding elemental attribute damage. Reality World Huaxia Live Room. Originally mocked and ridiculed by foreign netizens due to Huaxia's low ranking, the mood in the bullet comments suddenly split. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. They just got the fusion forging stone now? Our warriors in America had enchanted battle axes on the 3rd day of the safety period. How else would they earn points? TSK, such good luck, just 6 lousy boxes and they get this? Our Russian representatives had to take down an elite monster to get theirs. Enchanted weapons? Sounds impressive, but Huaxia is ranked 37. Do they have the strength to hunt attribute beasts to get the attribute stones? What if the ore just rots in their hands? Unfair. Why do they have such good luck? Our country's representatives have opened dozens of boxes without seeing anything. Some mocked, believing Huaxia started too late. Even if they had the stone, they would struggle to obtain the key attribute stones, while others were envious of Huaxia's seemingly lucky gains. In the Huaxia live room, the atmosphere among Huaxia netizens' comments was completely different. Wow! Fusion forging stone. We got it too. Enchanted weapons. Awesome. Finally, we see a glimmer of hope. Although our ranking is low, having this makes it possible to catch up. Hurry up. Go find attribute stones. Enchant Sister Su Chan's crossbow, or enchant Wang Meng's hammer. Just thinking about it feels exciting. Brothers, don't celebrate too early. Didn't they announce we still need attribute stones? That stuff is definitely harder to get. Hard to get or not, we gotta get it. Better than having no hope. Trust our representatives. Hope, like a flame igniting in the dark, though faint, instantly dispelled the gloom that had spread in the hearts of countless Huaxia viewers. They saw the possibility of narrowing the equipment gap, thus improving hunting efficiency and catching up in points. In the shelter, the members of the Huaxia representative team were also shaken by this unexpected surprise. Fusion forging stone? Enchantment? Wang Meng stared at the unremarkable ore, his breath becoming a bit hurried. Could this thing create weapons with fire and ice? Su Chan picked up the ore, sensing the strange energy waves contained within, her gaze sharp. The key lies in the attribute stones. We must quickly find and obtain them. As she spoke, her gaze instinctively swept over the attribute stones they had carefully collected. The attribute materials originally intended for the shelter's upgrade, the earthy brown crystal clusters, the sky blue water gems, and the vibrant green heart of living wood. Professor Zhou followed her gaze, his brows furrowing slightly. He spoke in a deep voice. This is an important breakthrough, but the attribute materials we currently have are not suitable for enchanting these weapons. The earth attribute focuses on defense and stability, the water attribute leans towards healing and nurturing, and the wood attribute is mainly about vitality and binding. These characteristics are suitable for shields and whips, but the water attribute may require special weapons. But if we enchant spears, crossbows, iron hammers, and daggers, it would be difficult to directly and effectively enhance lethality, especially in response to the urgent need to improve hunting efficiency. Lei Zhan leaned against the wall, his voice low yet clear. What we need are attributes with more destructive power, such as the burning of fire, the freezing of frost, and the paralysis of lightning. Only these can allow the weapons to deal greater damage to the alien beasts in a short time, even affecting their movements. Professor Zhou scanned the weary but focused members of the team. Everyone is extremely exhausted today. First, let's change our weapons, take a good rest, and recover our strength. Tomorrow, based on Momo's mapping abilities, we will prioritize searching and assessing areas that might have attribute beasts. The group nodded in agreement. Although the road ahead was more treacherous, their goal was clearer than ever. They quickly allocated the newly obtained weapons. 2 spears were given to Zhang Hai and Li Ming, the big hammer naturally went to Wang Meng, the new crossbow and arrows were set aside for Su Chan, and the dagger was handed to Lei Zhan for self-defense. Holding the brand new weapons and feeling the cold touch in their palms, they thought of the melting or quietly lying there and the yet-to-be-obtained combat attribute ores. A mix of pressure and motivation surged in everyone's hearts. Chapter 32, Sleepless Unintentionally. Inside the stone house, as soon as Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming's bodies touched the makeshift bed covered with straw, their heavy eyelids could no longer support them. They didn't even have time to carefully clean the dirt and minor wounds on their bodies before falling into a deep sleep. In the yard of the shelter, a few wide-awake individuals gathered together. During the day, because of a lack of weapons, unhealed injuries, age, gender, and physical fitness, they had to stay within this relatively safe fortress. They relied on Momo's shared team tactical goggles, nervously observing every dangerous dodge and every difficult hunt that Su Chan and the others undertook in the gray mist. That feeling of being there but powerless was just as stressful as being on the battlefield, accumulating more anxiety and helplessness. At this moment, deep in the night, the worries and emotional pressure from the day made it hard for them to fall asleep. Professor Zhou, Lei Zhan, Zheng Hai, Chen Feng, Zhou Lan, Zhao Qian, and the little Ruan Momo who Zhao Qian gently held in her arms, her small head nodding yet still trying to stay awake, were seated together. Their minds still unconsciously focused on the map in their heads. The scattered red dots within 100 meters outside the shelter slowly moved, while farther away was a vast unknown gray area with occasional flickering lights representing potential dangers or opportunities. Sigh. Zheng Hai, the old engineer, was the first to break the silence, his voice hoarse and tinged with bitterness. Watching Xiao Su and the others fight so hard, and here we are just waiting. It really doesn't feel good inside. Dr. Chen Feng rubbed his brow, his face filled with fatigue and helplessness. We are doctors, teachers, workers. In Blue Star, these are all respected professions. But here. He shook his head, leaving his words unfinished, but his meaning was clear. Facing those ferocious alien beasts, their professional skills felt so pale and weak. Nurse Jolan hugged her knees, resting her chin on them, speaking in a very low voice. I can't even bear to watch a chicken die. Today, I saw Brother Wang Meng split that lizard in half with an axe in the map. I almost threw up. Her face looked pale under the firelight. Making her face those terrifying monsters, the psychological fear might be even deadlier than the physical disadvantage. Teacher Zhao Qian instinctively held Ruan Momo tighter, as if this could draw a glimmer of courage. She remembered seeing the points ranking during the day, her voice carrying a barely noticeable tremble. Are we destined to hold everyone back? Her words pierced the calm everyone was trying to maintain like a needle. Leijian, who had been silent, suddenly lifted his head, his chest pained from emotion, prompting him to cough a couple of times, his face looking even worse. It's my fault. His voice was hoarse with deep self-reproach. If I hadn't been injured on the first day of exploration, at least we could have one more person out there, or even team up with Su Chan to hunt stronger targets, instead of sitting here like a useless person. He tightened his fists, his knuckles whitening from the strain, the newly assigned dagger resting beside him, its cold metal reflecting the firelight but offering not a bit of comfort. Leijian, don't say that. Professor Zhou slowly spoke, his voice steady, carrying a soothing strength. The trial rules change constantly, no one can predict them. Your injury was not your choice. Moreover, our current situation may not be entirely disadvantageous. His gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the flickering flames, continuing his analysis. In this trial, the second phase competes for points by hunting exotic beasts, which seems very unfavorable for us. But don't forget, it's only the first day, and there are still 3 more days ahead, with many variables to come. More importantly, we have an unmatched advantage they cannot compare to our level 6 shelter. He paused to let everyone digest this statement. Look at the countries at the top of the points leaderboard, their shelter levels are at most level 3. What does that mean? It means their defenses are far weaker than ours. Under normal gray fog conditions, the activity and aggression of the exotic beasts increase. Once they encounter a small-scale beast tide or are targeted by stronger exotic beasts, whether their shelters can hold up is a big question mark. Especially on the last day, when the pressure is highest, the level of the shelter might be the boundary between life and death. Professor Zhou's words made everyone's spirits lift slightly. Indeed, safety was their greatest trump card. However, Zhao Qian quietly voiced a disagreement, tinged with hesitation. But, Professor Zhou, they kill more exotic beasts and get more treasure chests. What if they open items from the treasure chests that can upgrade their shelter again or other defensive treasures? Then our advantage would be gone, right? Her words fell like a bucket of cold water over everyone's hearts. Professor Zhou's expression froze, the wrinkles on his face seeming to deepen in the firelight. He opened his mouth to say something but found Zhao Qian's possibility to be reasonable. The randomness of treasure chests was too great, no one could guarantee that other countries wouldn't open game-changing items. In the end, all his words turned into a barely audible, bitter sigh. Hadn't he thought of this possibility? He just didn't want to mention it when everyone's spirits were low. Zhou Lan quietly nudged Zhao Qian's arm, signaling her with her eyes to stop talking. Zhao Qian realized she might have dampened the mood, pursed her lips, lowered her head, and fell silent. The atmosphere grew heavy once again. Zhang Hai, seeing this, quickly used a light-hearted tone to break the tension. I say, old Zhou, Team Lei, and everyone, we need to look at this a bit more positively. Among the 10 of us, this was never a group of chosen warriors. To put it simply, it was just a gathering of ordinary people from all walks of life. To survive in this hellish place, and for all 10 of us to make it through the first trial with our bodies intact, I think that in itself is already a remarkable victory. He looked around at every face, continuing, think about it, this trial affects the national fate. Losing one person, how could it not have some impact on the country? Maybe the cost is huge. So, keeping each one of us alive is the biggest contribution we can make to the country at this stage. As for the fighting, let Xiao Su, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li worry about that. What we can do is guard this home, so when they go out to fight, there is a completely safe place for them to come back and rest, to heal. Isn't that important? Zhang Hai's simple words were like a warm breeze, dispersing some of the gloom that hung over everyone's hearts. Yes, living itself is a victory, a contribution. Especially in this cruel trial. Leijian's tightly clenched fists loosened a little, although the self-blame in his eyes didn't completely fade, his expression softened significantly. Professor Zhou gave Zhang Hai an approving look, picking up the conversation. What Zhang said is right. Different tasks for different people. What we need to do now is trust Su Chan and the others, and use all our wisdom and non-combat advantages to give them the greatest support. For example, analyzing intelligence, planning strategies, and guarding our foundation. At this moment, Momo, who had been forcing herself to stay awake in Professor Zhou's arms, finally let her small head droop completely. Her breathing became even and soft as she fell into a deep sleep. In her subconscious mind, the faint electronic voice of Tang Tang could still be heard. Talent awakening progress, 17%. Energy being steadily injected. Please ensure the host gets adequate rest. As night deepened, the gray fog outside the shelter still churned, as if harboring endless secrets and murderous intent. Chapter 33, The Heart of Wood. The gray fog had no distinction between day and night, constantly enveloping this wasteland. Inside the shelter, everyone gradually woke up. After a night of rest, although Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming still looked tired, their eyes had regained their sharpness and clarity. They carefully checked their weapons, arranged their arrows, spears, and fire axes neatly, preparing for the hunt of the new day. The atmosphere was silent and solemn. Yesterday's rank of 37th weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. "It's still the three of us who will go out," Su Chan said briefly, setting the tone. "Just like yesterday, we'll use the map to avoid danger, look for isolated or severely injured targets, and our primary goal is to find otherworldly beasts that may carry battle attribute ores in their bodies." Wang Meng and Li Ming silently nodded. At that moment, a deep and determined voice sounded, "I'll go with you." Everyone turned to look, and saw that Lei Zhan had already stood up. He straightened his back, his face still somewhat pale, but his eyes burned with an undeniable determination. He held the dagger tightly in his hand. "Captain Lei." Dr. Chen Fong immediately stood up, her voice urgent and serious. "I know about your injuries. Although the damage to your bones and internal organs has been stabilized with medicine, it hasn't healed at all. Intense movement, especially the forceful actions and dodging in battle, could cause your wounds to tear open again. In that case, excessive bleeding would not only put you in danger, but how far would the blood scent travel in the gray fog? What might it attract? Have you thought about that? It could harm everyone." Dr. Chen's words were like a cold needle, piercing through Lei Zhan's forceful spirit. He fell silent, biting his lip tightly, his jawline rigid. Chen Fong spoke the truth, and he couldn't refute it. But as a soldier, as the team's apparent strongest fighter, let him be protected like a porcelain doll in a safe shell. Watching his teammates fight for their lives outside, this feeling of helplessness and guilt was nearly swallowing him whole. Su Chan looked at Lei Zhan's tightly clenched fists and the pain struggling in his eyes, understanding his emotions. She stepped forward, her voice slightly softened but still calm. "Captain Lei, we understand how you feel. But Dr. Chen is right, now is not the time for you to be strong. To protect yourself is to protect our future high-end combat power." She paused, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "Today when we go out, we will pay special attention to two things. One is the attribute ores that can directly enhance weapon lethality, and the second is, perhaps there exist medicines or special items that can speed up injury recovery. As long as we find them, your wounds can heal faster." This gave Lei Zhan a glimmer of hope, a possibility to continue contributing to the team. Lei Zhan swallowed hard, finally nodding his head heavily, no longer insisting, but the veins on the back of his hand gripping the dagger were visibly standing out, showing his inner unrest. Just when the atmosphere turned slightly gloomy, in the corner, Ruan Momo, who was being held by Zhao Qian and still dozing off in a daze, suddenly frowned and pouted unhappily in her mind. "Tang Tang, don't make noise. Momo still wants to sleep." Ding. "Host, wake up. A chance to earn energy points is here." Tang Tang's electronic voice carried a rare hint of urgency, that Lei Zhan wants to go out, but everyone is stopping him because he hasn't healed. Momo was slightly disturbed awake and rubbed her sleepy eyes, looking around at the serious adults in confusion, asking in her mind, "What's wrong with Tang Tang? If you're hurt, you have to stay at home. Going out is too dangerous." Her little head couldn't understand why someone injured would still want to run outside. "Sai, you are all so foolish." Tang Tang said in a tone of disappointment in you. "This world has so many strange abilities from monster plants, how come you only know how to use them on dead things?" "Ah." Momo became even more confused, her big eyes filled with question marks. "Don't you still have a wood attribute, the heart of wood?" Tang Tang hinted. "That green, pretty stone?" Momo recalled. "What about it?" "Yes, that's it. I thought you would keep it for saving lives, I didn't expect you didn't even know how to use it." Tang Tang's tone held a little pride. "Are you saying that heart of wood can heal Uncle Lei?" Momo's little eyes widened in an instant, fully awake now. "Of course," Tang Tang affirmed, "but the method of use is different from what you think. That looks and feels like an ore, but actually, the shell is very fragile, filled with a gel-like solid full of life energy. However, that energy is very strong. Lei Zhan eating it all by himself might be too much for his body to handle, it needs to be divided into 10 portions. With his current injury, just 2 portions are enough, and it will greatly accelerate healing." As soon as Tang Tang finished speaking, Momo jumped up from Zhao Qian's arms, her little face glowing with excitement as if she had discovered a treasure, eagerly saying, "Grandpa Zhou. Sister Su Chan. Uncle Lei. That green stone. That heart of wood. It can heal Uncle Lei's injuries." The clear child's voice rang clearly in the silent shelter, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples one after another. Everyone was stunned, their gazes fixated on Momo. "Momo, what did you say?" Professor Zhou was the first to react, his tone filled with incredulity. "Heart of wood? Can heal?" Dr. Chen looked even more incredulous. As a professional, he had checked that heart of wood, and aside from feeling faint life energy fluctuations, he couldn't see any medicinal value. Really? Momo. You're not mistaken? Wang Meng's voice was the loudest, filled with surprise. Momo nodded her little head vigorously, pointing towards the supplies that Professor Zhou had safely stored away. It's that green one. Beautiful stone. Sugar, Momo knows how to use it. There are good things inside. If Uncle Lei eats a little, he will heal quickly. A spark of hope ignited in everyone's eyes. Although it seemed unbelievable, Momo's previous map ability and the 4-symbol space stone she brought back proved her specialness. In this supernatural world, anything happening seemed plausible. Professor Zhou immediately stood up, carefully took out the lush green, vibrant heart of wood, and placed it in the empty space among the crowd. Everyone gathered around, examining it closely. No matter how they looked, touched, or even leaned in to smell it, it seemed like a strange jade with a warm texture, exuding a fresh scent of grass and wood, hard and complete, without any so-called shell or gelatinous inside. This looks like a stone, right? Zhang Hai questioned as he tapped it, producing a crisp sound. Momo, are you sure? How do we open this? Professor Zhou looked at Momo, his tone gentle but seeking confirmation. Li Ming even attempted to pry it open carefully with the tip of his newly acquired dagger, yet the surface of the heart of wood left not a single scratch. After trying several methods without success, everyone couldn't help but cast somewhat puzzled gazes towards Momo once more. Could it be the child was wrong? Or was her special feeling not working this time? Feeling everyone's attention, Momo began to grow anxious, calling out in her mind, Tang Tang. They can't open it. They are all looking at me. TSK, of course it's because they don't have enough strength. Tang Tang said matter-of-factly, host, just come and gently pry it open. Oh. Momo suddenly understood, hurriedly running over to the heart of wood, and under everyone's puzzled gaze, she extended her soft, delicate little hand, gripping the heart of wood which even an adult's dagger couldn't mark. Then, under the astonished gaze of everyone, her small hands seemingly casually and gently pried it apart. Kada. A soft sound, almost inaudible. The hard, emerald-green heart of wood cracked open like a ripe fruit or a delicate pastry, splitting neatly into 2 halves. At the crack, instead of a stone's internal structure, it was filled with a rich, gel-like solid that was as green and lustrous as jade, and an incredibly pure, powerful life energy instantly spread out, making everyone nearby feel a surge of spirit, as if all their fatigue had been partly dispelled. Inside the shelter, there was a dead silence. Everyone's eyes widened, incredulously staring at the easily pried open heart of wood, and the alluring green gel inside. Finally, their gaze froze on Momo's seemingly harmless little hands. Teacher Zhao Qian was the first to react. She suddenly grabbed Momo's hand, turning it over and over, her voice changing pitch, Momo. Is your hand, are you okay? Any scratches? Do you feel pain? She couldn't understand how such a hard stone was pried open by a 5-year-old child with bare hands. Momo was a bit confused by Zhao Qian's reaction, obediently shaking her head. Teacher Zhao, Momo doesn't hurt, it opened easily. Easily opened right away. Everyone looked at Momo's innocent little face, then at the cracked heart of wood. A wave of tremendous surprise surged through each person's spine like electricity. They finally realized that this little girl, whom they had been carefully protecting and thought needed the most care, was hiding secrets far more astonishing than they had imagined. Chapter 34, The Right Way to Open the Attribute Stone. Inside the shelter, the silence continued for a few seconds, then was shattered by overwhelming surprise. It really opened. Dr. Chen Fong was the first to rush to the open heart of wood, looking in disbelief at the bright green, glistening, gel-like solid that radiated a strong vitality. His instinct as a doctor was fully awakened as he carefully pricked a tiny bit with the tip of his knife, observing it closely, even bringing it near to smell. The pure scent of grass and wood made him feel every cell in his body was cheering. Life energy, such pure and powerful life energy. Dr. Chen said, his voice trembling with excitement, this is simply a miracle. Professor Zhou took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart, looking at Momo with a complex mix of gratitude and curiosity in his eyes, but he knew it wasn't the time to ask questions. Momo, how exactly should we use this? Just eat it? Momo nodded vigorously, pointing at the gel inside. Sugar, Momo knows, this is very powerful. Uncle Lei can't eat too much, he can only eat 2 portions. She struggled to recall Tang Tang's words, stretching out 2 little fingers to demonstrate. It needs to be divided into 10 portions. Uncle Lei can eat 2 portions. Eating too much will be too much nourishment. Divided into 10 portions, Lei Jun eats 2 portions. Everyone immediately sprang into action. Professor Zhou found clean cloth and containers, while Dr. Chen carefully used the knife to evenly divide the gel from the heart of wood into 10 portions. Each portion resembled a concentrated green emerald, emanating an alluring glow and vitality. Lei Zhan looked at the 2 portions of life gel handed to him, his throat bobbing, eyes sparkling with uncontrollable excitement. Without any hesitation, he took them and swallowed them down in one go. The gel melted instantly in his mouth. There was no bitter taste of grass and wood he had imagined, but instead a sweetness and warmth difficult to describe, flowing smoothly down his throat into his stomach. The next moment, a warm and powerful wave of heat suddenly erupted from his abdomen, like a river breaking its dam, instantly rushing toward every limb and bone. Wherever this energy passed, the soreness in his muscles, the deep-seated pain in his bones, and the dull discomfort from damaged organs melted away quickly, as if the ice and snow had been driven away by sunlight. What shocked him even more was that some old injuries accumulated over years of training and missions, which could not even be eradicated under modern medical conditions, and would occasionally ache during rainy days, now felt a prickling warmth and itchiness. It was a signal of rejuvenation in the tissues. The most serious tear in his chest and abdomen sent clear sensations of muscle movement and the faint pop of bone healing, creating an astonishing itchiness that was incredibly comfortable. Visibly, Leijon's slightly pale face quickly turned rosy, his breathing grew long and powerful, and his overall spirit surged with astonishing speed, appearing even more vigorous than before he was injured. He instinctively moved his arms around, then performed a few simple stretching actions. The movements were smooth and full of strength, with no stiffness or pain at all. "This is too miraculous." Leijon couldn't help but roar, his voice booming and filled with strength. "My injuries are completely healed. Even the old wounds are gone. Moreover, my physical condition seems to be even better than before." He swung out a powerful punch, creating a sharp sound as it sliced through the air, his gaze sharp like a hawk's. "Awesome! Team Lei." Wang Meng exultantly slapped Leijon on the shoulder, and this time, Leijon stood firm like a rock. Su Chan also revealed a sense of relief and genuine joy in her eyes. With Leijon's absolute return as a key player, the team's combat effectiveness would transform dramatically. Dr. Chen was even more excited, beyond measure. Witnessing such a miraculous healing effect firsthand was a tremendous impact for him. "Miracle, this is absolutely a miracle of life. The value of this heart of wood is far beyond our imagination." Professor Zhou looked at the vibrant Leijon, feeling a great weight lift from his heart, and immediately carefully stored the remaining 8 portions of the heart of wood gel. With a serious gaze, he looked over the 4 who were about to set off: Su Chan, Wang Meng, Li Ming, and the healed Leijon. "We have all seen the effects of the wood heart. It is a life-saving divine object." Professor Zhou distributed 4 portions to the 4 people. "Each of you must carry one on you. Remember, if you face deadly danger or sustain serious injuries, do not hesitate, take it right away. Points are important, but your lives are even more crucial. You must return alive no matter what." The 4 took the green jelly, filled with overwhelming life energy, and each nodded heavily. This was not ordinary supplies, it was a guarantee of an extra life. "Let's set off," Leijon ordered in a deep voice, filled with a rare confidence and decisiveness. The heavy stone door opened again, and the 4 figures swiftly disappeared into the dense gray fog. Unlike yesterday, the core of the team had become Leijon. He was not just a strong fighter but also an experienced commander. With the shared map in their minds, their efficiency was far superior to yesterday. Leijon could more accurately judge the threat level and action patterns of the alien beasts and create the most effective hunting strategies. When they faced a lone LV-1 burrowing beetle, it would have taken Su Chan and Wang Meng working together cautiously yesterday to kill it. Today, Leijon rushed in directly, skillfully dodging the beetle's charge and pincers. The axe in his hand slashed through the air sharply, accurately striking the soft spots where the beetle's joints connected, dispatching it effortlessly and cleanly. When they encountered 2 paired LV-0 rotting clawwolves, Leijon ordered Su Chan to distract one from afar while he and Wang Meng swiftly attacked the other, killing it almost instantly, then quickly assisting Su Chan to take down the other. The whole process flowed smoothly, with teamwork that surpassed their awkwardness from yesterday. With Leijon as the sharp blade, Li Ming's pressure was greatly reduced. He mainly took care of guarding and assisting, occasionally delivering final blows, significantly improving security. The hunting efficiency visibly increased. When Momo pried open the wood heart with her bare hands, showing its gel-like insides, and the scene of Leijon's injuries healing instantly, hidden wounds disappearing, and his state being better than before was streamed to Blue Star, the entire network erupted. The foreign netizens who previously mocked the Huaxia team for having raw casting stones without attribute ores were now left speechless, followed by a flood of shock and sour grapes. WTF? So this is how you use the wood heart? Just eat it? Are you joking? Instant healing? Even hidden wounds are cured? This must be a divine elixir. Our representatives have also collected similar attribute materials. Earth attribute, water attribute, and they are all stored like treasures, hoping to upgrade the shelter. How did no one think of eating them? What the hell? What are our representatives doing? Why hasn't anyone realized this extra use? There's a conspiracy. There must be some hidden agenda. How could the Huaxia team know this method? They must have gotten insider information ahead of time. Why do they get so lucky? The little girl who found the space stone now knows this method? This is completely unfair. Especially when they observed Lei Zhan rejoining the Huaxia team and their hunting efficiency clearly improving. As the points began to slowly and steadily increase, the bitterness and dissatisfaction peaked. Conversely, Huaxia netizens in the chat room were filled with jubilant cheers. Ha ha! This is so funny. The correct way to use the wood heart. Who would have thought? If you're weak, just practice more. Can't handle it? Don't join. This is our Momo discovering it through her own strength. Before, you mocked us for just having raw stones but barely getting by? Now see what it means to fully utilize our resources. The Thunder team is fully revived. So cool. This is the style of our Chinese soldiers. Efficiency has improved. Scores are moving. Brothers, hold steady, we can win. I must say, Momo is truly a blessing for us in China. The map was provided by her, the space stone was brought back by her, and now even the usage of the wood heart was discovered by her. I seriously suspect that Momo has some hidden identifying talent. Reality world high-level leaders of various countries. Unlike the clamor online, high-level leaders of various countries and strategic research institutions are busy with a serious atmosphere, but what they can do, just like China, is limited to observing, analyzing, and trying to infer. In a secret base in the United States, a general looks at the lively battle scenes of thunder combat on the screen, his face turning grim as he roars at the large analysis team behind him. Why didn't our analysis team propose the hypothesis of attribute materials as an application direction before? Immediately. Re-examine all live broadcast recordings, especially details regarding the acquisition and fluctuations of attribute materials. Establish all possible usage models. I want to know what other than building houses those stones in our hands can do. In the Russian command center, a high-level official stares severely at the real-time transmitted images. China has once again showcased a deep understanding of rules and items. This ability is terrifying. Order our analysis department to pause all other minor projects and concentrate all computational power and expert wisdom to reverse engineer potential non-construction uses for other attribute materials based on the public effects of the wood heart. We need possibilities, even if they are just hypotheses. In Cherry Blossom country, Britain, the European Union, nearly all countries issued instructions at the first moment, astonishingly similar in content, fully analyze the live broadcast information, reconstruct the cognitive system for attribute materials, and spare no effort to find potential hidden uses that may exist. They couldn't directly relay instructions to representatives but instead frantically squeezed information from the limited publicly available data, hoping to find a clue, even if it was just one possible direction, to gain an edge in future trials. In the Central Command Center of China, the atmosphere is filled with excitement yet maintains high focus. Good. So good. A general suppresses his excitement. With thunder combat restored, our shortcomings are covered. More importantly, the usage of the wood heart forces the whole world to re-examine the rules of this trial space. The application of attribute stones is far from singular. The Grand Elder's face shows satisfaction, but his eyes remain sharp. This little Momo has once again proven her unique value. Send out orders so that our analysis team does not let their guard down. Using the valuable sample data provided by this wood heart, accelerate the analysis of other discovered attribute materials for potential hidden uses in application scenarios. We must stay at the forefront of understanding as much as possible. In the wasteland, the gray mist lingers. Chapter 35, Great Harvest. In the gray mist, the concept of time becomes blurred, but when Professor Zhou's calm voice comes through the team tactical goggles in the minds of the four, reminding them that they have been active for over 8 hours and should return to the shelter for rest, Su Chan, Lei Zhan, Wang Meng, and Li Ming suddenly realize the passage of time. Unlike yesterday's feeling of exhaustion, where they wished to collapse instantly, today the four are also tired and have some new injuries, but their spirits are in an excited state. Received, Professor Zhou. We will finish this one and return immediately. Lei Zhan responds while deftly pulling the axe from the neck of a recently killed LV-1 stoneskin boar, the action clean and smooth. Hey, with Team Thunder around, it just feels different. Wang Mang wipes the blood splattered on his face, grinning, even though his left arm was grazed by the boar's tusks. The burning pain was intense, yet the mood was exceptionally good. The return of Lei Zhan not only added a powerful force but also brought back a long-lost sense of security and an efficient hunting rhythm. His precise command, timing grasp, and that fearless momentum greatly boosted the confidence and efficiency of the entire team. Combined with Momo's team tactic goggles, which could be described as overpowered, they could always avoid fatal risks in advance and choose the best targets. The combination of information advantage and professional combat skills created a chemical reaction where 1 + 1 was far greater than 3. The four quickly collected their loot, a glowing treasure chest and the most valuable tusks from the wild boars, then swiftly and vigilantly retreated towards the shelter along the map's marked safe path. When the heavy stone door closed behind them again, isolating them from the gray mist and danger, the four looked at each other, disheveled but with shining eyes, and couldn't help but smile. They piled their harvest in the center of the yard, the quantity far exceeding yesterday's haul. In addition to a dozen variously shaped treasure chests, the most eye-catching were several pieces of attribute ores emitting different energy fluctuations. One was a thick, stable yellow-brown crystal cluster, another was a blue gemstone, shrouded in mist, and two were emerald green wood cores, identical to the previous one, radiating rich vitality. These attribute ores were mainly extracted from the bodies of specific attribute monsters they hunted, occasionally also obtained from fallen treasure chests. However, what made everyone's hearts race were the other three ores. One was a bright red flame crystal that felt faintly hot in hand. One was an ice blue frost core, with the surface seemingly frozen in everlasting frost, exuding a chilling aura. And lastly, the one they had paid the highest price to obtain, a dark golden ore with tiny silver-white electric snakes moving across its surface. Seeing this dark golden ore, Lei Zhan and Wang Meng's muscles involuntarily twitched, and a hint of fear flashed in their eyes. The process of obtaining this ore was undoubtedly the most thrilling moment of the day. At that time, based on the map, they had locked onto two adjacent targets along a route. One was the flame lizard, clearly marked in the guidebook as likely harboring flame crystals, and the other was a golden horned deer, appearing weak, with a broken horn, lying on the ground. The guide described the golden horned deer as metallic, with strong defense, its single horn a precious material, and relatively mild in temperament. According to Lei Zhan's plan, they would first quickly take down the wounded golden horned deer to secure its materials and any potential metallic ores, then immediately ambush the healthy flame lizard, aiming for a sneak attack before it returned to its nest. Everything started off smoothly. The weak golden horned deer merely emitted a soft cry as Lei Zhan and Wang Meng approached, struggling to rise yet unable to do so. To save time and energy, they chose to quickly finish it off up close. Just as Wang Meng's hammer was about to strike the deer's head and Lei Zhan's axe was about to fall, an unexpected change occurred. The once weak golden horned deer suddenly erupted with a blinding silver light from the base of its broken horn. A violent energy surged out in an instant. Zee. Countless fine silver electric snakes exploded around the golden horned deer, forming a small area of lightning domain. Lei Zhan and Wang Meng, the closest, didn't have time to react and were instantly engulfed by the turbulent electric current. The two felt excruciating pain throughout their bodies, their muscles uncontrollably convulsing, their vision going dark, nearly fainting, and their weapons almost slipping from their hands. The strong numbness made them instantly lose most of their ability to move. This was not the golden horned deer described in the guide, it actually hid an extremely rare and violent lightning attribute. And, just before dying, it unleashed this deadly counterattack. Be careful! Su Chan and Li Ming, who were on guard behind, were utterly horrified. Su Chan reacted quickly, almost at the moment the lightning erupted, the crossbow arrow in her hand was already raised. With astonishing calmness and precision, a crossbow arrow tore through the air and, taking advantage of the golden horned deer's brief moment of paralysis after releasing the lightning, it accurately shot into its eye, piercing straight through the brain. The final cry of the golden horned deer abruptly stopped, crashing to the ground, its electric light swiftly dissipating. Only then did Lei Zhan and Wang Meng, their bodies charred and emitting smoke, collapse to the ground, still twitching uncontrollably, the smell of charred flesh filling the air around their noses and mouths. Fortunately, their physical condition far surpassed that of ordinary people, and since the golden horned deer was already at its last breath, the power of the lightning was not at its peak, otherwise, that strike could have taken their lives. Li Ming quickly rushed forward, giving the two men the wood heart gel they had previously distributed. The overwhelming life energy rapidly repaired their electrically burned tissues and nerves, dispersing the numbness, allowing them to recover slightly, but they still remained weak for a short time. Afterward, inside the body of the golden horned deer, they found this unusual dark golden lightning attribute mineral, which was clearly worth far more than the ordinary flame crystal or frost core, but the cost of obtaining it was also extremely heavy. At this moment, looking at this dark golden lightning mineral, everyone still felt a lingering fear. Damn it, this creepy thing hid really deep, Wang Meng grinned and moved his still somewhat sore and numb arms, cursing with lingering fear. Lei Zhan's face was grave, we were careless. The information in the guide is not absolute, this world is full of the unknown and the mutated. In the future, we must be prepared for unexpected situations when facing any target. Once the harvest was counted, although the process was thrilling, the results were remarkable. Dozens of treasure chests, multiple attribute minerals, especially one each of attacking fire, ice, and lightning attribute minerals, which meant they would soon have enchanted weapons. Just as everyone was suppressing their excitement, preparing to open these treasure chests in one go to see if they could find more good things. That cold, grand announcement voice, which ignored the distance of space, once again exploded in the minds of all representatives and all viewers from Blue Star. Announcement: as of the 5th day of the survival trial, the current number of representative countries, 103. Initial number of participating countries, 169. The score rankings for the second stage will be announced at the settlement on the final day. A simple three-line message, yet like three heavy bombs, it stirred up massive waves in the hearts of everyone who heard it. 169 countries participated, and now only 103 remain. This meant that 66 countries, their representatives may have already perished. The cruelty of the trial starkly presented itself to everyone in an extremely cold manner. Inside the shelter, the joy on the faces of the representatives from Huaxia suddenly froze, replaced by a deep chill and relief. They had a level 6 shelter, had Momo's mapping ability, and had a professional warrior like Lei Zhan, yet they still struggled daily on the edge of life and death, narrowly escaping several times. The situation of those representatives from countries with lower shelter levels, poorly configured teams, and worse luck could be imagined. The disappearance of 66 countries marked the loss of hundreds of lives, along with the unknown national fate penalties that those corresponding countries might endure. A heavy pressure silently enveloped them. Their previous gains and joy seemed so small and precious in the face of these cold numbers. To survive, to become stronger. Going further, this is no longer just a slogan, but a mission soaked in blood and death that must be completed. The night in the wasteland seems even colder. Chapter 36 Beneath the Calm. Real world. The cold announcement echoed like a death knell over the blue planet. The aftermath was the dead silence and despair that 66 countries fell into in an instant. Number of existing representative countries, 103. Behind the numbers, it represents a country being forced into chaos, the torch of hope completely extinguished. In those blackout livestreams, the streets of the respective countries lost their previous hustle and bustle, only the occasional suppressed cries and wails could be heard. The large screen in the square was pitch black, reflecting faces filled with confusion, pain, disbelief, and fear. It's over, all over. A middle-aged man slumped by the roadside, staring blankly at the dark screen. His son was one of the chosen 10 representatives. Punishment, what will the punishment for the nation be? Natural disasters? Diseases? Or destruction? Someone trembled and asked, but no one could answer. The unknown is often more terrifying than known disasters. A plague called despair spread silently and swiftly in these nations. Unlike the despair and sorrow of the common people, the officials of various countries and the audience still present in the livestreams focused more on the last footage before the blackout. Analysis reports were soon compiled and circulated through various channels. The conclusions were shocking and perplexing. The demise patterns of those 66 failing national representatives were highly consistent. More than 90%, under the normal fog conditions of the second phase, the shelters, mostly levels 1 to 3, could not withstand the continuous onslaught of alien beasts, ultimately leading to a breached defense. The representatives relied on the shelters for defense and counterattacks, but this advantage waned, forcing them into desperate street battles and close-quarters combat with the hordes of alien beasts in open or confined spaces. The results were predictable, with absolute differences in numbers and power. They were like small boats in a storm, quickly devoured and torn apart. The final images were often filled with bloodshed, screams, and the grotesque roars of alien beasts. Additionally, a small fraction, less than 10%, although their shelters were also breached, had some representatives lucky enough to escape through personal strength or chance, plunging into the vast fog in search of a glimmer of life. However, the outcomes were equally suffocating. These lucky ones who escaped into the fog, without exception, lost their life signals within a very short time. Based on the last blurry images and physiological data monitoring, they survived in the fog for barely over 2 hours. The longest one lasted less than 3 hours. The fog seemed like an invisible giant mouth, devouring all life that strayed from the safe point. Extreme limitations of visibility, complete loss of sense of direction, stealthy strikes by alien beasts, and that suffocating coldness and silence that seemed to erode the soul, all became the last straw that broke the camel's back. These cruel facts chilled all the remaining alive countries, especially those with lower shelter levels. The shelters were their only lifeline in the trial. However, it was precisely based on this realization that the uniqueness of the Chinese representative team was highlighted unprecedentedly, becoming the focus of global attention, bringing countless questions and suspicions. They were the only team among all country representatives that could not rely on shelters for fighting to survive. Because their level 6 shelter was too powerful, it had a certain pressure or shielding effect, causing almost no alien beasts to approach within 100 meters. Their only way to earn points was to actively leave the absolutely safe shelter and hunt in the perilous fog. The doubt lies here: how did they do it? Representatives from other countries, once their shelter is breached, can survive in the gray fog for at most 3 hours. Yet the representatives from Huaxia, Suchan, Wang Meng, Li Ming, and even Lei Zhan who joined later, they spend more than 8 hours every day in the gray fog. And they can effectively locate targets, conduct hunts, and return safely. This huge contrast cannot be explained by personal physique or combat quality. The deprivation of vision and perception in the gray fog is absolute. No matter how strong a warrior is, in a fog where they can't see their hands in front of them, they are no different from the blind. How could they function so efficiently? They must have some means we don't know of, to maintain vision or perception in the gray fog. Is it that little girl? She could find the spatial stones before. Huaxia must be hiding key information. This isn't fair. Do they have some special equipment or abilities that can counter the gray fog? Various speculations fermented on the international networks, with voices of envy, jealousy, suspicion, and even accusations of cheating growing louder. The representatives from Huaxia, especially that seemingly harmless little girl, Ruan Momo, were pushed to the forefront of the storm. Real-world high-level officials from various countries. Compared to the uproar online focusing on Huaxia's special characteristics, what truly sent chills down the spines of the world's leaders, causing them to lose sleep and rest, was another matter. Punishment had not yet arrived. According to the trial rules released by the Star Alliance, the complete annihilation of a representative army means failure in the trials, resulting in international punishment. Now, it has been some time since 66 countries confirmed their failures, and whether it was earthquakes, tsunamis, climate shifts, economic collapses, or widespread diseases, none of the observable punishment phenomena beyond natural norms had occurred in these nations. Everything is terrifyingly calm. This calm, instead, brewed greater panic and chaos. Among those 66 failed countries, some governments or public opinions that were already inclined toward speculation and luck began to attempt to self-comfort and mislead the public. Look! There is no punishment at all. The so-called national punishment is just a gimmick by the Star Alliance. Our warriors may just be in feigned death in the trial space, transported to other places. This is simply a scam, meant to consolidate Earth's resources. Such rhetoric alleviated public panic to some extent, but it also buried greater hidden dangers. Meanwhile, some more sober leaders of failed nations were worried, leaning toward a more terrifying speculation. The punishment is not absent, but accumulating, or waiting. Maybe we have to wait until the entire first phase of the trial is completely over for a unified settlement? If that's the case, the punishment that descends then will likely far exceed our imagination. This torment of waiting for the inevitable blow was more torturous than a direct hit. In Huaxia, the Central Strategic Command Center. The atmosphere in the conference room was equally heavy. The Grand Elder and the various generals and advisors looked at the 66 countries turned gray on the screen, brows furrowed. Something is off. An elder responsible for intelligence analysis slowly spoke. According to the advanced technology and power that the Star Alliance has shown, the rules set by them can't possibly be a joke. Punishment must exist. Delay, what does it signify? Our representatives performed exceptionally in the trial. Will it attract the Star Alliance's extra attention? Or, could it be that the punishment itself is not the natural disasters we imagine? Another strategic advisor proposed a more disturbing hypothesis. The Grand Elder's gaze was profound, fingers lightly tapping the table. Notify downwards, the entire nation enters the highest hidden state of alert. All shelters to be rechecked, and strategic reserves to be counted. Meanwhile, for diplomacy, attempt informal contact with those few relatively rational failed countries. Exchanging information. We need to know, in their country, if there really isn't any abnormality at all. He paused, his voice low and firm. I have a premonition that beneath the calm surface of the lake, a storm we cannot understand is brewing. This delayed punishment is likely not a good thing. This lingering fear became long and hard to endure. Chapter 37, Attribute Weapons. The cold announcement brought immense pressure, weighing down on everyone in the shelter like a solid burden. The destruction of 66 countries is not just a number but a death warning that is alarmingly close. An indescribable heaviness pervaded the air. However, the harsh reality is that even though they know about the upheaval outside, they are powerless in the wilderness. Grey mist cut off everything. The representatives of various countries were like lonely pieces scattered on an endless chessboard, unable to unite or communicate, only able to govern themselves, struggling to survive. No matter how great the pressure, we must first take care of ourselves. Lei Zhan broke the silence, his voice steady, carrying a soldier's unique determination. To live is to discuss the future. Professor Zhou took a deep breath, nodded, and directed his gaze towards the pile of chests placed centrally in the yard, flickering with tempting glimmers. 17 in total. This was the harvest of their hard-fought day and also their capital to face future crises. Perhaps the earlier announcement made him realize that Momo's uniqueness had been pushed to the forefront, and it was not suitable to draw excessive attention anymore, or perhaps he felt it necessary to let the other team members participate to alleviate the heavy mood and boost morale. Professor Zhou decided not to let Momo open the chests this time. Let's all open these chests together. Professor Zhou looked around at everyone, his tone calm as he said, aside from Momo, there are exactly 9 of us. Let's each open 2, and I'll take the last one. This proposal left everyone slightly stunned, followed by a sparkle in their eyes. Having been the protected and the observers, the chance to open the chests symbolizing rewards and hope would undoubtedly enhance their sense of participation and belonging. Great! Let me try my luck too. Wang Meng was the first to respond, rolling up his sleeves. Su Chen and Lei Zhan also nodded, showing their agreement. Li Ming, Zhang Hai, Chen Fang, Zhou Lan, and Zhao Qian also displayed expressions of slight anticipation. Even Momo, who was excluded, merely blinked her big eyes, curiously watching everyone, showing no dissatisfaction. The order of opening the chests was random. Everyone stepped forward in turn, feeling either nervous or excited as they placed their hands on the chosen chests. The light flashed one after another, and items appeared before everyone. Wang Meng had good luck, as the first chest opened to reveal a wild-looking, cold-glinting battle axe, with a wide blade and backward hooks, distinctly reminiscent of a Viking axe, which he couldn't put down. The second chest opened to reveal a chilling, durable black soft armor. Su Chan opened 2 barrels of crossbow bolts, each containing 20 pieces. The brand new arrows greatly eased her tense expression. Lei Zhan opened a round shield about the size of a pot lid, with heavy edges and a raised center, made neither of metal nor wood, yet exceptionally sturdy. The other chest yielded a finely crafted crossbow. Li Ming opened another black soft armor and a bottle of liquid emitting a soft green glow, life potion. Zhang Hai opened another similar round shield and a dark gray, melting forged stone. Dr. Chen Fong opened another bottle of life potion and another barrel of crossbow bolts. Nurse Zhoulan opened a melting forged stone and a crossbow. Teacher Zhao Qian opened a melting forged stone and a bottle of life potion. The last chest opened by Professor Zhou contained a bottle of life potion. All the chests had been opened, and Harvest Summary. Fusion Forged Stones X3. Viking Style Battle Axe X1. Unique Round Shield X2. Crossbow X2. Crossbow Bolts, 20 per barrel, X3. Special Material Armor X2. Life Potions X4. When those 4 bottles of life potions were placed together, everyone first felt a wave of surprise, thinking they had discovered some remarkable healing potion. But after Dr. Chen Fong carefully sensed and compared it to the previous effects of the Heart of Wood, he reached a somewhat amusing conclusion. The life energy contained in this bottle of life potion was only about 1/10 of the gel-like substance from the Heart of Wood. In other words, while the effect is present, it is far less significant than the Heart of Wood, closer to a clear but not powerful first aid item. Looking at the dazzling array of gains on the ground, almost all related to combat, Professor Zhou couldn't help but frown. He adjusted his glasses, his gaze sweeping over the weapons, armor, potions, and special ores, murmuring softly, no food, no clean water, no living supplies, not even a bit of building materials or tools. This opening was clearly biased, all combat-related. What does this really mean? Beside him, Teacher Zhao Qian was organizing the open items, and hearing Professor Zhou's muttering, she casually replied, "It can't possibly be for us to kill all the strange beasts on this wasteland, right?" This sentence felt like a joke, but it instantly froze the atmosphere. Wang Meng, hearing this, forced a smile, trying to dispel the inexplicable chill. "Teacher Zhao, don't scare us. Who knows how many strange beasts are out there in this wasteland? With only 2 days left, we could fight our hardest and only manage to kill 50 at most. Wipe them all out? How is that possible?" "Yes, Professor Zhou, maybe we just got lucky this time, and everything we opened were combat items." Li Ming also tried to reassure him, "Perhaps we'll open something different tomorrow." Su Chan and Lei Zhan, though not speaking, also showed similar views in their eyes. They all felt Zhao Qian's guess was too exaggerated, unrealistic. Professor Zhou was silent for a moment, finally exhaling slowly. He didn't delve deeper, but the subtle unease in his heart did not dissipate. He then said, "In any case, enhancing immediate combat power is our most urgent need right now. Since we have harvested new fusion forged stones and attribute ores, why not enchant our weapons now to prepare for tomorrow's challenges?" This suggestion was immediately agreed upon by everyone. Professor Zhou took out the 3 fusion forged stones from this opening, along with the larger one they had obtained earlier, a total of 4 fusion forged stones, as well as all the attribute ores, the dual attribute mineral of gold lightning, frost core, and flame crystal. "How should we distribute these attribute ores?" Su Chan asked. Professor Zhou thought for a moment and made a decision. This dual attribute gold lightning mineral, with its domineering energy in both physical and elemental properties, is most suitable for enchanting Wang Meng's newly acquired battle axe. It can enhance the axe's solidity and sharpness, and its lightning attribute can also bring about a paralysis effect, greatly increasing its frontal breakthrough and control power. Upon hearing this, Wang Meng's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he eagerly took the dark golden mineral with electric serpents dancing on it and a fusion forged stone. As for the frost core and flame crystal, Professor Zhou continued, enchanting them onto the crossbow bolts will yield the best effect. Su Chan, for these 2 barrels of crossbow bolts, 1 barrel will be enchanted with ice attributes, pursuing slow and control, the other barrel will be enchanted with fire attributes, pursuing explosion and continuous burn. This will greatly enrich your tactical options. Su Chan nodded thoughtfully, accepting the frost core, flame crystal, and 2 fusion forged stones. The enchanting process began again. With previous experience, Wang Meng and Su Chan were more composed. They focused their minds, guiding the energy of the attribute stones into the fusion forged stones. In the corner of the stone house, Ruan Momo curled up next to Zhao Qian, her breathing even, already in the realm of dreams. In the depths of her sleeping subconscious, only she could hear the subtle electronic voice of Tang Tang quietly sounding. Talent awakening process, 83% energy stabilizing injection. Please maintain adequate rest. Chapter 38, I see it, I get it. The morning gray fog was still thick, but the atmosphere inside the shelter carried a determination unlike any before. Everyone understood that today was the last day for the team tactical goggles shared function. Without this single eye in the gray mist, the outside world would revert to the truly impenetrable death trap. Today is our last chance, Professor Zhou's voice was serious. We must make the most of this last day of visual advantage to gather as many points and resources as possible. Tomorrow, regardless of the situation, we must defend the shelter. We can no longer take risks by going out. This decision was met with unanimous agreement. Without a map, moving in the gray fog was akin to suicide. Thunder War, Su Chan, Wang Meng, and Li Ning organized their equipment, their gazes unwavering. The weapons in their hands had been enchanted, glimmers of cold light and electric sparks flickering, giving them an unprecedented confidence, but also making them acutely aware of the heavy responsibility they bore. This was the final battle where they could hold the advantage of information. Let's go! Thunder War shouted lowly, and the four stepped into the gray mist once again, without hesitation. Within the shelter, the sound of the stone door closing seemed to sever two worlds. Professor Zhou, Zhenghai, Zhenfang, Zhoulan, Zhao Qian, and Ruan Momo sat together, the shared map in their minds once again serving as the bridge connecting them to the outside world. However, the scenes presented on the map but made everyone's heart sink slightly. Compared to yesterday, the red light spots that represented the strange beasts seemed to have increased in both number and density. They drifted like ghosts in the fog, more frequently prowling and weaving at the edge of the map. The strange beasts have increased? Zhenghai said anxiously. Professor Zhou's brow furrowed. It seems that as the trial comes to an end, the density of strange beasts in the wilderness is gradually rising. Outside, the hunting teams immediately felt the pressure. Even with the map's visibility, they had to plan their routes more cautiously, avoiding those groups of beasts that were impossible to fight. Battles became more frequent and tested their adaptability and teamwork even more. Fortunately, the enchanted weapons were indeed powerful. Whenever Wang Meng's Thunder Axe seized an opportunity, it could instantly heavily injure or even kill tough targets in a split second. Su Chan's Icefire Arrow provided unparalleled tactical flexibility, slowing down, controlling the battlefield, and causing burning explosions, often turning danger into safety. Lei Zhan's command became increasingly refined, always finding the most efficient and safest rhythm for hunting with the assistance of map information. Inside the shelter, everyone watched nervously as each light spot collided and extinguished on the map, each representing a life and death struggle. Looking at those drifting red dots on the map, and thinking about losing this only visibility tomorrow, an indescribable anxiety spread in the hearts of those who remained behind. What will the future be like? No one knew. Teacher Zhao Qian looked at the little girl Ruan Momo, who was nestled beside her and also seriously looking at the mental map, and suddenly felt a stirring in her heart. She softly said to Momo, "Momo, come, Teacher Zhao will teach you to recognize characters, okay?" She picked up a small twig and wrote simple characters like mountain, water, and fire on the flat ground. This action seemed to open a certain switch. Nurse Zhoulan also leaned in, softly saying, "Momo, Auntie Zhou will teach you how to bandage a wound, okay? Look, if you get hurt here, you need to press it with a clean cloth first." Dr. Chen Fong pushed up his glasses and explained, using simple language, the possible effects of some common herbs and the key points for treating external injuries. Old engineer Zhang Hai picked up a stone, illustrating the simple principles of levers and structural support. "Momo, look, isn't this a more stable setup?" Even Professor Zhou temporarily pulled away from his contemplation of the trial, drawing a simple star map in the dirt and explaining the basic knowledge of how to determine directions using natural phenomena. They all knew these lessons might be too profound for a 5-year-old child and might not be immediately useful. But in this uncertain deadlock, this was perhaps the only gift they could give this special child within their means, a spark that might increase her chances of survival in the future. Ruan Momo opened her big eyes, perked up, and tried her best to remember every word spoken by the adults. Although she didn't quite understand why she needed to learn these things, she could feel the concern and hopes behind it, so she wanted to memorize everything they taught her. And Professor Zhou, after participating briefly in the lesson, let his thoughts wander again. He walked to the edge of the courtyard wall, looking out at the eternally unchanged gray fog, his brow deeply knitted. Despair, wilderness. He whispered, chewing on the name of this trial, 3 days of safety, followed by 4 days of hunting. With our level 6 shelter and Momo's abilities, it seems, we have been too smoothed out. Except for the initial injury that left Lei Zhan unable to fight effectively, they had not truly experienced the meaning of the word despair. Was it that they were just too lucky? Or was it that this so-called despair came not just from the fangs of strange beasts and the obscuring gray fog? Zhao Qian's joking words of "kill all the strange beasts" were. With the increasingly obvious inclination towards battle supplies and the treasure chests, it felt like two puzzle pieces swirling in his mind, yet he could never piece together the complete image. The information was too scarce, the clues too chaotic, and he could only bury this unease deep within. Time ticked away bit by bit in the tense atmosphere. When Professor Zhou reminded the team to return through the tactical goggles again, the green dots representing the 4 individuals cautiously retreated along a relatively safe path. They had spent more time outside today than yesterday, evidently wanting to extract every ounce of value from this final day's advantage of vision. As the stone door opened, the four returned, covered in blood and exhaustion, but with full rewards. More than 20 treasure chests were piled in the center of the yard, and in addition, there were 7 or 8 pieces of attribute or emitting various auras. There were definitely more beasts outside today, Wang Meng gasped excitedly, but this axe is really powerful. With one chop, it shocked them. Lei Zhen calmly added, the harvest is good, but the consumption is high. Su Chan used nearly half of her special arrows. Everyone's gaze turned towards the pile of treasure chests and attribute stones. These were the capital for their survival in the next 2 days, perhaps even longer. Since going outside tomorrow was highly unlikely, they decided to open all the treasure chests, at least to find out what they had gained. As usual, each person opened 2 or 3 treasure chests, and this time, the items included mainly weapons, armor, and arrows, along with 4 pieces of melting forging stone and a few bottles of life potion, yet still no living supplies. After counting the resources, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned towards the floating scoreboard in their minds. Second stage kill scoreboard, real time. 25, Huaxia, 41 points. Their ranking had jumped from 37th yesterday to 25th today. Within a single day, they improved by 12 positions, which was far more than just the result of their hunting effort today. In the face of increased beast activity and greater pressure on all shelters, their rise against the tide could only mean one explanation: some of the teams ahead of them had disappeared. Looking closely at the scoreboard, it was confirmed, 3 countries that were previously ahead of Huaxia had names that turned gray, and their scores were forever frozen at certain numbers. A silent chill swept through everyone's hearts. Their rise in ranking was built on the bones of other failures. The brutality of the trials had never been far away. Let's rest. Professor Zhou's voice, tinged with fatigue, broke the silence. Conserve our energy and prepare for our last day. The shelter gradually quieted down, leaving only the sound of even breathing. Everyone knew that the real test might only truly begin tomorrow. Meanwhile, deep within Ruan Momo's mind, the awakened progress quietly crossed a certain critical point, unknown to anyone. Talent awakening progress, 100%. Awakening complete. Talent I see it I get it officially activated. The sleeping Momo unconsciously clenched her small fist lightly. Chapter 39 The Last Day. On the last day of the desolate wasteland trial. The atmosphere in the shelter was so tense it felt like it could drip water. No reminders were needed, everyone knew that at this moment, they had lost the only eye in the gray mist. The shared function of the team tactical goggles was over. In their minds, the dynamic map clearly marking the terrain and threats, like a screen losing power, dimmed and disappeared completely. What replaced it was the unknown fear of facing the gray mist. This time, the fear was deeper than the first time facing the gray mist. It's the last day. Professor Zhou's voice rang out in the silence, carrying a barely noticeable rasp. According to the original plan, we will stay put in the shelter today and will not go out. No one raised any objections. Having lost the map guidance, in a visibility of less than 5 meters. In the gray mist where the activity of strange beasts has clearly increased, moving around is no different from seeking death. Before, they could travel safely back and forth, and their greatest reliance was not merely on enchanted weapons, but on that prophetic foresight. Now, all they can do is wait. Wait for the final settlement of the trial to end and to deal with any possible changes that may occur. The idle waiting is the most agonizing. Everyone can only rely on the reconnaissance map still existing in Ruan Momo's mind, which is limited to her personal view, to indirectly understand the situation outside. Momo is very considerate and occasionally whispers updates to everyone. Outside, there are still so many red dots. On the left, there are 3 red dots very close together. There's a big red dot, very dark, far away. Although the information is limited and the vision cannot be shared, at least it lets everyone know that the area around the shelter is not dead silent. Danger still lurks. Time slowly passes in the oppressive silence. Zhang Hai and Chen Fang carefully count and organize all the existing supplies, weapons, potions, food, water, ensuring they can be accessed immediately in case of an emergency. Su Chan and Lei Zhan repeatedly check the structure and reinforcement of the shelter's main door. Although they know that a level 6 shelter has very strong defenses, being overly prepared can always bring a little more peace of mind. Wang Meng anxiously wipes his thunderlight battle axe, as if only the cold touch and subtle electric arcs can calm him. Zhao Qian and Zhou Lan accompany Momo, continuing the teaching they started the previous day, but the atmosphere is far from the relaxed mood of yesterday, filled instead with a sense of urgency like sharpening a sword before battle. Just as this suffocating calm settles, near noon, teacher Zhao Qian's startled cry breaks the silence. Ah! It's gone again. Dozens of countries. Just now. Her face turns pale, pointing at her personal panel only visible to her, her voice trembling with disbelief. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart tightens, and they immediately focus their consciousness on their personal panels. Sure enough. The panel, which was originally just a simple display of personal basic values and score rankings, unexpectedly has a small section in the corner that is now continuously rolling with information. Current representing nations, 89, this number is slowly decreasing. List, only showing status changes. Bustan Nation, representative status, annihilated, 3 minutes ago. Gambia Republic, representative status, annihilated, 2 minutes ago. Nigeria Federation, representative status, annihilated, 1 minute ago. Cold information scrolls by silently, the dullness of each name represents yet another nation's 10 representatives falling. This is, Li Ming's voice is dry, it's updating in real time? Is it the last day, the rules have become even more cruel? Dr. Chen Fong murmurs, a chill rapidly climbs from his tailbone to the top of his head. Panic floods the shelter like a cold tide, even the calmest Lei Zhan and Professor Zhou's faces turn extremely grim. However, misfortune does not come alone. Ruan Momo, who had been quietly sensing the map in her mind, suddenly lifts her small face. In her increasingly clear eyes, there is a first hint of obvious unease and confusion. Grandpa Zhou. Uncle Lei, she calls softly, pointing in the direction of the stone door. The red dots outside are increasing, and they seem to be coming toward us. What? Wang Meng jumps up suddenly. Coming this way? Su Chan's gaze sharpens like a knife. Momo, are you sure? They are not wandering but explicitly approaching? Momo nods firmly, her small brows tightly knitted. Yes. They're moving very slowly, but so many red dots are moving toward our house. It's different from before they hardly dared to approach. These words, like the last straw, crush the remaining luck in everyone's hearts. High-level shelter's deterrent, has it failed? Professor Zhou dashed to the stone door, looking outside through a deliberately left, extremely narrow observation slit. It was still a thick, unbreakable gray mist, and nothing was visible to the naked eye. But he seemed to feel that behind that dead silence of gray and white, something was slowly and steadily closing in from all directions. Prepare for battle. Lei Zhan growled, instantly entering a combat stance. Everyone, check your weapons. Su Chan, take the high ground. Wang Meng, Li Ming, guard the door with me. Zhang Gong, Dr. Chen, Zhou Lan, Zhao Qian, you take Momo back to the innermost stone house. With that command, everyone sprang into action like a tightly wound clockwork. The oppressive atmosphere was replaced by the tense air of impending battle. No one paid attention to the shrinking list of nations anymore, the survival crisis in front of them was imminent. Su Chan quickly climbed up the makeshift lookout tower built of stones on the side of the yard. Although her view was still severely limited by the gray mist, it was better than being on the ground. She knocked a crossbow bolt, placing ice and flame arrows in the most handy positions. Lei Zhan and Wang Meng stood on either side, holding shields and axes like guardian deities behind the heavy stone door. Li Ming also tightened his grip on the crossbow, nervously standing in a slightly behind position. Professor Zhou was pulled by Zhang Hai and Chen Fong, retreating with Zhao Qian and Zhou Lan, who were holding Momo, to the innermost and theoretically safest stonehouse in the shelter. How could this happen? On the last day, not only did the number of alien beasts increase, but even the deterrence of the shelter vanished. Professor Zhou frowned, his mind racing. Is this the true face of the desolate wasteland? Forcing all survivors to engage in a final battle at the last moment? Just as this thought flickered through his mind, Ruan Momo, tightly held in Zhao Qian's arms, suddenly let out a soft ah. In her mind, the map only she could see was now surrounded by countless red dots that were closing in on the green dot representing the shelter, and the situation looked dire. However, as Ruan Momo magnified the map to see the full appearance of the alien beasts, she vaguely felt that she could touch those alien beasts on the map? A vague, indescribable urge arose in her heart. Talent I see I can take it, has been activated, please check how to use it yourself. Tang Tang's electronic voice echoed in the depths of her mind, carrying a strange rhythm. Outside, in the gray mist, the first batch of shadowy outlines of alien beasts had already approached within 50 meters of the shelter. Their crimson eyes gleamed in the mist, and deep, rumbling growls mixed with the sounds of claws scraping the ground grew louder, like a deathly symphony. Yet no one noticed that curled up in Zhao Qian's arms, seemingly scared, Ruan Momo's clear eyes held a faint, imperceptible glimmer, a light completely different from before. Chapter 40 Talent emerges. Outside the shelter, the growls and scraping sounds of alien beasts drew closer, like a tightening noose, choking the breath out of people. Inside, Lei Zhan and Wang Meng gripped their weapons tightly, while Su Chan on the lookout tower held her breath with focused intensity, all nerves pulled to the limit. However, in this extreme tension, Ruan Momo, held tightly in Zhao Qian's arms, fell into a peculiar state. Her consciousness was fully immersed in the map that only she could see. As her mind nudged, the map was constantly pulled closer and enlarged. The red dots that once only represented threats gradually revealed clear outlines. They were alien beasts of various forms. Some resembled wild cattle, with thick, curved horns on their heads, some looked like enlarged lizards, clad in heavy shells, others resembled hyenas, bearing pale, sharp teeth, drooling. However, what surprised Momo and even left her somewhat puzzled was that inside these alien beasts' bodies, in different places, there were sparkling things embedded. Some deep in the head, some in the heart, some in the spine. The colors of the light were all different: bright red, earthy yellow, icy blue, emerald green, like gems hidden within flesh and blood. Tang Tang, Momo couldn't help but poke that fluffy system spirit in her mind. What are those glowing things inside the bodies of the exotic beasts? They're so shiny. Host, what glowing thing? Tang Tang's voice carried a hint of true confusion. Even Tang Tang didn't know? Ruan Momo blinked, her little head spinning quickly. She remembered Uncle Leijean and the others had often brought back some shiny stones these days, saying they found them from the exotic beasts. Uncle Leijean, she couldn't help but speak softly, breaking the deadly silence in the stone house. Do you know if there are glowing things inside the bodies of the exotic beasts? Every exotic beast has a sparkling thing inside. Leijean, who was focused and vigilant outside, was taken aback when he heard this, instinctively answering, glowing things? Momo, are you referring to attribute stones? But not every exotic beast has them, He halved his sentence, suddenly pausing, realizing the key in Momo's words: everyone has. Wang Mang also turned his head, gruffly puzzled. Everyone has? That's impossible, little Momo, we've killed so many, and not everyone can find that attribute stone. Su Chan's cool voice came from the observation platform, imbued with a hint of contemplation. Momo, the glowing thing you saw, is it in a fixed position inside the exotic beast's body? Yes. Momo nodded vigorously. Some are in the head, some are in the belly, the positions are not quite the same, and the colors are different. Su-chan was silent for a moment, as if quickly organizing the information, then gave a relatively reasonable guess. If according to Momo's words, every exotic beast has, then it may not be what we commonly understand as attribute stones that are occasionally bred, but rather, some deeper core, the energy core that supports their existence and activity? Energy core? Everyone felt a stir in their hearts. This theory seemed more fitting. At this moment, Ruan Momo listened to everyone's discussion, feeling that strange sensation growing stronger in her heart. She focused on the map, on the exotic beast closest to the shelter, stocky as a bull, with bent horns on its head, locking her gaze on the earthy yellow glowing core deep within its head. A surge of instinctive impulse, born from her newly awakened talent, swelled in her heart. It seemed she could take it. This thought was so clear, so tempting. Looking at those bad guys outside, who were threatening her uncles and sisters, a bold idea formed in her little head. She wanted to do something. She wanted to help everyone. So, in a moment no one ever expected, Ruan Momo, who was held in Zhao Qian's arms, suddenly raised her tender little hand and made a grasping motion towards the empty void in front of her. Her gaze locked tightly on the earthy yellow light core inside the head of the brute bull exotic beast in her mind. At first, the action seemed to be met with invisible resistance. Momo's little brows furrowed, her little face slightly reddening. In that instant, a faint yet pure golden light flashed in her deep eyes. That was the innate divine strength, intermediate, granting her a power essence beyond the ordinary, resonating wonderfully with her newly awakened conceptual talent. What I see, what I can get. The sense of obstruction vanished in an instant. Her little hand seemed to penetrate the barriers of space and reality, disregarding the divide between matter and energy, accurately grasping the energy core that existed within the exotic beast's body and her conscious perception. Then, she pulled her little hand back. The entire process was as swift as lightning. Under Zhao Qian's astonished gaze, in Momo's originally empty little hand, a stone appeared, the size of a pigeon egg, perfectly round, emitting a pure earthy yellow glow. Inside the crystal, it seemed as if the power of the earth was flowing slowly. At the same time, outside the shelter, at the edge of the gray mist, the stone-armored bull, its head low, preparing to charge, suddenly froze in its massive body. In its eyes, filled with violent rage, the crimson light dimmed and extinguished in an instant, as if all its soul and power had been drawn away. Then, without even a mournful cry, it collapsed to the ground like a toppled block, its limbs going soft, crashing down in a cloud of dust, completely silent. Huaxia Nation representative Ruan Momo successfully killed the stone-armored bull, LV3, earning 6 points. The cold announcement rang out just in time, like a thunderclap, exploding in the minds of everyone inside and outside the shelter. Inside the stone house, a strange silence fell. Everyone saw the earth attribute crystal that had appeared in Momo's hand out of nowhere and heard that clear killing announcement. Zhao Qian was the first to react, looking at the little girl in her arms holding the crystal, her voice changing pitch. Momo. What is going on? Where did you get that in your hand? Outside, Leijean, Wang Mang, and Su-chan also abruptly turned back, looking incredulously at the stone house. Ruan Momo felt a bit nervous under everyone's gaze, softly explaining, I saw something glowing in the big bull's head. I thought, it seemed I could take it, so I took it out. She raised the earthy yellow crystal in her hand, then, the big bull just fell down and stopped moving. Every word was understood by everyone, but when put together, it left all feeling incredibly absurd and shocking. Saw. Took. From dozens of meters away and behind a heavy stone wall? Directly pulled out its energy core from the living beast's body? Resulting in its instant death? What kind of ability is that? Li Ming suddenly recalled the earlier question, blurted out, "Mo, you said every beast has one inside? But we didn't find attribute stones in every beast we hunted before." Lei Zhan darted back into the stonehouse, carefully took the earthy yellow crystal from Momo's hand. The moment he held it, his face changed. This energy, so pure. It's more condensed and pure than any attribute mineral we've found before. This was not even on the same level of things. Suchan also leaped down swiftly from the platform, having caught more critical information, squatting down to look into Momo's eyes, speaking urgently and seriously. Mo, you just said that after you took out the glowing thing, the beast that looked like a bull fell to the ground and didn't move? Are you sure? Mo nodded firmly. It just fell down all of a sudden, and its red dot on the map disappeared too. Su Chen gasped sharply, shot up, and looked at Lei Zhan and Professor Zhou, her eyes flashing with extreme shock. If what Mo said is true, then her ability means she can ignore defenses, ignore distance, as long as she sees, she can directly take out the beast's energy core, achieving an instant death effect? Instant death. These two words seem to have magic, making everyone's heart skip a beat. What does this mean? It means as long as the shelter isn't breached, they can gain points while staying inside the shelter without going out. Chapter 41, Breaking Defense. Real-world global live broadcast room. When Ruan Momo, inside the shelter, through a seemingly casual act of reaching across the stone wall and grey mist, allowed a LV3 stone armored bull to die instantly and pulled out an energy pure attribute crystal out of nowhere. The entire blue star seemed to have been pressed on pause. Whether it was in the streets or in front of the huge public screens. In countless families in front of personal terminals, all the viewers watching the live broadcast, no matter their skin color or language, fell into a brief, brain-dead silence at that moment. On the screen, the little girl held in teacher Zhao Qian's arms, with her exquisite features, was holding a crystal that emitted a soft, earthy yellow glow, her small face showing a trace of confusion and uncertainty. 1 second. 2 seconds. In the third second, the global network exploded like ice cubes thrown into hot oil, bursting with noise. The flood of comments instantly drowned all the live broadcast images, especially in the Huaxia channel, nearly to the point where it was unrecognizable. WTF? Did I just see that? Superpower? Is this superpower? Is that little girl a mutant? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. The Star Alliance favors Huaxia. Why? They already have a level 6 turtle shell. And now there's a superhuman that can kill monsters and loot from afar in their team? What fairness is there in this trial? Just because they have a child in their team, they get such ridiculous abilities? What is the Star Alliance's rules? Protest. We must unite to protest to the Star Alliance. This is unfair. Jealousy, anger, disbelief, and deep fear turned into overwhelming accusations and doubts. Many foreign netizens couldn't accept this ability that was completely beyond their comprehension, especially when it appeared in the Huaxia team, which they had always undervalued, relying on luck and turtling tactics. Meanwhile, on Huaxia's internet, after a brief shock, they fell into a sea of ecstasy. Wow. Wow. What did I just see? Momo baby? Grabbing items from afar? No, it's grabbing cores from afar. One-hit kill. Is this the legendary, hitting the cow across the mountain? No, it's pulling hearts from afar? Immortal. Momo is definitely an immortal descended from the heavens. I knew it, our Huaxia kids couldn't be ordinary. Ha ha. Before, those who mocked us for turtling in shelters come out and take a look. Now we can score points without stepping out the door. How do you like that? Immortal art. This must be our Huaxia's unique immortal art. What superpower? That's a Western term. Amid the ecstasy, many Huaxia netizens curiously flocked to the live broadcasts of other top-ranking countries to see their situation. Upon looking, it complicated the feelings of Huaxia netizens, revealing why foreign netizens reacted so intensely. US livestream, outside the level 3 shelter, piles of monster corpses stack like mountains, yet monsters continue to surge against the shaky defensive barrier, representatives frantically shooting from cover, each of them covered in blood and sweat, their expressions fierce and exhausted, clearly at their limit. Russian Federation livestream, their bear warriors were engaged in brutal close combat against monsters crashing into the shelter courtyard, echoes of roars, clashing blades, and monster shrieks blended into one, and two representatives lay on the ground, uncertain of their fate. Sakura country, Britain, almost all the shelters still holding out faced similar, if not worse situations. Shelters were damaged, personnel casualties, ammunition running low, every scene was filled with desperate bloodshed. Compared to them, inside the Huaxia shelter, although the atmosphere was tense, the personnel were organized, the equipment was top-notch, and they could even leisurely develop a disruptive ability like Ruan Momo's, the contrast was brutal. No wonder it drew immense jealousy and doubt. In the real world, high-ranking officials of various countries. Compared to the noise online, the core areas where the high-ranking officials of various countries were located were filled with oppressive shock and rage. In a certain U.S. Strategic Command Center, a 5-star general suddenly slammed the electronic tactical board to the ground, roaring at the standing intelligence officer, "Waste! A bunch of waste! Why have we not received any reports about this supernatural ability before? What did that little girl go through during her disappearance? Why is there no such lucky one in our country's representatives? Investigate! Find out at all costs." The European Union Parliament was in such an uproar that it nearly toppled the roof. This is a force that disrupts the balance. We must seriously question the Star Alliance. Question? With what to question? We don't even know where the Star Alliance is. China, what kind of luck did they encounter? In the Sakura cabinet, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Baka, such ability, if it can be used for the Empire, someone whispered, their eyes flashing with unwillingness and greed. Almost all the directive departments of various countries were experiencing similar storms. The information departments and analysis teams were being angrily criticized, but they felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. How could they analyze and predict a phenomenon that completely defied current scientific understanding? China's Central Command Center. Unlike the clamor outside and the excitement inside, the atmosphere in the command center quickly returned to a joyful seriousness after the initial shock. Great! Truly a blessing for China. A general excitedly shook his fist, his face flushed with joy. This little Momo has once again given us a huge surprise. Another high-ranking official could hardly hide his smile. The Grand Elder smiled with satisfaction, but his eyes remained deep. He slowly began to speak. Does everyone remember the time when Momo disappeared and then returned? Everyone was taken aback, then gradually thoughtful. What you mean is her ability was likely gained during that time of chance? An advisor pondered. She didn't show it immediately after returning, perhaps due to some limitation, or conditions needed for awakening. Until this last day, under immense pressure, did she truly awaken? This speculation was reasonable. Otherwise, it couldn't explain why she previously only displayed map abilities, but now showed this terrifying talent that could be called rule level. Regardless of the reason, this is a huge blessing for us, for all of China. The Grand Elder affirmed, but he shifted his gaze, scanning the screen showing the number of existing representative countries slowly decreasing. However, comrades, do not let joy cloud your mind. Look at this number, think about the delayed punishment. The joyful atmosphere slightly cooled. Everyone looked at the number that had dropped below 80, their mood heavy again. In the trial ground, more than 2/3 of the country representatives had been completely wiped out. According to the rules, punishment should have fallen. But until now, those failed countries seemed to be unaffected, as if nothing had happened. Punishment, what form will it take? An elderly person in charge of security frowned. If it really waits until the trial completely ends before settling, then the accumulated punishment may be a catastrophe we cannot imagine. What is the purpose of the Star Alliance? Screening? Destruction? Or something else? Another strategic advisor raised a deeper question. Although Ruan Momo's awakened ability was powerful, one person's ability is limited, unable to change a crisis that could spread across the globe. Chapter 42, Above the Sky. On the final day of the trial, around 9 o'clock in the morning according to Blue Star time, hope, like a drop of water in the desert, fell onto the scorching sand, evaporating rapidly. Except for China's level 6 shelter, which could still maintain a strange calm due to its special defenses and Ruan Momo's newly awakened incredible ability, all other live broadcasts had turned into bloody and cruel slaughterhouses. The energy barrier of the American level 3 shelter had dimmed to the extreme, flickering like a candle in the wind. Each impact from the exotic beasts made the barrier shake violently, as if it would shatter completely in the next second. The consumption of ammunition was staggering, and the representatives had to rely more on cold weapons to engage in fierce battles with small groups of strange beasts that flowed into the courtyard. The casualty numbers continued to rise. The outer walls of the Russian Union's shelter had already suffered multiple damages, as the fierce bear warriors used their bodies as a shield, blocking the gaps and fighting against the tide of strange beasts. The roars and screams mixed together, and the ground had been stained dark red with blood. Sakura country, Britain, the European Union, the situations were similar. Shelters were damaged, resources were depleted, personnel were exhausted, and the casualties were heavy. The struggle for rankings on the scoreboard had long lost its meaning. Surviving, getting through these last few hours, became the only and luxurious thought of all the surviving representatives. Hold on. Hold the line. Today is the last day. A blonde, blue-eyed representative screamed at the top of his lungs while stabbing a claw wolf in the throat with a bayonet, not knowing whether he was encouraging his teammates or pumping himself up. However, the number of strange beasts did not decrease. On the contrary, as time passed, it seemed to increase even more. They seemed endless, pouring out from every corner of the gray mist, carrying the breath of destruction. How can there be so many? We can't kill them all, there's just too many. A young representative looked at the outside where more and more terrifying shadows loomed, his mind on the brink of collapse. At this rate, let alone holding out until the trial ended, they would likely be completely overwhelmed in just a few hours. Just when this suffocating atmosphere of despair reached its peak, a mutation happened again. The gray mist that had not dissipated since the fourth day unexpectedly began to fade away. At first, it was just a subtle change, as if the brightness had been slightly increased. But soon, everyone realized that something was wrong. The gray mist seemed to be gently stirred by an invisible hand, its concentration decreasing at a visible speed, and visibility gradually opened up. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. 50 meters. In just a little over 10 minutes, the gray mist that had troubled and oppressed all the representatives for a long time had actually dissipated by more than half. Although there were still some hazy figures in the distance, the scene within hundreds of meters around the shelter could now be seen clearly. The mist. The mist has cleared. The strange beasts should retreat. Oh God. The mist has cleared. We can see outside. Great. Finally, we don't have to be blind anymore. In every shelter, the remaining representatives were first stunned, then erupted into a frenzy of joy as if they had survived a disaster. The restoration of visibility meant they could detect dangers earlier and effectively set up defenses, seemingly greatly increasing their chances of survival. However, this joy, like a fleeting moment, only lasted for less than a minute before it completely froze and then shattered. When their eyes adapted to the suddenly open vision and saw the true scene around the shelter after the gray mist dissipated, a chill deeper and more thorough than the mist instantaneously froze their blood and choked their breath. The strange beasts did not vanish with the gray mist. Not only did they not decrease, but their massive and hideous group appeared even more despairing under the clear view. Dense and overwhelming, they filled the mountains and fields. From the foot of the shelter, stretching to the horizon. Strange beasts of various forms and sizes were layered upon each other, surrounding each shelter tightly. Those crimson eyes gathered together like a sea of hellfire. Deep roars and growls merged into a wave of sound that sent chills down the spines of every representative. Previously, they had only sensed danger through the gray mist, heard sounds, and seen blurry shadows. But now, this brutal reality was presented before them, unfiltered and bare. They were not fighting against dozens or hundreds of strange beasts, they were submerged in a sea of thousands of monsters. Completely surrounded. No, no. A representative, unable to accept this huge psychological gap, let out a heartbreaking cry, and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Fuck. What the hell is this? Ha? Another strong representative went mad, waving his fists at the sky and cursing, "Is the fog cleared just so we can see how we die? Star Alliance. Damn your ancestors. It's over, all over." Someone sat on the ground in a daze, eyes hollow, completely giving up the fight. They once thought the fog lifting was a sign of hope, but it turned out to display their final despair so clearly and so cruelly before them. This sudden plunge from heaven to hell completely shattered the already fragile spirit of many. Because of the breakdown of some representatives, there were suddenly gaps in the defenses of some shelters, and the alien beasts immediately took the opportunity to invade, triggering even more brutal chaos and slaughter. Remaining representatives, 71. 70, 69. The speed of the numbers jumping clearly increased. Huaxia shelter. As the gray fog dissipated, the people of Huaxia also saw the outside scene clearly. Even though they had mentally prepared for this, when the endless wave of alien beasts truly came into view, everyone felt a sudden shortness of breath and tingling on their scalp. Wang Meng gasped, his grip on the thunder axe so tight that his knuckles turned white. "Damn it, there's just so many, right?" Su Chan stood on the observation platform, her usually cold face now showing unprecedented seriousness. Restoring visibility was supposed to be good for her as a sniper, but when the targets were so numerous that it felt hopeless, that feeling was completely different. Lei Zhen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, and said in a deep voice, "What are you panicking for? The fog lifting is also beneficial for us. At least we can see their movements in advance. Su Chan, your range advantage can come into play." MO. He looked at the little girl protected between Professor Zhou and Zhao Qian, his expression complex and hopeful. At this moment, this little girl might be the key weapon to deal with this terrifying tide of beasts. Professor Zhou gently patted Momo's shoulder, trying to keep his voice as steady as possible. "Momo, don't be afraid. Look, now you can see more clearly. Can you see the glowing things inside those bad guys?" Momo nodded vigorously. Though her little face showed some fear, there was also a sense of focus. After the gray fog lifted, she no longer needed the map in her mind, the glowing points representing the energy cores became more vivid in her eyes. "Yes. I can see it clearly. So many shiny ones." Her little hand raised again, locking her gaze on a beast similar to a saber-toothed tiger, digging the ground and preparing to charge, focusing on the red-hot energy core in its chest. A hint of golden light flickered in her eyes, and she reached out her small hand, pulling back. Another piece of pure energy fire crystal appeared in her hand, and the once mighty saber-toothed tiger beast, as if its spine had been pulled out, instantly crumpled to the ground. Huaxia Representative Ruan Momo successfully killed flaming saber-toothed tiger, LV2, gaining points, 4 points. The cold announcement rang out again. In this desolate land shrouded in beast roars and despair, it felt so abrupt, yet so maddeningly enviable. Representatives from other shelters, in the pauses of resisting the beast tide, heard this killing announcement that seemed to come from another world, their feelings becoming increasingly complicated. Here they were fighting for their lives, while on Huaxia's side, it seemed like they were simply picking fruit in their own backyard. However, at this moment, the people of Huaxia had no time to think about that. Li Ming watched as Momo effortlessly killed another alien beast, unable to help but say, Momo's ability, it's just too heaven-defying. If we can hold the shelter, wouldn't it be possible for us to rely solely on Momo too? His words were not finished, but everyone understood the implication. If the beast tide could not break through the level 6 shelter, then Ruan Momo would be an unyielding, infallible, and richly rewarding ultimate defense tower. Hope seemed to favor China once more. But Professor Zhou looked at the seemingly endless tide of beasts outside and the ever-decreasing number of surviving nations on his personal panel, and his growing unease became stronger. The grey mist dissipating was not simply to reveal despair. What was the Star Alliance, or the rules of this trial, truly brewing? Ruan Momo was about to deal with those annoying flying beasts in the sky. As her little hand was raised halfway, her attention was drawn to something higher up against the grey sky without the sun. There hung a sparkling object. That sparkling thing was so big, as large as a grinding disc, radiating a hazy and tempting glow in her unique vision. With her mind fogged, she didn't think about why there was something shiny in the sky. Almost instinctively, she let go of the nearby flying beast and excitedly tiptoed, her little hand reaching out towards the giant sparkling object. Chapter 43, The trial ended early. Just outside the shelter, as the tide of beasts surged in, representatives from other countries struggled in despair. Within the Chinese shelter, Ruan Momo's attention was captured by something higher up. In the sky, flying beasts resembling pterosaurs were swirling, emitting piercing screams, waiting for the chance to dive down. Su Chan had already shot down 2 with her crossbow, while Wang Meng and Lei Zhan also stayed alert to prevent their ambushes. Momo had initially raised her little hand, aiming for the pale blue energy core in the chest of the closest flying beast that was about to dive. However, just as she was about to unleash her power, a glimpse in her peripheral vision caught a view of the deeper, higher sky, that sky, once only gray and devoid of sun and stars. There, directly above the shelter, floated something. A gigantic, shimmering object, radiating a hazy and pure glow. In Momo's unique vision, it shone brightly like the moon in the night, its size appearing as large as a grinding disc. Although the energy wave it emanated was subtle, she instinctively felt an indescribable attraction and warmth. Her little mind didn't engage in complex thoughts like what is that, why is it in the sky, or can I grab it? Driven by the purest curiosity of a child and her innate instinct of I see it, I can grab it, she almost effortlessly changed her target. She let go of the flying beast nearby, excitedly tiptoed, and with her soft little hand made a familiar grabbing motion towards the giant light ball high in the sky. This time, there was no sense of obstruction, even easier and more effortless than grabbing the energy core from the beast's body. It was as if that object was simply waiting for her to pick it up. Her little hand gently grasped, and she pulled back. To Lei Zhan, Su Chan, and the others, it appeared that Momo made a grabbing motion at the empty sky, then withdrew her little hand, and the palm, still nothing? Meanwhile, the flying beast that was supposed to be dealt with continued to spiral around, unharmed. Momo? Zhao Qian called out in confusion, what's wrong? Are you tired? She was worried that Momo had overused her ability and was mentally exhausted. Wang Meng scratched his head, little Momo, was it too far? Couldn't reach? They all thought that Momo's target was the flying beast. Seeing no effect, they naturally assumed that her ability had reached its limit or encountered some other problem. However, at that moment, Ruan Momo had no time to respond to everyone's concern. Her little face was filled with astonishment and confusion. Just as she grasped the gigantic sparkle, it did not appear in her hand like a crystal stone, but instead transformed into an intangible, formless. A warm current, clear and palpable, directly plunged into her forehead, then, it burrowed into her mind, into that special life storage space, opened by the system, to hold the hope seed of the Lancer's continent, the formless egg. Warning! Unknown high-dimensional energy form forcibly accessing system space. Unauthorized by both host and system. Determined as illegal intrusion. Tang Tang's sharp electronic voice carried a hint of panic for the first time, launching emergency self-check program. Comprehensive system vulnerability scan. Host, Tang Tang needs to focus computing power to investigate, unable to respond to you for now. Tang Tang's voice suddenly cut off, clearly entering a full defense and self-check state. Momo was startled too. Something bad had entered her brain? And it was running around? What she feared most was that beautiful formless. She quickly plunged her consciousness into that special storage space. In the warm halo, the whole body of the sparkling and rainbow-colored formless egg still floated quietly. And that huge light sphere, which was the size of a grinding disc that had just intruded, now shrank countless times, becoming only fist-sized, like a fledgling bird returning to its nest, radiating a wave of joyous excitement, and it charged toward the formless. No! Bad thing! Don't touch it! Momo anxiously shouted in her mind, instinctively wanting to pull the light sphere away from the egg as if she were yanking something. However, just as her thought barely brushed against the shrunken light sphere, it seemed to sense her thought, or perhaps it was at the final stage of merging, erupting suddenly with a last soft but blinding light, and with a rush, like a droplet merging into the sea, it instantly vanished into the white eggshell of the formless, completely disappearing. As the light faded, the special space returned to calm. The formless still floated quietly there, the colorful light on the eggshell seemed to shine a bit brighter. Apart from that, there were no changes. Momo nervously looked for a while, confirming that the formless egg was indeed okay. Her little heart, which had risen to her throat, slowly settled back. She wanted to ask Tang Tang what was going on, but no matter how she called out in her mind, all she received was silence. The system's self-check prompt was like a cold barrier. With no choice, she could only temporarily exit the system space, her consciousness returning to reality. As soon as she opened her eyes, she met the concerned and slightly confused gazes of everyone. Momo, are you okay? Just now Professor Joe gently asked, noticing that Momo's expression was a bit off, not just a simple failure of ability. Momo opened her mouth, wanting to tell everyone she grabbed a shiny thing from the sky, but then it ran into her head and dove into the formless egg. But the process was too complicated, and she was also confused, not knowing how to explain. Moreover, Tang Tang was not present now. In the end, she could only scratch her head and stammer, "I caught a big shiny thing from the sky, but it ran into my head, and then it disappeared." Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. A shiny thing from the sky? Ran into her head and disappeared? This sounded even more absurd. Was it some kind of invisible, untouchable energy form? Or a hallucination? Reality World Global Live Broadcast Room. When the live broadcast captured Ruan Momo reaching into the sky in vain for nothing, even failing to deal with the flying alien beasts right in front of her, the foreign netizens who had been temporarily silenced by shock and jealousy suddenly exploded like they had grasped a lifeline. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? The ability has failed. It really has limitations. I said it couldn't be that heaven-defying. The Star Alliance must have discovered this bug and reclaimed her ability. God is fair. The good luck of Huaxia has come to an end. Without this ability to take things from afar, let's see how they cope with the beast tide. Even the level 6 shelter will eventually be worn down. Various gloating and sarcastic comments flooded in like a tide. Yet, the Huaxia netizens felt a tightening in their hearts, but still chose to believe and defend. What nonsense! Our Momo must be tired. Exactly, after using it so many times, what's wrong with taking a break? Maybe she is brewing a big move. The things in the sky are beyond the understanding of you common mortals. Little Lucky Star Momo has her own reasons for doing things. The quarrel online did not affect the trial arena in the slightest. Professor Zhou, although filled with deeper doubts, looked at Momo's innocent face, which did not seem fake, and gently patted her head. "It's okay, Momo, if you're tired, take a break. The things in the sky, we can talk about later." Just as his words fell, without any warning, all the noise that filled the world suddenly ceased. It was as if a pair of invisible big hands pressed the mute button on the world and froze the scene. Outside the shelter, the deafening and maddening beast roars immediately vanished. The flying beasts swirling and diving in the sky seemed to be frozen like insects in amber, frozen in midair. Then, like pencil marks erased by an eraser, they gradually faded and disappeared. On the ground, the savage roaring tide of beasts, whether charging, gnawing at the shelter's protective screen, or trampling each other, all stopped their movements at the same time, their gigantic bodies dissolving from the edges into countless tiny points of light, silently collapsing and vanishing into the air. In just 2 or 3 seconds, in the entire field of vision, all the beasts, regardless of type or level, completely disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the deep claw marks left on the shelter's outer wall, the dark red blood on the ground, and the chaotic battlefield, it would seem as if that despairing beast tide was just a collective illusion. Immediately after, that familiar, cold, and emotionless Star Alliance announcement echoed in the minds of all the surviving representatives, as well as on the live broadcast of Blue Star. Announcement: the initial adaptive trial of Blue Star civilization has ended ahead of schedule. All surviving representatives are now under absolute protection. 1 hour later, the final settlement and reward distribution will occur. This sudden proclamation stunned all the representatives who had survived. And ahead of schedule? Many people instinctively looked at the trial time displaying on their personal panels. There were still more than 10 hours left until the original 7-day conclusion. A great confusion surged in their hearts, but this confusion was quickly drowned by a more surging, more intense emotion. It was the joy of surviving death, the exhaustion after the release of tightly wound nerves, and the tears of realizing that they were truly alive. It's over? Really over? Oh God. We survived. We made it through. Who cares why it ended early? It's good that it's over. It's good that it's over. Within each shelter, after a short silence, there erupted thundering cheers, cries, and shouts. No one questioned the reason for the early end. Surviving that endless beast tide was the greatest miracle in luck. According to the previous trend, perhaps in a few more hours, most shelters would be completely breached, no one would be spared. Inside the Huaxia shelter, Wang Meng sat down heavily on the ground, panting, "Damn it, finally it's over. My life is saved." Lei Zhan and Su Chan also clearly relaxed, their highly tense bodies gradually easing. Zhao Qian was overjoyed to the point of tears, tightly hugging the still somewhat dazed Momo. Only Professor Zhou, after the initial shock, frowned slightly. A flicker of deep thought passed through his eyes. Chapter 44 Waiting for Settlement. Announcement: the initial adaptive trial of the Blue Star civilization has ended early. All surviving representatives are now under absolute protection. 1 hour later, the final settlement and rewards will take place at the initial square. Starting teleportation. Teleportation? Before all the survivors could react, beams of colorful light suddenly descended from the sky, accurately enveloping every remaining representative in each shelter. Inside the Huaxia shelter, a golden light surrounded 10 people. Su Chan, Lei Zhan, Wang Meng, Li Ming, Professor Zhou, Zheng Hai, Chen Fang, Zhou Lan, Zhao Qian, and Ruan Momo, who was held by Zhao Qian, all felt a gentle yet irresistible force within the light column. The scene before them instantly blurred and distorted, the familiar shelter environment faded away like a washed-out oil painting. In the next moment, a sense of weightlessness hit, followed by the solid feeling of ground beneath their feet. As their vision cleared, the familiar air, tinged with blood and rust, rushed into their nostrils. The cold, dark metal floor lay beneath them, surrounded by towering walls carved with menacing totems. Above, a massive floating screen looked down coldly. They had returned to the initial square of the National Fortune Arena. Not just them. Beams of light flickered throughout the square, one figure after another materialized beneath their respective country's emblem. State refreshed. This was not merely a simple teleportation but a complete reset of their life state. The representatives from the United States appeared, their previously battered and exhausted bodies, some even missing limbs, now appeared whole again. Their pale, bloodless faces turned rosy, their utterly depleted energy restored in an instant. If not for their tattered battlesuits, they looked as if they had just arrived at this place. They stared in shock at their bodies, disbelief written all over their faces. The Bear Warriors from the Russian Union were the same. The deep, bone-exposing wounds from earlier battles vanished without a trace, their broken bones seeming to be unscathed. Only their eyes still burned with unresolved fierceness and the bewilderment of surviving a disaster. A burly man, who had half his leg bitten off to block a gap, was now fiercely stepping on his restored right leg, tears of excitement in his fierce eyes. Sakura country, Britain, the European Union. All representatives who survived at the last moment, no matter how tragic their previous state, even those near death and with blurred consciousness, now seemed to have time rewind, returning to their peak status when they were just selected to enter this place. My hand, one representative looked at his perfectly restored arm in disbelief, his voice shaking. Wounds, all healed? Even my energy restored, another representative, who had been exhausted and collapsed, felt the surge of power within him, his face full of disbelief. God, is this a miracle? After a brief silence, the square erupted with loud uproar. Shock, ecstasy, confusion, and awe at this incredible recovery ability intertwined on every survivor's face. They looked at each other, confirming their companions were safe and unharmed. The previously pervasive despair and silence were replaced by a surreal feeling of rebirth. On the Huaxia team's side, everyone quickly checked themselves. It's really all healed. Li Ming moved his arms, the burning pain from the acid corrosion gone without a trace. Wang Meng patted his chest, grinning as he said, "Hey, this service is quite attentive. Even my arm that was electrocuted feels comfortable now." Lei Zhan and Su Chan exchanged glances, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. The refreshed state displayed by the Star Alliance exceeded their imaginations. It felt more like a reset on a rule level, preparing for the final settlement? Professor Zhou's gaze immediately fell on Ruan Momo, confirming her small face was rosy and that she had no discomfort, which relieved him slightly, but his doubts deepened within his heart. The early end, everyone's status restored, all of this felt unusual. He couldn't help but look at Momo again, wondering if the bright sparkle in the sky and the early end of the trial were somehow connected. Zhao Qian tightly held Momo, feeling the little one's steady breathing and curious gaze, and her lingering fear began to fade little by little. Momo was indeed very curious, her big eyes looked at the many people suddenly around her, along with some who were shouting and yelling. She felt it was a bit noisy, and her little hands unconsciously tightened around Zhao Qian's neck. She was still thinking about the bright sparkle that ran into the formless egg and the temporarily ignoring Tang Tang. Real World Global Network. When the live broadcast switched to the starting square and all the surviving representatives appeared unharmed, the internet once again experienced a tsunami of emotions. Those countries representing the survivors were instantly flooded with ecstatic and celebratory remarks online. It's restored. Everything is restored. Long live the Star Alliance. Great. Not only did they survive, but they also regained their health. Heroes. They are all heroes of the nation. Meanwhile, the internet in many other countries was filled with a deathly silence of mourning and despair, especially in those representing countries that had recently perished. Grief and bitterness seemed to break through the screen. Soon, the return of the weakest yet fully staffed team from Huaxia stirred up a public outcry. Foreign netizens. Early end? It must be that the Star Alliance saw we couldn't hold on and intervened. Come on, I think it's because that little kid from the Huaxia team messed around and took something crucial, causing the trial to collapse. Exactly. Right after she reached out to the sky, the trial ended. She must be the troublemaker. Our heroes fought to the end by strength. Huaxia is merely lucky, with a child who causes chaos. The rewards must be fair. We can't count the points of that little kid's random grabs. The sour grape mentality and conspiracy theories once again became rampant, blaming the early end on Ruan Momo, as if this could explain why the Huaxia team survived so easily. Naturally, Huaxia netizens retaliated without holding back. I'm dying of laughter. Are you blaming others for being too strong? The early end was the decision of the Star Alliance. If you have issues, go find the Star Alliance. Our Momo is favored by fortune, even a simple grab can affect the trial. Can you do that? Exactly. If it hadn't ended early, would certain countries' representatives still be standing here? Do you understand gratitude? Waiting to see you get slapped in the face with the results. The points we earned through strength and luck, why shouldn't they count? The online debate was fierce, but all Huaxia people's hearts were filled with immense joy and pride. Their 10 representatives all survived. And in perfect condition. This was extremely rare among all participating countries. Real-world high-level officials of various countries. Compared to the commotion online, the atmosphere in the command centers of various countries was much more serious and oppressive. A certain strategic command center in the United States. Is there still no direct information about the true reason for the early end? The general's voice was deep, filled with suppressed irritation. On the massive screen in front of him, several key countries' live broadcasts were being split-screen played, focusing on the replay of the last moments. General, we cannot directly monitor any energy waves or data from within the trial space, intelligence analyst reported helplessly. All information comes from the live broadcast. The only clear abnormal point right now is that Huaxia's little girl Ruan Momo, about a minute before the announcement sounded, made an ineffective grabbing motion towards the sky and claimed she caught a shiny thing that ran into her head. Ineffective? Are you sure it was ineffective? The general stared at the frozen image Ruan Momo's bewildered face and empty hand. What about what she said? What is the bright twinkling in the sky? It sounds like something? Can't judge, General. It could be some kind of metaphor we can't understand, or maybe the child's hallucination. But we can't confirm or deny it. We can only confirm that shortly after her action, the trial ended early. There is a correlation in timing, but the causal relationship is uncertain. Damn, the general muttered under his breath, it's this child again. What luck has China had? Continue analyzing all the live stream footage, especially from the Chinese team. I want to know every subtle reaction and dialogue they have. Also, pay special attention to the settlement. The punishment. I don't believe the Star Alliance will be so merciful. In the Russian command center, the atmosphere among the bears was equally heavy. A senior officer slammed his hand on the table. Our brave warriors fought to the end with iron-like will, and on China's side, that little girl just grabbed at the air, and the trial ended? What is this? Calm down, another more composed elder spoke. We can't see the truth, only the surface. We've seen part of that child's ability, her words may not be baseless. But regardless, the early end allowed more of our warriors to survive, which is itself something to be thankful for. Now, we need to consider whether the points we earned through bloodshed will offset any potential punishment during the settlement. And, will the Chinese team, especially that child, receive rewards we cannot imagine? In the European Union Joint Parliament, the debate in the conference room raged on. This is absolutely the favoritism of the Star Alliance. That child's ability is a bug. Now, because of her inexplicable actions, it ended early. Is that fair to us? We have no evidence proving it was because of her. It's just a coincidence in timing. Coincidence? So many coincidences happened to the Chinese team? We must unite with other survivor countries to question this at the settlement. Question whom? The Star Alliance? We don't even have a communication channel. The argument fell into a deadlock, a sense of powerlessness spreading in everyone's hearts. In the Sakura cabinet, Baka. The bright twinkling in the sky. An official murmured, his eyes flickering, could this be some kind of core item of the trial itself? Like a key item in a game? That's possible. If that's the case, then China might have grasped opportunities we can't understand. Closely monitor the settlement process, especially any changes from the Chinese representative, particularly that Ruan Momo. We need to assess the long-term impact of this opportunity. In the China Central Command Center, unlike the clamor outside and the excitement inside, the command center quickly returned to a cautious state after the initial joy. Everyone survived, in good condition. This is the best outcome, a general could not hide his excitement. The child Momo has created another miracle, another senior officer remarked, but with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. It's just that the way of this miracle is becoming increasingly inscrutable. The Grand Elder looked pleased, but his gaze remained sharp as an eagle. Save the celebration for later. Now, we must focus on the upcoming settlement. Like the outside world, we can only gain information through the livestream. What exactly is the bright twinkling in the sky that Momo mentioned? We are also unclear. He paused, glancing around at everyone, but this is undoubtedly an extremely important variable. Several key questions need our consideration. First, how significant is the correlation between the early end of the trial and Momo's action? Second, recovery of status applies to individuals. What about the country's punishment? Will it change or appear in another form? Third, and most importantly, how can we ensure that China's interests are maximized in the upcoming settlement? Members of the think tank quickly exchanged opinions. Although it cannot be monitored, based on the behavior sequence and the credibility of Momo's prior abilities, we have strong reason to suspect that the related matters were cut short. That sparkling might be the key to trigger some preset rules. Regarding punishment, the logic of the Star Alliance rules is rigorous. State refresh appears more like a privilege for survivors, but the results of the civilization assessment probably won't change because of it. Punishment is likely to be announced during the settlement, and we need to prepare for the worst while striving for the best outcome. The urgent priority is stabilization, both internally and externally. Externally, we need to deal with possible doubts and pressure. Internally, we must be ready to accept any potential settlement results, whether they are rewards or punishments. Everyone's gaze turned to the screen once again. Final settlement is approaching. Chapter 45, Admission Qualification. In the square, time dragged slowly in a mix of anxiety, ecstasy, confusion, and unease. When the countdown on the dome screen finally hit 0, all noise was suddenly choked into silence by an invisible hand. Every survivor representative, regardless of country, held their breath and looked up at the indifferent dome. In the real world, all viewers in front of the live broadcast subconsciously clenched their fists, their hearts in their throats. The moment that decides fate has arrived. The cold mechanical voice rang out as expected, but the content stunned everyone into silence. The Blue Star Civilization's first adaptive trial, settlement begins. Settlement basis, survival. Ranking and results announced as follows. Immediately, the screen did not display the densely packed kill score list that everyone expected, but instead revealed simple yet piercing information. Final survival ranking. First place, China surviving representatives, 10 people status, excellent. Second place, Russia surviving representatives, 8 people status, good. Third place, USA surviving representatives, 6 people status, good. Fourth place, EU surviving representatives, 6 people status, average. Fifth place, Britain surviving representatives, 5 people status, average. Sixth place, Japan surviving representatives, 4 people status, worrisome. The subsequent list includes all surviving countries and their numbers. The list is not long, only a few dozen countries still shining among the names, appearing barren compared to the initial 169 countries. Survival, ranking? Wang Meng's eyes widened. It's not about how many you kill, but how many you keep alive. Lei Zhan frowned tightly. So that's it. The kill score might just be an incentive or maybe affect the status rating, but the ultimate core is always survival. Su Chan's cold voice carried a hint of understanding. So, our initial avoidance of battle and later reliance on the shelter in Momo's abilities to protect everyone is the strategy that best aligns with the core of survival. Representatives from other countries soon understood, their expressions complex. Those countries that frantically hunted for high scores early on, but suffered heavy losses later, now looked at their meager survival numbers with burning faces. The points earned at the cost of their companions' lives seemed to have lost most of their meaning in front of the final settlement. While everyone processed this unexpected method of settlement, that cold mechanical voice suddenly underwent a subtle change. It remained clear and resonant, but the absolute, inhuman indifference seemed to fade somewhat, replaced by a hint of indescribable vitality. Settlement announcement has concluded. Now, according to the Star Alliance's Emerging Civilization Guidance Act, Article 11, Section 3, we announce the final ruling on Blue Star Civilization. Everyone's heart tightened. Here it comes. Reward or punishment, or rather, judgment. However, the following words struck like thunder from the skies, shattering everyone's souls. The voice with a hint of vitality calmly stated. This desperate wasteland trial essentially is an entrance assessment for Blue Star Civilization to participate in the civilization sequence game. The core assessment indicator, the potential resilience of civilization. This is specifically reflected in the individual survival will and cooperation ability limits of this civilization under the world erosion environment. The passing standard, a total survival rate of no less than 60%. The initial participating representatives of Blue Star Civilization, 1690 people. Final surviving representatives, 431 people. Total survival rate, 25.5%. Ruling, did not meet the admission standard. Cold numbers, cruel truth. It turns out, this is not just a simple national competition arena. This is an entrance exam that decides whether the entire Blue Star Civilization is qualified to participate in a broader game. And they submitted a heart-wrenching answer sheet. Over 74% death rate. A full 30 percentage points away from passing. A bone-chilling cold instantly froze the blood of all representatives in the square, and also froze the hearts of all humans watching the live broadcast on Blue Star. This is a deeper despair than being surrounded by a beast tide on the wasteland. The entire civilization has been declared failing. That voice continued to sound. According to the Star Alliance Act, civilizations that fail to pass the entrance assessment are deemed to lack the potential and qualifications for independent survival in a multiverse environment. Their civil autonomy will be stripped and directly taken over by the Star Alliance. The words paused slightly here, as if checking something, then that spark of liveliness seemed to become clearer. Abnormal variables detected. Data recheck in progress. Confirmed, Blue Star Huaxia Civilization Representative Ruan Momo, at the trial's end, successfully contained and bound the remaining source core of the Lance continent world, the Heart of Despair. This action indirectly terminated the Despair Rule spread phenomenon that has lasted for 3 epochs in the Despair Wasteland, formerly Lance continent, preventing the rule from permeating to surrounding dimensions. Merit assessment, outstanding. Influence level, interdimensional. According to Article 97 of the Special Contribution Exemption Regulations, a final corrective ruling is now made. At this moment, all of Blue Star was silent. Whether the representatives in the square or the billions of viewers in the real world, everyone held their breath, their brains frantically processing this enormous amount of information. Lance continent? World origin? Terminating the spread of despair rules? That little girl. Ruan Momo, she didn't just take something in the trial, she saved 2 worlds? Final ruling. In view of the outstanding achievements of the Blue Star Huaxia Civilization representative, the result of this assessment failure is offset. Blue Star Civilization is exceptionally allowed to retain its civil autonomy and obtain eligibility for participation in the civilization sequence game. Subsequent game-related information will be issued in 7 days. This trial ends. As the voice fell, the information on the dome screen also faded away. A deathly silence enveloped the initial square, and it enveloped the entire Blue Star. After more than 10 seconds, a huge uproar erupted like a tsunami. We have retained our autonomy? It's Huaxia. It's that child. She ended the despair of a world? My God. We don't have to be taken over? The wild joy of surviving a disaster instantly swept away the previous despair. Countless people embraced and cried. This time, they cried for the survival of the whole civilization. Suchan and the others were also stunned, their gazes all focused on Ruan Momo. Wang Weng opened his mouth wide, took a long time to close it, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Oh my goodness. Mama. When did you do such an earth-shattering great thing? Suchan and Lei Zhan looked at Mama, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock and complexity. They knew Mama was special, but they never expected she was this special. Professor Su took a long breath, finally relaxing his tense nerves. He looked at the bewildered Ruan Momo, who seemed not to understand why everyone was looking at her, with eyes full of gratitude. It turns out that the shiny thing in the sky was actually the source core of another world. The unintentional act of Ruan Momo. In exchange for the entire Blue Star civilization, an opportunity for continued self-development was gained. Zhao Qian held Momo tightly, as if embracing the most precious treasure in the world. Reality World Global Network. The network exploded completely. Long live China. Long live Momo. We are blessed by China. This little girl is the savior of the entire civilization. Where are those who mocked us before? Come out and take a few steps. Let's see who is dragging their feet and who is turning the tide. Whoa. So great, we won't be ruled by aliens anymore. Joy and gratitude flooded the screen, especially from netizens representing all the fallen countries, who were profoundly grateful to China. However, not everyone thought this way. Amid the cheers, some discordant voices began to emerge, mainly from countries whose representatives had performed poorly or had already been extinguished. Perhaps the Star Alliance takeover could be a good thing? With advanced civilizations managing us, maybe we won't have to struggle so hard. Yeah, maybe we will directly enter communism, a beautiful society with distribution according to needs? Why should China make decisions for us? Did they ask for our opinions? Exactly, maybe being taken over by the Star Alliance will spark a technological explosion, and we can all become immortal. Now we still have to struggle ourselves. This lying flat argument and victim mentality, although only a minority, still stirred some debate online. Reality world national high level. After the initial shock, national leaders quickly fell into complex emotions and tense evaluations. Inside the U.S. command center, the general's expression changed unpredictably, ultimately turning into a long sigh. Notify down, all public opinion guidance plans against China, suspend. No, cancel. In the face of the fact that the entire civilization was saved, any slander seemed pale and foolish. What he worries about now is, in this new pattern saved by China, where will the US stand in the future? Russian leaders were much more straightforward: prepare the highest level congratulatory message immediately, send it to China. At the same time, hold an internal meeting to discuss how to establish a closer cooperative relationship with China in the upcoming game. Power is paramount, and they respect and desire to join forces with the strong. The European Union, Sakura country, and others quickly adjusted their strategies. Regardless of their complex feelings, they must express gratitude to China on the surface and urgently study what this sudden civilization sequence game means. Chapter 46, Return. The light of the dome screen completely extinguished, and that cold mechanical voice seemed to have never appeared. However, the complex atmosphere of dead silence and chaos in the initial square, along with the turbulent waves rising in the hearts of billions around the world, clearly indicated that everything that just happened was not an illusion. The joy of surviving and the confusion of the unknown game were still intertwined on the faces of every surviving representative. Before they could sort out their thoughts, an abnormal change occurred again. On the vast square beneath their feet, the lights forming mysterious patterns suddenly became incredibly dazzling, enveloping each surviving representative within. What's going on? Wang Meng instinctively clenched his fists, warily looking around. Su Chan and Lei Zhan simultaneously moved closer to Ruan Momo and Zhao Qian, forming a protective stance. It's teleportation. Professor Zhou said relatively calmly, adjusting his glasses. The trial is over, we are going back. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong white light engulfed everyone's vision, and their bodies felt as if they were instantly dissolved into countless particles, which were then rapidly traversing under some force. In just a moment, perhaps even less than a second, the feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and the sensation of solid ground returned. Fresh air surged into their lungs, carrying the familiar sense of Earth's plants and cities, replacing the murky mix of blood and scorched earth from the wasteland. The dead silence or beastly roars were no longer by their ears, but instead, the noisy human voices, excited cries, and the faint sounds of police sirens and helicopter blades from afar. They have returned. These 7 days were extremely long for all countries and people on Blue Star. When the live broadcast signal from the dome screen was completely cut off with the end of the verdict, all the figures of the surviving representatives vanished from the square, and the hearts of billions of viewers across the globe were lifted to the peak. Did they come back? Where will they return to? Is the qualification for that civilization sequence game a blessing or a curse? This global attention and tense emotion had already transformed into concrete actions at the government levels of various countries. Huaxia, a certain orphanage. In the evening, the sky was slightly dark. Ruan Momo's small figure suddenly appeared on her familiar single bed, wearing a dirty, worn pink bunny pajamas, as if she had only taken a slightly long nap. She sat up in confusion, rubbing her eyes. Looking at the familiar room and the slide outside the window, but an indescribable feeling of strangeness lingered around her. Sister Su? Sister Zhao, she called softly, but silence responded to her. Just as unease surged in her heart, and her eyes began to redden. Mo. The door was gently pushed open, and in came not only the director aunt with a face full of surprise and tears in her eyes, but also 2 women in casual clothes, yet with competent and gentle demeanor, followed by a doctor carrying a medical kit. Good girl, Mo, it's okay now, it's okay. The director stepped forward and tightly hugged her, her voice choked with emotion. Welcome back, our little hero. Hero? Mo blinked her big eyes, still not fully understanding. One of the women squatted down, her voice extremely gentle. Mo, we are here to take you home. Sister Su Chan and Sister Zhao Qian are also waiting for you. Shall we take you to meet them? In their eyes, there was no surprise, only a solemn understanding and uncontainable excitement, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. Beijing, a certain secret military base, special operations team's training ground. Lei Zhan's figure suddenly solidified among the obstacles on the training ground. His muscles instantly tightened, his sharp gaze swept around familiar searchlights, familiar training facilities, and a team of medical and security personnel already waiting at the edge of the ground, personally led by the highest commander of the base. Lei Zhan. The commander strode forward and patted his shoulder heavily, his eyes blazing. Good kid. I knew you guys would make it. Welcome back to the team. Although the soldiers around strictly followed the discipline and stood at attention, their eyes looking at Lei Zhan were filled with utmost reverence, as if gazing at a living legend. Lei Zhan suppressed the waves in his heart, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the shell casing in his training suit. He noticed that the commander and the reception team showed no surprise at his appearance. Sir, I request to report immediately. I know, we all know. The commander interrupted him, his tone urgent and excited. The highest command has been waiting for you. The medical check vehicle is right beside. After a simple check, we will head straight to Xishan. We will discuss the details on the way. Everything was orderly, as if a rehearsed emergency plan had been instantly activated. A certain large port. In the engine room of the ocean freighter. Zhang Hai just came to himself when the secure communication phone in the chief engineer's room rang. He picked it up, and a steady voice came through. Chief Engineer Zhang Hai, thank you for your hard work. At port gate number 3, a special vehicle is waiting for you. Please head over immediately. Your family is aware of your safe return, so don't worry. Zhang Hai held an unlit pipe in his mouth, paused for a moment, then grinned. Goodness, the government's efficiency is top-notch. He set down the wrench, patted off the invisible dust on his clothes, and hummed an off-key song as he calmly walked outside. His hands fiddled with the pipe in his pocket, pondering that with this setup, it seemed he had really made a big breakthrough. At the city's firefighting team. Wang Meng had just finished checking his shoelaces when the captain rushed over with a few people, looking both excited and relieved. Wang Meng. You're back. Are you okay? Hurry, someone is waiting for you to go to the capital. Health check, report. You're now a national treasure. The firefighters around them gathered excitedly, wanting to touch but hesitant, their eyes full of pride and curiosity. Wang Meng scratched his bald head and chuckled. Captain, I was just taking a piss, and you all. Cut the chatter. Get going. The captain playfully pushed him, but his eyes were slightly red. At the National Physics Laboratory. The moment Li Ming returned, his mentor and two people in suits quickly appeared beside him. Li Ming, how do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? His mentor asked with concern, but deep within his eyes was uncontainable thirst for knowledge. The suited individuals were even more direct. Dr. Li Ming, a special plane is waiting outside. At a university's history department archive. Professor Joey had just stood up when the archive door was pushed open, and the school leaders accompanied by a few composed individuals walked in. Professor Zhou. Welcome back. The school leader tightly shook his hand. Leaders from the National Cultural Relics Bureau and the Academy of Social Sciences have been waiting for your news. A car is waiting downstairs. Professor Zhou habitually took out his small notebook and pencil, nodding calmly. I have some discoveries that may relate to our understanding of our own civilization and unknown civilizations, and they need to be reported immediately. At the southwestern border, in a nature reserve. As soon as Su Chan returned, her satellite phone rang. Su Chan, report your coordinates and status. The calm and familiar voice was her previous single-line contact. Status good, coordinates unchanged. Very good. Maintain your position, the support team will arrive in 5 minutes. Repeat, return plan activated, destination West Mountain. Su Chan put away her survival knife, a slight smile on her lips. It seemed the nation hadn't been idle in these 7 days. At a downtown kindergarten. As soon as Zhao Qian called out Mo, the kindergarten principal rushed in with a few people, reassuringly holding her hand. Xiao, don't worry, Mo is safe and is being taken to the capital. We will set off immediately, a special plane has been sent for us. Zhao Qian felt a weight lift off her chest, her heart that had been in her throat finally settling, but tears flowed uncontrollably, a mix of fear and relief. At a residential community. Zhou Lan had just picked up her phone when it rang. It was her former director before retirement. Nurse Shou. Long story short, you need to prepare immediately, there's a car downstairs to take you to Beijing. Zhou Lan replied, understood, director. In these 7 days, China had mobilized all its forces and already clarified the backgrounds of the 10 representatives. They precisely pinpointed the last locations of each hero and devised meticulous support plans. The public's reaction was slow but fervent. When the images of the representatives being swiftly taken away leaked through certain channels, the internet erupted with excitement. It's them. They really have come back. Look. That's Major Lei Zhan. At XX base. Heroes. Our heroes are home. The country reacted so quickly. They've already taken them away. They must be protected. Surprise, joy, reverence, all kinds of emotions spread among the people. These representatives returning are, in the eyes of the public, no longer just representatives of the country but heroes who have saved the entire Blue Star civilization. The convoy roared past under the escort of police cars, and helicopters carved flight paths in the night sky, all pointing to the same destination, Beijing West Mountain, one of the core areas symbolizing the nation's highest decision-making and command authority. Chapter 47 Grandpa. Flying at 10,000 meters high in a military special plane, Ruan Momo was comfortably settled in a soft seat, covered with a blanket featuring a cute cat pattern. A capable and gentle female staff member sat at a slightly distant position, ensuring she could take care of her without being overly intrusive. Outside the cabin window was a sea of rolling clouds, and the vast earth slowly moved into view below. Young Ruan Momo felt a bit uneasy about flying alone on this big plane, gripping the edge of the blanket tightly with her small hands. But in the gentle soothing of the staff and the steady rhythm of the flight, her fatigue gradually overcame her nerves. Her little head leaned against the wide chair back, her eyelids grew heavy, and she finally fell into a deep sleep. When Momo's consciousness woke from the chaos, she found herself once again in that familiar system space. Tang Tang, she called out with a hint of grievance and dependency, as if she had found the only one she could confide in. In the center of the space, the pink and white fluffy ball, Tang Tang, appeared, its electronic voice carrying a cheerful note, "Host, this system is back. The comprehensive self-check program has finished running, the core protocol is intact, the operation is stable, and no external viruses or malicious codes have been detected." "That's great." Momo breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately remembered the most important thing, her small face drooping as she anxiously said, "Tang Tang, that strange shiny thing. It ran into the egg by itself. The egg won't get broken, will it?" Tang Tang jumped into Ruan Momo's arms, its cute electronic voice restating the information recorded during the self-check. According to the final energy flow records and system log retrospective analysis, the target energy body is not an intruder. Its behavior pattern is closer to returning or merging. The energy spectrum has a high degree of homology with the hope seed of Ran's continent, Wuxiang. This system speculates that the abnormal input behavior of this energy body may be related to the characteristics of Wuxiang itself. Therefore, the system firewall failed to identify it as an absolute threat, resulting in a defense blind spot. Returning? Merging? Momo tilted her head, trying to understand. Does it mean that shiny thing in the egg? Wuxiang are from the same family? Does it know Wuxiang? You can understand it that way, host. Tang Tang confirmed Momo's guess. Based on this speculation, the system mobilized all non-core computing power during the self-check to deeply scan and analyze the residual information of that energy body in the current state of Wuxiang. Tang Tang's light sphere projected a complex flow of data and an energy map. The analysis results showed, Tang Tang's electronic voice continued, the essence of this energy body, by comparing it to the myths and philosophical concepts of the Blue Star civilization you are in, the closest description should be heavenly Tao consciousness. Heavenly Tao consciousness? Momo repeated this incredibly unfamiliar term, her big eyes full of confusion. What is that? Can it be eaten? System Tang Tang, the host is only 5 years old, even if it is explained, she would not understand. She still needs to continue learning. It's not something to eat, host. System Tang Tang tried to explain in a more understandable way. It can be understood as a world, a heaven itself possessing a non-personified collective will and set of rules. It is like the breath, heartbeat, and dream of the world, maintaining the balance and operation of the world. This system speculates that what you captured in the trial ground, Despair Wasteland, Ran's continent, sky is precisely the heavenly Tao consciousness of that world on the verge of collapse and extinction. Ruan Momo blinked her big eyes. I still don't understand. But she caught the key words, collapse, extinction? That shiny world, has it withered like flowers? Yes, host. The spread of the despair rule is essentially the process of the world's essence being eroded and the collapse of the heavenly consciousness. The system, Tang Tang, confirmed. This remaining consciousness may have sensed the formless in the system space closely after you picked it up, the seed, which carries the last hope and possibility of the Lance continent, so it actively sought to fuse. From a certain perspective, host, you not only acquired it but also provided it with the last anchor and home before it completely dissipated. Now Ruan Momo somewhat understood, a sympathetic look appeared on her small face, as if she had heard a sad story. It's so pitiful. So if it is now with the formless, will it not disappear? Will they become good friends? In theory, the fusion state stabilizes its existence. But what specific changes have occurred cannot be fully analyzed at this moment. The existence level of formless itself is extremely high, and after fusing with the fragments of world consciousness, its state becomes even more complex. Tang Tang, with its fluffy pink-white body, jumped out of Ruan Momo's arms and floated in front of her. Host, this system suggests that you can communicate with the consciousness that is fused with the formless dot. Communicate? Like talking to you? Momo became interested. Great. Let's go see how Formless is doing. With a thought, Ruan Momo and the system Tang Tang appeared in that warm, life-nurturing special space. In the center of the space, the completely radiant and softly flowing formless egg still quietly floated. Compared to before, it seemed to have no huge visible changes, but upon careful feeling, one could find that the light on the eggshell moved more lively and deeply, as if what was contained inside was no longer just a seed, but a miniature, slowly breathing starry sky. Around the egg, an indescribable, ancient yet vast aura emanated, mixed with a fresh, tender purity of rebirth. Formless seems more beautiful? Momo tilted her little face, examining it closely, as she could feel a warm, reassuring aura. System Tang Tang moved a little closer and projected a scanning beam. Energy levels are steadily rising, life activity is significantly enhanced, and internal rule structures are being reorganized and optimized. The fusion process appears to be benign, and the host need not worry about Formless being damaged. Momo breathed a sigh of relief, and then, in a tone as if playing with other kids in an orphanage, gently said to the formless egg, "Hey? Shiny one? Are you inside? Can you hear me? My name is Ruan Momo." There was no response. Only the light emitted by the egg flickered softly like breathing. Looking at the unresponsive Formless, Ruan Momo looked up, her small mouth slightly opened, ready to say something to the fluffy pink-white ball, Tang Tang, floating beside her. At that moment, a magical scene occurred. The formless egg, which had been quietly floating, slightly accelerated the flow of the colorful light on its surface, and then, a delicate, extremely thin, milky white mist, like the mountain mist in the morning, slowly seeped out from the top. This mist spiraled and gathered in the air, as if an invisible hand was drawing with a pen. Under Ruan Momo's astonished gaze, the mist slowly outlined a blurry human silhouette. The outline gradually became clearer, eventually transforming into the image of a kind old grandfather. He emanated a gentle halo, his figure somewhat transparent, as if he was a phantom made of light and mist, yet carried an indescribable tranquility and peace. The old grandfather's phantom slightly bowed his head, his eyes seemingly containing stars and wisdom. Gently looking at the stunned Ruan Momo, the corners of his mouth lifted into a kind smile. Inside the cabin, the accompanying staff noticed that Momo's eyelids moved, slowly opening her eyes. She immediately approached and softly asked, "Momo, are you awake? How do you feel? We will arrive in the capital city in about an hour." Momo rubbed her eyes and looked out the window at the increasingly clear outline of the city below. That was the destination of this trip. Chapter 48 Creation Lance. Watching the thin mist seeping from the formless, slowly transforming into an old man resembling a blue star person. Ruan Momo's eyes widened, and her small hands instinctively covered her mouth. After several seconds, she let out a small, incredulous cry, "Ah! Old Grandpa? Did you come out of an egg?" The old man's misty figure smiled gently, slowly nodded, and then conveyed a mixture of gratitude, reassurance, and entrustment with his kind eyes. Tang Tang's electronic voice, filled with a hint of caution and curiosity, rang in Momo's mind, "Host. This should be the solidified manifestation of that world consciousness fragment. It seems to be communicating with you in this way. Be careful." However, Ruan Momo did not feel afraid. The old man gave her a feeling reminiscent of the sad sparkle she had sensed before, only now it was no longer sad, but rather warm. She plucked up her courage, took a small step forward, raised her little face, and curiously asked, "Grandpa, are you the one, the sparkle in the sky?" The old man's figure nodded again, a trace of indelible sadness gleaming in his eyes. At that moment, the old man's kind face and form began to ripple and blur like water waves, as if the image were experiencing poor signal reception. Under Ruan Momo's astonished gaze, the figure formed from mist rapidly collapsed and reassembled, ultimately transforming into an egg-like figure that emitted a hazy glow, pure white, with 7 or 8 points of similarity to the nearby formless egg, but feeling older and deeper. This egg figure hovered there, radiating a tranquil and vast aura. "Oh? Why did it turn into an egg?" Tang Tang exclaimed, the pink-white puffball curiously floating around the newly appeared egg shadow. A gentle old, but no longer dependent on any concrete form, spiritual thought echoed directly in Momo and Tang Tang's consciousness, carrying a hint of laughter that seemed to come from the source of the river of time. "Child, and this, peculiar guiding spirit. This is my true form. The old man's image just now was merely a projection sensed from your deep inner recognition of the elder. Ruan Momo's little head had a hard time understanding. You are also an egg? Just like Formless?" "You could say so, but not entirely." That glowing egg thought gently explained, "My name is Lance. I am not the spirit born of this realm but a wanderer of the Creation Clan." "But Creation Clan?" Both Momo and Tang Tang felt curious at the same time. "We, as a clan, were born in a cosmic singularity, drifting between latitude lines and endless dimensions. Our existence's significance is to find the suitable void, sow seeds of life, and witness the sprouting and growth of civilizations. Lance's thought carried an ancient sense of mission. Endless eons ago, I drifted here, seeing this void place located in the dimensional gap. Rules were initially determined, potential was boundless, so I stopped here, poured my essence, and created the continent of Lance, as well as the countless initial beings upon it: winged spirits, crystal beings, horned beasts, water species. They all originated from my different concepts of life forms. Momo listened attentively. It was simply more magical than all the stories Aunt Dean had ever told. So, Grandpa Lance, you are the creator of that world? Yes, child. When the tide of life surges on this continent and the sparks of civilization begin to shine, my mission is already more than halfway complete. Lance's thoughts revealed a hint of nostalgia. According to the clan's rules, the creator should not interfere too much with the development of the civilization they have created. So, I scattered my tangible form, my soul essence transforming into the elemental mist that nourishes all things, spreading between heaven and earth, silently watching my children weave their own destinies and epics. Tang Tang's fluffball body flickered for a moment and interjected, so, the elemental mist mentioned by the Guardians is actually you? The breath and heartbeat of the world? Indeed. The elemental mist is my sleeping consciousness, the cycle and rhythm of the world. Lance's thoughts affirmed this but then turned solemn. However, I could not see the children reach their glorious end. They faced the trial and failed. Fortune collapsed, the laws crumbled, and the elemental mist that I transformed into lost its vitality, polluted and replaced by that despairing ash. Great sorrow enveloped this realm of consciousness. Momo recalled the beautiful auroras described by Ant Wing Spirit and then remembered the dead silence of the grey mist, feeling deeply saddened. Then, why can you still talk to us here? Momo asked the crucial question. Ant Wing Spirit said the world has died. Lance's thoughts wavered, filled with complex emotions, because of the sacrifice of the prophet. Child, do you know that legendary origin egg? What did it become after its shell broke? Momo tried hard to recall. Ant Wing Spirit said, the shell became the first prophet. Exactly. Lance's thoughts carried a deep sense of emotion. That shell essentially carried a part of the foundation of existence I left behind when I created the world. When disaster struck and the world approached its end, that last prophet, who was transformed from my shell and passed down through generations, made a decision. He sacrificed himself, gathering the remaining world essence and the last fragment of spirit from all wise beings, attempting to recreate an origin known as formless. Momo and Tang Tang held their breath, listening to the secret concerning the survival of the world. However, at the moment the prophet made the sacrifice, a miracle happened that even he did not foresee. Lance's thoughts revealed a trace of incredibility. Perhaps it was because he shared the same origin as me, or perhaps because the gathered spirit contained a faint resonance with the beginning of creation. His sacrificial flame miraculously reignited a fragment of my consciousness that had long perished along with the elemental mist. Ah! Momo covered her little mouth. This weak fragment of consciousness attached itself to the smaller remaining portion of the shell after the prophet's sacrifice, which is now the eggshell that carries formless. Lance continued, at the prophet's sacrifice, his power, and will divide it into two. The larger part, enveloping the spirit of all beings, transformed into the core and most of the shell of formless that you see, while the smaller, more refined part carried this fragment of my awakened consciousness, being rejected to the rules beyond, floating above the heavens like a lonely wandering soul, witnessing the final decline of the earth, until you plucked it down. All the clues connected at this moment. Momo finally understood. That twinkling in the sky was Grandpa Lance's fragment of consciousness and a small part of the prophet's shell. And the formless on the ground was the majority of the prophet's shell and the soul imprints of all the uncles and aunts. They were originally of the same origin, which is why they mutually attracted and instantly fused. So. Momo looked excitedly at the glowing formless egg beside her, then looked at Lance's phantom. Grandpa Lance, you have returned. So, you are formless, right? Formless will come back to life. The departed Ant Wings and Uncle Rift will also come back to life, right? The little girl's eyes were filled with hopeful light. How much she wished those kind guardians could return. Lance's egg-shaped shadow gently swayed, conveying a gentle yet clear negation. Child, I am a part of formless, but formless is not me. After I created the world, my mission was completed, and I should have completely merged into the cycle of the world. The current me is merely a wisp of lingering spirit, briefly reappearing due to a miracle. My consciousness is about to dissipate completely, merging fully into formless, becoming the nourishment for this last miracle of life. He paused for a moment, his thoughts carrying a sense of openness and expectation that transcended individual existence. As for formless, it is not a progenitor of creation. It is a new, unknown miracle of life, nurtured by the remnants of a world, countless departed soul marks, and my old consciousness. What will it ultimately become? A new god of creation? The ancestor of a completely new civilization? Or some existence we cannot even imagine? No one knows. The possibilities of life are limitless, and that is precisely what makes it so enchanting. And the departed wings, Rift, their spirits have become part of the foundation of formless life. They will continue in this new life in another form, rather than simply being revived. Momo seemed to understand but did not fully grasp, yet she recognized that those uncles and aunts had not completely disappeared, they had transformed into a part of Formless, which brought her a touch of comfort. At this moment, Sugar quietly used a mental link to speak to Momo. Host, Lance's continent has gone through the game of the Star Alliance, should we ask Kay about the game information? It might be helpful to us. Momo felt it made sense and was about to speak, but Lance's thoughts seemed to have already anticipated their ideas, conveying a hint of knowing amusement. Little ones, are you wanting to inquire about the Star Alliance, about that trial? Momo quickly nodded. Each plane, each civilization has its own unique game experience. Lance's thoughts were calm and profound, its form, rules, and even the deeper meaning behind it may be vastly different. Knowing the experiences of another failure too early may not only be unhelpful but could cloud your vision like fog, disturbing your most genuine and valuable judgment based on your own civilization's characteristics. This path needs you to look with your own eyes, weigh with your own heart, and choose with your own wisdom. These words washed away the slight glimmer of hope that had just risen in Momo and the system, Sugar. They understood that the road ahead must be explored on their own. Lance's egg-shaped shadow began to become more transparent, its light gradually retracting as if power was fading. He finally concentrated his thoughts on Momo, filled with immense solemnity and expectation. Child, your ability, the guiding spirit you possess, and the kindness and possibilities you carry, perhaps, it is the glimmer of life your blue star civilization needs amidst the impending waves. Cherish it, use it wisely. My last consciousness has finally come to the moment of complete rest. No need for sorrow, I am not disappearing, I am merely returning to the source, completely merging with this last miracle of life on Lance's continent, Formless. Await the day it hatches. Goodbye, little traveler, may the stars guide your path. With this final farewell, Lance's egg-shaped shadow transformed into countless tiny light points, as if drawn in, gently and completely merging into the nearby pearly formless egg. The formless egg, after absorbing this last fusion, suddenly brightened for a moment with colorful radiance, then gradually calmed down, returning to its previous deep and restrained appearance, quietly floating there. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But Momo could feel that the life force inside was more powerful and complete. The system space was silent. After a while, the system Candy softly said, Creation Race World Consciousness Miracle of Life Host, it seems we have discovered a tremendous secret. Momo nodded her little head vigorously, looking at No Form with a heart full of mixed emotions, sadness for Grandpa Lance and the Guardian sacrifices, curiosity and anticipation for No Form's future, and a heavy sense of responsibility. Grandpa Lance said my ability would be a glimmer of hope. Momo clenched her little fists, her eyes becoming determined. Candy, we must work hard. We must protect our world and everyone. Inside the cabin, Ruan Momo looked out at the approaching, magnificent city below. The words of Grandpa Lance echoed in her mind as she clenched her little fists, silently thinking, I want to protect everyone, Blue Star, and Candy. Host feeling Ruan Momo's thoughts, System Candy's eyes welled with tears in her mind. Chapter 49 Report I have something to say. 10 people arrived at Jing City using various modes of transportation. About half an hour later, the convoy entered a highly guarded, quiet courtyard, passing through several identity verifications and security checks before finally stopping in front of an ancient-looking building filled with modern technology inside. Under Director Chen's guidance, the 10 people walked through a long, quiet corridor and arrived in front of a heavy redwood door. Standing at the door were 2 guards with eagle-like eyes who verified Director Chen and everyone's identities again before silently pushing the door open. The sight behind the door made even the well-informed Professor Zhou, Su Chan, and Lei Zhan's hearts tremble. This was a spacious and solemn conference room. At the head and sides of the oval conference table sat just a few individuals. But their faces were familiar, regularly appearing in news broadcasts and important national reports. Top leaders, military giants, and leaders of state core institutions, almost all the core figures controlling the fate of the country were present. Their gazes focused on the moment the door opened. In those gazes, there was appreciation and anticipation, as well as a hint of excitement brought by the previous global announcement. On one side of the conference room, a few people dressed in military uniforms or scholarly attire sat upright, clearly relevant advisors or experts. Comrades, Su Chan and their group have arrived. Director Chen reported standing straight, his voice particularly clear in the quiet conference room. Good, bring them in. The elder sitting at the head, with a kind face yet deep gaze, nodded slightly, his voice gentle and calming. Staff had long prepared seats at the end of the conference table. The 10 sat as directed, and even Wang Meng could not help but sit up straight, his expression solemn, hands neatly resting on his knees. Zhang Hai instinctively reached for his pipe but quickly put his hand down halfway. Chen Fong pushed up his glasses, his fingertips moving unconsciously. Ruan Momo seemed to sense the serious atmosphere, obediently sitting on Zhao Qian's lap, her big eyes sparkling as she curiously looked at those seemingly kind yet authoritative uncles and grandpas across from her, especially the one sitting in the center, who felt particularly kind. The elder's gentle gaze swept over the 10, finally lingering on Ruan Momo for a moment, a hint of unnoticeable softness flashing in his eyes. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice steady and full of strength. First, we, on behalf of the country and the people, welcome you home again and extend our highest respect and sincerest thanks. Your brave battles, fearless sacrifices, and outstanding wisdom in another world have not only earned honor for our country but also secured a precious opportunity for our entire Blue Star civilization to continue developing independently. You are the undisputed heroes. The sincere and heavy words warmed the hearts of the 10 people present, making all the hardships and dangers seem to be comforted at this moment. As for the trial ground, the Despair Wasteland, or say Lance Continent, you are the witnesses. The commander's tone became more serious as he shifted his focus. We saw some parts through the livestream, but there is much more that is unknown. We need to know your understanding of that world. Any detail could relate to our future judgment and preparation for the civilization sequence game. As the topic hit the core, everyone's expressions became serious. Professor Zhou, as the scholar in the team, spoke first, his voice carrying the rigor of a scholar. Commander, leaders. Our time there was too short, and the pressure to survive was immense. From our team's observation, that wasteland is desolate and dangerous. Besides various highly aggressive beasts and a few edible or specially effective plants, we did not find any clear traces or creations of advanced civilizations. We also did not encounter any intelligent life forms we could communicate with. Lei Zhan added in a deep voice, unconsciously tightening his fists. Yes, all our energy was focused on survival and defense. We know almost nothing about the background and history of that world. Su Chan, Wang Meng, Zhang Hai, and others nodded in agreement. Chen Feng adjusted his glasses, adding, from a biological perspective, the structure of the beasts is very special, but the samples are too few. Li Ming interjected, the environmental energy is abnormal, but we lack analysis equipment. The only information we obtained about that world, the name Lance Continent, and some details about its flora and fauna, Professor Zhou indicated, came from 2 encyclopedias we opened from treasure chests on the wasteland, Lance Continent Common Animal Encyclopedia, Summary Volume, and Lance Continent Common Plant Encyclopedia, Summary Volume. This report matched much of what the country had observed through the livestream and was similar to information fed back by survivors from other countries. Besides survival and combat, very little is known about the civilization level of that world. The commander and the attending leaders nodded slightly. This was within their expectations. In that kind of environment, it was already a miracle to survive. Demanding more information was unrealistic. At that moment, some people cast a glance tinged with subtle expectation towards the little girl who had been quietly sitting in Zhao Qian's arms, blinking her big eyes and listening to everyone speak. Ruan Momo. Momo felt the gaze upon her. Her small body sat up a little straighter. Her tiny hand unconsciously gripped the edge of her clothes, and in her mind, a fierce thought struggle was taking place. Everyone has spoken, but should I mention Aunt Wing Spirit, Uncle Rift, and Grandfather Lance's matters? She felt a bit worried but also thought she should say something. Those matters seemed very important. So, she secretly asked in her mind, Tang, can we tell everyone about what we encountered in the bone house, and about No Form and Grandpa Lance? System Tang jumped in her consciousness space, starting to analyze. Analyzing. Host, based on the current situation, disclosing this information to the state has more benefits than drawbacks. The experiences of the Lance Continent's demise, the existence of No Form, and the information about the Creation Tribe all have extremely high intelligence value and can assist the country in judging the essence of the Star Alliance and the game. This system believes, you can say it. Gaining support from Tang, Momo felt a bit more at ease and was just about to speak. Suddenly, oddly enough, a bolder thought. A more sudden thought flashed through her little mind like a lightning bolt. Since it's going to be said, then, what about Tongtong's existence? Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. She quietly asked in her mind, then Tang, can I tell everyone about you too? Just say I have a very amazing, little partner who helps me? This time, the system Tang noticeably hesitated, the bouncing pink and white ball of fluff froze for a moment. Retrieving core protocols. Retrieving underlying instructions. No clauses found prohibiting the disclosure of the system's existence to third parties. Logical judgment, the host has the right to inform about the existence of this system. Risk assessment, informing trustworthy national powers in the current environment may gain more support and protection, beneficial for the host's survival and task completion. Conclusion, disclosure is permissible. Tongtong's electronic voice brightened again. Sure, host. But this system does not recommend telling now. Why not? Ruan Momo asked, somewhat puzzled. Because there are too many electronic devices here. If you say it out loud, the Star Alliance will know about the existence of this system, which will cause unknown consequences. Tang explained, just say it in a place without electronic devices. With her biggest concern lifted, Momo felt as if a heavy burden had been released, her little chest puffed up, and her previously hesitant gaze turned steadfast. Just as everyone in the conference room thought Ruan Momo was too young to provide more effective information, and the leader was about to end this topic and move on to the next stage. Ruan Momo suddenly slid down from Zhao Qian's lap, stood up straight, raised a soft little hand, just like when the director mommy at the orphanage said to raise hands to speak, her voice crisp and loud. Report. I have something to say. Chapter 50, Informing the Secret, add more. Ruan Momo's crisp report and raised little hand were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly breaking the original rhythm of the conference room. All eyes, filled with surprise, curiosity, and deeper anticipation, focused once again on this small figure. Zhao Qian instinctively wanted to grab Ruan Momo, but Professor Zhou signaled her with his eyes to stay calm. Lei Zhan and Su Chan exchanged a glance, both seeing the seriousness in each other's eyes. What Momo was about to say might be the core secrets they had not experienced but vaguely felt were closely related to Momo's special abilities. The leader's warm smile remained unchanged, and his gaze held encouragement as he gently said, "Okay, our little hero, what do you have to say?" We are all listening carefully. However, Ruan Momo's little face turned slightly red, appearing a bit shy. She fidgeted and pointed her small finger at the ceiling and the seemingly inconspicuous devices around her, whispering. But there are too many electronic devices here. If I say it, the Star Alliance will know. I can only say it in places without these. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the conference room instantly became subtle. A glance of rapid surprise flashed in the leader's eyes, but he did not show it on his face. The several leaders and experts beside him also showed a change in expression. In fact, during the trial period, the country's top observation team and think tank had already noticed the abnormalities in Ruan Momo's abilities. That method of retrieving objects from a distance and precisely extracting energy cores was beyond the explanation of known science. Combining the background of the Star Alliance as a transcendent existence, one of the think tank's mainstream speculations was that Ruan Momo might have gained the favor or embodiment of some unknown, high-dimensional wisdom or beings. At this moment, Momo mentioning that saying it out loud will let the Star Alliance know almost instantly confirmed certain high-level speculations from before. The leader showed no hesitation, not even asking for details, and immediately whispered and swiftly instructed his secretary beside him. The secretary's expression stiffened, and she immediately nodded, silently and swiftly leaving the meeting room. The waiting time was not long, but the meeting room was unusually quiet, only the slight sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. A few minutes later, the secretary returned and slightly nodded to the leader. Only then did the leader look at Ruan Momo, his gaze still gentle, carrying a soothing strength. "Momo, we have prepared a safe place where there are no electronic devices to worry you. Now, can we go?" Ruan Momo vigorously nodded her little head, her big eyes filled with trust. Under the guidance of the staff, everyone orderly stood up to move. Before entering the new venue, everyone was asked to temporarily hand over their mobile phones, smartwatches, and any electronic devices to designated personnel, and pass through a special access gate that tested for electronic signals. The new venue was a larger, more solemn grand hall. The interior was simply decorated, with soft lighting, and the walls seemed to be made of special sound-absorbing and shielding materials, creating an isolated sense of tranquility. Everyone reseated themselves, the atmosphere even more solemn than before. Everyone understood that what they were going to hear next would be a secret of the highest level, transcending current human understanding and concerning the future of civilization. The leader looked at Ruan Momo and gently gestured, "Momo, you can speak freely now." Ruan Momo stood in the center of the venue, feeling the quiet and serious atmosphere around her. She took a deep breath and began to tell the story of the land's continent with her tender yet clear voice. I was in the wasteland, taken by an uncle who could whoosh and disappear, then reappear, into a huge, beautiful house made of super big, glowing bones. She started her tale from when she met 6 uniquely shaped guardians, describing their strange yet beautiful appearances, recounting the land's continent that had vibrant auroras at night yet perished due to trials. Failure is told by Ant Wing Spirit. They said, after their trials failed, the elemental mist died, and many talking uncles and aunts turned into monsters that could only bite. Momo's voice was filled with sadness, moving every listener. Ruan Momo continued to narrate the process of the prophet's sacrifice, creating Formless, and how they entrusted the last segment of spirit and hope of all intelligent lives on the land's continent to her. They gave Formless to me, and then they themselves turned into beautiful light and flew into my body. Momo said this, her eyes reddening. They said this was better, they didn't want to turn into monsters. The venue fell silent, only Momo's crisp voice echoed throughout. Professor Zhou and the others, although Momo had mentioned it simply, felt shocked by such detailed descriptions. Meanwhile, the leader and the other leaders and experts were hearing the truth about how a world civilization met its tragic end for the first time, each face filled with seriousness and sighs. Later, Uncle Skimmer also turned into a shiny stone, just like the one we used to upgrade the shelter. Momo's voice lowered, carrying clear disappointment. But then she lifted her head, her eyes brightening, and the shiny one in the sky. It's not a bad thing. It's called Lands. Everyone was astonished. Named Lands? She began to tell about her conversation with that phantom in the system space, Creator Lands. Grandpa Lands said, K is creation clan, coming from very, very far away, specifically to create worlds. The Lands continent was made by K. Those winged aunties and crystal uncles were all the shapes Kay imagined. Kay originally turned into mist, watching everyone, but the world died, and the mist went bad. It was when the prophet grandpa made the sacrifice. Accidentally, a tiny bit of Kay's consciousness was awakened, and a small part flew to the sky with a little piece of grandpa prophet's shell, while most joined the spirits of uncles and aunts, transforming into formless. I took the bright and shiny things from the sky down, and they came together by themselves. Grandpa Lance said, "This way formless is even better." As Momo spoke, a grand tapestry about creation, the rise and fall of civilization, sacrifice, and the legacy of hope slowly unfolded before everyone. Though relayed through the words of a 5-year-old, some parts sounded naive and even a bit jumbled. The impact of its core message was unparalleled. A creator, a civilization extinguished due to failed trials, a miraculous life of hope named formless. These pieces of information exploded like bombs, stirring waves in everyone's hearts. The leaders and experts exchanged glances in low voices, their faces filled with extreme shock and deep contemplation. They finally understood why the trials ended early. It wasn't just that Ruan Momo obtained some key item, but she carried away the last hope of that world, indirectly facilitating the fusion of the creator's remaining consciousness and the seed of life, possibly touching on some profound rule judgment of the Star Alliance. The venue erupted into a restrained, whispering discussion filled with amazement and lament. For the demise of a magnificent civilization, and for that weak hope named formless that struggled out of despair. Just as everyone gradually processed this massive information, emotions complex and unspeakable. Standing in the center, Ruan Momo seemed to have made a certain decision. She pressed her little lips together, raised her head again, and with a voice clearer than before, even a bit proud, she threw out the final and most shocking piece of information. "And there's also. I have a little friend. Its name is Tang Tang." Ruan Momo pointed to her little head. "It's right here with me. It says it's a system. Pink and fluffy, can talk, very smart. It helped me understand what the uncles and aunts were saying, and it also helped me keep things safe, and told me many things. Just now it was also it who reminded me to come here to say this. System? An intelligent life existing in consciousness? Is this the embodiment of high-dimensional wisdom?" This time, even the leaders and those generals and scholars who remained calm in the face of adversity could not help but reveal extreme shock, with some instinctively exclaiming. If the story of the Lance continent showed them the cruelty and hope of civilization, then the existence of System Tang Tang directly presented a living miracle that transcended the current understanding of technology before them. This was no longer just intelligence, it was a subversion of cognitive existence. Ruan Momo, seeing everyone's astonished expressions, felt a bit lost and quietly added, Tang 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 is good, it has been helping me, helping everyone." The leader was the first to recover from his shock. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as a torch, looking at Ruan Momo with unprecedented seriousness and inquiry. "Momo, you said your little friend, Tang Tang, it is a system? Can it talk to us now?" Everyone's hearts raced to their throats, waiting for the answer. If this system could communicate, humanity might directly gain knowledge and technology from a higher-level civilization. However, Ruan Momo shook her head, a hint of regret on her little face. "Tang Tang said it can't talk to everyone directly, it said it mainly came to help me complete tasks." This answer left some feeling slightly disappointed, but more understood. Such an existence that transcends common sense. There must be its own rules and restrictions. But, tasks? Chapter 51, informing the existence of the system. Tasks? This special word, spoken by Ruan Momo, instantly captured the attention of all the leaders and experts present. If the existence of the system itself is a miracle, then its tasks may directly reveal its purpose, operation, and even relate to the future direction of the Blue Star civilization. The leader leaned slightly forward, his tone more gentle, with a guiding curiosity. "Comrade Momo, you said Tang Tang is here to help you complete tasks? Can you tell us what kind of tasks they are?" Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, feeling there was nothing to hide. She recalled the information Tang Tang had told her and tried to express it in a way she understood. Tang Tang said it is a, universal development system. It is to help Momo learn many things, to become very, very powerful. Universal development system, an expert wearing glasses repeated in a low voice, his eyes glimmering with thought. "Did it tell you what exactly it wants you to become?" Another leader pressed on. Ruan Momo's small face tilted slightly upwards, carrying a child's unique, innocent yet determined longing for grand concepts, and she announced loudly, Tang Tang said, "Momo's mainline task is to become an omnipotent person. It said this is called the All-Knowing One." The All-Knowing One? Omnipotent? A gasp filled the conference room. Even with prior mental preparation, the grandness and absurdity of this goal still exceeded the imagination of most people. A 5-year-old child, with the main goal of being all-knowing and all-powerful? This sounded more like the ultimate dream from a fairy tale. Several composed leaders and scholars exchanged glances, their faces involuntarily revealing a trace of complex and indescribable smiles, a smile that carried astonishment and a hint of suppressed laughter. A think tank expert researching ancient philosophy and culture whispered to a colleague beside him, "What ambition! This great aspiration! It is indeed reminiscent of some ancient sages or even mythological legends, who made grand vows to seek transcendence." Upon hearing this, several people nearby felt a spark in their hearts. Indeed, setting aside the child's naive expression, the goal of this all-knowing one is essentially a pursuit of ultimate knowledge and capability, a great aspiration. Though it sounds unattainable and even somewhat unrealistic, thinking it through, isn't this the best scenario? If Ruan Momo can really grow towards this direction with the system's assistance, even if just taking a small step forward, the heights she could reach in the future would be immeasurable. She would become an ultimate trump card with limitless potential for the Blue Star civilization to confront the Star Alliance games and even more unknown challenges in the future. And more importantly, this system, this high-dimensional existence named Tang Tang, has its core mission tied to Ruan Momo's growth. In some sense, Ruan Momo's goal has also become its goal. This means it is no longer a bystander or a simple tool provider, but has formed a deeply bonded community of fate with Ruan Momo, and thereby with the entire Blue Star civilization. The system and Blue Star have already become passengers on the same ship. Upon realizing this, the original shock and doubt in the eyes of many leaders and think tanks were gradually replaced by a profound, strategic glimmer. Comrade Momo, the leader's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back, calm and encouraging. "This goal is truly remarkable. Did your little friend Tang Tang tell you how to become omnipotent?" "Yes, yes." Ruan Momo, seeing the leader understood her, happily said, "Tang Tang showed me a shiny panel." She began to recall and recite the content on the system panel. There's Momo's name, and also, physique, strength, spirit, what else was there? She scratched her head, unable to remember those attribute terms clearly. And Momo's tasks. She has to recognize so many words, literacy 31/1000, and also needs to exercise every day, foundation 0/30 days. She used her fingers to count, a hint of shyness on her small face. But Momo recognizes very few words. When on the wasteland, Grandfather Zhou and Sister Zhao taught Momo, but everyone was very busy fighting monsters, and Momo learned very slowly. Also, some words Grandfather Zhou wrote on the ground would get blown away by the wind and become unreadable. Her words carried the innocence of a child but clearly revealed a real problem. In a perilous testing environment, systematic and efficient education was simply impossible. That kind of doodle-style, fragmented teaching was extremely inefficient. Hearing this, everyone nodded in understanding. In that environment, survival was the top priority, and education could only be squeezed in where possible. At this moment, an old man, who had been silently listening, with a refined demeanor and experienced academician from the Academy of Sciences and a core member of the think tank, spoke slowly, his voice carrying the calm and logic unique to scholars. "Comrades, according to Momo's description, this Tang Tang system is clearly a highly advanced, self-aware intelligent existence with strong information processing abilities. It can exist in Momo's consciousness space and has its own independent system space, indicating that it possesses a level of technology and information storage, processing, and even virtual space construction that we cannot reach." He paused his writing in his notebook, his sharp gaze directed toward Ruan Momo, as if he could see the system in her mind. Since it is called Universal Cultivation System, its core goal is to assist the host in learning and growing. Then, can we propose an idea? Could we categorize and digitalize all the knowledge, culture, and technological achievements accumulated by human civilization up to now, and have the Tang Tang system receive and store it, constructing a virtual, tiered, efficient knowledge base and learning environment within its system space? The more he spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. In this way, Momo can access the crystallized wisdom of human civilization at any time and place, as long as her consciousness enters the system space, with the system providing systematic, step-by-step teaching based on her cognitive level and main task requirements. Although this may not be as flexible and emotionally interactive as a real teacher, it undoubtedly has incomparable advantages in systematic knowledge, comprehensiveness, convenience, and discretion of learning. It is especially suited for Momo's current special situation of being unable to attend school normally but needing rapid improvement. This bold idea brought a hush to the entire venue, which soon erupted into a low murmur of discussion. This was indeed a highly feasible and strategically valuable proposal. It was equivalent to pooling the world's top intellect to create a super library and all-purpose mentor existing deep within Ruan Momo's consciousness. As everyone was passionately discussing, Ruan Momo suddenly let out an ah, blinking her big eyes as if listening to something. In her mind, the excited and bewildered electronic voice of the system Tang Tang rang out urgently. "Host! Host! This old man is absolutely right. Why didn't the system think of this?" "Exactly. This system is a high-level system. It can fully load the Learning Space plugin. In there, we can build virtual classrooms, libraries, laboratories. Whatever you want to learn will have the most optimized learning plan. Blue Star is currently being watched by the Star Alliance, and you, host, have become a representative. It simply can't go to school like a normal child in peace. In this environment, the best way is to apply to the main system for a Learning Space plugin. Tang Tang's voice became a bit anxious. Host, this system needs to disconnect immediately to submit an application to the main system. It might take a few days. During these few days, the system may not respond to you in time, so you must be obedient. When this system comes back, it can help you study well. The pink, fluffy little ball disappeared into the system space and murmured softly, although buying from the academic god system might be cheaper in energy points, the official plugin is the best fit and has after-sales support. For the host, it's better to find the main system. As soon as the words fell, Ruan Momo felt the familiar, fuzzy sensation in her mind vanish, and Tang Tang's presence slipped into a kind of silence. But just now, Tang Tang seemed to have said something. Energy points? Main system? She raised her head and looked at the old man who had just proposed the idea, and cheerfully conveyed, Grandpa, Tang Tang said you were right. It said it needs to go find the main system to apply for a learning space plugin, so it can put knowledge in it to teach Momo. But, it has to leave for a few days. This news undoubtedly once again confirmed the authenticity and high intelligence of the system. It not only understands human proposals but can also proactively apply for functional expansion. The leader's eyes flashed with brilliance, immediately catching the key point. Momo, did Tang Tang say if we need to prepare anything for applying for this learning space? Ruan Momo recalled Tang Tang's previous words. Tang Tang said we need energy points. Energy points? Everyone was puzzled. Yes. Completing the tasks issued by Tang Tang will earn energy points, and also, during live broadcasts, if everyone likes and recognizes Momo, we can collect energy too. It seems like we need a lot of likes to exchange for just a little energy point. She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking her progress was too slow. Recognition value. Favorability value. The leader repeated these two terms, exchanging an unspoken glance with the advisors present. The operational space here is immense. How to efficiently gather global recognition and favorability for Ruan Momo and turn it into real energy points, this is something the country can manipulate behind the scenes. The labeled little lucky star is excellent. Alright, we understand. The leader looked at Ruan Momo with a gentle smile. Comrade Momo, the information you provided is crucial. During these few days, you should rest well and continue studying with Grandpa Zhou, Sister Zhao, and the others. Regarding the construction of the knowledge base, the country will immediately organize the top expert team to start preparations, ensuring that when Tang Tang returns, it can provide the most comprehensive and refined learning materials. He scanned the room, his voice steady and powerful. Comrades, the situation is very clear now. Comrade Ruan Momo and her bound system Tang Tang are one of our civilization's most valuable opportunities and assets in the impending transformation. Our task is to spare no effort in providing her protection and create all possible conditions for her growth. At the same time, we must absolutely ensure her and Tang Tang's safety and secrecy. Yes. Everyone in the conference room, whether generals or scholars, responded solemnly. Chapter 52, Amusement Park. After the high-level meeting, the arrangement scheme for the 10 representatives was quickly implemented. For both safety and convenience reasons, the country arranged adjacent residences for them and their immediate families in a quiet, secure residential area in the capital. This was not only to facilitate concentrated protection to prevent any possible adverse actions from other national forces targeting the representatives' families, but also to provide them a chance to reunite with their families amidst the tense preparations for battle. A haven to relax the body and mind. Lei Zhan's parents and sister's family, Zheng Hai's wife and children, Wang Meng's parents who came from afar, Chen Feng's parents, Professor Zhou Yi's adult children who hurried over, Zhao Qian's parents, Nurse Zhou Lan's partner and little grandson, were all properly received and settled in. Even Ruan Momo had a carefully selected, gentle and detailed caregiver aunt responsible for her daily care. There were still 6 days until the official start of the civilization sequence game. Inside the residence, in the early morning. The sunlight poured into the living room through bright windows. Ruan Momo, wearing a clean and lovely new outfit, sat on the soft carpet, watching an animated show on TV. On the screen, colorful scenes switched, suddenly revealing a lively amusement park scene. A giant Ferris wheel slowly spun, carousel music rose and fell, and children laughed and ran in a bouncy castle. Momo's big eyes were instantly captivated, staring at the screen without blinking, her little face unknowingly revealing pure envy and longing. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice the fruit platter the caregiver aunt brought over. The caregiver aunt keenly caught the shining light in the little girl's eyes, and her slightly parted mouth that said nothing. The aunt felt a soft pang in her heart, recalling that the information mentioned Momo came from an orphanage and was a very sensible child who never asked for anything. She silently noted this detail. In the afternoon, during a routine report to Lu Zuan, who was responsible for Momo's daily affairs, the caregiver aunt specifically mentioned this matter. Director, today when Momo watched TV and saw the amusement park, her eyes were full of longing, but the child was very well behaved and didn't say a word. I felt a little pain in my heart when I saw this. Lu Zuan was silent for a few seconds on the phone, then replied in a gentle and firm tone, I understand, thank you for your careful observation. We will arrange this matter. The next day, the sky was clear. Ruan Momo got up early as usual and washed up, obediently sitting at the dining table eating breakfast prepared by her caregiver aunt. After finishing the delicious soy milk, fried breadsticks, and buns, Ruan Momo patted her round belly and was ready to go out for a stroll. Ding ding ding. Zhao Qian appeared at Momo's residence door, smiling as she squatted down. Momo, the weather is so nice today, Sister Zhao will take you to a fun place, okay? Yes. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, filled with a hint of anticipation. When the car stopped in front of the colorful amusement park gate she had only seen on TV, Ruan Momo could hardly believe her eyes. She looked up at the towering roller coaster tracks and giant rainbow balloons, her little hand tightly grasping Zhao Qian's finger, feeling both excited and a bit shyly uncertain. Little Momo, our mission today is to play. Zhao Qian crouched down, looking into Momo's eyes, gently encouraging her. Play whatever you want, eat whatever you want. This is an important mission for little Momo today. Perhaps Zhao Qian's encouragement had a positive effect, or maybe the joyful atmosphere of the amusement park inspired her. Momo's inner child began to emerge. They rode on the carousel. Momo hugged a beautiful unicorn, her eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed. They went on the kiddie roller coaster, where Momo screamed with both fear and excitement, but afterward, she pulled Zhao Qian to go again. They rolled in a sea of bubble balls, building a castle with other little friends. They even watched a parade, with Momo vigorously waving the little windmill Zhao Qian bought her, shouting loudly at the lovely character figures. Zhao Qian used her camera to capture this beautiful day. Momo held a cotton candy larger than her face, eating it with a mouthful. She wore a cute animal headband, making an awkward yay gesture at the camera. She sat on a small airplane, arms wide open, as if she really wanted to fly. In the sunset's Ferris wheel, leaning against Zhao Qian, she watched the city lights gradually brighten outside the window. Her tired little face glowed with a satisfied smile. Sister Zhao, in the car back home, Momo hugged a plush toy she won, her voice hoarse from playing, yet incredibly serious. Today, Momo is so happy, happier than eating sweet candy. As long as Momo is happy. Zhao Qian gently stroked her hair. When they returned to their residence, the first thing Momo did was borrow the nanny's phone, skillfully dialing the director's number. Director Mommy. As soon as the call connected, Momo couldn't wait to share. I went to the amusement park today. I rode on the spinning carousel, zoomed in the little car, and went on the super tall Ferris wheel. Sister Zhao took so many photos of me. On the other end, Director Mommy listened to Momo's excited descriptions, her voice filled with love and satisfaction. Really? Our Momo had so much fun. Director Mommy, Momo's voice lowered a bit, with a hint of careful understanding. Momo is doing very well here. The uncles and aunties are very nice to me, and Sister Zhao and Grandpa Joe often come to see me. Please don't worry about Momo. Director Mommy is not worried. Momo is the best child. Director Mommy's voice choked a little, she knew the burden this child carried. After hanging up the phone, Momo ran to Zhao Qian, looking up with her little face and asking, Sister Zhao, can we develop today's photos and send them to Director Mommy? So when she misses Momo, she can look at the photos. Of course. Zhao Qian replied. A few days later, the director of the orphanage, far away, received a thick envelope. Inside were dozens of colorful photos, capturing every happy moment of Ruan Momo in the amusement park. Looking at the girl's bright and innocent smile in the photos, Director Mommy's eyes became moist. She dialed Momo's number again. Momo, Director Mommy has received the photos. The director's voice was particularly gentle. Seeing you so happy makes Director Mommy feel at ease. You must take good care of yourself out there, and listen to the leaders and the uncles and aunties. Momo remembers. The girl's obedient reply came from the other end of the line. And, Momo, Director Mommy's voice carried joy. I have good news for you. The government has allocated a large sum of money to our orphanage, and now the orphanage has expanded a lot, with new houses built, and a bright library filled with many new books. There are even special teachers to teach the little kids to read and write. Everyone is doing very well now, so don't worry, take good care of yourself, okay? Really? That's great. Momo's voice was filled with genuine joy. She knew Director Mommy had always worried about the funding for the orphanage and the children's future. This news made her happier than going to the amusement park. After hanging up the phone, Ruan Momo walked to the window, looking at the thousands of lights outside. She held tightly onto a copy of the amusement park photo that was for herself. In the photo, she smiled purely and brightly. There were 5 days left until the game. As night deepened, Ruan Momo, cuddling her new plush toy, fell into a deep sleep under the gentle bedtime story told by the nanny auntie. The photo on the windowsill quietly radiated a soft glow under the moonlight, reflecting the girl's peaceful sleeping face. Chapter 53: The Return of the System. While Ruan Momo and Zhao Qian were joyfully laughing at the amusement park, enjoying this rare relaxed time, a silent yet intense wave was stirred on the international stage due to the final results of the trials. Huaxia, relying on Ruan Momo's remarkable achievements, not only preserved the autonomy of civilization but also reached an unprecedented height in morality and potential power. For a moment, the attitudes of high-level officials from various countries towards Huaxia underwent subtle yet significant changes. Many nations that previously set barriers to technological cooperation and held ambiguous attitudes actively sought to befriend Huaxia. Some technologies involving advanced materials, precision manufacturing, and even some cutting-edge fundamental scientific research fields, which had been strictly blocked before, were reluctantly brought out as part of friendly exchanges or were shared in a limited manner under the name of joint research. Some countries even directly gifted these as congratulatory presents to Huaxia, congratulating their representatives on their outstanding performance in the trials. The intentions behind these actions were crystal clear to Huaxia's higher-ups. They merely hoped that in the upcoming civilization sequence game, they could draw closer to Huaxia, the top student, to gain some potential benefits or information. At least, they did not want to become targets. On a deeper level, many intelligence agencies were working frantically to uncover what secrets the representative from Huaxia, especially that little girl named Ruan Momo, was hiding that could create such miracles. In response to these probing attempts, Huaxia maintained an impenetrable front. Diplomatic language remained friendly and humble as always, thanking various countries for their congratulations and support, emphasizing this was the result of collective human effort. However, when the topics involved Ruan Momo's specific abilities or the details of the trials, the official responses became as vague as mist, ambiguous. Little Ruan Momo indeed displayed unique warmth and luck during the trials. This is a reflection of a child's pure nature. Regarding the specific processes of the trials, they involve the rules of the Star Alliance, and we are also actively exploring and understanding them. Huaxia always upholds an attitude of open cooperation and is willing to face future challenges together with all countries. With this series of responses, they maintained a facade of harmony while firmly safeguarding their core secrets. Want to extract the true details about Ruan Momo and System Tang Tang from Huaxia? No way. Of course, the undercurrents and silent games happening at the level of international politics had nothing to do with Ruan Momo. She was only 5 years old, and all she needed to do was play and learn happily. The day after the trip to the amusement park, Ruan Momo's schedule was scientifically arranged. In the early morning, as the light began to break, the little garden in the center of the community still carried the damp breath of dew. An elderly man with white hair, a rosy complexion, and a spirited demeanor had already been waiting there. He was dressed in a white practice outfit, standing tall with an imposing demeanor. This was the national treasure-level traditional Chinese medicine master Old Bai Jingji, specially arranged to help Ruan Momo with her health. Seeing Zhao Qian leading the sleepy but determinedly spirited Momo towards him, Old Bai displayed a kind smile. "Good morning, Grandpa Bai." Ruan Momo obediently greeted him, rubbing her eyes with her small hands. "Ah, good morning, Momo." Old Bai crouched down, meeting Momo at eye level, and gently asked, "Did you sleep well last night? Did you dream?" Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, responding in her sweet voice, "Yes. I dreamed about eating sweet osmanthus cake." She smacked her lips, as if still savoring the taste. Old Bai chuckled, softly holding her small wrist, his 3 fingers naturally resting on it as he felt her pulse while seemingly casually continuing to ask, "Well, when you woke up this morning, was your mouth sweet, or was it a bit bitter?" Ruan Momo tilted her head, feeling it and honestly replied, "It's a bit dry, not sweet and not bitter." Stick out your little tongue for Grandpa to see." Ruan Momo obediently went ah. "Stick out your little tongue." Old Mr. Bai examined the tongue coating carefully, and then asked her if she often felt tired, if she enjoyed her meals, and other questions. Ruan Momo answered all of them earnestly. After this detailed and playful examination, old Mr. Bai had made a judgment in his heart. He gently touched Momo's head and spoke with compassion, "The foundation is a bit weak, the little sapling needs more fertile soil, and the nutrition must keep up." Thinking of Momo's background, he understood that it was already not easy for an orphanage to raise healthy children, and meticulous care was indeed difficult to provide. "It's okay." Ruan Momo lifted her little face and said optimistically, "Momo will eat well and grow strong." "Good child." Old Mr. Bai smiled with delight, "Then let's start fueling your body, okay? Come, learn from Grandpa Bai." He stood up and assumed the starting position of Tai Chi, his movements flowing like clouds. "Momo, look, like this, slowly raise your hands, imagine you are holding a very, very big balloon," old Mr. Bai demonstrated while guiding her with vivid language. Ruan Momo mimicked him, tiptoeing and trying hard to raise her small hands, her little face tight with effort. "Yes, just like that, no need to use too much force, relax." Old Mr. Bai walked over to her side and gently adjusted her posture. "Come, breathe in with Grandpa, feel the breath like a little river flowing slowly into your belly." "Breathe in," Momo tried to imitate, her little belly slightly puffing up, then slowly deflating. "Breathe out." After finishing a simplified session of wellness Tai Chi, Momo's little nose was already glistening with fine beads of sweat, but her spirit was noticeably uplifted. After the practice, old Mr. Bai and Zhao Qian took Momo back to their residence. As soon as they entered, a unique, sweet scent mixed with the fragrance of herbs wafted over. Ha! What's that smell? It's so good. Momo's little nose immediately twitched like a little animal's, curiously following the scent towards the kitchen. In the kitchen, the aunt responsible for taking care of her meals was busy, and a small ceramic pot on the stove was bubbling with heat. The wonderful smell was coming from inside it. Old Mr. Bai explained with a smile, "Those are some medicinal herbs that Grandpa brought, asking Auntie to help you make a medicinal porridge. Drinking it will help our Momo strengthen her foundation." Medicinal herbs? Ruan Momo looked up with her big eyes full of curiosity. What are they? Why do they smell so good? Unable to resist, Ruan Momo tugged at Grandpa Bai's sleeve and quietly requested, "Grandpa Bai, can Momo see what they look like?" Seeing the child's pure and eager eyes, old Mr. Bai gladly agreed, "Of course." Old Mr. Bai took out an antique wooden box, and as soon as it opened, a faint herbal fragrance wafted out. Inside, various medicinal herbs were neatly categorized. "Momo, come and smell this." Old Mr. Bai picked up a piece of licorice. "Guess what it smells like?" Ruan Momo leaned in and sniffed, her eyes brightening. "It's sweet." "Very smart." Old Mr. Bai praised her. "This is licorice, gentle in nature, sweet in taste, just like a peacemaker in the group, helping other herbs get along and work better together. This is called harmonizing the herbs." Then he picked up a piece of astragalus. "Now smell this one." Momo sniffed and wrinkled her little nose. "It has a bit of earthy smell." "Ah, that's right." Old Mr. Bai laughed. "This is astragalus, a treasure that grows in the soil, which can replenish our body's chi, like adding an invisible little guardian to our body, making it hard for bad things from outside to come in." Momo listened attentively, looking at those originally dried herbs, as if she truly saw little spirits with different personalities. She pointed to a leaf and asked, "Grandpa Bai, what about this one? What's it called? What can it do?" "Oh, this? It's called mint." Old Mr. Bai patiently answered. On the ground, she wrote the two characters mint with a twig. "Look, aren't its leaves cool? Its magic is that it can make our throats and heads feel refreshing." Momo learned with great interest, as if those dried herbs were little spirits with different personalities in her eyes. In the morning and noon, it was systematic cultural knowledge learning. The learning plan set by education experts was no longer the random scribble-style teaching from the wilderness. Professional early educators guided her to recognize more Chinese characters and understand basic mathematical concepts through interesting pictures, stories, and games. The efficiency of learning was far greater than before. In the afternoon, there were practical survival skills classes. The teaching content included how to make simple tools using the limited materials around, like learning how to tie various strong knots with ropes, how to use natural phenomena to identify directions, and basic first aid knowledge, such as cleaning wounds, simple bandaging, and applying pressure to stop bleeding. Every day, Ruan Momo lived a busy and fulfilling life. She was like a dry sponge, greedily absorbing all kinds of knowledge. Although the system Tang Tang had not returned yet, making her miss her fluffy companion at times, she did not feel lonely, as she was accompanied and taught by Sister Zhao Qian, Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Bai, and other uncles and aunts. The other 9 representatives were also busy. Each person not only dug deep in their own fields, but also actively explored and learned areas they had not touched before. Everyone understood that learning a little more and preparing a little more would increase their chances of surviving in the unknown game. Time quietly passed in the tense and orderly preparations. Before they knew it, it was already the 6th day after the trial ended. Only 24 hours remained until the official start of the civilization sequence game. In the evening, Ruan Momo had just completed the homework assigned by Old Master Bai. She sat at the desk, writing her diary with the newly learned Chinese characters, recording which new herb she had learned today and what bandaging methods she had mastered. At that moment, a familiar electronic voice, filled with a bit of urgency and excitement, rang in her mind like cheerful notes. "Host. Host. This system is back. RQ." Ruan Momo's small hand holding the pencil suddenly froze, and her big eyes widened in disbelief with surprise. "Tang Tang," she called out loudly in her heart, almost jumping up with joy. "You finally came back. Momo missed you so much." Ruan Momo's heart, filled with joy, was brimming with happiness at Tang Tang's return. As night slowly fell, it enveloped the brightly lit city of Beijing. Chapter 54, Information Loading. Host. Host. This system is back. RQ. The moment that familiar soft and cute voice with a hint of electronic synthesis echoed in her mind, Ruan Momo first froze, and then a tremendous joy exploded in her heart like fireworks. She almost immediately put down her pencil, neglecting her diary, and eagerly immersed her consciousness into that familiar system space. Tang Tang. As the white light faded, Momo's consciousness appeared in the system space. She opened her little hands, habitually wanting to hug the pink-white fluffball that was always joyfully bouncing around. However, when she saw the being in front of her clearly, the smile on her face froze in an instant, replaced by shock and heartache. Suspended in front of her was no longer the pink-white, fluffy, delicious-looking cotton candy Tang Tang. Replaced by a gray, dull figure, even its signature round black eyes and little mouth were much fainter a gray ball. It looked like an old toy covered in dust, losing all its vibrant colors. Tang Tang? Ruan Momo cautiously approached, reaching out her small hand wanting to touch yet hesitating to do so. The voice trembled with disbelief. How did you become like this? Did someone bully you? Or are you sick? Her big eyes quickly misted over, as if she was about to cry in the next second. In her heart, Tang Tang was her most special and important partner, and seeing her partner like this made her sadder than anything else. The grayish Tang Tang swayed slightly in the air, conveying a sense of comfort, but the electronic voice seemed much less lively. Oh, don't worry, host. This system is fine. No one bullied me. It's just that the energy points are a bit low. Not enough energy points? Momo was even more confused. But Tang Tang, didn't you say to apply to the main system for that learning space? Yes, the application was successful. Tang Tang tried hard to make its tone sound cheerful, but that plugin is specially customized. It needs a lot of energy points. All those energy points you converted, even though there are over 10 million of them, it's still a little short. It paused, seeming a bit embarrassed. So this system had to temporarily pawn off the dreamy powder pink limited edition skin. I'll redeem it back when I have enough energy points later. Skin? Ruan Momo blinked her wet big eyes, trying to understand this word. She remembered that in the orphanage, most of the kids didn't have new clothes, and her clothes were also the old ones that the matron had tailored down. Though clean and warm, they were indeed not pretty. Is the skin something like clothes? Yes. That's basically what it means. Tang Tang quickly affirmed. It's just that it looks different on the outside, and it doesn't affect the system's core functions. You see, the system is still the clever and capable Tang Tang. Seeing that Tang Tang was not hurt or bullied, but had temporarily given up a beloved beautiful outfit to buy something very important, Ruan Momo felt a little better, but deeper guilt and self-blame followed. Her small head drooped down, her voice muffled, heavy with nasal tones. So, Tang Tang, you sold your clothes to get that learning space, because Momo was not good enough. Momo didn't earn enough energy points. It's my fault. Thinking of how Tang Tang had sold even her clothes to help her and had become gray and shabby like this, her eyes turned completely red, and tears almost fell. Oh no. Host, don't cry. Tang Tang panicked when it saw her about to cry. The gray fluff whirled anxiously in her consciousness. It's not your fault. Really not. It's all because that custom plugin is too expensive. But it's super powerful. There's a reason for its high price. It tried to explain, trying to shift Momo's attention. This learning space plugin was specially customized for us by the main system. It can automatically search, download, and categorize all the information from Blue Star, then teach you in the way that suits your current level best. And it has so many powerful functions that you'll explore and discover slowly later. Absolutely worth it. Seeing that Momo still pursed her small lips, looking sorrowful and full of self-blame, Tang Tang casually patted its chest in a carefree tone. Don't worry, host. It's really okay. It's just a skin. When we have so many energy points later that we can't spend them all, you can buy it back for the system anytime. By then we can change skins every day, pink in the morning, blue at noon, and colorful shining at night. How about that? Ruan Momo was amused by its exaggerated words and almost laughed through her tears, but she still etched this event firmly in her heart. She nodded vigorously, making a small fist, as if making a solemn vow. Yes. Tang Tang, don't worry. Momo will definitely work hard to earn a lot of energy points from now on. I will buy you the most beautiful clothes. A lot. All right. The system is waiting for that. The system. Tang Tang cheered happily. Although it looked gray and dull on the outside, that lively spirit seemed to return. The next day, in the morning, Ruan Momo just finished doing health tai chi with Grandpa Bai and was preparing to go back to drink medicinal porridge when Tang Tang in her mind announced work notice. Host. This system is ready to start working. I am going to activate the Learning Space plugin's global information scanning and downloading function. Tang Tang's voice carried a hint of excited eagerness. But at the beginning of this function, it might be a bit noisy. It will temporarily occupy a large amount of network bandwidth, which may affect the internet speed within a 1-kilometer radius. Do you want to inform the leaders first? To avoid unnecessary trouble. Although Ruan Momo didn't fully understand what bandwidth or internet speed meant, she knew that what Tang Tang was going to do might affect others. She immediately nodded seriously and found the housekeeper aunt to help her contact the leaders. Uncle Lu, Ruan Momo looked up with a serious expression on the phone. Tang Tang said it wants to start downloading things for learning, and it might make the nearby, within 1 kilometer, very, very slow. It asked me to inform you. Lu Zuan had already received instructions from his superiors to fully cooperate with all reasonable requests and actions from Ruan Momo and Tang Tang. Lu Zuan replied kindly on the phone to Momo, "Alright, Momo, we understand. Tell Tang Tang to go ahead and do it without any worries. This small impact is fine. For a learning space that might change the future of civilization, what does a temporary slowdown in internet speed matter? Even if the entire city's internet speed slowed down, it would be worth it." Having received permission, Ruan Momo immediately told Tang Tang in her heart, "Tang Tang, Uncle Lu said it's fine, you can proceed." Received. Global scanning start. Information receiving begin. Tang Tang's voice was filled with the determination of "let's get this done." Almost at the same moment Tang Tang finished speaking. Centered on Ruan Momo's residence, a vast, invisible data suction suddenly emerged. In the community, a young man who was having a video call on his phone looked at the screen, which suddenly froze, then displayed network connection unstable, and was stunned. "Hey! What's going on? It was fine just now?" Another programmer who was downloading a large file at home looked at the download speed plummeting from dozens of MB/s to nearly zero and grabbed his hair in frustration. "No way! Dropping the ball at a crucial moment? I'm waiting to submit." An elderly person watching a drama on a tablet looked at the endlessly spinning loading icon on the screen and wondered, "Is this thing broken?" Not just in this community, all the wireless networks and cable broadband within a 1-kilometer radius experienced a steep decline in internet speed. Originally smooth 7G signals were as if gripped by an invisible large hand, turning sluggish like the ancient 2G network. Photos wouldn't load, videos would freeze, and even sending a simple text message took several spins. Customer service hotlines of various major operators were bombarded within minutes. "Hello? Is this customer service? Why did my internet speed suddenly become slower than a snail? What's going on? Is the whole area without the internet? I'm in a ranked match. I got kicked out. My teammates reported me for being idle." Complaints and inquiries flooded in like a tide, and the customer service staff were overwhelmed, while the technical department urgently investigated but found no signs of hardware failures or usual network attacks. And the root of all this chaos, Ruan Momo. Unaware of this, Ruan Momo was sitting obediently at the dining table, sipping the health porridge that Grandpa Bai specially prepared for her, which carried a faint herbal fragrance and sweetness. Outside the window, the world rippled due to internet speed issues, but inside the house, there was a tranquility. Chapter 55, The Spark of Civilization. The system, Tang Tang, was efficiently and silently scanning and downloading global information. This process lasted about 3 hours. Ruan Momo listened to Grandpa Bai tell a short story about Shinnong tasting hundreds of herbs, and learned a few new characters. Finally, when she woke up from her nap, rubbing her sleepy eyes, a completion tone sounded in her mind. Ding! The first phase of the basic information database has been built. Tang Tang's voice carried a sense of fulfillment after completing a significant task. Even though it still looked like a gray fuzzy ball, its electronic voice seemed to have gained some brightness. Host. The basic library of the learning space has been initially established. Almost all texts, images, videos, and publicly available database information that can be accessed on Bluestar have been collected, sorted, and archived by this system. And according to difficulty and system, it has been divided into different ranks, and will gradually open up to you based on your learning progress and cognitive level. Ruan Momo faintly understood but realized that Tang Tang had accomplished something remarkable, so she happily nodded. However, host, Tang Tang continued. Loading and initially running this plugin consumed a significant amount of the system's core computing power, triggering some deep upgrade mechanisms. This system needs to enter a brief sleep upgrade state immediately to fully adapt to the new plugin and optimize system performance. It is expected to take a few hours and will be completed within today. Tang Tang, are you going to sleep again? Momo asked, a little reluctant. Don't worry, host, it will be done soon. When this system wakes up, it will definitely become more powerful. Tang Tang reassured her, and then its voice became a bit fuzzy. System upgrade starting entering sleep. The gray fuzzy ball in her mind seemed to lose its vitality, quietly floating in a corner of the system space, entering silence. In the following hours, Ruan Momo continued her afternoon classes on herbal medicine and literacy with the companionship of her teacher and Grandpa Bai. By evening, 9 representatives gathered at Ruan Momo's residence. As the civilization sequence game was about to start, everyone planned to come together, fearing unexpected situations. Meanwhile, Ruan Momo had just successfully familiarized herself with 7 or 8 types of herbs and remembered their uses when she heard a light ding sound in her mind. Ding! System upgrade completed. New panel loading. The familiar yet slightly refreshed electronic voice of Tang Tang rang out again. Ruan Momo immediately closed her eyes, sinking her consciousness into the system space. She saw that the gray fuzzy ball was still gray and fuzzy, but it seemed much more spirited, and subtle data streams circled around it. A clearer and richer translucent panel unfolded in her consciousness. Host, Ruan Momo. Age, 5 years 7 months. Talent, I see it, I get it. Ability, innate divine strength, intermediate. Effect, the host can easily lift 600 pounds with one arm, and the basic physical fitness will be significantly improved. Strength can continue to enhance with age and exercise. Note, this ability has subtly transformed the host's body, without causing any abrupt sensations. Main task, all-knowing, long-term. Task description, the host will aim to learn and master various knowledge, skills, and abilities from all realms, gradually moving towards omniscience and omnipotence. Phase 1 tasks. 1. Knowledge enlightenment, literacy, 478/1000. 2. Physical foundation, persist in basic physical training, 5/30 days. More tasks will be unlocked as the host grows. Recognition/like value, 73, 100 to 1 ratio can be exchanged for energy points. Learning space, knowledge stored, blue star. The host can learn about blue star related knowledge. Wow! Ruan Momo looked at the newly refreshed panel, especially the description of innate strength, intermediate, and the one arm 600 pounds, her little mouth forming an O shape. She felt her strength had increased a lot, but never expected it to be so powerful. Moreover, her literacy progress had also risen significantly. Had she really memorized so many characters? How about it, host? The system upgrade is pretty good, right? Tang Tang proudly shook her gray ball body. The learning space is ready and can start the class anytime. The mall is also opened, but now the energy points are scarce, so for now, you can only take a look. Just as Ruan Momo was curiously about to click on learning space to see what it looked like inside, an indescribable sensation, seemingly coming from the depths of the soul, suddenly swept through the consciousness of every human on the planet without warning. It was not a sound, not an image, but a cold, vast, emotionless thought, like an invisible tide, instantly drowning all minds. Notice. Civilization sequence game is about to begin. Based on initial adaptive trial performance and civilization potential assessment, this game is Civilization Seed. Rule, preserve the seed. The game will start in 1 hour. The announcement lasted about 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. In the residence, the atmosphere instantly froze. Auntie Nanny's face turned pale, and Zhao Qian also clenched her fists tightly. Sister Zhao. Ruan Momo was startled by the sudden thought, her little hand tightly grabbing Zhao Qian. Don't be afraid, Momo. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. It's just a game notification. Time passed second by second in the oppressive silence. Everyone knew that in 1 hour, perhaps all the calm would be shattered. When the countdown hit 0 in that hour, the cold thought arrived as expected, like the final judgment. This game, Civilization Seed, begins. In the lounge, everyone's hearts rose to their throats. Ruan Momo closed her eyes tightly, her little hands clutching Zhao Qian's hand. After a brief pause, that thought echoed again, but the content was beyond everyone's expectations. Based on the principle of civilization continuity and initial trial results, the Blue Star Civilization participation qualification is granted to all individuals who participated in the initial trial and survived. Current population, 431 people. Now transmitting to the sequence hall. What? Is it all of us? Wang Meng exclaimed in shock. Is it because we were the ones who survived last time? Professor Zhou pondered thoughtfully. Before they could think much more, an irresistible, gentle yet powerful spatial force instantly enveloped every previous survivor present. Ruan Momo only felt a flash before her eyes, her body experiencing a slight sense of weightlessness and pulling, as if she had instantly crossed an endless distance. When she could see her surroundings clearly again, she found herself no longer at home, but standing in an immensely vast hall filled with futuristic technology. This was the sequence hall. The floor of the hall was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the softly glowing, unknown light sources from the dome above. Looking around, she could see other familiar figures also appearing one after another: Leijun, Suchan, Professor Zhou, and the representatives from other countries who survived the trial, a total of 431 people, not one less. On all sides of the hall, there were buildings with distinct styles. To the east stood a towering silver high tower, with a faint glow flowing around it, and a clear sign projection at the entrance: rest area, activity range, first floor. To the west, there was a stepped, massive viewing platform resembling the ancient Roman Colosseum, but the entrance was blocked by an invisible energy barrier, and the sign showed, viewing platform, permission not activated. To the north, there was the most magnificent, dark golden palace exuding an air of majesty. The gates were tightly closed, projecting above, game task hall, level 2 low, task randomly assigned, cannot choose independently. To the south, there was a relatively open area filled with countless small floating platforms and light screens, marked, trading center, access, unlimited. The entire sequence hall was quiet, exuding a cold sense of order. 431 contestants from different countries and cultures exchanged wary, confused, or inquisitive glances. Ruan Momo instinctively moved closer to her side, Lei Zhan and Zhao Qian, her small hands nervously clasped together. She looked up at the towering rest tower, the mysterious symbol hanging above, her big eyes filled with a sense of awe towards the unknown and a hint of barely noticeable determination. Chapter 56, Do Not Expose. Announcement. This game, Civilization Seed. Rule, Preserve the Seed. Game time, 30 days. Clearing condition, Survive. Protection period, 7 days. Total contestants in this game, 10,000 people. Contestants, begin to be transmitted. Preserve the seed? What does that mean? Wang Meng scratched his head, looking puzzled. Just let us live? Game time is 30 days, protection period is 7 days. Lei Zhan keenly caught the key information. This means that after 7 days, something might threaten our survival. Total number of people is 10,000? Professor Zhou frowned. Our blue planet only has 431 people, where do the other 9,000 plus come from? His question remained unanswered when that familiar, irresistible spatial teleportation force descended again. Be careful. Hold on tight. Exclamations rose and fell, but any reaction was in vain. Ruan Momo only had time to feel Zhao Qian and Lei Zhan's hands suddenly tighten. The next moment, everything in front of her, the magnificent sequence hall, familiar faces, even the figures of her companions beside her, all shattered like a broken mirror, warping, blurring, and then completely disappearing. A strong sense of weightlessness and spatial detachment enveloped her body, as if she were thrown into a bizarre tunnel, moving swiftly. In the real world, global networks. Almost at the same moment when all the representatives from Blue Planet were transmitted away, the dome screen, which had once live-streamed the Desperate Wasteland trial and then fell silent, lit up again. All the smartphones automatically synced with the livestream. At the top of the screen, simple information was scrolling. Game, Civilization Seed. Rule, Preserve the Seed. Time, 30 days. Protection period, 7 days. Total contestants, 10,000. Current surviving number, 10,000. It started. It started again. What is it this time? Civilization Seed? Preserve the Seed? Sounds easier than last time? Just need to live? Easier? The last trial started off about survival too. And what happened? Wait. Number of contestants is 10,000? Aren't there only 431 survivors on our blue planet? Where did the extra 9,000 come from? Could it be from other civilizations? My God. Is this an inter-civilization battle? Look. The livestream interface seems different now. We can send bullet comments. Really? We can also give rewards. Let me see candy. To reward 1 costs $1,000? That's highway robbery. What kind of candy is this? Made of 24K pure gold? Wow, finally able to speak. Brothers, let's get Huaxia Little Lucky Star Ruan Momo trending. Let the aliens see our treasure. Promote our MOMO. Beautiful, kind-hearted, lucky. Don't miss out, follow her. Can anyone find MOMO's camera? There are too many screens. The bullet comments exploded instantly, comments in various languages mixed with speculation, worry, excitement, and shouts for finding representatives from their respective countries, drowning the livestream interface. Unlike the last trial where they could only passively watch, this time, it seemed that more interactive functions were opened up, though those expensive reward items were jaw-dropping. In the high-level emergency meeting rooms of all countries, all the leaders and think tanks were staring intently at the livestream, the atmosphere even more serious than that of the ordinary public. 10,000 contestants, confirmed our suspicions. This is by no means limited to the game of Blue Star. The President of the United States spoke solemnly, his fingers tapping on the table. What is the strength of the participants from other civilizations? Are they enemies or friends? To preserve the ember, the rules seem simple, but often imply an extremely cruel elimination mechanism. The leader of the Russian Federation said with sharp eyes that 7-day protection period is key. The live interaction function is open. The representative of the European Union pondered, donations, bullet comments. Is there some underlying mechanism here that we do not yet understand? For example, resource supply? Or a form of offstage assistance? Inside the command center of China, the leaders and experts wore equally serious expressions. They quickly issued commands. Technical department, analyze the live broadcast platform structure with full force, and try to decipher the logic and potential impacts behind donations and bullet comments. Intelligence department, closely monitor all the live broadcast windows that light up, and collect intelligence on participants from other civilizations as much as possible. Public relations department, guide domestic opinion, and moderately gather support for comrades like Ruan Momo within the compliance framework. Everyone realized that this game was at a higher dimension, with more variables, and was even more dangerous and unknown. The extra 9,000 participants were like a giant rock thrown into a tranquil lake, completely shattering the psychological advantage that Blue Star civilization had just established. The irresistible power of space transportation surrounded Ruan Momo, and after a strong feeling of dizziness, she found herself standing beside a, seemingly very ordinary street. The sun was shining, the sky was the familiar azure color, tall buildings surrounded her, the street was bustling with vehicles, and pedestrians hurried by. The air was filled with a slightly murky aroma unique to the city, mixed with car exhaust, food scents, and the smell of crowds. Everything seemed so normal enough to make her feel a bit dazed. Tang Tang? She instinctively called out in her heart, her small hand nervously clenching the hem of her clothes, her big eyes wandering around in confusion. Tall buildings, shops, traffic lights, pedestrians in various outfits. This place looked a lot like some streets in the capital city, but Zhao's sister, Uncle Lei Zhan, and the others were all gone. Only she was left, standing alone on the unfamiliar sidewalk. Host. I'm here. Tang Tang's voice immediately sounded, carrying a hint of cautious probing. We have entered the game venue. According to environmental scans and the underlying rule information received by this system, this is a parallel world highly similar to Blue Star, temporarily named Earth Star. Earth Star? Ruan Momo didn't quite understand. She looked at the bustling pedestrians around her, some seemed to glance at her, the little girl standing there, looking somewhat lost, but their gazes quickly moved away without showing any surprise or curiosity, as if she had always been there, an utterly ordinary sight. The power of the Star Alliance has influenced the cognition of the Earth Star natives, Tang Tang explained. They do not find our suddenly appearing participants strange. As Ruan Momo and Tang Tang were analyzing the situation, in another corner of the city, Zhao Qian had just recovered from the dizziness of transportation. She found herself standing at the edge of a bustling commercial square. She quickly calmed down, discreetly observing the environment, searching for possible clues and companions while trying to appear like an ordinary passerby. Suddenly, her gaze froze. Across the square, a tall foreign man in battle gear, with a maddened and probing look on his face, suddenly drew a strangely shaped pistol from his waist without hesitation, aiming it directly at a young Earth Star man who was obliviously looking at his phone. Bang! A clear gunshot broke the bustle of the square. Zhao Qian's heart almost stopped. What was he trying to test? The safety of the protection period? Or what would happen if he attacked an Earth Star native? However, the scene of blood splattering that was anticipated did not happen. Just at the moment when the bullet was about to hit the young man from Earth, the foreign representative who fired the gun, along with the bullet he shot, seemed to be pressed on pause, suddenly freezing in place, motionless, maintaining the shooting posture, with a crazed expression on his face also solidified. Then, a scene that made Zhao Qian's scalp tingle occurred. The body of that foreign representative started to disintegrate from the edges, quickly breaking down into countless dense, color-distorted pixel-like small squares, as if being directly erased and formatted from the plane of existence by some invisible force. This process was silent, yet astonishingly fast. In just 1 or 2 seconds, a living person completely disappeared on the spot, turning into a fine mist of pixel dust that soon vanished without leaving a trace. The bullet he shot also similarly disintegrated and disappeared in mid-air. The Earth young man who was targeted seemed to sense something, looked up in confusion to glance around, scratched his head, muttering, "What sound?" then lowered his head to continue looking at his phone, as if that thrilling and deadly scene had never happened. The other Earth pedestrians nearby were also hardly affected, continuing on their own ways. Zhao Qian's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, a chill running from her feet straight to the top of her head. She understood. Cannot expose the abnormal. This abnormal was not only referring to the fact that they suddenly appeared but also included using unconventional weapons and abilities like those, and launching attacks on Earth natives, actions that clearly violated the normal social rules and physical laws of Earth. The monitoring of the Galaxy Alliance is everywhere, the consequence of breaking the rules is being instantly, completely, and ruthlessly erased. Chapter 57, Reunion. Standing on a strange and crowded street, Ruan Momo looked at the hurried Earth people who ignored her, and an unprecedented sense of loneliness and unease slowly surged in her heart. Sister Zhao, Uncle Lei, Grandpa Zhou, everyone was gone, leaving only her alone. She was just a little over 5 years old, even having experienced the wilderness trials, facing a completely unfamiliar human society still made her feel scared. Tang Tang, she quietly called in her heart, her voice carrying a barely perceptible sob, where did everyone go? Momo can't find them. Momo is a bit scared. Don't be afraid, host. This system is here. Tang Tang immediately responded, a gray little ball bouncing around in the system space. Isn't it just finding someone? A piece of cake for this system. Although I can't use advanced civilization technology to affect Earth directly, using the existing technology network of this world is no problem. Watch this system. Tang Tang's voice was full of confidence, instantly dispelling most of the gloom in Ruan Momo's heart. Right, she still had Tang Tang. Tang Tang was super amazing. Suddenly, the system Tang Tang's data streams flashed quickly, quietly hacking into Earth's public surveillance network, communication base station signals, and all available electronic information systems, conducting large-scale facial recognition and feature matching. This process was extremely quick and covert, without triggering any alarms on the Earth network. Found it. In just a few seconds, Tang Tang emitted a successful prompt sound. Host, found Zhao Qian. She's nearby, only 2 blocks away. About 800 meters. An almost transparent virtual map that only Ruan Momo could see instantly unfolded in her mind, with a green light dot representing herself at the center, and not far away, a blue light dot representing Zhao Qian was moving slowly. Really? Sister Zhao is over there? Ruan Momo's big eyes instantly lit up, and a surprised smile bloomed on her little face, sweeping away her previous fear and unease. Of course. Tang Tang definitely said. Host, you should follow the direction given by this system. As long as you enter within a 1,000-meter range, this system can directly lock onto the location of your companion. Not only Comrade Zhao Qian, but the other 8 representatives will also be automatically marked on the map, and the host will be alerted as long as they enter this range. This was undoubtedly fantastic news. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, her confidence boosted significantly. Great. Tang Tang, let's quickly find Sister Zhao. With Tang Tang's real-time navigation, Ruan Momo took small strides, walking quickly along the sidewalk. Navigating through the bustling crowd, she passed a lively intersection and turned down a street filled with snack shops. On the map in her mind, the green dot representing her and the blue dot representing Zhao Qian were rapidly getting closer. Finally, next to a relatively quiet side road, Ruan Momo spotted that familiar figure at a bus stop. Zhao Qian appeared to be waiting for a bus, but her vigilant gaze was quickly scanning the surroundings, clearly searching for her companions. Sister Zhao. Ruan Momo couldn't hold back any longer, softly and excitedly calling out, just like a little bird returning to its nest, she dashed over. Hearing the voice, Zhao Qian turned abruptly, and upon seeing Ruan Momo running towards her unharmed, the tension in her heart finally eased a bit. She immediately squatted down, opening her arms to tightly embrace the rushing Momo. Momo! It's great, you're okay. Zhao Qian's voice trembled slightly with relief as she carefully checked Momo, confirming she wasn't hurt. How did you find me? It's Tang Tang. Ruan Momo raised her little face, excitedly whispering, Tang Tang is amazing. It said it could find everyone. It told me Sister Zhao was here, so I came over. Zhao Qian's eyes flashed with surprise and understanding as she gained a more intuitive grasp of the system that existed in Momo's mind. In such a completely broken and communication-deficient environment, it was truly a miraculous skill. Tang Tang is really awesome. Zhao Qian sincerely praised, then quickly lowered her voice, Momo, we have to leave here quickly and find a safer place. Just now. She briefly and swiftly recounted what she had seen of the foreign representative being pixelated away, and emphasized the rule of not exposing anomalies. Ruan Momo listened, her little face turning pale as she tightly gripped Zhao Qian's hand. She understood that this world seemed calm, but was actually hidden with instantly deadly rules. The two dared not linger any longer. Zhao Qian took Ruan Momo by the hand, like a pair of ordinary sisters, naturally blending into the flow of people on the sidewalk. In the real world, the global live broadcast room. When the live footage clearly showed Ruan Momo and Zhao Qian successfully coming together, the comments in the barrages within Huaxia instantly flooded with great. Little Lucky Star found the team. Tang Tang is awesome, and other remarks. However, more viewers were discussing the game world itself. This Earth star looks no different from our place, right? Tall buildings, cars, phones, isn't this just a modern city? Surviving for a month in such a place? With hands and feet, picking up odd jobs or collecting scraps shouldn't lead to starvation, right? It feels way simpler than last time's wasteland. Simple? The one above is too naive. Do you forget they are all illegals? Without identification, in this highly informational society, it's practically impossible to get by. Yeah. You need an ID to stay in a hotel, you need identification to find a job, even getting a phone card requires real name verification. How will they manage? Moreover, the rules require integration. How does a person with no background and no past perfectly blend into a society that requires identity checks? That's the hardest part. Surviving isn't tough, the tough part is how to legally survive without being suspected. It seems like this month, the representatives will have to show their abilities to make money and get identities. The audience's discussion was sharp and to the point. Just as they expected, the contestants scattered in every corner of the Earth star. After the initial panic and observation, almost all quickly realized the same core issue: identity and money. The Federation. Lei Zhan found himself in a completely unfamiliar country, surrounded by exotic buildings, with a language he could not understand filling his ears. He quickly suppressed the momentary confusion, like he was carrying out a mission in the wild, his sharp gaze calmly scanning the surrounding environment. Just as he was thinking about how to take the first step in this foreign land where he couldn't communicate, a sudden commotion and screams erupted not far away. In the distance, a young man dressed in fashion, surrounded by several panicking assistants, was being overwhelmed by a few excited, emotionally charged fans holding unknown objects, breaking through security boundaries. Tangled and shoved, the scene spiraled out of control. At this dangerous moment, Lei Zhan instinctively stepped forward in one quick motion, shouting, "Stop!" At the same time, with swift and precise movements, he blocked, separated, and controlled. With a few clean actions he managed to separate the troublemakers from the target and stopped the confrontation with a commanding gaze. That familiar Dongxia language sounded extraordinarily clear in this foreign land. Still shaken, Lin Lu was steadied by his assistant and looked at Lei Zhan, his eyes suddenly brightening. "You are also from Dongxia? Thank you so much for just now." Lei Zhan gave a slight nod, his voice steady. "It was nothing. What should I call you, brother?" "I see that your skills are quite impressive," Lin Lu said, patting his chest while nervously glancing at the fan being restrained by security. "If it weren't for you, I would have been in big trouble today." "My surname is Lei," Lei Zhan replied succinctly. Lin Lu leaned in eagerly. "Are you here for vacation, or are you working here?" Lei Zhan paused for a moment, choosing to tell the truth. "I lost my documents and am temporarily stranded." "Oh no. That's a problem." Lin Lu immediately understood, lowering his voice. "They are very strict about illegal residents here. How about this?" He shifted his eyes, sincerely shaking Lei Zhan's hand. "I'm about to return to my country and need a reliable bodyguard. If you don't mind, can you temporarily follow me? I'll cover your food and accommodation, and pay you double according to the going rate. Once we get back, I can help you get your documents sorted. What do you think?" Seeing that Lei Zhan didn't respond immediately, Lin Lu added eagerly, "I have a flight back to Dongxia next Wednesday, just 1 week. Think about it, brother. Just consider it helping a fellow countryman." Lei Zhan glanced at Lin Lu's sincere face and then looked at the surrounding media and fans watching closely, weighing his options before nodding decisively. "Okay. What are the specific details?" "Great." Lin Lu was overjoyed and immediately waved to his assistant. "Quick, arrange a hotel for Lei Go, let him stay next to me. Book the flight tickets back home right away." Chapter 58, Solving the Issues of Identity and Money. Holding the soft little hand of Ruan Momo, Zhao Qian tried hard to make her steps look natural, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed her inner unease. The constant flow of vehicles, the unfamiliar language, and environment made her instinctively feel anxious. She was just a kindergarten teacher, and facing such a completely unfamiliar world, she too could feel fear. But feeling the dependency of that little hand in her palm, Zhao Qian took a deep breath, suppressing that fear. Momo was counting on her. Her gaze cautiously swept across the shops by the street and the alleyway, wanting to find a place to rest temporarily while not daring to look too directly at passers-by, fearing to attract unnecessary attention. After passing through 2 blocks, a small but tree-lined park appeared before her. White benches were sporadically placed, a few elderly people were sitting in the distance soaking up the sun, and further away was a nanny with a child. Aside from that, the park seemed quite quiet. It was Wednesday morning at 10 o'clock on Earthstar, and the office workers had long been swallowed up in their cubicles in the office building. This moment of peace seemed incredibly precious. "Momo, let's sit there for a while, okay?" Zhao Qian said softly, pointing to a long bench half covered by tree shade, her tone filled with inquiry. Ruan Momo nodded, obediently sitting down next to her. Leaving the noisy main road, the surroundings suddenly quieted down, with only the rustling of leaves stirred by the gentle breeze and the faint sounds of the distant city background. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, trying to calm her racing heartbeat. She turned sideways and softly asked in a gentle yet unhurried tone, "Momo, you just said that Tang Tang can locate my position, right?" "Yes." Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, her big eyes filled with trust. "Tang Tang is amazing. It found Sister Zhao right away through network monitoring." Then, Zhao Qian's heartbeat quickened slightly, filled with cautious hope. "Can Tang Tang find others too? Uncle Lei, Professor Zhou, Brother Wang Meng, and them? If we can quickly confirm the locations of all our companions, whether for regrouping or coordinated action, it will bring huge advantages." Hearing this, Ruan Momo immediately closed her eyes, her consciousness sinking into her mind. Tang Tang, can you find Uncle Lei, Grandpa Zhou, and Brother Wang Meng?" The system's Tang Tang's slightly proud electronic voice immediately rang out, the gray fuzzy ball seeming to puff up a bit. "Host, you underestimate this system too much. Finding people on such a highly networked planet is a piece of cake. Starting global network and monitoring node scan. Connecting to the city's public security system, traffic monitoring network, communication base station signals. Data stream capturing. Conducting facial feature matching and biological signal cross-validation." As Tang Tang chattered on, streams of data flickered wildly around it like boiling light. Ding! Scan complete. In just a few minutes, Tang Tang provided the results. "Good news, host. Besides Uncle Lei, the locations of the other 7 representatives Su Chan, Professor Zhou, Wang Meng, Zheng Hai, Li Ming, Zhou Lan, Chen Feng have all been locked. On the virtual map, besides the 2 white light spots representing Ruan Momo and Zhao Qian closely together, 7 other white light spots were flashing on the map at a not too far distance, but 1 white light spot was very far away. They are all within the territory of Dongxia, Tang Tang explained, and they are not too far from us, mainly concentrated in the neighboring D province and B province. Oh, G City is the capital of Dongxia. Sister Zhao. Ruan Momo immediately opened her eyes, her little face radiating excitement and relief. Tang Tang said they found them. Grandpa Zhou, Sister Su Chan, Brother Wang Meng, and they are all in Dongxia, in D province and B province, not far from us. She paused, her little brow slightly furrowed, and added, only Uncle Lei. Tang Tang said he's in a place called the Federation, very far away. Hearing this news, Zhao Qian's previously tense heartstrings finally loosened considerably, a warm current rushing to her heart, her nose even slightly tinged with warmth. That's great. Most of the companions are nearby, and they are all within Dongxia. This is undoubtedly one of the most ideal situations. Regrouping in the capital. Zhao Qian quietly repeated the strategy everyone agreed upon before entering the game, as if encouraging herself, her gaze gradually becoming more determined. This is what we discussed beforehand. As long as they realize this is a civilization society similar to Blue Star and have the ability to move, they will definitely find a way to come to G City. She looked at Ruan Momo, her tone gentle yet carrying a hint of uncertain negotiation. Momo, our most important task now is to establish a firm foothold in G City, create a safe base, and wait for everyone to regroup. Then, we will think of ways to contact and assist Team Lei. She wasn't entirely sure either, but she had to give herself and Momo a clear goal. Having clarified the direction, the next step is how to execute it. Zhao Qian furrowed her brows, feeling somewhat at a loss as she thought about the current situation. Right now, we are black households, without the identification of this world, and we can hardly move a step forward. The first thing we must solve is money and temporary housing. I'm thinking. She hesitated for a moment, her gaze scanning the park outside with a hint of confusion. First, we need to find a job that doesn't require an ID, something that pays in cash at the end of the day. Even if it's handing out flyers or washing dishes at a restaurant, it will work. If we can earn a little money, at least we can secure food for today and find the cheapest small hotel for the night. She knew it was difficult, but this was the only way she could think of that might be achievable on their own. Just then, Tang Tang, the voice in Ruan Momo's mind, became active again. Host. Tang Tang's electronic voice carried a hint of grievance, as if saying, have you forgotten about this system? The problem of finding someone has been resolved, and the issues of identity and money are also easy for this system. There's no need for teacher Zhao Qian to work so hard for small jobs. Ah. Ruan Momo was stunned, instinctively responding in her mind, Tang Tang, can you even create identity and money? It's not creating, it's reasonably generating. Tang Tang corrected her. However, to perform this level of operation, it will consume some energy points. Forging 10 legitimate identity information that meets the rules of Earthstar's Dongxia Kingdom, which can withstand verification, and solving the initial funding issue would require 50 energy points. Host, your current balance of energy points is 637, that's enough. Do you need this system to proceed with the operation? Ruan Momo was thrilled to hear that the problem troubling Sister Zhao could be solved instantly, and she almost didn't hesitate at all. Sister Zhao, she tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve, lifting her little face, her eyes sparkling. Tang Tang says it can help us solve the issues of identity and money. Zhao Qian was initially stunned, then a look of disbelief appeared in her eyes. She knew Momo's system was magical, but directly intervening in an advanced society's administrative and financial system? That was beyond her imagination. After the surprise came worry, can Tang Tang really do it? Is it safe? Will it be detected by the Star Alliance or Earth humans? Her voice lowered, filled with caution. Ruan Momo immediately relayed Zhao Qian's doubts. Don't worry. Tang Tang replied confidently, this system uses the highest level of information disguise and logical closed-loop technology. What we are invading is the Earthstar's own network. The operation process will simulate as normal administrative errors, data synchronization delays, and legitimate financial operations. As long as it's not a targeted deep scan by the Star Alliance main system, it's absolutely foolproof. For the Earthstar, these identity and funding records are all real and legal. With this assurance, Zhao Qian felt a bit of relief wash over her. An opportunity like this was rare, having a legitimate identity and initial funds would allow them to swiftly escape the most passive situation. She no longer hesitated, nodding her head, her voice filled with gratitude and a hint of relief. Okay. Momo, tell Tang Tang thank you for helping solve the identity and initial funding issues. Tang Tang, let's begin. Ruan Momo silently urged in her heart. Received. Energy points deducted, 50 points. Current balance, 587 points. The system Tang Tang responded. Beginning operation. Linking to the Dongxia National Ministry of Internal Affairs Population Information Database. Link successful. Analyzing Dongxia Kingdom's household registration management rules, ID code logic, historical data. Analysis complete. Generating 10 virtual character information with age, place of origin, and social relationship logic coherent, and inserting records of data loss/damage and re-recording at specific time points. Information injection successful. ID status can be normally reissued. Simulating individual applying online for a reissue of ID, process accelerated, specified collection method is mailing. Mailing address, G City, G District, XX Road, at the entrance of XX Community Convenience Express Cabinet. Expected delivery time, within 24 hours. Using the generated legal identity information, open an online account at the East Summer National Development Bank account opening successful. Scan overseas orphan, dormant, or small untraceable accounts to carry out compliant, small amount, and layered legal financial channel money laundering operation completed. Target account deposit amount, 50,000 East Summer currency. Source record of funds, simulated as a small cross-border trade refund. All operations completed. The identification proof is expected to be available within 24 hours. Funds are in place. A series of operations so complex, almost impossible to complete in reality, took less than 10 minutes on the system Tang Tang. All done, host. Tong Tong's voice returned to a cheerful tone. You and everyone now in the East Summer system are citizens with a complete past and legal identity. The ID card will be sent to a delivery locker in a nearby community. The retrieval code is. The bank card is under Zhao Qian's name. The initial funds of 50,000 yuan have been credited. You can first operate it through mobile banking. Ruan Momo relayed Tong Tong's words verbatim to Zhao Qian. Even though Zhao Qian was mentally prepared, she felt a deep shock and a hint of unreality at this moment. So is this resolved? The two biggest problems that troubled them were resolved in just a minute, lightly dismissed by a system existing in the mind of a 5-year-old child. But she quickly suppressed her emotions. Now was the time to utilize this precious resource. Great. Momo, Tang Tang, thank you so much. Zhao Qian said sincerely, her voice joking a little as she took Ruan Momo's small hand. Let's go, our first step is to buy a phone. Without a communication tool, it's like being blind and deaf in this world. The two left the park. Zhao Qian tightly held Ruan Momo's hand, as if afraid of losing her. They quickly found a large electronics store at the street corner. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, trying hard to appear natural, and led Ruan Momo inside like an ordinary customer, heading straight to the phone counter. After picking out a phone, they reached the checkout, and the cashier announced the price. Zhao Qian nervously took out the new phone, her hands trembling slightly as, following Tong Tong's guidance, she installed the mobile banking app and logged in, identity information automatically filled by Tang Tang, bringing up the payment QR code. Beep, a sound, the QR code scanned successfully, payment completed. Looking at the successful payment screen, Zhao Qian let out a long sigh of relief, her tightly wound shoulders finally relaxing a bit. The funds are real. This gave her more confidence. With the phone and money, the next step was their place to stay. Zhao Qian opened a commonly used hotel booking app on her phone, filtering for a business hotel not far from their location, with decent reviews, supporting online payments, and relatively simple check-in procedures. She selected one, using the gained identity information to book a standard double room, initially for 2 nights. Let's settle in, take a break, and once the ID card arrives, we can make long-term plans, Zhao Qian said to Ruan Momo, her tone carrying a slight sense of finding direction. Holding Ruan Momo's hand, following the phone navigation instructions, they quickly arrived at the booked hotel. At the front desk during check-in, Zhao Qian nervously reported the falsified ID number and name from Tang Tang, and the system indeed recognized it smoothly, allowing her to easily register and receive the room key. Walking into the clean and tidy standard room, she closed the door, cutting off the strange outside world. Zhao Qian locked the door tightly and carefully checked the room facilities, confirming there were no obvious safety hazards before she finally let out a true and complete sigh of relief, her body feeling almost drained. She helped the somewhat tired Ruan Momo to sit on the bed, while she sat on the other side, gazing out at the tall buildings of G City. Her gaze still held a hint of confusion, but it had become much more resolute than before. Although Lei Zhan was still far away in the Federation, most of her companions had already been located. She and Momo also had acquired legal identities, funds, and a temporary place to stay in the capital, G City. Compared to the helplessness and anxiety of wandering the streets an hour ago, now in the hotel's enclosed environment, she could finally relax her tense nerves a bit. Chapter 59, Learning. The door closed behind her. The hotel room was filled with a peculiar mix of disinfectant and fragrance, creating a strangely comforting sense of stability. Zhao Qian leaned against the cold door, taking a long, silent breath. The calm she had been holding on to swelled away like the tide, revealing deep exhaustion and fear underneath. She took Momo by the hand and walked to the edge of the bed. As her body sank into the soft mattress, she felt her legs weaken slightly. Glancing at the time displayed on her phone screen, 1:32 p.m. From the moment they were teleported to this Earth star, to the present temporary safety, it had only been a little over 4 hours, yet it felt like a long journey. Looking down at Momo beside her, the little one's face also showed evident fatigue. Her big eyes were not as bright as usual, and her long eyelashes drooped, her little head bobbing slowly. Momo, Zhao Qian softened her voice, gently stroking her hair, are you very tired? Are you hungry? Shall we eat something before resting? Momo rubbed her eyes and obediently shook her head, Sister Zhao, I'm not hungry, just a bit sleepy. Seeing the child's determined expression, Zhao Qian felt her heart soften. Indeed, being teleported to a strange world with no familiar faces around, if it weren't for the system and Momo, and her being nearby, even she would feel utterly drained, let alone a 5-year-old child. Now that they were temporarily safe, her taut nerves relaxed, and natural drowsiness washed over her. Alright, then if you're not hungry, let's sleep for a while. Zhao Qian helped Momo take off her little jacket and shoes, tucking her into the soft blankets, making sure the corners were snug. Sleep well, and when you wake up, sister will take you out for some delicious food. Momo mumbled in response, almost the moment her head touched the pillow, her thick eyelashes fully drooped, and her breathing became even and long as she fell into a deep sleep. After confirming Momo was sound asleep, Zhao Qian gently got up, poured herself a glass of water, and sat in a chair by the window. She felt no drowsiness and didn't dare to fully relax. Her gaze fell on the newly bought phone, which was the most important window for her to understand this world. She unlocked the screen, took a deep breath, and began to check the various pre-installed apps one by one. She opened the browser, trying to search for keywords. As she delved deeper into the browsing, Zhao Qian frowned slightly, her eyes filled with surprise and contemplation. This Earth star was astonishingly similar to their blue star. The technological level was almost on the same latitude, smartphones were widespread, mobile payments were popular, the internet coverage was extensive, social media was active, and the technological advancements reported in the news, such as artificial intelligence, quantum computing, and space exploration, were not much different from the cutting edge of their blue star. The urban landscape, lifestyle, and even some popular internet slang gave her a sense of uncanny familiarity. However, in terms of the global landscape, Earth star and blue star had taken entirely different paths. Searching keywords like world map and countries in the browser showed clear results. The entire Earth star had only 3 main political entities. The Eastern Summer Republic, the country they were currently in, a historically rich, culturally deep, and politically relatively centralized and stable Eastern giant. From the atmosphere of the news and social media, society was stable, and the economic development momentum was good. Similar to their Huaxia on the blue star. The Augustus Empire, a vast empire located on another continent, implements a constitutional monarchy, where imperial power still holds considerable influence. When the Augustus Empire is mentioned in the news, it is often accompanied by labels like tradition, nobility, and military strength, appearing mysterious and ancient. The Federation, a particularly unique political entity. It is not a single country, but a loose alliance made up of 47 small countries, city-states, and regions with high autonomy. Descriptions of the Federation in the news are full of contradictions. On one hand, there is its astonishing economic vitality, cutting-edge technological innovation, and extreme cultural diversity. On the other hand, there are the complicated conflicts among its members, the lack of unified legal standards, and security issues in some areas. Words like parliamentary infighting, local protectionism, and border friction frequently appear in reports. Under such internal turmoil, the East Xia and Augustus, which still maintain political unity, form a tripartite balance of power. The energy and resilience contained in this federation should not be underestimated. Tripartite balance of power. Zhao Qian murmured, her fingers unconsciously sliding across the screen. This relatively simple yet undercurrents-rich international situation is completely different from the intricate multipolar scenario on the blue star. It is unknown whether this is a blessing or a curse for them as outsiders. Lei Zhan, alone in that chaotic and complex federation, probably faces a much harsher situation than they do. She continued to browse, trying to piece together more details about this world from various news articles, forum posts, and social media updates, especially information about City G, to prepare for future actions. While Zhao Qian was immersed in the sea of online information, the sleeping Ruan Momo's consciousness had not fully sunk into silence. She felt like she was floating in a warm and gentle glow. Then the surroundings became clear. She was standing in a pure white, boundless space, with the familiar, grayish light cluster, the system Tang Tang, floating in the center. Tang Tang? Ruan Momo curiously looked around, finding it empty, just her and Tang Tang. How did I get here? Didn't I just fall asleep? Welcome to the learning space, host. Tang Tang happily floated in front of her. That's right, you fell asleep. It was this system that pulled your consciousness in. Huh? Pulled in during sleep? Ruan Momo tilted her little head, a bit confused, but does Momo have to learn while sleeping? Will I feel tired when I wake up? Sister Zhao will worry. She remembered the Dean Mom saying that children need enough sleep to grow tall and become smart. Don't worry, host. The system Tang Tang proudly shook. This time, I bought the Learning Space plugin from the main system, and it cost a fortune. The functions are super powerful, otherwise, why do you think it requires so many energy points to load and run? It has 3 very powerful functions. Tang Tang started counting. First, infinite knowledge storage. It can store knowledge from countless worlds. If you encounter knowledge from a non-bound native world, you can use energy points to assist in storage and learn gradually. Second, immersive awareness learning. While the host is asleep, consciousness can enter here to learn. The gains and memories will directly feed back to the brain during the learning process, but the body and main consciousness remain in a resting state, completely not affecting sleep quality, and waking up will only feel refreshed. Ruan Momo blinked her big eyes, feeling it was all so magical. Third, and the most powerful, and most energy-consuming function, Tang Tang's voice raised a pitch, showing off. Time flow adjustment. We can invest energy points to slow the flow of time in the learning space. Outside, a little while had passed, but inside, a long time had gone by. Time slows down? Ruan Momo wasn't very clear about the concept of time. Yes. Tang Tang explained in a way Ruan Momo could understand. For example, if we invest 100 energy points, 10 minutes in the real world will equal 100 minutes in the learning space. This way, host, you will have plenty of time to study. Otherwise, with the Star Alliance's chaos, one game after another, there's no way for you to sit in class for a solid chunk of time. The main quest, All-Knowing One, will take ages to complete. Now Ruan Momo understood. It meant she could use her sleeping time to learn a lot of knowledge here for a long, long time, without getting tired. Wow! Ruan Momo exclaimed, Tang Tang, you are awesome. Hearing the host's praise, Tang Tang felt even prouder. The gray fluffy ball seemed to shine a little brighter, of course. So, host, shall we start our first consciousness space class now? Let's begin with reinforcing and expanding the words you've recently learned. How about that? Sure. Ruan Momo immediately became excited. She felt very happy that she could learn without taking away everyone's time to explore the new world, while also completing the main quest. And she also had to save energy points to buy clothes for Tang Tang. She wanted to buy a lot, so Tang Tang would have many new clothes to wear. Then, learning space, activate. Time flow adjustment, invest energy points, 100 points. Current balance, 487 points. Setting, external time 10 minutes, internal time 100 minutes. Tang Tang's voice became formal. As it spoke, Ruan Momo felt the pure white space around her gently ripple, a feeling that was hard to describe enveloped her, as if the texture of time had changed. Immediately, a soft light gathered in front of her, swiftly outlining a clear human figure. It was a young woman who seemed very kind and gentle, wearing simple yet elegant clothing, with a smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. She was not a physical entity, but a vivid holographic image made of pure light. Hello, Ruan Momo, the holographic teacher slightly bent forward, her voice flowing like a clear spring, gentle and pleasant. I am your learning teacher, and from today on, I will accompany you in exploring the ocean of knowledge. Ruan Momo widened her eyes in surprise, her mouth slightly agape, curiously reaching out her little hand to touch, but her fingers went straight through the light image. Wow! Hello, teacher. She quickly withdrew her hand, smiling a bit shyly. It's okay, the holographic teacher seemed to sense her thoughts, the smile deepening. Let's begin today's learning. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding pure white space seemed to come alive. When the holographic teacher explained forest, they were suddenly surrounded by towering ancient trees, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting mottled light spots, birds chirping, and even the scent of soil and grass could be smelled. When she spoke of ocean, gentle blue water softly washed over their ankles, colorful fish swimming around them. Every word was no longer a static symbol in a book but transformed into vivid scenes and interesting stories. The holographic teacher's teaching style was full of interaction and encouragement. She used exaggerated body language to interpret the meanings and posed interesting questions to guide thinking, giving generous praises whenever Momo answered correctly, releasing splendid encouraging light effects. At first, Ruan Momo found it just curious and fun, but soon, she was completely drawn into this immersive, gamified learning approach. She followed the holographic teacher, reading aloud, eagerly raising her hand to answer questions, identifying every emerging character in the small quizzes. Unknowingly, she was fully invested in it. She had forgotten that this was just learning through consciousness and sleep, with her little face glowing with focus, excitement, and the satisfaction of gaining new knowledge. She seemed to have turned into a greedy sponge, hungrily absorbing everything the holographic teacher presented, immersing herself in the wonderful world of knowledge and involuntarily indulging in it. From the outside, Zhao Qian saw that Ruan Momo had just turned over, sleeping even more soundly and serenely, with a hint of concentration and joy on her little face, as if she were having an incredibly beautiful dream. In this strange space built of energy, Ruan Momo's journey of seeking knowledge was quietly accelerating in a way far beyond ordinary imagination. The sunlight outside the window slowly shifted, while time drifted quietly in the space of reality and consciousness at different speeds. Chapter 60, Little Clever Egg. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, time seemed to lose its meaning. Ruan Momo followed the holographic teacher, jumping from one vivid scene to another, learning new Chinese characters, understanding simple words, and even beginning to touch on the most basic concepts of arithmetic. She learned so intensely, her little face brimming with excitement and focus as if discovering a new continent, completely unaware of fatigue. Until the voice of the system, Tang Tang, gently echoed in her consciousness, reminding her. Host, real time is past 2 hours and 15 minutes, and it is now 3:47 p.m. You should get up and eat something. Ah? Has it been that long already? Ruan Momo looked around at the slowly dissipating starry sky scene. This was what the holographic teacher had just created to teach her the character 4-star. She felt like she had just studied for a little while. Yes. The host has actually spent nearly 4 hours of efficient study time in the learning space. Tang Tang's tone carried a hint of pride. Now, return your consciousness slowly and wake up. Ruan Momo obediently nodded and waved her little hand at the holographic teacher, who was smiling and bidding her goodbye. Goodbye, teacher. In the next moment, a slight sense of disorientation came over her, the light and shadows in front of her quickly fading, and the real sensation of her body on the soft bed returning. She fluttered her long eyelashes a few times and slowly opened her eyes. The soft light of the hotel room filled her vision, and outside the window, the sun was still shining brightly. She turned her head to see her sister Zhao sitting on a chair by the window, focused on her phone. Recalling everything she had experienced in the learning space just now, the moving words, the talking images, the gentle teacher Ruan Momo felt sweet in her heart, along with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Ruan Momo unconsciously touched her little head and muttered softly with a hint of disbelief and surprise, "It seems like I've become a little smarter. I remembered everything the teacher taught me." Ruan Momo remembered that during her time at the orphanage, although the headmistress was very kind, sometimes she would look at her when she couldn't solve simple arithmetic problems or remember nursery rhymes, smiling with helplessness and affection, calling her a little silly egg. Ruan Momo secretly thought in her heart, feeling a little proud, "Headmistress, Momo seems not to be a little silly egg anymore, she should be a little clever egg now." Of course, the host is not a little silly egg. Tang Tang's voice immediately echoed in her mind, filled with affirmation. The reason you find it easier to learn and your memory is getting better is fundamentally because your spirit has been elevated. Spirit elevated? Ruan Momo caught this familiar term, a hint of confusion flashing in her big eyes. Yes. It was those 6 guardian uncles and aunts on the Lancy continent who gave you their last lives and powers, merging them into the essence of your soul. Tang Tang explained. It's like upgrading a slow computer with the world's most powerful and fastest processor and memory. So, host, you will learn faster and faster in the future. One's memory will become stronger, and one will become smarter. Hearing Lance Continent and Guardian's uncle and aunt, the little pride that just appeared on Ruan Momo's face suddenly vanished, replaced by a bittersweet feeling surging in her heart. Ruan Momo remembered those beautiful yet weary figures, how they faded away in the light, and Uncle Liakong transforming into cold stone. They were all gone, fulfilling her wish. Tang Tang noticed the host's emotions drop suddenly, the grayish ball in the system space twisted uneasily, the electronic voice carrying a hint of panic. "Host? What's wrong? Did this system say something wrong?" Ruan Momo sniffed her little nose, her voice a bit muffled. Tang Tang didn't say anything wrong. Momo just misses the Guardian's uncle and aunt, and Uncle Liakong. She paused, trying to grasp a bit of comfort, and softly asked, "Tang Tang, is Wuxian okay?" Hearing that the host was asking about this, Tang Tang immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, "Yes." "Very good. Host, please rest assured. Wuxian is currently very stably situated in a special isolation area of the system space, like it's sleeping, and like it's slowly gathering strength, its state is very stable. This system is always monitoring it." Knowing that the hope carrying a world was safe and sound, Ruan Momo's sadness lightened slightly. She rubbed her eyes vigorously, pushing back the impulse to cry. The uncles and aunts had given her hope, hoping she would continue to move forward, she couldn't always be crying. At that moment, Zhao Qian also noticed Ruan Momo had woken up, put down her phone, and walked over with a gentle smile on her face. "Momo, you're awake? Did you sleep well? Your little face is rosy, you seem to be in good spirits." She indeed felt Momo's gaze seemed clearer than before. "Yes. Sister Zhao, I slept very well." Ruan Momo sat up in bed and nodded vigorously, temporarily hiding the little sadness in her heart. "Then let's go out to eat, sister is hungry too." Zhao Qian helped Ruan Momo put on her coat and shoes. After browsing news and checking information for more than 2 hours, Zhao Qian already had a preliminary and relatively clear understanding of the Earth Star, especially Dongxia country and Ji City. She took Ruan Momo and skillfully found a clean and hygienic restaurant near the hotel, which had a good number of customers. After eating, the two didn't linger outside and directly returned to the hotel room. Zhao Qian closed the hotel door, looking at Ruan Momo, who was curiously observing the layout of the room. After hesitating for a moment, she softly asked, "Momo, I want to confirm everyone's situation again. Can we ask Tang Tang for help to see where everyone is now? I'm a little worried." Although she knew that most of her companions were in Dongxia, the specific locations, their safety, and whether they would encounter the identity problems that they faced before made her concerned. Especially Lei Zhan, being alone in the seemingly chaotic federation. Sure. Ruan Momo immediately nodded, closed her eyes. Tang Tang, Sister Zhao wants to see where everyone is. No problem. Leave it to me. Tang Tang said with enthusiasm. Connecting to the network. Connecting to surveillance devices. Conducting real-time facial recognition and route trajectory analysis. Compared to the previous aimless search, this time there was a clear objective and scope, making the efficiency of the system Tang Tang much higher. Countless data streams rushed through its core, each surveillance footage quickly captured, analyzed, and compared. Minutes later, Tang Tang completed the information integration. Host, the scanning results are out. Tang Tang's voice carried a hint of excitement. Good news. Several comrades are on their way to G City. Ruan Momo immediately relayed the information she saw from the system Tang Tang to Zhao Qian. Tang Tang said. Sister Su Chan, Brother Li Ming, Uncle Chen Feng, and Brother Wang Meng, the four of them, are now in a taxi coming to City G. Tang Tang said they should arrive around 9 p.m. 9 p.m.? Zhao Qian's eyes lit up, and a heavy stone in her heart fell. So soon, she could reunite with companions, and it's four of them. This is undoubtedly great news. What else? She couldn't wait to ask. Ruan Momo continued to relay. Grandpa Zhou, Grandpa Zhenghai, and Grandma Zhoulan, the three of them, seem to still be in the city where they were before and haven't set off. Hearing this, Zhao Qian frowned slightly. Professors Zhou and the others were stuck due to identity and funding issues. It seems that after Su Chan arrives, they need to hurry to pick them up. Then, what about Team Lei? Zhao Qian asked the most concerned question. Uncle Lei Zhan. A hint of anticipation appeared on Ruan Momo's little face. Tang Tang said it found Uncle Lei Zhan in the passenger information of a big airport in the Federation. He bought a plane ticket. He is arriving tomorrow, at 2 p.m., at G City Airport. 2 p.m. tomorrow. G City Airport. Zhao Qian was almost moved to tears. Team Lei really has a way. He actually managed to solve identity and schedule so quickly, directly flying over from the Federation. This efficiency is truly deserving of Team Lei. The locations and movements of all the companions are clear. Zhao Qian squatted down, holding Ruan Momo's small hand tightly. Due to excitement, her voice trembled slightly. Momo, this is great. Really great. Thank you and Tang Tang. Ruan Momo could feel Sister Zhao Qian's genuine joy, and she also became happy, tightly holding Zhao Qian's hand back, her big eyes curving into crescent moons. Chapter 61. Someone is watching us. The system Tang Tang said Su Chan and the others are expected to arrive in G City around 9 p.m. According to their previous discussions, if they dispersed, how they would gather again, in civilized circumstances, would converge towards the political center. Then the government of the capital would be the most fitting. Now there are still nearly 3.5 hours until 9 p.m. 3.5 hours. Zhao Qian's mind began to activate, an idea uncontrollably popped up. Should she take this time to go check the situation near the capital government? Zhao Qian looked at the time on her phone, 5:25 p.m., and there are still more than 3 hours before Su Chan and the others arrive in G City. This thought was very tempting. However, as soon as this idea arose, it was suppressed by the reality of the situation. She looked at Ruan Momo, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, swinging her little legs, curiously examining everything in the hotel room, her brow unconsciously furrowing, and a clear sense of struggle appearing on her face. Take Momo with her? The situation in the capital government area is unclear, with many people and many eyes, which may pose unknown risks. To let a child over 5 years old stay with her in a potentially risky environment for an extended period, she really couldn't bear it. Momo had just woken up and seemed to be in good spirits, but a child's stamina is ultimately limited. What if she gets tired? But if she didn't take her, would she leave her alone in the hotel? As soon as this idea popped up, Zhao Qian firmly rejected it. Absolutely not. Not to mention whether the hotel itself is absolutely safe, leaving Momo alone in a strange room. What if she gets scared? What if something unexpected happens? What if? Zhao Qian didn't dare to think further. To put Momo out of sight was absolutely unacceptable to her. On one side was the desire to scout near the capital in advance, on the other side was the bottom line of ensuring Momo's absolute safety. Zhao Qian was caught in a dilemma. Fingers unconsciously twisted the edge of her clothes, eyes darting back and forth between the city outside and Ruan Momo, hesitation and worry clearly visible on her face. Sister Zhao, Ruan Momo keenly sensed Zhao Qian's unease. She stopped swinging her little legs, tilted her head, her big eyes filled with concern. What's wrong? Your brows are all furrowed together. Zhao Qian snapped back to reality, looking into the child's pure eyes, hesitated for a moment, but decided not to hide it. She squatted down to be at eye level with Momo, trying to keep her tone light as she said, Sister is thinking, it's still early, Sister Su-chan and them won't arrive until evening. Sister wants to go take a look at the capital government's place, get familiar with the environment in advance. But... She paused, a look of difficulty appearing on her face. It's probably a bit far, we need to take a car to get there and walk around and see. Sister is worried, if I take you with me, will you be too tired? But if I leave you alone in the hotel, I won't feel at ease. After hearing this, Ruan Momo almost without any hesitation shook her little head like a rattling drum. Momo isn't scared of tired. Sister Zhao, let's go together. Momo also wants to see everyone soon. Ruan Momo stretched out her small hand, tugged at Zhao Qian's sleeve, her eyes filled with desire and a hint of a whiny tone. Take Momo with you. Momo promises to be good and not run around. Seeing Momo's understanding and eager look, Zhao Qian's heart softened, and that bit of struggle vanished instantly. Yes, bringing Momo along might be a bit harder, but it is the most reassuring choice. All right. Zhao Qian finally made up her mind. A relieved smile appeared on her face as she reached out and rubbed Momo's little nose. Then let's go together. But remember, you must stay close to Sister and can't leave Sister's sight. Definitely. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously, her little face blossoming into a radiant smile. The two tidied up briefly, mainly checking phones, keys, and that crucial bank card. Zhao Qian confirmed the hotel room card was in hand, then took Ruan Momo's hand and opened the door. The corridor was quiet and empty, only their soft footsteps echoed. They took the elevator down, passed through the elegantly decorated but somewhat empty hotel lobby, and the noisy sounds from the street suddenly rushed towards them. The sun had lost its midday heat, draping a layer of warm amber over the scene. The sunlight slanted down, stretching the shadows of tall buildings and pedestrians long. Zhao Qian stood at the temporary parking area in front of the hotel, ready to wave down a taxi. At that moment, Ruan Momo, who had been quietly following her, suddenly stopped in her tracks, her small hand gripping tightly onto the hem of Zhao Qian's clothes. What's wrong, Momo? Zhao Qian immediately looked down, sensing the child's unease, and gently asked. Ruan Momo did not answer immediately. She slightly turned her small body, almost hiding behind Zhao Qian's legs, her clear big eyes flickering with a hint of unease and confusion. Ruan Momo cautiously looked around. She glanced at the row of vehicles parked across the street, then quickly scanned a few hurried pedestrians nearby, her gaze even lingering for a moment on a billboard in the distance. But Ruan Momo found nothing. She looked up in confusion, leaned closer to Zhao Qian, and quietly said in a voice only they could hear, a hint of uncertainty in her tone, Sister Zhao, I feel a bit strange. Strange? What's strange? Zhao Qian's heart tightened slightly, her voice lowering a bit. It seems someone is watching us. Ruan Momo's voice became even smaller. She even instinctively shrank her neck as if that would allow her to escape the invisible gaze. Watching us all the time feels chilly. Someone is watching us? Zhao Qian's heart jolted, a chill ran up her spine. Zhao Qian forced herself to stay calm, not immediately glancing around in panic. With the action of brushing her hair behind her ear, Zhao Qian's worried gaze quickly swept over all the areas where Momo had just looked. Zhao Qian's eyes were filled with suspicion. Across the street, a man seemed to be resting in the driver's seat of a black car. By the newspaper stand, a middle-aged vendor held a newspaper but looked vacant. On the sidewalk, a young mother walked by holding her child's hand. At the intersection, a worker waiting for the traffic light stared down at their phone. Further away, an old man sat on a public bench, basking in the sun and resting with closed eyes. Every person looked so normal, busy with their own matters, no one lingering their gaze on them for long, and no one showing any suspicious signs. On the street under the sunlight, everything was as usual, noisy and lively. Could it be that Momo was too tense? Or had she been affected by this unfamiliar environment, becoming paranoid? Zhao Qian's heart relaxed a little, but she did not completely let down her guard. She squatted down to be eye level with Momo, warmly enclosing her slightly cold little hand in her palm, her tone gentle yet soothing. Momo, is it too crowded here, and the noise from the cars is making you a bit nervous? She gently stroked Momo's back. Look, everyone is busy with their own things. Don't be afraid, your sister is here to protect you. While she comforted with her mouth, a trace of doubt inevitably rose in her heart. After all, Momo was a child, feeling wrong was also possible. But what if? In this completely unfamiliar, danger-filled world, any little discomfort made her dare not be careless. A thought rose in her mind. Should she let Momo ask Tang Tang to scan the surrounding environment? Even though she felt it was likely just a false alarm, in this completely unfamiliar, danger-filled world, any little disturbance was worth vigilance. Better to be overly cautious than to take risks. Just as Zhao Qian's thoughts were racing, her lips slightly moved, preparing to quietly suggest this to Momo at that moment. About 10 meters ahead of them, in a shadow at the side of a hotel annex that formed a visual and surveillance blind spot, a figure in black with a hood obscuring their face slowly stepped out. Chapter 62, Starfish. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhao Qian felt her breath catch, all the blood in her body seemed to surge towards her heart. Almost as a reflex, Zhao Qian suddenly shielded Ruan Momo completely behind her, using her body to build a barrier for the child. Zhao Qian's gaze fixed tightly on the figure in black emerging from the shadows, her heartbeat pounding like a drum, her grip on Momo's hand tightening unconsciously. Are they competitors from another civilization? Have they found them so quickly? A multitude of terrifying thoughts flashed through her mind, and she felt a chill crawling up her spine, urging her to immediately run away with Momo. Ruan Momo was also startled by this sudden scene, her little face slightly pale, her small hand tightly gripping the fabric of Zhao Qian's back, daring only to peek out with half her little head, looking both scared and curious at the uninvited guest. However, the expected attack did not come. The figure in black stopped about 5 meters away from them. This distance neither felt too oppressive nor ensured that her voice could be heard clearly. Zhao Qian's taut nerves relaxed slightly, but she still did not dare to let her guard down in the slightest. Immediately following, under Zhao Qian's vigilant and anxious gaze and Ruan Momo's curious stare, the person raised their hand and gently took off the white hood. As the hood slipped off, a face that surprised everyone was revealed. It was a very young woman, looking to be only around 18 or 19 years old. Her skin was a healthy wheat color, her features delicate and three-dimensional, possessing a wild and lively beauty. She had a head of thick, wavy long hair, like seaweed, deep blue in color, shimmering with a strange luster under the fading sunlight. But what was most striking were her ears and the sides of her cheeks. They were not the rounded human ears, but two thin, translucent fins with slightly wavy edges. They gently trembled on either side of her face. And at the sides of her cheeks, there were 3 fine, dark blue lines, resembling tattoos yet seemingly natural textures, stretching from below her ears to her jaw corners. With her slight breaths, those lines seemed to open and close ever so slightly. This was certainly not human. Zhao Qian's pupils suddenly contracted, her heart filled with fear and unease, almost reaching its peak. A contestant from an unknown civilization, different from blue-skinned humans, approached them. Her intentions were hard to guess. Zhao Qian instinctively pulled Ruan Momo a bit behind her, trembling slightly herself, yet stubbornly stood her ground, refusing to back down. Just when Zhao Qian was in a state of panic, even desperately thinking about how to plead for the child's safety, the non-human girl smiled at them warmly. She began to speak, a string of unfamiliar sounds flowing from her mouth with a rhythm like water and a crisp texture reminiscent of bubbles bursting. Zhao Qian's heart sank. They couldn't communicate. How were they to understand each other? But then something astonishing happened that left both her and Ruan Momo in disbelief. Though they clearly heard those completely incomprehensible sounds, almost simultaneously, it was as if their brains had an inbuilt seamless translator, conveying the meanings of those sounds without any barriers. My name is Yato, please do not be nervous, I mean no harm. The sensation was incredibly strange, as if someone directly injected the meaning into their minds instead of understanding it through sound. Zhao Qian felt confused, instinctively attributing it to some universal translation mechanism of the Star Alliance, meant to ensure communication among contestants from different civilizations? That seemed plausible. However, the non-human girl Yato appeared to see their surprise and speculation. She raised her hand, pointing to a piece of jewelry around her slender neck, a pendant strung on a deep blue cord, the main body being a pearl that emitted a soft blue light, beside it adorned with a delicately shaped white seashell like a piece of art. This is not a gift from the Star Alliance. Yato's voice once again flowed into Zhao Qian and Ruan Momo's minds through that strange translation effect, carrying a hint of pride that belonged to a technological creation. This is the scientific achievement of our starfish mind resonance shell. It can capture and convert thought waves, enabling communication at the level of consciousness between different intelligent life forms. Starfish? Zhao Qian caught this keyword. A civilization named after the sea? The girl Yato, claiming to come from the starfish, continued to explain, we starfish have made advancements in energy biology, consciousness resonance, and some ocean-related technologies, but in many fundamental physics, large-scale industrial manufacturing, and other areas, we are relatively lagging behind. Yato paused, the dark blue lines at her cheeks slightly opening and closing. And in recent centuries, our home planet has begun to exhibit a phenomenon, mysterious revival. Some ancient powers, phenomena, and even creatures that should exist only in legends and myths are gradually appearing in the real world. This sounded like good news? Just as this thought arose in Zhao Qian's mind, it was interrupted by the next words from her. But this revival has not made the starfish any stronger. On the contrary, it is like a uncontrollable erosion, a pollution of rules. The ocean has become increasingly turbulent and unpredictable. Some of our fellow beings have undergone terrifying mutations after encountering the revived mystery. Our civilization is slowly but irreversibly sliding into the abyss because of this revival. So, Yato's eyes, as deep in color as the darkest ocean depths, calmly looked at Zhao Qian, or more precisely, looked past Zhao Qian's shoulder at the curious Ruan Momo behind her. The sea star has also been selected by the Star Alliance. It has become a part of this civilization sequence game. She slightly leaned forward, her attitude appearing very sincere, those fish fin-like ears fluttering gently. I found you all in hopes of seeking cooperation. Cooperation? Zhao Qian's wariness showed no signs of fading. She tightly protected Mama, her voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. Why yes? How could you find us? To be precise, the Sea Star girl's gaze refocused on Ruan Momo, her look filled with a strange curiosity and a hint of indescribable hope. I hope the partner I seek is this young contestant. When Momo was called out, she instinctively shrank back, clutching Zhao Qian's clothing tighter. Yato continued to explain, I was able to find you and recognize her uniqueness because the mind resonance conch is very sensitive to certain traces left by high-level powers. Yato did not specify what the traces were, but Zhao Qian instantly thought of the system, Tong Tong. Zhao Qian fell silent, her heart filled with struggle and unease. A plea for help from an endangered alien civilization? Aiming directly at Momo? This was too sudden and too strange. She instinctively wanted to refuse, wanting to take Momo and leave immediately, but the heaviness and sincerity in the other's words made it hard for her to express a rejection. She was just an ordinary kindergarten teacher, why should she face such a difficult choice? At that moment, Ruan Momo, who had been tightly protected by Zhao Qian, gently tugged at the hem of Zhao Qian's clothes. Zhao Qian looked down, seeing Momo still a bit timid, but with a rare seriousness in her big eyes. She looked up at Zhao Qian and said softly yet clearly, Sister Zhao. Then, Ruan Momo gathered her courage, slightly peeking out from behind Zhao Qian, looking at the Sea Star sister who called herself Yato, and answered in a childlike yet firm voice, for the cooperation, Momo cannot decide on her own. She shook her head, her small face earnest. We have to wait for my companions, Sister Suchan, Uncle Leijian, Grandpa Zhou, and them to arrive, so everyone can discuss it together. Only if everyone agrees, can we. The little girl's logic was simple and direct, but carried an undeniable insistence. Hearing this, Yato was slightly taken aback, then she showed a friendly smile to Ruan Momo. She nodded, her fish fin-like ears gently waving. I understand, I will wait. Chapter 63 Waiting. Refusing Yato's request to travel together, Zhao Qian booked a separate room for Yato at the hotel and then left with Ruan Momo. Once they left the hotel area, Zhao Qian waved down a taxi with Ruan Momo. Zhao Qian announced the destination, Capital Government Square. The vehicle merged into the evening rush hour traffic, slowly moving toward the city center. The closer they got to the capital government area, the more Zhao Qian's expectations diverged from reality. The solemn and majestic buildings with red walls and yellow tiles that she had imagined did not appear. Instead, towering skyscrapers became increasingly dense, their glass facades reflecting cold and dazzling light in the sunset. The streets here were wider, the planning neater, but the atmosphere felt strict and orderly, lacking the warmth of the cultural history she had anticipated. Driver, are there any old buildings around here that have a bit of history? Zhao Qian couldn't help but ask. The driver was a talkative middle-aged man, and upon hearing her, he chuckled, old buildings? Not many. Our city G is developing quickly, especially in the central area. The old houses from decades ago have mostly been torn down and replaced with new ones. If we're talking about real old relics, in the whole square area, probably only that big guy is left. Big guy? Zhao Qian asked curiously. Yeah, it's that bronze cauldron standing in the square. The driver spoke casually, as if it were a casual chat. I don't really know exactly which dynasty it's from. Its style is strange, different from those in museums. At that moment, the vehicle turned a corner, and an extremely vast square appeared at the end of their view. In the very center of the square stood an enormous object that even from a distance exuded a heavy, powerful presence. It was a gigantic bronze cauldron. It was not the regular round or square shape one might expect. The cauldron body appeared rough, with a primal, ancient beauty that had not been finely polished. It was engraved with dense, hard-to-read ancient patterns, seemingly not writing but some kind of abstract symbols or totems. The feet of the cauldron were deeply embedded in the specially made base of the square, with the mouth facing the sky, as if silently recounting the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. That's it. The driver raised his chin in indication. It's strange, though. Over the past few decades, there have been several city planning attempts to move it or even tear it down, since it can be a bit of an obstruction standing here. But strangely, every time they entertain that thought, it's either the responsible leader suddenly falling seriously ill, or the construction team encountering accidents, and one time, just after the project was approved, a rare heavy rain caused flooding its area. Since then, no one dared to bring it up, and it has remained here, becoming a landmark that everyone has gotten used to. Listening to this narrative tinged with urban legend, Zhao Qian quietly noted it down in her mind. The taxi stopped at the edge of the square. Zhao Qian paid the fare and took Ruan Momo's hand as they got out of the car. The square was bustling with crowds, much livelier than she had imagined. There were elderly people taking a stroll after their meals, children laughing and chasing each other, couples walking hand in hand, and tourists like them taking a temporary break. This made Zhao Qian secretly relax. The crowd meant they would not stand out so much, allowing them to blend in better with their surroundings. She looked around and saw several well-dressed patrolling guards, their postures straight, their eyes sharp, and their steps regular, silently highlighting the unique safety of this place. This eased her tense nerves a little. She found an empty long bench and sat down with Ruan Momo. "Momo, let's wait for everyone here," she whispered, her gaze still alert, observing the unfamiliar faces in the crowd. Ruan Momo nodded obediently, her little hand resting on her knee, her big eyes curiously examining the huge bronze cauldron in the square's center. For some reason, looking at that cauldron, she felt a strange sensation, a very ancient, heavy feeling that involuntarily made her quiet down. After a while, she looked up at Zhao Qian and said, "Sister Zhao, Momo wants to study for a while." She winked quietly. Zhao Qian immediately understood, it was the learning space for Tang Tang. She gently stroked Momo's hair. "Okay, you can lean on me and rest for a while. I'll wake you when it's time." Ruan Momo then turned onto her side, resting her little head on Zhao Qian's lap, adjusting to a comfortable position and closing her eyes. Almost the moment her eyelids shut, her consciousness was pulled into the learning space, and the holographic teacher's figure soon appeared. Zhao Qian took out her phone, pretending to browse the news, but her peripheral vision remained keenly aware of the surroundings, especially the main entrances leading into the square, eagerly awaiting the familiar figures to appear. Time flows second by second in waiting. The sun completely sank below the horizon, and the lights on the square and surrounding buildings lit up one after another, casting a hazy orange-red glow in the night sky. The flow of people did not lessen with the arrival of night, instead, it seemed to increase, bringing some peace to Zhao Qian's heart. When the clock's hand pointed to 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Qian's heart involuntarily began to race. She sat up straight, her eyes eagerly searching the crowd, but still, all she saw were unfamiliar faces. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, nearly half an hour had passed since the time given by the system, Tang Tang, but there was still no sign of Su Chan and the others. A growing sense of anxiety began to spread in her heart. Had they encountered trouble? Or had their destination changed, and it wasn't here? Momo, she couldn't help but gently shake the little girl resting on her legs, her voice carrying an imperceptible urgency. "Wake up, help your sister ask Tang Tang where Su Chan and the others are, okay?" Ruan Momo's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness returning from the wonderful learning space, a hint of satisfaction from the sea of knowledge still on her little face. Hearing Zhao Qian's words, she immediately nodded and closed her eyes to communicate with Tang Tang in her mind. Tang Tang, Sister Zhao wants to know where Sister Su Chan is? Why haven't they arrived yet? Please wait, host, this system will scan immediately." Tang Tang's efficiency is always high. A few seconds later, Tang Tang's voice sounded with a hint of helplessness. "Host, found them. They are all still in the car. And, they are stuck in traffic." "Stuck in traffic?" Ruan Momo repeated the word back to Zhao Qian. "Stuck in traffic?" Zhao Qian was taken aback. This ordinary problem she often encountered in her original world seemed a bit. "Yes." Tang Tang continued to report the scan results, Ruan Momo relaying simultaneously. Tang Tang said, "Sister Su Chan and brother Wang Meng are stuck on the elevated road on Jiangwo Road, brother Li Ming and uncle Chen Fong are near the Pingyang Road tunnel, moving very slowly." Tang Tang calculated based on the current traffic speed, and it is estimated, it will take at least another 2 hours for them to get here. Another 2 hours. Zhao Qian was first stunned by this answer, then a bittersweet expression appeared on her face. She had imagined all kinds of possible dangers and difficulties, but she never expected that in this game deciding the fate of civilization, what they first needed to face and overcome was the rush-hour traffic jam in the capital of another world. This sudden, vivid surprise, like a needle, gently pricked the overstretched balloon in her heart. That persistent anxiety, instead, dissipated by more than half due to the slightly comical reality. She took a long breath, her body relaxing back against the bench. Since it was due to traffic, then just wait calmly. At least everyone was safe. They were just delayed on the road. "Alright," Zhao Qian smiled at Ruan Momo, her tone much lighter. "Looks like we have to sit here a bit longer. Momo, do you want to continue studying? Or shall we just look at the scenery in the square?" Ruan Momo nodded, snuggling up next to Zhao Qian, watching the bustling crowd in the square, gazing at the mysterious ancient bronze cauldron glowing under the lights in the distance, looking at the hazy stars and moon in the night sky, quietly waiting for their companions to arrive. Meanwhile, in the vast traffic network of City G, for taxis were like trapped beasts in a mud pit, enduring the same torment in different stretches of road. "Master, how long will this traffic last?" Wang Meng leaned forward for the third time, anxiously looking at the unmoving line of cars ahead. His impatient nature made him almost unable to sit still. Desperate to jump out of the window and escape. The driver was an experienced old hand, calmly sipping tea from his thermos. "Young man, no need to rush. It's rush hour, and this is the main road to the city center. It won't move for at least an hour." "An hour?" Wang Meng's voice rose a few notches, his fists clenched. This isn't acceptable. I have important things to do. Wang Meng was so anxious that he wished he could just leap out of the car and run on his own two legs. Chen Fang sat quietly in the back seat, his gaze calmly sweeping over the stalled traffic outside, his face showing no emotion. He slightly furrowed his brow, his fingertips subconsciously moving gently on his knee. Driver, based on your experience, how long does this kind of congestion usually last? His voice was steady, carrying the calmness and orderliness typical of a doctor. Also, are there any feasible alternative routes nearby that don't break traffic rules? Like alleys or side roads we could take? The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror, momentarily taken aback by the overly rational question. Well, it's hard to say, depends on the situation. An alternative route? The navigation is guiding us. If there was a way, we would have left early. Look around, there are tall buildings everywhere. Where are the alleys to dive into? Chen Fang nodded, choosing not to speak again. Li Ming quietly leaned against the car window, asking the driver, Master, is this road often so congested? Of course. The driver immediately opened up, especially at this time, going to the city center, 8 out of 10 roads are red. You get used to it. Isn't there any emergency lane or priority passage mechanism? Li Ming asked again, trying to find other possibilities. Oh, young man, look around, where is there any space? Unless we could fly over. The driver shook his head with a laugh. Li Ming fell silent, knowing he couldn't obtain more useful information from the driver. He stopped trying to engage in unproductive conversation and turned his gaze outside, observing this world that was very similar yet entirely different from Blue Star. Su Chan sat by the window, her arm resting on the partially lowered window, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cold metal sheath of her multifunction survival knife, which she never left behind. Her expression was like a calm lake, with no ripples at all, silently watching the halted traffic outside and the distant sparkling lights. The driver, being talkative, tried to break the silence. Beautiful lady, you don't look like a local. Are you here for travel or business? This traffic is annoying, right? Su Chan only let out a barely audible hum from her throat as a response, her gaze still calmly focused in the distance. Seeing her lack of interest in chatting, the driver didn't feel awkward and began to chatter to himself, but that's just how it is in City G, the closer to the center, the more congested it gets. If you're here for business, don't rush, you seem more composed than a lot of big guys. Su Chan remained silent, her fingertips rubbing motion steady and rhythmic. Chapter 64, Reunion. Time flowed slowly in waiting, the clamor of the square gradually thinned out, leaving only a few scattered people and dutiful patrolling guards. The night deepened, and streetlights cast long shadows on the ground. Ruan Momo, leaning against Zhao Qian's leg, suddenly moved, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she opened her eyes. She didn't sit up immediately, instead, she first confirmed in her mind. Sister Zhao, she said softly, her voice still carrying a hint of the fog of consciousness just returning. Tang Tang said that Sister Su Chan's car has already arrived at the edge of the square and just stopped. Zhao Qian perked up immediately, looking up. Sure enough, at a temporary parking spot on the east side of the square, the door of a taxi opened, and a tall, athletic figure stepped out gracefully. Even from a distance, under the not-so-bright streetlight, Zhao Qian could recognize that it was Su Chan. She seemed to have paid for the fare, then stood still, her sharp gaze sweeping the entire square like a searchlight, quickly locking onto the bench where Zhao Qian and Ruan Momo were sitting. Almost immediately, Ruan Momo whispered another report. Brother Wang Meng's car has also arrived, at that intersection to the west. Uncle Chen Fang and Brother Li Ming's cars will arrive in about 3 minutes, one after the other at almost the same time. Zhao Qian's heart completely settled down. She gently patted Ruan Momo's head. Let's go, Momo, we'll head over to meet everyone. She took Ruan Momo's hand, stood up, and walked towards Su Chan. Su Chan also saw them, striding over, her cool face rarely showing a faint and almost imperceptible softness upon seeing Ruan Momo. Teacher Zhao, Momo, Su Chan's voice was still simple. Sister Su Chan. Zhao Qian responded, her tone carrying joy from the reunion and a hint of relief. At this moment, hurried footsteps came from another direction. Teacher Zhao. Momo. Wang Meng called out before he arrived, almost running over, his face flushed with exertion and evident anxiety. He couldn't help but complain as soon as he got close. Finally arrived. This damn place has traffic jams way too bad. I was almost dying. As he spoke, he habitually stomped his foot, glancing around at everyone. About 3 minutes later. Chen Fang and Li Ming also arrived closely behind. Chen Fang walked steadily, only breathing a bit faster. Li Ming appeared a bit travel-worn. He looked at everyone, then glanced around the environment, simply nodding as a greeting. Alright, this is not the place to talk, Su Chan interrupted Wang Meng's ongoing grumbling, her gaze sweeping the surroundings where, although there were few people left, guards were still patrolling. Is everyone here? We 6 arrived first, Zhao Qian said in a low voice, quickly adding, Team Lei is in the Federation, their flight to City G is at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Professor Zhou, Zhenghai, and Zhou Lan, according to Tang Tang's previous investigation, are still in their original city, not having set off, probably due to issues with identity and money, needing our follow-up support. At this moment, Ruan Momo, who had been obediently standing next to Zhao Qian, suddenly released Zhao Qian's hand, took a few steps with her short legs to Su Chan, stretched out her little hand to hug Su Chan's leg, burying her small face into it, softly calling, "Sister Su Chan." Su Chan was stunned for a moment, her body stiffening briefly, as she was not accustomed to such close contact. But looking down at the fluffy little head, feeling the child's unreserved dependence, her taut jawline softened slightly. After hesitating for a moment, she raised her hand and awkwardly patted Ruan Momo's back gently. Ruan Momo looked up, her big eyes full of seriousness and concern. "Sister Su Chan, have you all not eaten? Are you hungry?" The reason for this question was that the system, Tang Tang, had seen their spending records while monitoring their journey. Due to their black household status and being broke, the few of them could only rely on doing temporary jobs that didn't require identity information to save for the fare, and when they had enough money, they all rushed to the capital. They had almost no money left, let alone a proper meal. Hearing this, Wang Meng instinctively touched his belly and chuckled foolishly. Hee, it is a bit too focused on the journey. Chen Feng said nothing but pressed his lips together. Li Ming's stomach even let out a soft gurgle, making him a bit embarrassed. Su Chan looked at Ruan Momo with a complicated expression, ultimately just giving a soft Zhao Qian immediately said, "I know there is a night market nearby, it should still be open at this hour. Let's go eat something and talk while we eat." She had noticed that night market while observing the environment earlier. This suggestion received unanimous consent from everyone. A group of people followed Zhao Qian, crossing several streets, arriving at a night market that was still brightly lit and bustling with noise. The air was filled with the mixed aromas of various foods, temporarily dispersing the chill of the night and the fatigue from the long journey. They found a relatively quiet stall in a corner, ordering some hot noodles, barbecued meats, and local snacks. The food was simple, but for the starving few, it was like a feast. Wang Meng nearly devoured his meal. Chen Feng ate quickly yet still maintained a degree of elegance, while Li Ming ate and curiously observed the night market. Su Chan and Zhao Qian were eating more slowly, clearly thinking more about the upcoming conversation. Ruan Momo, having already eaten with Zhao Qian earlier, merely sipped her hot drink while quietly leaning against Su Chan. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, the group walked out of the noisy night market, heading to a quiet street that had few pedestrians. The cold street lights stretched their shadows long and thin. "Now let's talk about the main issue," Su Chan spoke first, her gaze directed at Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian took a deep breath, lowering her voice even more to ensure only they could hear. "We encountered a participant from another civilization. She approached us, hoping to collaborate." Wang Meng's eyes widened instantly, and he exclaimed in a low voice, "Another civilization? What do they look like? Are they powerful? What do they want?" After speaking, he unconsciously clenched his fists. Chen Feng frowned slightly, while Li Ming displayed a keen interest, leaning forward slightly. Zhao Qian described Yato's physical features in detail: deep blue seaweed-like hair, ear fins, the dark blue lines at her cheeks, and that peculiar emotional resonance shell along with its ability for consciousness communication. She also mentioned that Yato was from the Starfish civilization, which faced the dilemma of a mysterious revival encroaching, and that Yato indicated a clear desire to collaborate with Ruan Momo. She said she could sense the special mark on Momo. Zhao Qian added gravely, "I temporarily placed her in a hotel room we previously stayed at, giving her a separate room. If we decide not to collaborate, or think the risk is too great, we need to find another place to stay now, and cannot return to that hotel." A brief silence spread through the night air. This news was too sudden, the amount of information overwhelming. Su Chan pondered for a moment, her cold voice breaking the silence. Whether to cooperate or not can only be judged after contact. But she glanced at Ruan Momo, who was asleep against her, then surveyed the tired faces of everyone. "Not now. It's almost 1 in the morning, everyone needs rest to recover their spirits and strength. Tomorrow, once it gets light, we will go together to meet this starfish person." This solid suggestion received unanimous agreement from everyone. The continuous travel, tension, and sudden information overload had indeed made everyone feel deeply exhausted. "So, back to the previous hotel?" Zhao Qian asked, looking at Su Chan. Su Chan nodded. "Since she's there, we must face it. Stay alert." After making the decision, the group returned to the hotel. Chapter 65, Heart Communication. A night of silence. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the hotel curtains, waking the sleeping people, and also awakening little Momo, who had been studying throughout the night. After a simple wash and breakfast provided by the hotel, the 6 gathered in Zhao Qian and Ruan Momo's room. After a night of rest, although their eyes still carried a hint of fatigue, everyone's spirits were clearly much better, enough to face the important upcoming meeting, the formal contact with the merman Yato from the alien civilization to assess potential collaboration. Su Chan scanned the room, confirming everyone was ready, and was about to speak to ask Zhao Qian to lead the way to Yato's room. At that moment, Ruan Momo, who had been quietly sitting on the edge of the bed swinging her little legs, suddenly let out a soft "eh?" She raised her small face and said to Su-chan, "Sister Su-chan," Tang Tang said, "that in Miss Duo's room, there are 2 more people." 2 more people? Zhao Qian showed obvious surprise and a hint of nervousness upon hearing this. Yesterday there was clearly only her. When did? Su-chan raised her hand to stop Zhao Qian's exclamation, her eyes sharpened for a moment but quickly returned to calm. "Are you sure, Momo?" She looked at Ruan Momo with a steady tone. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously. Tang Tang said, "The corridor surveillance shows that just now, 2 people wearing black hooded cloaks entered the room." This news made the atmosphere in the room suddenly become tense. Does the other side also have a special way to contact their companions? Or, are they more fortunate? Just happened not to be separated? The latter doesn't need to worry. If it's the former, it means they may know more than us. Su-chan pondered briefly, choosing not to go directly to the room, but instead turned to Zhao Qian and asked in a low voice, "Is there a quieter, more open place nearby that is suitable for conversation and not easily monitored?" Zhao Qian thought for a moment and quickly replied, "Yes, there is a civic park just across the street behind the hotel. That place is spacious, has a good view, and isn't easy to approach." "Good." Su-chan nodded. "Then let's set it there. Teacher Zhao, please go with Wang Meng to room 1802 first, to inform them to move. Wang Meng, follow along, stay alert but don't provoke unless they show intent to attack." Wang Meng nodded heavily, clenched his fists, then forced himself to relax, showing he understood. Zhao Qian took a deep breath and calmed down. At this moment, inside room 1802, one male merfolk stepped forward, his brow furrowed, and the gill lines by his jaw moved slightly. He said to Yaduo in a low, worried voice, "Princess Yaduo, are you really sure that the one we found is the person who can solve our race's erosion crisis? To be frank, the ally that Princess Haley brought back last time not only failed to contain the erosion but actually expanded it, polluting a pure sea area and costing us hundreds of our people." Another male merfolk also spoke, his voice equally heavy, "Yes, Your Highness. This time our hope rests on a young being from another star. Isn't this risk too great?" Yaduo turned around, looking out at the morning sky of G City, her gaze deep as if piercing through space, catching a glimpse of her homeland's beautiful ocean which was being eroded due to a mysterious revival. Her voice carried a weight and determination beyond her age. "I remember Haley's sister's failure well. But precisely because of that, we mustn't give up any slightest possibility." She raised her hand, gently touching the soul resonance shell around her neck. "The mark I feel on that child is different from the ally brought back by Haley. That is not just simple strength." She withdrew her gaze and looked at her 2 loyal kin, her tone firm. "Even if we take a step back, and she ultimately cannot reverse the erosion, the quality she possesses of being favored by the world might also retain the last spark of continuity for our starfish, for our merfolk clan. We no longer have much time or choices left." The 2 male merfolk exchanged glances, seeing the same worry and helplessness in each other's eyes, and finally bowed their heads in silence, demonstrating their compliance. The 2 men left the room and arrived outside door 1802. Zhao Qian gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the door opened, and Yaduo smiled, looking at Wang Meng, who had come with Zhao Qian, greeting him kindly. Zhao Qian and Wang Meng clearly saw through Yaduo that there indeed stood 2 other figures near the window in the room. They were 2 male figures dressed in dark, specially made clothing. Their faces were equally handsome, carrying the unique contours of the Sea Clan. Beside the ear are the same thin, semi-transparent fin-like structures, with dark blue gill lines along the edges. They are taller and more robust than Yadwa, their sharp gazes holding a protective scrutiny on Zhao Qian and Wang Meng outside the door, radiating an undeniable presence. Zhao Qian suppressed the shock within her and tried to keep her tone steady. "Miss Yadwa, my companions have arrived. It's not convenient to talk here. We would like to invite you and your companions to a nearby park for a detailed discussion. Is that okay?" Yadwa seemed unperturbed that the other party knew there were others in her room. She turned back and said something briefly to her 2 companions in a flowing, rhythmic language, then turned back to Zhao Qian and smiled. "All right, please lead the way." The citizen park behind the hotel was, as Zhao Qian said, especially peaceful in the early morning. Only a few elderly people were exercising in the distance, and the birds sang crisply and pleasantly. Su-chan chose a round small square surrounded by low shrubs, with a stone table and stone benches in the center, where the view was wide and difficult to eavesdrop on up close. When Zhao Qian and Wang Meng brought Yadwa and her 2 kin over, Su-chan, Chen Feng, and Li Ming were already waiting there, with Ruan Momo discreetly protected by Su-chan in a slightly behind position. Upon meeting, the atmosphere instantly grew a little subtle. Yadwa's gaze quickly scanned everyone from Blue Star. She keenly noted that while Su-chan, standing at the front with the strongest aura, was clearly the tactical commander, everyone else, including Su-chan, intentionally or unintentionally protected the little girl named Ruan Momo at the center. That protecting stance was not just to care for a young one, but more like guarding a crucial core. She immediately made a judgment in her heart. The 2 sides sat across from each other at the stone table. After a brief silence, Yadwa spoke first, her clear, moist voice transformed into a meaning understandable to everyone through a mental resonance shell, breaking the deadlock. Thank you all for agreeing to meet us. Before we formally discuss cooperation, I want to provide a piece of information that may also be valuable to you. She paused to ensure everyone's attention was focused on her, then clearly said, according to what our sea stars understand about the rules of the Star Alliance. When a civilization qualifies to participate in the civilization trial game after completing the initial trial, if they can gather 10 or more participants from the same civilization within that world, then the real world can connect through live broadcasting with the participants in the game world. 10 people. This number was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, sending ripples through the hearts of everyone from Blue Star. They currently had only 6 people there. Lei Zhan was on the way, and Professor Zhou and 2 others were stranded outside. If this information was true, then as long as they could quickly bring Lei Zhan and Professor Zhou over, reaching the number of 10, it was possible to establish contact with Blue Star. This meant they were no longer completely isolated and could potentially obtain information, support, and even guidance from their mother planet. This was undoubtedly an extremely important piece of intelligence. Su Chan's eyes instantly became incredibly sharp as she fixed her gaze on Yadwa. How do you know this? Have you already united? Yadwa replied with calmness, because this is the 3rd time the Sea Stars have participated in the game. Throwing out this piece of information was both a show of sincerity and an indication of her value. The 3rd time participating. Su Chan and the others were astonished. But how do you know this is our 1st time participating? Li Ming asked. Yadwa glanced at Ruan Momo and raised her hand to touch the pendant, slowly opening her mouth, because, my special ability. Heart Speech. Chapter 66, Prohibited Speech. Mind reading? Dr. Chen Fong asked in astonishment, trying to probe. Su Chan's pupils slightly constricted. Li Ming opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to immediately ask about the specifics of the heart language ability and the multiple competitions, but was stopped by a glance from Su Chan. Wang Mang then exclaimed directly, 3 times? My heavens, so you all must. He wanted to say very impressive, but looking at Yadwa's young and slightly naive face, he swallowed the words back, his eyes filled with shock and inquiry. Zhao Qian tightly gripped Ruan Momo's hand, her heart full of fear and gratitude. The fear was that the other party was an experienced veteran. If they had malicious intent, the consequences would be unimaginable. The gratitude was that they had currently shown a willingness to cooperate and provided a crucial piece of information. Yadwa looked at everyone's surprised reactions without any shock. She gently stroked the soul resonance conch around her neck. You call this ability mind reading? That fits quite well. Her words were transmitted through consciousness, calm and sincere, further diminishing some of the barriers and doubts caused by the information gap. Su Chan quickly digested this information, her brain whirring rapidly. A civilization that had participated 3 times, with its accumulated experience and information, was undoubtedly what these newbies extremely craved. The other party actively reached out and provided the key information about the 10-person contact, and their sincerity was already quite apparent. Although risks still existed, opportunities were equally immense. She glanced at Ruan Momo, who was protected behind her. The little girl was wide-eyed, curiously looking at the glowing conch pendant around Yadwa's neck. Su Chan knew that the core of cooperation was Momo, and this could not be avoided. But how to cooperate and where the bottom line lay needed to be detailed once everyone had gathered. We accept the cooperation. Su Chan finally spoke, her voice clear and decisive. The specific details of cooperation, as well as the rights and obligations of both sides, need to be discussed in detail once our people are all gathered. Before that, we can consider ourselves temporary allies and share necessary basic information. Her decision was straightforward, without hesitation, showcasing the decisiveness of a temporary commander. Yadwa revealed a more genuine smile, her fish fin-like ears gently quivering. A wise choice. We look forward to the formal cooperation with your side. With the initial intention reached, the tense atmosphere eased considerably. Su Chan had no plan to linger in the park. She stood up. Let's head back to the hotel. The group silently returned to the hotel and gathered once again in Zhao Qian's room. Closing the door, Su Chan immediately began to deploy plans. The situation has changed. We need to quickly gather 10 people. Lei Zhan arrives at the airport at 2 in the afternoon. Once we pick him up, we will have 7 people. We still need Professor Zhou, Zheng Hai, and Zhou. Her gaze swept over everyone, her speaking pace not fast but carrying an undeniable decisiveness. I, Li Ming, and Chen Feng will each go to meet the 3 of them. Teacher Zhao and Wang Mang, you take Momo and go to pick up Lei's team this afternoon. After picking him up, everyone immediately returns to the hotel to regroup. Understood. Wang Mang was the first to respond, nodding vigorously. Chen Feng nodded slightly. Okay, I need their last known exact locations and as much environmental information as possible. Li Ming thought for a moment. I need. Wait, Zhao Qian softly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. She walked to the bed, pulling out a plain envelope from her small bag. This is what Tang Tang prepared for us before. She poured the contents of the envelope onto the bed, revealing several brand new identification cards and a few bank cards. It said that to act in this world, these are necessities. I was going to wait until Lei's team arrived to give everyone together, but the situation is urgent now. She distributed the identification cards one by one to Su Chan, Li Ming, and Chen Feng, also handing corresponding bank cards into their hands. Tang Tang has arranged a legal identity for us in this world. Each person has 3,000 yuan in starting funds in their bank card, with a password of 6 zeros. We need to go to the nearby service center to get everyone a phone card first, and then buy a few phones. With the phones, Tang Tang can sync the real-time location of the pickup to everyone's navigation. Su Chan took the documents and bank cards, looked deeply at Zhao Qian, and nodded, "Well done, Teacher Zhao. Time is of the essence, let's go do this now." No one objected. Under Zhao Qian's lead, they quickly arrived at the communications service center and the phone store. Thanks to the ID documents and funds prepared by Tang Tang, the process of getting phone cards and purchasing several basic smartphones went very smoothly. When everyone held their new phones, looking at the successfully installed navigation software on the screen, along with the electronic map that clearly marked the real-time locations of Professor Zhou, Zhenghai, and Zhou Lan, a sense of reassurance washed over them. Ruan Momo looked up with her little face, watching Su Chan, Li Ming, and Chen Feng who were about to leave, waving her small hand. "Sister Su Chan, brother Li Ming, Uncle Chen Feng, you have to be careful." Su Chan ruffled her hair, her gaze softening. You all too." While everyone at Blue Star was busy arranging the pickup plans. Blue Star, the real world. In the live broadcast room, a massive wave of bullet comments was flooding in. Originally, the audience could only passively watch the scattered representatives struggling to survive in the unfamiliar world, worrying for them and praying for them, yet unable to convey any information. That sense of helplessness and isolation was nearly suffocating. However, just now, when Haixing Yadwa in the park said, 10 people can contact each other, the sudden glimmer of hope sent the global network into a frenzy. 10 people. As long as we gather 10 people, we can contact them. This is great. We're not completely disconnected. We can still do something. Hurry. Goddess Su Chan, go pick them up. Lei Zhan, get off the plane. Still need 4 more. Keep going. Wait. Is what that Haixing sister said true? It can't be a lie, right? It shouldn't be. She said it's her 3rd time participating, so she must be experienced. Haixing. There really is such a civilization. Sister Yadwa is so beautiful. Those ears, that jawline, do merfolk in mythology truly exist? TSK, I wonder if she will grow a fish tail when she meets water? Just imagine. Whoa. 3 competitions. An experienced contestant. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Let's quickly get close. Ha. Don't celebrate too early up there. Who knows if this opportunity is actually a candy-coated cannonball? A civilization that has participated 3 times, how could they be in the same game as novices like us? Think deeply, it's terrifying. Agreed. People not of our kind will have different hearts. Don't get stabbed in the back later. Foolish Blue Star people, are you happy being in the same game with someone who has participated 3 times? This user has been muted by the system for potentially revealing key information. What was that comment just now? Why was it muted? What did it say? Did they know something? I have an ominous feeling. Joy, expectation, doubt, concern, various complex emotions intertwined, clashed, and exploded in the bullet comments. A quickly muted comment, filled with malice, acted like a drop of water falling into hot oil, sparking countless speculations and subtle unease. Su Chan, Li Ming, and Chen Feng boarded trains and planes heading to different cities. Constantly looking at the park entrance. Chen Feng and Li Ming had already arrived. Chen Feng was checking the small medical kit he just bought, while Li Ming was endlessly browsing information on his phone. Zhang Hai and Professor Zhou sat next to Lei Zhan, showing some signs of fatigue from their travels, but still alert. Now we're just missing Su Chan and Zhou Lan, Zhao Qian said softly, glancing at the time on her phone. The location provided by the system, Tang Tang, showed they were less than half an hour away from the park. Choosing the park as the meeting point for the 10 people was a decision made by Su Chan before she left, discussed with Zhao Qian and others. The 10 of them cramped in a hotel room would not only limit their movement but also easily attract unnecessary attention. Although the local native inhabitants ignored their unusual presence due to the Star Alliance rules, any subsequent outstanding behavior might not go unnoticed. One could not guarantee that other civilizations' contestants would not be secretly watching. In an open public place like a park, gathering in groups seemed normal, making it easier to blend into the environment and respond to unexpected situations. Time passed slowly while waiting. The sunset sank a bit lower, painting the clouds at the horizon a brilliant orange-red. Around 4:55 p.m., 2 familiar figures finally appeared at the park entrance. Sister Su-chan. Zhou Lan. Wang Meng was the first to stand up and wave. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing smiles. The 10 of them were finally all gathered. Lei Zhan stood up and nodded slightly to Su-chan. Su-chan nodded back, her gaze quickly scanning every companion present, confirming that no one was missing. Just as Zhou Lan stepped into the little square and stood together with Su-chan in front of everyone. An invisible wave, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, rippled softly yet clearly through the hearts of every representative from Blue Star present. Immediately after, a cold, vast, and emotionless thought, like the announcement of game rules before, resonated instantly in their minds. The number of Blue Star Civilization contestants gathered in this world has reached 10. Conditions for viewing the live comments on site have been met. Permissions granted, limited to watching real-time comment information in the Blue Star Huaxia live broadcast room. The thought came suddenly and left quickly, but the information it left stunned the 10 people present. Comments? Wang Meng subconsciously repeated, looking bewildered, what comments? His words had just fallen when, as if to answer his question, semi-transparent text began to appear at the edges of the 10 people's vision, almost simultaneously, slowly scrolling upward like flowing water. The words were colorful, featuring languages from various countries of Blue Star, but the amazing part was that they could understand them without any barriers. The content of the text was even more bizarre. 10 people. Finally gathered. Woohoo, that's great. Lei Zhan is so handsome. Su-chan is so cool. Wang Meng is so cute. Professor Zhou looks good, and Dr. Chen has worked hard. Teacher Zhao took great care of Momo. Aunt Zhou Lan arrived safely. Confetti. Huaxia contestants must be cheating, right? How could they gather like this? Exactly, our 2 contestants were just a street apart and missed each other. They can actually take the train? Aren't they all undocumented? Brother Mao Xiong is here. Yura. A flood of text information rushed into their vision like a broken dam, almost dazzling them with its speed. Joy, excitement, encouragement, doubt, various emotions poured forth from the rolling text, hitting them like a wave. This is the comments section? Zhao Qian covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Chen Fong, after his surprise, tried to understand this phenomenon from a medical perspective, visual signals directly projected? Or is it an injection of information on a conscious level? Li Ming stared at the scrolling text, murmuring, the efficiency of information transmission is extremely high. Ignoring language barriers, selective display, the technical support behind this. But how do we contact the real world? Su-chan furrowed her brow slightly. At this moment, Ruan Momo raised her small face, her big eyes curiously following the rolling text. When she saw a particularly eye-catching message, she recited softly, is Momo a little lucky star? What is a little lucky star? As soon as she finished speaking, another message floated by. Little Momo must bring everyone back safely to Blue Star. Ruan Momo looked at this sentence, nodded her little head vigorously, her expression serious, mmhm. Momo will definitely take everyone back. Her obedient and serious look was clearly transmitted back to Blue Star through the live broadcast, instantly triggering an even stronger wave of messages. Wow! Momo is so obedient. She looks so cute answering seriously. I got a response from the little lucky star to my message. I'm going to buy a lottery ticket. The baby is too sweet. Come back safe. She is really reading the messages. She is interacting with us. Seeing this scene, Su-chan. It turns out I was blind to the obvious. Ruan Momo looked at the new messages popping up, some she could understand, like compliments about her cuteness, which made her smile shyly, others she didn't quite understand, such as what buying a lottery ticket meant. She tilted her little head, pointed at that message, and curiously asked Zhao Qian, Sister Zhao, what does buying a lottery ticket mean? Why do people want to buy it when they see Momo? Zhao Qian looked at Momo's innocent face, then at the messages full of goodwill, her eyes slightly wet. She squatted down, gently explaining, that's a kind of game, Momo. That sentence means that seeing Momo makes people happy, and they feel lucky. Oh. Ruan Momo nodded as if understanding. So, this is how the connection is established. Lei Zhan said in a low voice, quickly understanding the situation. Su-chan also nodded, her cold gaze sweeping across the rolling text, quickly capturing the valuable information within. Huaxia live room. When Huaxia's netizens confirmed that their messages could indeed be seen by Ruan Momo and the other participants, and that Ruan Momo would respond, the entire live room was plunged into a frenzy of messages. The refresh speed of the messages reached an unprecedented peak, almost to the point of being unrecognizable to the naked eye. Little lucky star, look here. Goddess Su-chan. Protect everyone. Team Lei. We believe in you. Huaxia participants, go for it. We are waiting for you to come home. Countless words of encouragement, greetings, and reminders, mixed with exclusive calls for Ruan Momo, flooded the live screen. However, this wave of joy quickly mixed with other colors. Soon, careful people noticed that it seemed only Huaxia's live room had this kind of message interaction. Although other countries' participant rooms had also experienced surges in viewers, no similar signs appeared. Their representatives were still fighting alone, completely unaware of what was happening in Blue Star. The news spread quickly. Thus, a massive influx of netizens from all around the world rushed into Huaxia's live room like a tide. They eagerly sent messages in the comments. "We are Sakura country citizens. Please help our representative Yamamoto Taro. He is near K-Town in G-City. Americans are requesting the Huaxia team to find our representative Mike Wilson. We are from the Euro Alliance. Our representatives are scattered, please gather everyone together. We are from Curry country. Our representative. We are from the Stick country." At first, most messages were pleas for help and cooperation. After all, in the face of the unknown game of civilization, humans from Blue Star instinctively wanted to band together for warmth. But soon, some discordant voices began to appear, carrying a commanding tone. "Huaxia team, go to XX location immediately to pick up our participants. This is an international responsibility. You have the ability, so you must help us. Bring our contestants over, or you will be enemies of all humanity." Even more so, there were attempts to leak the location information of contestants from other countries directly in the barrage. "Our country's contestant is at XX Street, XX number, in the southern area of City G. Coordinates, east longitude XXX, north latitude XXX, hurry to assist." However, these attempts to disclose specific location information turned into a series of asterisks the moment they were sent out, unable to be displayed. Clearly, the Star Alliance's rules do not allow the transmission of certain information. The high-level officials of various countries urgently communicated through emergency lines. Almost at the same time the barrage function was activated for the Huaxia representative team, the hotline phones of world leaders rang incessantly. The Presidential Office of the United States, the Kremlin, 10, Downing Street, the Élysée Palace, the Prime Minister's residence of Sakura country, urgent communication requests from major powers around the world surged towards Huaxia almost simultaneously. The content of the calls was astonishingly consistent. They hoped that Huaxia could use its contestants' advantages in the game to coordinate and help gather all contestants from Blue Planet. "Sir, in the face of unknown civilizational challenges, we, the humans of Blue Planet, should unite." The voice of the US President came through the encrypted line, with an unprecedented seriousness and an imperceptible urgency. "Your country's representative team is currently in the lead, we implore you, and are willing to provide all necessary support, hoping your country's contestants can take on the leadership responsibility and unite the strength of our Blue Planet." The call from the Russian leader was more direct. "Old friend, our warriors need to unite. Only together can we fight for the survival of Blue Planet in this game. We need your help." European Union, Sakura country, Britain, various powers expressed similar requests. Some were polite, some were direct, but the core message was the same: to request Huaxia's contestants to do their best to gather the other Blue Planet contestants. Among them, there was sincerity as well as calculation. Just as Lei Zhan and Su Chan were focusing on reading the barrage that was flying in the air, weighing whether and how to take on the heavy responsibility of gathering the Blue Planet contestants, Professor Zhou, who had been silently observing, adjusted his glasses and slowly spoke. "From the perspective of emotions and the human community, gathering all Blue Planet contestants and uniting strength is undoubtedly the correct direction. The barrage reflects the most simple wishes and fears of people worldwide." He then shifted his gaze, scanning everyone, finally landing on Ruan Momo. "However, we are facing several practical problems. First, how do we safely contact and identify them without exposing our own position and reality? Second, do we have enough resources and capability to search for and assist contestants scattered across the entire Earth, even in other countries, one by one? This is no easy task, and it could even put us in danger." Professor Zhou's words were like a bucket of cold water, calming the agitated atmosphere induced by the barrage. Wang Meng opened his mouth, wanting to say something but found he had no way to refute. Zhao Qian also showed a worried expression. Her first thought was for Momo's safety. Just as everyone fell into deep thought, feeling the pressing situation. A barrage with a slightly different format and more vibrant color, like a stone thrown into a stream, clearly cut through their sight. Contact and help other Blue Planet contestants as much as possible without exposing ourselves. Assess risks and act within our limits. Also, note that if there are suitable, well-meaning extraterrestrial contestants, we may attempt contact and cooperation to expand possibilities for survival and development. Command Center. This barrage was concise but contained multiple layers of strategic instructions. Lei Zhan and Su Chan exchanged glances, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They did not expect that the command center would respond in such a situation. Do not expose oneself. Act within one's ability. Lei Zhan whispered, repeating these key phrases, his resolute face displaying varying emotions. This reflects a great emphasis on their safety and a pragmatic strategic consideration, not a blind demand for them to act as saviors. Cooperate with the appropriate alien competitors? Su Chan's cold gaze flickered slightly, unconsciously glancing toward the hotel, where Yato and her companions from Seastar were still staying. The command center's suggestion undoubtedly provided a higher level of endorsement for their cooperation with Seastar and opened up broader ideas. Chen Feng pondered for a moment. The command center's considerations are very thorough. After all, this is a civilization-level game. Closing the door to create something by oneself is definitely not the best strategy. Li Ming also stopped browsing information, recalling the game details. That's right. According to known information, the total number of participants in this game is as high as 10,000. Our Blue Star participants are only 431, a very small proportion. The game is called Sparks of Civilization, and the core rule is preserve the sparks. From the most basic logical judgment, reducing the number of participants as much as possible to ensure the number of sparks is crucial. Even if it's not the only condition for passing the game, it is definitely an important scoring standard or a baseline condition. Uniting all forces we can unite not only conforms to humanitarian principles but also aligns with our fundamental interests. Professor Zhou nodded, agreeing with Li Ming's analysis. What Xiaoli said is correct. This may not be a zero-sum game. The command center has foresight and sees deeper levels. Our task is not only to survive but to ensure that as many Blue Star sparks as possible remain and even, to befriend possible allies, fighting for a glimmer of hope for Blue Star civilization in a broader context. Wang Meng, though not well-versed in complex analysis, understood the core idea. He slammed his fist into his palm and lowered his voice. So, we have to help our own people, and if we encounter rational alien friends, we can also make friends, right? Zhao Qian tightly held Ruan Momo's hand, feeling a mix of emotions in her heart. Ruan Momo looked up with her small face, staring at the serious expressions of the adults. Although she couldn't fully understand the complex words, she could feel the change in atmosphere. She quietly asked Zhao Qian, Sister Zhao, we are going to help more people. Right? Zhao Qian looked down at the child's pure eyes and gently but firmly nodded, yes, we will do our best to help those we can help. The road ahead was still shrouded in mist, but the direction had become clearer. Lei Zhan stood up, let's go back to the hotel first. We need to formulate a detailed plan. Su Chan also stood up, her cold gaze scanning everyone. Actions must be cautious. From now on, every message we see could be a clue, or it could be a trap. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, and the night was beginning to descend. Chapter 68 Global Rainfall. Third day of the game world. Morning 7 o'clock. In the hotel room, most people were still asleep, making up for the exhaustion of the past few days. However, Lei Zhan and Su Chan had long been accustomed to waking early. At 5 o'clock, with the sky just beginning to lighten, the two appeared in the hotel lobby in tacit agreement. There was little conversation, just a glance, and they began their morning jog together. This was both a need to maintain their fitness and a detailed reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. The morning in City G was quiet and ordinary. At 6:30, just as they were running to a street park preparing to turn back, suddenly, without warning, light rain started to fall from the gray sky. The rain was not heavy but very dense, quickly spreading dark water stains on the ground. It's raining. Su Chan stopped, looked up at the sky, frowning slightly. Yes, let's go back. Lei Zhan said succinctly. Without hesitation, the two immediately changed their route, buying enough buns and soy milk for 10 people at a nearby breakfast shop that had just opened. With the gradually growing curtain of rain, they returned to the hotel. When they got back to the hotel, both of their hair and coats were soaked by the rain, carrying the chill of the autumn morning rain. They handed the breakfast to Zhao Qian, who was already awake, and then each returned to their rooms to wash up and change out of their wet clothes. Meanwhile, in Ruan Momo's consciousness space. Host is awesome. The first phase literacy task has been completed perfectly. Let's celebrate. The system, Tang Tang, joyfully bounced in a gray, fluffy, dumpling-like form, even simulating confetti and cheering sounds around. Ruan Momo stood in the pure white learning space, her little face glowing with pride and satisfaction. After studying at an efficiency far beyond real time, she had mastered over 1,000 common Chinese characters and could read simple children's books with no difficulty. So Tang Tang, what are we going to learn next? She asked eagerly, her big eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge. Next, we will start the second phase of comprehensive learning. Tang Tang's voice had a formal tone, like that of a teacher, mainly including 3 major sections. 1. Situational dialogues and picture composition. We will simulate various daily life scenes, learning how to communicate effectively in different situations and trying to describe in words what you see, training observation skills and language organization. 2. Basic math operations. That means addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. This is an important tool for understanding the rules of the world, from counting to solving small problems in real life. 3. Pen control training. Learning to hold the pen correctly, practicing writing Chinese characters, and simple drawing. Writing beautifully and drawing lovely pictures are also remarkable skills. Listening to Tang Tang describe the new learning plan, Ruan Momo's eyes grew brighter, but then she thought of a question. She tilted her little face with a hint of longing and eagerness and asked, Tang Tang, when can we finish all the tasks? Momo wants to become super strong like Uncle Leijean, brave like Sister Suchan, and knowledgeable like Grandpa Zhou. In her mind, the gray, fluffy dumpling of the system, Tang Tang, stiffened slightly at her words. It looked at the long learning list existing in the core of the system, which was almost endless, listing everything from basic science to advanced mathematics, from literature and history to art and philosophy, herbal medicine, traditional and Western medicine, physics. Just the vast knowledge content of Blue Star was staggering. And then there were the myriad worlds. Well. Tang Tang's electronic voice unusually showed a slight delay, sounding a bit guilty. Don't worry, host. With your talent and the assistance of this system, we will definitely progress at the fastest speed. You are the most amazing. It quickly emphasized in a tone full of affirmation. Ruan Momo felt a bit shy from the compliment, cupping her little face with her hands, sweetly smiling. Really? Thank you, Tang Tang. You are the best system too. Ahem. Tang Tang quickly changed the topic, detecting the situation outside. Host, everyone is getting up one after another to prepare for breakfast. You should go wash up. Delicious buns are waiting for you. Okay. As soon as she heard about food, Ruan Momo immediately threw her previous questions aside and swiftly returned to reality. In the hotel room, Ruan Momo opened her eyes, climbed down from the bed, and skillfully went to wash up. By the time she finished and came out, Zhao Qian had already divided the breakfast brought back by Lei Zhan and Su Chan, and everyone was sitting around the small tea table. Wang Meng was eating buns with big bites while mumbling complaints about the rain outside. How are we going to go out and find someone with this rain? Professor Zhou slowly drank his soy milk and interjected, rainy days do affect actions, but they also provide cover. It's a double-edged sword. At this moment, the room door was pushed open, and Lei Zhan and Su Chan walked in one after the other. Both of them had changed into dry clothes, their hair still carrying the dampness of the shower. Ruan Momo was nibbling on a steamed bun, and when she saw them enter, she lifted her small face and greeted, Uncle Lei Zhan, good morning. Sister Su Chan, good morning. As her gaze swept over the two, she suddenly paused slightly. It seemed like she saw a very, very faint, almost invisible black aura entangled around Uncle Lei Zhan and Sister Su Chan. But this feeling flashed by, and when she tried to look closely again, that wisp of black aura was already gone. Ruan Momo blinked, thinking it was just her eyes being a bit blurry after waking up, or perhaps an illusion caused by the dark sky shining in from the window, so she didn't pay it much mind and continued to lower her head to eat her bun. Momo, good morning. Lei Zhan nodded at Momo and picked up his portion of breakfast. Su Chan also slightly nodded, quietly sitting down and beginning to eat. Li Ming held his newly bought phone, quickly browsing through the news, and suddenly spoke up, it's a bit strange. I checked the global weather for these past few days. It's not just G City, many places on Earth, including other regions of Dongxia, the Augustus Empire, and even most of the Federation, have started to experience rain since the day we entered the game. Furthermore, forecasts indicate that this rainy weather will last for several days. Such large-scale, almost simultaneous global rainfall is quite rare in climatology. He was merely mentioning it casually, with the sensitivity of a researcher towards unusual data. But this statement struck different reactions among those in the room instantly. Professor Zhou, who was drinking soy milk, froze for a moment. Chen Fong held the bun in his hand, pausing in midair. Even Wang Meng, who was eating heartily, slowed down his chewing and looked towards Li Ming. Lei Zhan and Su Chan almost simultaneously lifted their heads, their sharp gazes meeting with each other, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. The speaker was careless, but the listeners were thoughtful. Global rainfall, Su Chan repeated softly, her cool gaze casting out towards the dense rain outside. The game's name is Sparks of Civilization, and the rule is preserve the sparks. This rain seems a bit too coincidental. Lei Zhan put down the bun in his hand, his voice deep and serious. There are still 5 days of protection left. If this rain isn't a coincidence, then in 5 days, the factors threatening the survival of the sparks might very well be related to this rain. Chen Fong continued, unconsciously tracing his fingers on his knee. Global rainfall could lead to floods, mudslides, water contamination, disease spread. Any of these could pose a tremendous threat to participants who are scattered and lack solid strongholds. Wang Meng scratched his head, no way? It's just rain. Don't underestimate any anomalies that appear in the game, Professor Zhou said solemnly. Li Ming's discovery is very important. This may not be an ordinary rain. The atmosphere in the room instantly became a bit oppressive. Zhao Qian instinctively hugged Ruan Momo tighter. Ruan Momo felt the sudden heavy atmosphere, put down her half-eaten bun, and quietly asked, Sister Zhao, is rain not good? Zhao Qian looked at her pure and innocent eyes, not knowing how to explain the potential danger this rain might imply, and could only force a smile. Rain itself isn't bad, it's just we need to be more careful. Outside, the rain continued to fall slowly, tapping against the window, producing an endless, soft sound. Chapter 69, There's something wrong with the rain. The sound of rain outside was pattering, never ceasing, as if covering the entire world with a layer of cool dampness. If this rain is indeed part of the game, Lei Zhan broke the silence, his voice steady. We need to immediately confirm two things. First, whether the rainwater itself has issues. Second, what scale of disaster this rain will ultimately trigger. Su Chan nodded. A cold gaze swept across the crowd, split up. Wang Meng and I will collect rainwater samples and check the water levels of nearby rivers. Li Ming, you are responsible for continuously monitoring global weather trends and any disaster warning information issued by the authorities. Dr. Chen, Zhou Lan, you and Teacher Zhao, Momo will stay in the hotel to research what supplies we need to prepare if we get trapped or need to evacuate. Zhou Professor added, Zhang Hai and I can help organize the supply list and assess the hotel's structural integrity to see if it can withstand potential floods or waterlogging. No problem. Li Ming immediately grabbed his computer, his fingers flying over the keyboard, pulling more data sources. Wang Meng rubbed his hands together, looking eager. Don't worry, Sister Su Chan, I promise to complete the task. Be careful, Lei Zhan instructed in a deep voice, avoid drawing the attention of the official Earth forces or potential adversaries. If the rainwater is problematic, avoid direct contact. Su Chan and Wang Meng put on waterproof jackets and gloves, and found disposable shower caps and sealed bags from the hotel for simple protection, then quietly took a few empty bottles and left the room. Once they left, the other people in the room immediately sprang into action. Chen Fang and Zhou Lan began to quietly discuss the list of emergency medicines and basic epidemic prevention supplies. Zhou Professor searched online for the history of City G and recent architectural changes to judge the impact of global rainfall on City G. Zhang Hai moved to the window, carefully observing the hotel's outer walls, drainage system, and the surrounding terrain. Zhao Qian took out paper and pen, starting to list the supply needs for survival essentials like food, drinking water, and lighting tools. Ruan Momo watched the adults busy and serious, sensing the gravity of the situation. She obediently sat by the bed, not bothering anyone, quietly asking Tang Tang in her mind, Tang Tang, will the rain outside really bring danger? Host, analyzing based on the current data model. Sustained global rainfall is very likely to trigger regional and even global flood disasters. Tang Tang's voice also carried a hint of seriousness. If we do not prepare a response in advance, this disaster will cause countless deaths and injuries. Will people die? Ruan Momo's face paled a little, knowing what death meant. The little sister Xiaoyi in the orphanage had heart problems and she had never seen her again after the car took her away. The director mom said she went to the sky. At that moment, her gaze accidentally swept over Zhou Professor, who was whispering with Zhang Hai by the window. This time, she saw more clearly around Grandpa Zhou's shoulders. There swirled a faint, extremely thin black aura similar to what she had seen in the morning on Uncle Lei Zhan and Sister Su Chan. This time she was sure she was not seeing things. The aura looked like an almost invisible wisp of black smoke, clinging to Zhou Professor's clothes and skin, as if, slowly trying to drill into his body. At almost the same time, when she focused her attention on the others in the room, she was shocked to find that except for herself, Sister Zhao Qian, and Zhou Lan, all the others who had gone out had to varying degrees been tainted by that extremely thin black aura. Only the level was slightly different. Sister Zhao. Ruan Momo panically tugged at Zhao Qian's shirt, her little finger pointing in Zhou Professor's direction, her voice filled with uncertain fear. Grandpa Zhou and Uncle Chen Fang seem to have dirty, black things. Black things? Zhao Qian was taken aback, looking in the direction Momo was pointing, but could see nothing. Zhou Professor's clothes were dark gray, but very clean. Momo, did you see it wrong? Grandpa Zhou's clothes are gray. Zhao Qian gently reassured her. It's not the clothes. Ruan Momo was a bit anxious, trying hard to describe. It floats, like smoke, a very faint black. It seems to want to drill into Grandpa Zhou's body. As soon as these words were spoken, the room instantly fell silent. All eyes turned to Ruan Momo. Chen Fang immediately walked to Professor Zhou's side, examining his skin and clothes carefully, even leaning in to smell, his brow furrowed, no abnormal smell, nothing visible sticking on the surface. Professor Zhou also raised his arm to check, shaking his head. Li Ming frowned slightly, looking at Ruan Momo, can you describe in detail what you saw, the black thing? Is it moving? Is it only on the people who have gone outside? Lei Zhan's gaze became incredibly sharp. He understood Ruan Momo's uniqueness, whether it was her bound system or the spirit given by the guardian of the Lance continent, it granted her abilities beyond ordinary understanding. Her words could not simply be dismissed as a child's hallucination. Ruan Momo felt the weight of everyone's stare, feeling a bit nervous, and looked at everyone. It's a thread, as thin as a hair, black, seeming to float gently. Only the uncles and brothers who have gone outside have it, Zhao's sister and Momo don't. She paused, adding, only on Uncle Leijian and Sister Su Chan when they came back from running in the morning, at most. Energy pollution? Rule erosion? Li Ming instantly thought of several possibilities, speaking rapidly. If rainwater is the carrier, then everyone who comes into contact with the rain might be marked or eroded by some kind of negative energy or rules that we cannot normally observe. Momo might be able to see it because her soul is special. Chen Feng's expression turned serious. If this is true, then this is not an ordinary natural disaster. This is a direct threat to the essence of life. After the protection period ends, this erosion might worsen or cause more direct harm. This deduction sent a chill down everyone's spines. The invisible enemy is the most terrifying. Immediately inform Leijian, Su Chan, and Wang Meng. Tell them to be extra careful, avoid direct contact with the rain as much as possible. Use tools when collecting samples, do not use bare hands. Professor Zhou said sternly to Zhao Qian. Zhao Qian quickly sent a message to Su Chan through her phone and soon received a reply, received, avoiding. At that moment, there was a gentle knock on the door. Zhang Hai, closest to the door, cautiously peered through the peephole, then opened the door. Standing outside was Yato from the Starfish, still wearing that special outfit, the heart resonance conch around her neck glowing softly. Sorry to disturb you, Yato's voice was transformed through the conch, carrying a hint of gravity. I feel something is wrong with this rain, it gives me an unsettling feeling, you should avoid direct contact. Chapter 70, Black Rain Pollution. Yato's warning confirmed Li Ming's earlier speculation and Ruan Momo's vague description, instantly dropping the atmosphere in the room to freezing point. As Ruan Momo heard Yato mention the rain being problematic, she immediately slid off the bed and ran to the window, her little legs pattering, tiptoeing, and peering out with her small hands gripping the windowsill, trying hard to see outside. In the eyes of everyone in the room, the world outside was nearly shrouded in a gray rain curtain, the rain transparent, the ground wet, a perfectly normal rain day scene. However, in Ruan Momo's eyes, what she saw was a chilling sight. The sky is raining black rain. She suddenly turned around, her small face filled with terror, her voice trembling as she cried out. Black rain? Yato was taken aback because her special ability heart speech made her intuition sharp, so she suddenly felt there was something wrong with the rain, but she couldn't directly see the color change like Ruan Momo could. Black rain? The hearts of Leijian, Professor Zhou, Chen Feng, and others were shaken at these words. This term itself carried a strong sense of ominous meaning. Ruan Momo nodded vigorously with her little head, pointing out the window, eager to describe clearly, the rain outside is black. The water on the ground is also black. It's everywhere. Like ink. Professor Zhou's face changed dramatically, he immediately stood up and grabbed Ruan Momo's hand. Momo, come with Grandpa. He hurriedly led Ruan Momo into the bathroom of the room, and the others quickly followed, feeling a bad premonition rising in their hearts. Professor Zhou turned on the tap, and water flowed out with a rush. Momo, look, what color is this water? Professor Zhou's voice carried a hint of barely detectable tension. Ruan Momo opened her eyes wide and looked at the flowing water. At first, she was a bit uncertain, but soon gave her answer, it has no color, it's clean. Hearing this, everyone just wanted to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking it might just be that the rainwater itself was polluted, and the municipal water supply system was temporarily fine. But in the next second, Ruan Momo suddenly exclaimed, tilting her little head and pointing at the water flow, it's starting to turn black. There's a little bit of black stuff coming out. Suddenly, that originally clear water was now, in Ruan Momo's eyes, visibly seeping tiny threads of black matter, like drops of ink dripping into clean water, rapidly spreading out. Although the concentration was far less than the rain outside, the trend had already shown. The tap water is also polluted? Zhao Qian exclaimed, her face instantly turning pale. This meant they were losing even the most basic, safe drinking water source. Notify Su Chan and Wang Meng, cancel the plan, return immediately. Repeat, return immediately. Do not contact any water source. Leijian's voice was decisive, carrying an unquestionable command tone. The situation was worse and more rapid than they had anticipated. This was not an ordinary natural disaster, but a devastating blow targeting the entire ecological circle, the very foundation of civilization. Zhao Qian's fingers trembled slightly as she sent out another urgent message. Yadwa stood at the bathroom door, listening to Ruan Momo's description and everyone's reactions, finally fully understanding. Yadwa looked at Ruan Momo with eyes full of shock and an indescribable complex emotion. This small alien individual not only carried a special fortune but also possessed such a rare ability to see through the essence of energy pollution, like a true eye. We must leave here immediately. Yadwa's voice came through the telepathic resonance spiral, the hotel is densely populated. Once the disaster strikes and the water supply system is found to be completely polluted, panic, fighting, and even worse situations could occur. Plus, the complicated building structure can easily become a trap in the face of unknown disasters. She quickly suggested, based on my experience, we should now look for a relatively independent place, with a low population density, higher terrain, and open surroundings. Fewer people means less internal consumption and potential conflict, making it easier to deal with special situations. Open spaces allow for stocking resources and make it easier to observe the surrounding environment, avoiding being surrounded or ambushed. At that moment, Li Ming, who had been paying attention to the bullet screen, suddenly spoke. The recommendations from the command center and the public align with Miss Yadwa's thoughts. At the edge of everyone's vision, the rolling bullet screen had exploded due to Ruan Momo's discovery of the black rain and tap water pollution, with countless messages flying by quickly. My God! Black rain? The tap water can't be used anymore? Run! Get out of the city! Go to higher ground! Hurry up and stock up! Bottled water! Canned food! Medicines! Can't stay in the hotel! Too many people and distractions, it will definitely be chaotic later. Look for a standalone villa. Or a warehouse in the suburbs. Act fast. Time waits for no one. Please. Ensure your safety first. At the same time, more and more desperate cries from other countries mixed in. Friends from Huaxia. Save our representative. They are in. We are from Kangaroo Country. Our representative is in, and the rain is getting heavier. Please help them. We are all human. These pleas, suggestions, and cries from around the world felt like heavy shackles, pressing down on everyone's hearts. Lei Zhan took a deep breath and looked at everyone. Everyone knows the situation. Lei Zhan's voice was steady, yet carried immense weight. The black rain pollution is spreading. The tap water system is no longer reliable. We must find and establish a relatively safe shelter during this critical period. He paused, glancing at the rolling comments, which contained the headquarters macro guidance, the simplest survival wisdom from countless people, and the desperate cries for help from other competitors on the blue planet. The headquarters suggestion is to contact and help other competitors on the blue planet as much as possible without exposing ourselves, and do what we can. Lei Zhan repeated this top directive, his gaze fierce. Now, we face a serious survival crisis. Establishing a safe base is the foundation for our survival, and whether we can help others in the future. Therefore, I have decided. Priority 1, everyone must act immediately, following Miss Yato's suggestion, to find and seize a suitable independent base while collecting as much uncontaminated bottled water, sealed food, medicine, energy, and other essential supplies as possible. Priority 2, under the premise of ensuring our actions are concealed and safe, try to find contact with nearby competitors on the blue planet, sharing information about the black rain and basic protective warnings while providing limited guidance as needed. But we will not conduct large-scale long-distance rescue, as that would put ourselves in jeopardy. Agreed. Su Chan was the first to express her stance, her tone cold and realistic. Surviving allows us to help more people. Professor Chen nodded heavily. This is the most rational choice right now. We must first ensure that the flame does not go out. Chen Feng, Li Ming, Wang Meng, Zhao Qian, and others also nodded, their faces full of determination. They understood the cruelty of this decision, but they also knew it was a necessity for survival. Ruan Momo looked at the adults' determined and heavy expressions. Although she didn't understand those complicated words, she knew they had to leave this place, to go to a safer location, and to help other uncles and aunts who might be in danger. She reached out her small hand, gently tugging at the corners of Lei Zhan and Su Chan's clothes, looking up with a small face, and in a tender yet serious voice, she said, Momo will also help. Chapter 71, Informing the Officials. The decision was made, and the atmosphere in the room was tense yet orderly. At this moment, Yato from the Starfish stepped forward and said to Lei Zhan, the situation is urgent. We also need to depart immediately to find and reunite with our scattered clan members in this world. As she spoke, she took out a blue seashell, slightly larger than the resonance shell around her neck, with a deeper color, and handed it to Lei Zhan. The seashell had more complex natural patterns on its surface, appearing to shimmer faintly. This is our Starfish's Tide Sound Shell for short to medium distance communication. Although it is limited by this world's rules and its effective range may be significantly reduced, we should still be able to maintain contact within a certain distance. Yato's voice came through the resonance shell. If you encounter an emergency or find a suitable base, you can use it to contact us. Just speak into the shell, and I will sense it. Lei Zhan solemnly took the seashell. It felt warm in his hand, unlike ordinary shells that are cold. He initially thought this was another type of mysterious artifact, but when his fingers accidentally brushed against an extremely tiny bump on the bottom of the seashell, which blended almost seamlessly with the pattern. A faint, extremely weak touch, like a circuit's induction, came, making him pause slightly. Is this a technological creation? Lei Zhan looked at the sea conch in his hand with some surprise. Technological creation? Li Ming immediately leaned over, his eyes shining with extreme curiosity. He carefully took the tidal sound conch from Lei Zhan's hand, gently stroking its surface, and meticulously examining its vaguely visible structure under the light. Incredible, it really is a technological product. Li Ming exclaimed, his tone filled with the excitement of a researcher. This shell mimics the shape and texture of a natural sea conch, almost indistinguishable, but its interior contains very precise energy circuits and signal conversion structures. This is a product that perfectly combines biological mimicry and advanced energy technology. The technology tree of the starfish civilization is truly unique. Hearing Li Ming's confirmation, Professor Zhou, Chen Feng, and others also gathered to watch, their faces revealing complex expressions, not lacking envy. Zhang Hai sighed softly and said, "Before we came in, we did prepare well. Small defensive weapons, hard currency gold, various communication devices, we thought of everything. What happened? We did bring a few small weapons, but those slightly larger equipments are completely missing, and the gold has vanished somewhere. Our phones and walkie-talkies are completely useless. If it weren't for Momo and her system, we might still be scattered like headless flies, unable to gather 10 people so quickly." His words resonated with the crowd. In contrast, the starfish civilization's cross-distance communicators, which are clearly not limited by the game's rules and can be used normally, seem particularly precious. This also reflects the significant differences in the resources and means available to different civilizations when dealing with the Star Alliance game. Before long, Su Chan and Wang Meng hurried back. Even though they had protective gear, the cuffs of their pants and the ends of their hair were inevitably wet. In Ruan Momo's eyes, the dark aura around them was noticeably worse than when they left. Lei Zhan immediately informed the two about the situation of the black rain, the contamination of tap water, and the decision made earlier. After listening, Su Chan's chilly face was shrouded in a layer of frost. Understood. The urgent task is to find a new stronghold. At the same time, we must find a way to relay the black rain pollution information to other Blue Star participants during the 7-day safety period as much as possible. Not everyone is as lucky as us to have communication tools in advance. Li Ming interjected, "We can use the Tang Tang system to find those participants with communication equipment first and inform them about the black rain." "That's settled then," Lei Zhan decisively stated, "we need to act quickly. Let's prepare separately. Su Chan, Wang Meng, you are responsible for planning the evacuation route and preliminary screening of potential strongholds. Li Ming, you and Professor Zhou, Dr. Chen, utilize Tang Tang and the network to start screening and locating nearby Blue Star participants with communication devices and draft warning content. Zhao Qian, Zhang Hai, you are in charge of organizing our existing supplies and listing urgent procurement needs. Zhou Lan, assist them. I will carefully study this tidal sound conch." Everyone took their orders and immediately dispersed, intensively engaged in preparation work. In the corner of the room, Ruan Momo sat by the bed, her little face no longer carrying its usual innocent charm, replaced by a worry that was inconsistent with her age. In her mind, she was having a heavy conversation with the Tang Tang system. "Tang Tang," Ruan Momo's voice sounded stuffy in the consciousness space, "if the whole world is raining black rain, will everyone die? Just like the world of Grandpa Lands and the others before, where in the end only no form remained. Thinking of that beautiful yet sorrowful world. And those guardians, uncles and aunts, dispersing in the light, filled Ruan Momo's big eyes with tears. Host. Don't be afraid. Tang Tang immediately responded. The gray fluffball jumped into Ruan Momo's arms and rubbed her face. This system will protect you. It absolutely will not let anything happen to you. But Tang Tang, Ruan Mama shook her head vigorously, tears falling like broken pearls. This world seems like the world Mama came from. There are tall buildings, running cars, so many people. Mama doesn't want them to be like the Lancy continent. Mama wants to save them. Her words were innocent, yet carried the purest compassion. The system Tang Tang fell silent for a moment, unable to easily promise what it could not fulfill. Host, this system understands your intentions. However, we still do not completely understand the specific hazards that this black rain will cause, what its root is, and how we can save them. Ruan Momo raised her small hand and wiped away her tears with force, recalling things from when she was on Blue Star. A thought suddenly emerged. Tang Tang, when I was on Blue Star, if something very important, related to many people came up, Moma would tell Dean Mommy, or tell the uniformed uncles who came to see us, they would tell bigger leaders, and finally Grandfather Chief would know. Then Grandfather Chief could tell everyone, letting everyone be careful together, thinking of ways together. Her logic was simple and direct, letting the highest leader of a country know, leveraging the power of the entire nation. Then, is the Earth Star the same? Ruan Momo's eyes suddenly brightened, as if she saw a lighthouse in the fog. We can tell Earth Star's Grandfather Chief. Earth Star's Grandfather Chief must be very powerful. If he knows about the black rain, he can tell all the people of Earth Star, letting everyone not drink the black water, letting everyone find a safe place. That way, wouldn't it save many people? The system Tang Tang was momentarily speechless at the host's naive yet core insight. Theoretically, this was indeed the most efficient way to deal with a global crisis. But, host, your idea is great. But how do we make the leaders of Earthstar believe us? Who are we? How would they believe several unknown black households' warning about the invisible black rain? This could bring us great risk and expose our existence. Ruan Momo heard this, her little face fell again, but she did not give up. Instead, she slid down from the bed and dashed to the busy Professor Zhou. She tugged at Professor Zhou's clothes, looking up with her hopeful and serious little face, and asked in a crisp voice, Grandpa Zhou, can we, like on Blue Star, tell Earthstar's grandfather chief about the Black Rain? Let Earthstar's grandfather chief tell everyone, so everyone won't get sick, right? The little girl's voice was not loud, but it was like a thunderclap, suddenly ringing in the busy and oppressive room. Everyone stopped their actions, their gazes jointly turning to Ruan Momo and Professor Zhou. Tell the Earthstar officials? Chapter 72 Experiment. Earthstar June 8, 2024. On the moon's surface, the Artemis landing point of the Augusta Empire. Astronaut Luke's voice twisted with shock, crackling in the encrypted communication channel. Command Center. Command Center. This is Artemis. Above the moon's surface. Oh my god. A vortex. A silver vortex. It spit something out. After a burst of noisy static from the ground command center, a voice suppressed with fear of the unknown came through. Luke, report the situation. What is it? Describe clearly. A metal capsule. Shaped like a shuttle. About 3 meters long, with symbols I don't recognize. It fell out of that suddenly appearing silver vortex. Landing 500 meters northeast of our planned sampling point. Luke's breath was rapid. The vortex is disappearing. Repeat, the vortex is disappearing. After a brief silence, a more authoritative and cold voice cut into the channel, from the director of the Augustus Empire Aerospace Administration. Luke, listen. Change the mission priority. Abandon the original sample collection, immediately and carefully recover that metal pod. This is a top-level directive. Note, maintain absolute silence throughout, shutting down all unnecessary external signal transmissions. Received, Director. Luke's voice stabilized, carrying a hint of seriousness and excitement. We're on it. June 12, 2024. Augustus Empire Palace, Secret Conference Room. Emperor Augustus Keyed faced away from his most trusted scientific advisor, Dr. Dmitri, gazing out at the bustling capital of the empire. His voice was not loud, yet it held undeniable power. Doctor, is the gift brought back from the moon all settled? Dr. Dmitri slightly bowed, his tone filled with barely contained excitement and awe. Yes, Your Majesty. Eternal Life Research Institute has been secretly built under the northern ice field as per your command, completely safe. The escape pod, and the passenger and cargo inside have all been transferred. Passenger? Emperor Keyed slowly turned, his gaze sharp. A body, of a humanoid creature, Your Majesty. Dr. Dmitri took a deep breath, and 3 vials sealed in special material containers, liquid. Preliminary scans show that those liquids contain unimaginable energy reactions and complex organic structures. We may have come into contact with creations from a civilization far beyond Earth. A flicker of fervor flashed in Emperor Keyed's eyes. Analyze it. At all costs. I need to know what those 3 vials are and what they do. This is the key for our Augustus Empire to lead Earth, and even, to step into the stars. October 27, 2024. Federation Chief Executive's Office. Federation Chief Executive Kronos appeared seriously on the screen. Your Majesty Augustus Keyed, I hope you can be candid with the Federation and with the safety of the entire Earth. On the other end of the screen, Emperor Keyed's expression was indifferent. Executive Kronos, I do not understand what you mean. Do not understand? Kronos leaned forward, his gaze sharp. The lunar mission you brought back more than 3 months ago, I fear, was not just a few pieces of lunar rock? We, and Huaxia, have detected some anomalous signal sources from the moon that have been covered up. A cold smile crept at the corner of Emperor Keyed's mouth. An overly vivid imagination is not a good thing, Executive. Augustus Empire's space activities do not need to be reported to the Federation. When it may endanger the entire Earth, it does. Kronos' tone was firm. We share the same planet, Your Majesty Keyed. If that is indeed an alien object, no one can predict whether it carries unknown pathogens or dangerous technologies. Concealing is irresponsible to all humanity. November 5, 2024. Huaxia, National Security Council Secret Chamber. An elder bearing military insignia spoke solemnly. The Augustus Empire's attitude is firm. The Federation is getting anxious. We must unite and exert pressure. Another bespectacled civil official nodded. A consensus has been reached with the Federation through secret channels. They play the good cop, we play the bad cop, but the goal is the same. Augustus Empire must publicly reveal what they brought back from the moon. This concerns the global security landscape. Soon, a high-level secret video conference involving all 3 parties was held in a tense atmosphere. Federation Executive Kronos was the first to attack. Your Majesty Keyed, continued denial is meaningless. The Huaxia representative, a calm elder, spoke in a relatively gentle but firm manner. Your Majesty Keyed. We understand that your country may have made significant discoveries. But as the governor of Kronos said, the safety of the Earth civilization is above all else. We call upon your country to act responsibly, to make the information public, and to allow the top scientists of the three nations and even the world to jointly assess its risks and value. August Cade, caught in a pincer attack, had a grim face. He slammed the table fiercely. Enough! The sovereignty of the August Empire is inviolable. What we bring back is our freedom. Until absolute safety is confirmed, there shall be no possibility of disclosure. This meeting is over. He forcefully cut off the communication. July 1, 2025. Facing the third pressure from the East Summer and the Federation, after cutting off communication again, Emperor Cade took a deep breath, dialed the direct line to the Eternal Life Research Institute, his tone full of suppressed anger and impatience. Dimitri, I can hardly withstand the pressure from the Federation and East Summer any longer. How much longer will your research take? It has been a year. An entire year. What I want is results, not endless failure reports. Eternal Life Research Institute, Dr. Dimitri's office. Dr. Dimitri hung up the encrypted communication with the Emperor, rubbing his weary temples. He looked at the long list of shocking failures and experimental subject deaths on the lab records, his eyes bloodshot. 3 vials of medicine, 1 vial had been mostly used for analysis of composition and safety, on countless white mice, monkeys, and even larger animals. The results were inevitably the same: gene collapse, rage, death. I can't wait any longer, he murmured to himself, a flash of near-mad determination crossing his eyes. Animal models can't bear it, perhaps only more complex lifeforms can reveal the secret of the medicine. He pressed the internal communicator. Bring in Hank from the clean department. Soon, a man with a sinister gaze and a sturdy build walked in. Doctor, you called for me? Dr. Dimitri did not look up, his voice icy. Start the Prometheus plan. I need a batch of voluntary experimenters. Go to the slums, use the guise of high-paying drug clinical trials, pay generously, and have them sign a waiver. Hank understood. How many? Prepare 30 first. Dr. Dimitri paused and added, additionally, under the pretense of the highest security escort mission, commission the Blood Falcon mercenary group to recruit a team of 10, responsible for transporting the experimenters and perimeter security. Remember, this mercenary team, they themselves are also quality experimental subjects within the plan. Ensure that they cannot leave after the mission is over. A cruel smile appeared on Hank's face. I understand, Doctor. The Blood Falcon guys are all elite, with top physical qualities, indeed, perfect experimental material. At the border of the Empire and the Federation. In the slums. Inside a dim tavern. A young man in a tattered jacket, with deep-set eyes, trembled as he pressed his fingerprint on a thick contract. Opposite him sat a man in a cheap suit, claiming to be a representative of a multinational pharmaceutical company. Look, it's very simple, Tom. The suited man patted the young man's shoulder, his tone full of temptation. It's just testing a new type of nutritional supplement for 6 months, with room and board included, and at the end you can get this amount. He gestured a number that would make anyone in the slums envious. A glimmer of hope ignited in Tom's murky eyes. Really no danger? There are so many words on the contract that I don't understand. What danger could there be? The suited man scoffed. Legal documents are always written in complicated ways. We are a big company, we value our reputation. Just think, with this money, you can leave this hellhole and start over. Tom looked at the number on the contract. In the end, poverty overcame reason, and he pressed his fingerprint. Blood Falcon Mercenary Group. Captain Butcher browsed the mission briefing, speaking to the team member on the other end of the communicator. Guys, here comes the job. A private job with official background from the Augustus Empire, with generous pay. The task content: escort a batch of special materials from the border to a private research institution in the north, ensuring absolute safety along the way and handling any accidents. In simple terms, it's like being a high-level security guard and transport officer. Laughter from the team member Bloody Fist came through the communicator. Boss, being a watchdog for the Empire? This job sounds a bit suffocating. Butcher coldly replied, suffocating, but the pay is high. Plus, the employer emphasized there might be some competitors. There might be real combat, that's not boring. Get ready, we leave tomorrow. Chapter 73, Leak. Earth, August 13, 2025. Eternal Life Research Institute, Cleaning Department Incineration Area. A nauseatingly sweet smell of burning protein filled the air, mixed with the sharp scent of disinfectant, creating an indescribably oppressive atmosphere. The huge, metal-constructed incinerator loomed like a silent beast, emitting a low rumble, the orange-red flames flickering through the observation window onto the weary faces of 2 staff members. A young-looking operator, while pushing a wrapped body, draped in white shrouds but clearly twisted and deformed, into the feed slot with a control stick, couldn't help but mumble softly, his voice almost inaudible amidst the noise of the machines. Endless: first those lab mice, monkeys, dogs, now how many this week? Not a single one escapes exploding blood vessels or muscle dissolution. What the hell is this experiment? Next to him, a much older operator with a scar on his face suddenly paused, sharply hissing, "Shut up, Ryan. If you want to live, watch your tongue." Ryan was startled, but somewhat defiantly shrank his neck, yet still lowered his voice. "Old Cole, aren't you curious? How many things have we burned this year? Recently these are clearly human. What kind of research requires so many deaths? And the deaths are so horrific?" Old Cole's murky eyes flickered with a hint of fear. He cautiously looked around to ensure the thick soundproof door was closed before leaning closer to Ryan, his voice hoarse like sandpaper rubbing. "Curiosity kills the cat, and it can kill people too. What's going on upstairs is not our business. All I know is, we signed a confidentiality agreement, took triple the salary, then kept what we see locked up inside. Forget them. Otherwise, the next one lying here to be burned could be you or me." He slapped Ryan hard on the shoulder, the force making the young man stumble. "Get to work." Ryan dared not say more, quietly pushing the last few bodies, which also appeared grotesquely swollen or shriveled, into the furnace. The heavy gate fell shut, cutting off everything inside. Only the pipe connected to the external chimney emitted a more intense buzzing sound, like the sigh of a monster that had just eaten its fill. On the surface, at the concealed chimney outlet disguised by the research institute, a thicker, darker, seemingly ominous thick black smoke poured out, rolling straight up to the gloomy sky. In that black smoke, it seemed to mix in with tiny, not fully incinerated active matter particles, drifting in the wind and silently merging into the cold air of the northern icefields. October 12, 2025. Federation, Chief Executive Officer's Office. Governor Kronos looked so grim that water could drip from his face. On the holographic projection in front of him displayed the detailed profiles of the 10 members of the Blood Falcon team, along with their last known location, the northern border of the Augustus Empire. "Has it been confirmed?" Kronos' voice was icy. The intelligence minister standing before him heavily nodded, his tone grave. "Confirmed, Governor." The Blood Falcon team, along with the 30 so-called voluntary test subjects they were escorting, entered the territory of the Augustus Empire. "After arriving at the designated coordinate area, we completely lost all contact, and it has been over 2 months. No signs of life, no corpses. Our satellites and undercover personnel have not detected any signs of them leaving the designated coordinate area." Kronos' fingers tapped on the table, creating a dull sound. "The secret immortality research facility of the Augustus Empire that we previously suspected is in that area, right?" "Yes, sir. Combined with the scattered information we intercepted before, the Augustus Empire is very likely conducting human experiments involving alien substances there." The intelligence officer took a deep breath. "The Blood Falcon team and those poor people are probably in great danger." Kronos suddenly stood up, walking to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the prosperous capital of the Federation outside, his eyes burning with anger. "For their insane ambition, they actually use living people, and they are citizens of our Federation. Augustus Cade, this madman." He turned around, his gaze sharp as a knife. "We cannot sit back and do nothing. We must obtain concrete evidence to expose their atrocities. At the same time, we need to find out what they brought back from the moon that is so utterly insane. Sir, we received news that the Immortality Research Facility seems to have a new material requirement recently." The intelligence officer stepped forward, speaking in a low voice. "They might be preparing for the next batch of experiments." Kronos' eyes flashed with a cold light. "An opportunity has come. Arrange our most elite agents to infiltrate the next batch of experimenters. Mission objective: infiltrate the research facility, collect all evidence regarding alien objects and experimental data, and if possible, directly obtain samples." Days later, at the secret gathering point at the border of the Empire and the Federation, a new batch of expressionless volunteer experimenters had gathered. Most came from the lowest levels of society, drawn in by the high rewards, signing the waiver agreement they could not understand. Among the crowd, a man named Lauren Shadow discreetly hid himself. His gaze was calm, his muscle lines smooth yet explosive, distinctly different from those around him, who showed various expressions due to despair or greed. He was among the best agents of the Federation's Ghost Team. As before, a mercenary squad from the Federation was hired to escort them. Their mission remained to ensure the safe delivery of the supplies. The team, under the oppressive atmosphere, marched once again towards the research facility hidden in the northern icefield, which held a massive secret. Immortality Research Facility, Core Isolation Area. Dr. Dimitri looked through the thick lead glass, watching the latest batch of experimental subjects inside the isolation chamber being injected with further diluted agents. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, a mixture of long-term fatigue and a kind of almost obsessive expectation. "Doctor, the Immortality 4 batch of experimental subjects is ready." The assistant's voice came through the communicator. "Start recording. All data, nothing can be missed." Dimitri fixed his gaze tightly on the chamber. However, hope was once again crushed by brutal reality. Inside the isolation chamber, terrifying screams soon rang out as the experimental subjects underwent horrifying distortions at a visible rate. Bones pierced through skin, muscles uncontrollably swelled or shrank, consciousness plunged into utter madness. The life signs data on the monitoring screen turned to zero one by one. Another failure. Why? What went wrong? Dmitri punched the control panel in a fit of madness. The two remaining intact bottles of original solution sat like a devil's mockery in the nearby ultra-low temperature safe, flickering with an alluring yet dangerous glow. Meanwhile, the actions of the infiltrator Shadow. With superb disguise and adaptability, Shadow successfully used a small-scale transfer after a routine body check to break free from the guard's sight. He was like a true ghost, using the brief gaps of shift changes and cleaning in the research institute to silently sneak into the core area. A microscanner on his wrist recorded everything along the way: the strict guards, complex access controls, and those inhumane experimental scenes he glimpsed through observation windows. His goal was clear: the main laboratory. After thrilling evasion and a close call that almost triggered an alarm, Shadow finally infiltrated Dr. Dimitri's main laboratory. He quickly connected the scanner to the laboratory's main computer interface, and a specially designed hacking program began to wildly download data. At the same time, his gaze was locked on the ultra-low temperature safe that emanated a chilling aura. His intuition told him that the key was inside the safe. Breaking the physical and electronic locks of the safe cost him precious minutes. As the safe door quietly slid open and icy white mist poured out, Shadow saw two bottles filled with shimmering colors, containing immense energy. Without hesitation, he swiftly took out the two bottles and placed them into a specially designed temperature-controlled shockproof storage box. The mission was close to success. However, just as he prepared to retreat the way he came, a prompt sound of access verification suddenly rang out from the main entrance of the laboratory. Dr. Dmitri and his assistant had returned. Shadow made a quick decision and chose the emergency exit marked on the backup ventilation duct map, heading towards the external waste disposal area. Alarm! Core samples have been stolen. The piercing alarm instantly echoed throughout the entire research institute. Catch him. At all costs. Get the drugs back. Dr. Dmitri almost fainted at the sight of the empty safe, screaming hysterically. A large number of armed guards were dispatched to lock down all known exits. Shadow quickly navigated through the narrow and complex ducts and corridors, the steps and shouts of pursuers behind him growing closer. He followed the preset emergency plan, breaking through towards the waste discharge outlet near the coast of the research institute. Finally, he burst through the last security door, covered in dust and scratches, breathing the cold, salty air outside again. Before him was the raging Black Sea, where dark clouds gathered in the distance before the impending typhoon, fierce winds whipping up, giant waves crashing against the rocks. But there was no way back. Behind him, the pursuers had arrived, bullets spraying towards him like water. Shadow leaped into the freezing, chilling sea without hesitation, swimming desperately towards the designated pickup point. Over there! Shoot! Don't let him take the samples! The leader of the pursuers shouted in fury. Dense gunfire rained down into the sea, creating countless splashes of water. A stray bullet accurately hit the specially designed storage box strapped to Shadow's back. With a soft pop, the box shattered. The two bottles, carrying advanced civilization technology and posing a lethal threat to Earth, instantly dispersed in the seawater. Like two drops of dark ink falling into clear water, strange light spread quickly in the sea, reacting violently with the water in some unknown way. Shadow felt a lightness behind him and a chill in his heart. He turned back, only to see that area of the sea tinted with an unnatural, eerie color. Then a wave of intense pain hit him as several bullets pierced his body. Blood gushed out, mixing with that strange seawater. His consciousness quickly blurred, and he ultimately sank into the dark seabed. The pursuers fired another round into the gradually spreading eerie sea, confirming there was no movement before they cursed and withdrew. They did not know what they had done. A few days later, a super typhoon named Wrath of Poseidon arrived as scheduled, sweeping through the sea area with devastating force. Moving along the coastline. The typhoon brings strong winds and heavy rain, sweeping seawater that contains medicinal ingredients, fully mixed with the sea, thousands of meters into the sky, turning into raindrops filled with tiny active components. On October 25, 2025, global rainfall.